The Invincible Big Shot is about to be born. Chapter 80 to Chapter 157. Wu Jiujue thought back to his days in the sacred forest. Di Lin didn't know what Wu Jiujue was thinking, but when he saw Wu Jiujue looking in the direction of Shenwu continent, he said, "Ancestor, we're almost there. I just received news that the Dark Demon Hall, Netherworld Devil Sect, Dark Ghost Sect, and Tai Sect have all arrived at Divine Sky Mountain." At that moment, his transmission talisman vibrated. He took it out and was surprised. "What's the matter?" Wu Jiujue asked. Di Lin hurriedly replied, "Zhao Xiong just sent news that Tai Sect's Jiang Yu has successfully cultivated 5 elemental sword qi." "Oh." Wu Jiujue was surprised. 5 elemental sword qi. I didn't expect Jiang Yu's talent to be so high. The Grand Hall Master of the Martial God Hall, Di Lin, said, however, just as the extreme celestial sect's Jiang Yu executed his 5 elemental sword qi, Wan Wudi suddenly arrived and blocked Jiang Yu's attack. What's even more strange is that Wan Wudi actually submitted to Lu Yiping. After arriving, he bowed down to Lu Yiping and even called him Lord Lu Yiping, Di Lin added. What? Wu Jiujue was surprised. When the experts of Martial God Hall heard this, they were shocked as well. Wan Wudi submitted to Lu Yiping? That's impossible, right? One of the ancestors was bewildered. "This matter is indeed puzzling," said the Martial Sacred Hall's first Hall Master, Di Lin. Wu Jiujue muttered, "Speed up and rush to Divine Sky Mountain." Thus, under Wu Jiojue's command, the army of Martial God Hall sped up. At this time, Wan Wudi looked at Tai Sect's Jiang Yu and sneered, "Jiang Yu, you offended Lord Lu, which is already a capital offense. If you apologize to Lord Lu now, perhaps you will be the only one to die." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the great celestial sect's Jiang Yu laughed in anger. "You want me to apologize to Lu Yiping? Fine, then I'll kill you first, destroy your Wan family, and then kill Lu Yiping." With that, the 5 elemental sword qi around Jiang Yu's body surged, buzzing loudly as it charged towards Wan Wudi. Wan Wudi urged Tian Capital to meet the attack. Boom, a deafening sound rang out once again. Terrifying shockwaves swept out. "Kill!" Indifferent voice of the extreme celestial sect's Jiang Yu rang out from the sky. Immediately, the sect master of the extreme celestial sect led the experts of the extreme celestial sect to charge towards the experts of the Wan family. The imperial army under the command of the extreme celestial sect clashed with the imperial army under the command of the Wan clan. "You are the descendant of the evil god?" At this time, the Yellow Springs Devil Sects by Wu Chang's gaze fell on the ancient fiend god Chang Liang, and he suddenly said, "The fiend god blade is with you, right?" Everyone's attention returned to Lu Yiping and the others. The ancient evil god Chang Liang smiled wickedly, "Little guy, you want to see my evil god blade?" The Underworld Devil Sects by Wu Chang let out a strange laugh when he heard the ancient evil god Chang Liang calling him a little guy. "The Martial God Palace's army has arrived." At that moment, someone shouted. "Yin Ghost Sect's brilliant ancestor, Dark Demon Palace's old ghost Gu, Yellow Spring Devil Sect's white impermanence," and the others all looked over. Everyone's gazes landed on the tall middle-aged man at the front of the Martial Sacred Palace's army. The Martial God Palace's Martial God Jiuju, the most ancient existence in the Hengyuan world, he was also one of the most legendary existences in the Hengyuan world. Even brilliant ancestor, Old Fogey Gu, and Bai Wu Chang were of the same generation as the Martial God Jiuju. When the Martial God Jiuju arrived, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Even though Wu Jiujue did not reveal his aura and merely walked calmly, the feeling he gave off was that he was a towering mountain. Wu Jiujue seemed to be the center of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth seemed to move with him. The Martial Sacred Palace's Grand Hall Master Di Lin, who was standing beside Wu Jiujue, looked at the battle between Wan Wudi and Jiang Yu in the distance. He exclaimed, "Wan Wudi has really taken control of the heavenly capital city. However, the Wan clan's army won't be able to hold on for long." In terms of strength, the Wan clan was still lacking compared to the extreme celestial sect. After all, the extreme celestial sect was the #1 sect in the Hengyuan world. Di Lin looked past the Wan clan and extreme celestial sect's disciples at the heavenly mountain's peak and said, "Old ancestor, that is the king of eternal darkness's successor, Lu Yiping." Wu Jiujue followed Di Lin's gaze and looked over. He was also curious about the appearance of the King of Eternal Darkness's successor. Due to the battle between the Wan clan and extreme celestial sect, Lu Yiping's figure was obscured by the army. Wu Jiujue looked at the heavenly mountains peek through the Wan clan and extreme celestial sect's disciples. When he saw the blue-robed figure at the peak of the heavenly mountain, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the extraordinarily handsome face. This is? Suddenly, Wu Jiojue's body trembled and his eyes turned red. Master, is that you? Is that really you? Martial God Hall's Grand Hall Master Di Lin did not notice Wu Jiojue's strange behavior. He looked at Lu Yiping from afar and said, "This Lu Yiping is able to remain so calm in the face of the Dark Demon Hall, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Ghost Sect's army. His temperament is not bad." At this time, Martial God Hall's branch halls Zhao Xiong led the branch hall's experts to welcome Huang Xiaolong. "Greetings, old ancestor Jiujue." Zhao Xiong and the Martial God Hall's branch hall's experts knelt on the ground in front of Wu Jiujue. Wu Jiujue acted as if he did not hear them. He walked past Zhao Xiong and the rest and flew towards the heavenly mountain's peak. Martial God Hall's Di Lin and the rest were stunned. Zhao Xiong, who was kneeling down, was even more shocked. Dark Demon Hall, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Ghost Zhongzhong's experts were also surprised when they saw Wu Jiujue ignoring Zhao Xiong and the rest and flying over. Ancestor Brilliant, Tang Ji, Old Ghost Gu, and White Impermanence were even more shocked when they saw the tear stains on Wu Jiojue's face. What happened to Lord Jiujue? While everyone was bewildered, Wu Jiujue flew towards Lu Yiping. The closer he got to Lu Yiping, the more excited Wu Jiujue became. Zhou Cheng, who was standing beside Lu Yiping, also had a bewildered expression. What could make an expert like Wu Jiujue so excited? Amidst everyone's bewilderment, Wu Jiujue came before Lu Yiping. Wu Jiujue suddenly knelt down before Lu Yiping, unable to hold back the tears in his eyes as they fell once again. He choked with sobs as he said, "Unfilial disciple Wu Jiujue greets Master." Unfilial disciple Wu Jiujue, Master. Everyone's mind exploded when they heard Wu Jiojue's name. Even the great celestial sect's Jianyu who was fighting Wan Wudi froze on the spot. Master? The Dark Ghost Sect's ancestor Brilliant trembled as he looked at the blue-robed figure standing in front of Wu Jiujue. Dark Demon Hall's Old Ghost Gu and the Netherworld Devil Sect's White Impermanence were equally shocked. The Martial God Hall's Zhao Xiong was equally shocked. Could he be? As the Great Celestial Sect's Jianyu froze, the Great Celestial Sect and the Wan family's experts also stopped fighting. The earth-shattering battle cries suddenly disappeared. Heaven and earth quieted down. Everyone was looking at the blue-robed young man at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even the heavenly god river seemed to have slowed down. Only the wind whistled. Awesome! Awesome! Amidst the silence, Lu Yiping sighed and looked at Wu Jiujue kneeling in front of him, saying, "Get up. I've said it before, when you little brats see me in the future, you're not allowed to call me master." In the long years he spent in the Holy Forest, he had accepted 4 personal disciples and more than 10 in-name disciples. Before they left, Lu Yiping had told them that if they ever saw him again, they were not allowed to call him master. As for the reason, Lu Yiping did not mention it. Wu Jiujue, who was about to get up, panicked when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words, "Master." Disciple was too excited and forgot Master's teachings. Disciple deserves death. Master, please punish me. Seeing martial god Wu Jiujue in such a state after hearing Lu Yiping's words, everyone felt strange. There were many legends about the Holy Forest, but most of them were vague. No one knew what kind of strength the person in the Holy Forest had. Moreover, they were just legends. Moreover, some things happened too long ago and there were no records or evidence. Some people were skeptical. Seeing martial god Wu Jiujue in such a state, many experts felt that Wu Jiujue was exaggerating. Even if Lu Yiping was really his master, there was no need for him to be in such a state, right? With Wu Jiujue's identity and status in the Hingyuan world, there was no need for him to treat Lu Yiping in such a manner. Even Zhou Cheng was surprised. Seeing Wu Jiujue's terrified expression, Lu Yiping helped him up, saying, "Get up, just remember it next time." "Yes, master." Wu Jiujue replied respectfully. Hearing Wu Jiujue still calling him master, Lu Yiping shook his head inwardly, but he did not say anything. His gaze fell on the Dark Ghost Sect's brilliant ancestor, Dark Demon Hall's Old Ghost Gu, and Yellow Springs Devil Sects by Wu Chang. The Eye of Eternal Night appeared in Lu Yiping's hand. Brilliant ancestor, Old Ghost Gu, by Wu Chang, and the rest stared at the Eye of Eternal Night with burning eyes. Don't you want the Eye of Eternal Night? You can make your move now. Lu Yiping's voice was indifferent. Brilliant ancestor, lonely old ghost, white impermanence, and the others hesitated. Although martial god Jiuju was powerful, if the three of them joined forces, they were confident that they could suppress martial god Jiuju. However, they were not confident when facing Lu Yiping, whose strength they did not know. What? You don't dare to make a move? Lu Yiping said coldly. The old man beside brilliant ancestor, Tang Ji, couldn't help but sneer. The older you are, the stronger you are. I don't believe that you are that strong. Indeed, the older one was, the stronger one was. Many of the younger generation had reached the godly spirit realm in less than 1,000 years. There were also great emperors who had lived for thousands of years but still failed to become godly spirit realm. Moreover, one's lifespan was limited. The older one lived, the more their blood and qi would gradually dry up, and the body's various functions would also gradually decline. Just like martial god Jiuju's lifespan was about to end, his blood and qi had already dried up. When Tang Ji said this, his aura was released. Boundless ghost qi soared into the sky. Even the 9 heavens were shaken. Numerous wraiths formed a race barrier around his body. The world suddenly darkened. Chilly winds blew, and ghosts cried. The space around the heavenly mountain seemed to have fallen into a boundless ghost realm. Some of the experts who were close felt as though they were being haunted by wraiths, and their bodies trembled. Even many true gods were no exception. Peak late-stage heavenly god? An expert beside Old Man Gu exclaimed. He is indeed a peak late-stage heavenly god. Old Man Gu nodded with a look of surprise. He had never heard of this old man beside brilliant ancestor before. Since when did the Dark Ghost Sect have another peak late-stage heavenly god? At this time, Tang Ji's body was surrounded by a vast sea of heavenly god energy, and heavenly god laws appeared. 81,643. The Yellow Springs Devil Sects by Wu Chang exclaimed. Breaking through to the early stage heavenly god realm only required 10,000 heavenly god laws. As one's cultivation level increased, one would comprehend more heavenly god laws. 81,643 heavenly god laws was absolutely shocking. I didn't expect this person to be so strong. Old Man Gu said solemnly. 81,643 heavenly god laws. This was completely out of his expectations. Old Man Tang Ji pushed his heavenly god energy to the extreme, and a huge ghost saber appeared in his hand. This ghost saber had an image of an evil spirit on the front, and a strange rune on the back. The experts present could not recognize this rune. Ghost Prison Saber. The Yellow Springs Devil Sects by Wu Chang narrowed his eyes. Ghost Prison Saber? Old Ancestor is saying that this is the Ghost Prison Demon Venerable's Ghost Prison Saber from the Middle Ages? The Yellow Springs Devil Sects sect master was shocked. Ancient, Middle, Late Ages. There were top 10 experts in each era. The Ghost Prison Demon Venerable was one of the top 10 experts in the Calamity era of the Middle Ages. That's right, this is the Ghost Prison Demon Venerable's Ghost Prison Saber. The Yellow Springs Devil Sects by Wu Chang said solemnly, this saber is a supreme-grade divine artifact, but it's stronger than many supreme-grade divine artifacts. It can split an immemorial divine mountain. Old Man Tang Ji injected his heavenly god energy, and the Ghost Prison Saber faintly emitted the crimson blood qi. Ghost Prison Saber. Old Man Tang Ji broke through the air, and the Ghost Prison Saber in his hand slashed towards Lu Yiping. Layers of saber light broke through the air, and along with the saber light, there were billions of evil spirits. This Ghost Prison Demon Venerable was the strongest technique of the Ghost Prison Demon Venerable. According to the Divine Codex, the Ghost Prison Demon Venerable wielded the Ghost Prison Saber, and with one slash, he killed hundreds of heavenly gods. Looking at the incoming Ghost Prison Saber, Wu Jiujue and Taurus Longjiao were about to attack, but Lu Yiping said indifferently, no need. Then, he allowed the Ghost Prison Saber to slash down. Clang, the ghost prison saber slashed towards the top of Lu Yiping's head with a shocking blow. However, when the ghost prison saber slashed towards the top of Lu Yiping's head, it seemed to have hit an invisible boundary wall, and a loud clang was heard. The ghost prison saber stopped there, unable to move forward even half an inch. Everyone was stunned. Could it be the power of a plane? The Ying ghost sect's brilliant ancestor looked at the invisible boundary wall around Lu Yiping's body, and his calm expression finally changed. He has already surpassed the heavenly god realm? Bai Rucheng's expression also changed. Only those who had surpassed the heavenly god realm could control the power of a plane. Dark Demon Hall's old ghost Gu and other experts' faces paled. Surpassing the heavenly god realm, controlling the power of a plane. This was already the strength of a plane's ruler? In the next moment, everyone saw the ghost prison saber above Lu Yiping's head emitting a cracking sound. Although it was faint, it was clear to everyone's ears. The ghost prison saber that had killed countless true gods and heavenly gods cracked inch by inch. Old man Tang Ji was stupefied as he watched the ghost prison saber in his hand shatter into tiny fragments that fell from the sky. After he obtained this ghost prison saber, he was almost invincible. He could even easily cut through top-grade divine armors. It was incomparably sharp and indestructible. But now, it was actually shattered. Moreover, this Lu Yiping had yet to make a move. Looking at the shattered ghost prison saber, everyone was stupefied. The ghost prison saber was recorded in the god canon as a supreme ghost saber. Its fame had shaken both the ancient and modern times. Was it going to disappear from the Hingyuan world plane's history forever? Many experts who were familiar with the ghost prison saber's fame found it hard to believe that the ghost prison saber would disappear forever. At this time, Lu Yiping swung the Eye of Eternal Night in his hand. He didn't draw the sword, merely swinging it casually. A black ray of light cut through the ghost prison saber's ghost chi. Then, the black ray of light cut through old man Tang Ji's barrier. Then, the black ray of light cut through the heavenly gods' laws. The 81,643 heavenly gods' laws shattered inch by inch. The heavenly gods' laws were condensed from some kind of heaven and earth's energy. They were abnormally tough, but now, they were shattered. Finally, the black ray of light cut through old man Tang Ji's divine armor. The boundless ghost chi and the violent nether wind dissipated completely. Everyone looked over and saw a trail of blood extending from old man Tang Ji's neck all the way down to his lower abdomen. Tang Ji stared in disbelief at the cut on his chest and the trail of blood. This divine armor of his was a famous divine armor from the Middle Ages. In front of this Lu Yiping, it was so weak. Before everyone's eyes, the trail of blood on old man Tang Ji's chest split open. Old man Tang Ji was split into two halves, blood splattered in the air. His godhead and divine soul were also split into two halves. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at old man Tang Ji's corpse. Although true God realm experts had fallen since ancient times, there had never been a heavenly God realm expert that had fallen. Whether it was a heavenly God realm expert's body or divine soul, they were several times stronger than a true God realm expert. But now, a peak late-stage heavenly God realm expert with 81,643 heavenly gods' laws was dead. The dark ghost sect's brilliant ancestor, Xingyu, and the rest looked at old man Tang Ji's corpse with ugly expressions. Lu Yiping didn't look at old man Tang Ji's corpse. Instead, he looked at brilliant ancestor, old man Gu, white impermanence, and the rest and asked, anyone else wants to make a move? Brilliant ancestor, lonely old ghost, white impermanence, and the others remained silent. After a while, a stiff smile appeared on Bai Wucheng's white face. You must be joking, Your Excellency. The Netherworld Devil sect came here to go against the flow of the Heaven God River. We have no intention of attacking Your Excellency. Old Gu opened his mouth and said, we didn't know your identity before. If we did, we wouldn't have dared to come here even if we had 100 guts. He bowed and said, the Dark Demon Hall offended you earlier. We were blind. We are willing to offer 10 billion God stones as an apology. Sir, please forgive us. Lu Yiping replied indifferently, it's too late. Today, all of you shall die. White impermanence, old Gu, and the others' faces changed, and they retreated. At this time, brilliant ancestor said solemnly, Lu Yiping, do you really want to fight to the death? Although you have surpassed the heavenly God realm and can control the power of dimension, every time you use it, It will consume a lot of your god force and soul force. You can only use it a few times. Our Dark Ghost Sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Netherworld Devil Sect have an army of 100 billion. Even if we can't kill you, we can kill everyone around you. There's no harm in telling you the truth. Our Dark Ghost Sect has formed an alliance with the Netherworld Prison's Lifeless Sect. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The Lifeless Sect. The Netherworld Prison's Lifeless Sect. The Lifeless Sect was one of the strongest sects in the Netherworld Prison. In terms of strength, they were stronger than the Jotian Taiching Sword School. Moreover, the Lifeless Sect was cruel. If they were given a choice, they would rather offend the Taiching Sword School than offend the Lifeless Sect. After Brilliant Ancestor finished speaking, Lu Yiping took a step forward, and the Eternal Night Eye in his hand shot out. Brilliant Ancestor was shocked, and he retreated instinctively. At the same time, he activated all of his heavenly god's power, and the heavenly god's laws surrounded him. His celestial god laws had astonishingly reached 89,724, it was more than 8,000 more than the old man Tang Ji. In front of him, there was a huge shield of darkness. Dark Light Shield. Someone recognized the huge shield of darkness. The Dark Light Shield was the most precious treasure of the Dark Ghost Sect. It was a supreme defensive divine artifact. The Dark Light Shield was made from the skin of an ancient dark demon beast, and it was said to be able to absorb all attacks. Set up the Dark Ghost Formation. Kill him. Brilliant Ancestor roared. Old Ghost Gu from the Dark Demon Hall, Bai Wuchang from the Netherworld Devil Sect, and Lu Yiping were not willing to let this go. They gritted their teeth and shouted, "Set up the Dark Demon Formation. Netherworld Formation. Kill." Ghost Chi, Demonic Chi, and Corpse Chi instantly filled the sky. At this time, Lu Yiping's Eternal Night Eye pierced through the Dark Light Shield and pierced through the dark light on Brilliant Ancestor's body. It broke through his heavenly god's laws and pierced through his forehead. The Eternal Night Eye scabbard came out from the back of his head. Brilliant Ancestor's eyes widened. Lu Yiping was expressionless. The Eternal Night Eye in his hand trembled and shattered Brilliant Ancestor's head. Then, Lu Yiping took a step forward and swung his sword. Old Ghost Gu from the Dark Demon Hall's head fell to the ground. With another step, Bai Wuchang from the Netherworld Devil Sect was sliced in half. Killing a heavenly god in one step, and it was 3 peak late-stage heavenly gods. At this time, the ancient demon god Chang Liang's evil divine blade also flew out. It turned into 2 bloody rays of light and flew past the disciples of the Dark Ghost Sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Netherworld Devil Zhongzhong. Taurus Longjiao directly flew above the Dark Ghost Sect's army. Its golden ox leg expanded and became a pillar that supported the heavens as it stomped down. The Dark Ghost Sect's army fell from the sky like a storm. The ground shook. A rain of blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen also charged into the Netherworld Devil Sect and Dark Demon Hall's armies. When Zhou Cheng saw this, he also raised his Buddha's palm and pressed it against the Netherworld Devil Sect's army. Martial God Jiao Ju led the experts from Martial God Hall to attack the extreme celestial sect. Battle cries shook the sky. The Divine Mountain's perimeter was unknown. Blood rain poured down from the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. Thousands of miles of land and forests were completely dyed red. The experts from the other sects and families had fled far away, and they were all stunned when they saw the rain of blood. Is this a reenactment of the ancient battle of gods? The Yun family's patriarch, Yun Wei, felt a chill run down his spine, and his palms were sweating. After this battle, the Dark Ghost Sect, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Demon Hall will be finished. Chen Qingyang, the continent's #1 array master, felt his mouth go dry. Ever since the Middle Ages, the Eternity Plane hadn't had such a great battle for tens of thousands of years. Although the Shenwu continent's various empires fought with each other, it was like a child's play compared to the 100 billion soldiers in front of them. Lu Yiping's Eye of Eternal Night was still in its sheath, but his entire body was filled with sword chi that condensed into tens of thousands of sword formations. Wherever they passed, the experts of the Dark Ghost Sect, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Demon Hall were all killed. Lu Yiping arrived in front of Jiangyu from the Extreme Celestial Sect. Seeing Lu Yiping suddenly appear before him, Extreme Celestial Sect's Jiangyu's face fell into a state of panic. The 5 elemental sword beams around him shot towards Lu Yiping. However, when the 5 elemental sword beams reached Lu Yiping, they were dispersed by an invisible power. Lu Yiping, my master is Venerable Golden Light. He is currently living in seclusion in the Jiutian. Xianxia retreated in shock. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had already surpassed the heavenly god realm. Just like you, he is a master of a plane. If you let Extreme Celestial Sect leave, we will never set foot on Shenwu continent again. We will no longer be your enemy. Xiangyu's words caused an uproar among the experts present. Venerable Golden Light is still alive? Chen Qingyun was shocked. He is 1 generation older than martial god Jiuju. He is a powerhouse from the same era as Lord Sacred Demon. If Venerable Golden Light surpassed the heavenly god realm and became a master of a plane, his lifespan would increase greatly. That is indeed possible, Yunwei said. Venerable Golden Light was extremely famous, and he was a supreme powerhouse from the Sacred Demon era. Someone once said that if not for the Sacred Demon era, Venerable Golden Light would have been unparalleled in his generation. Venerable Golden Light. Lu Yiping's expression remained unchanged. That's right. My master, Venerable Golden Light, obtained a supreme scripture and cultivated a supreme Tao, Xianxia said. Lu Yiping exerted a suction force, pulling Extreme Celestial Sect's Xianxia before him. You! Extreme Celestial Sect's Xianxia panicked when he saw Lu Yiping, who was just inches away from him. Lu Yiping immediately searched his soul. Lu Yiping did not kill him immediately because he wanted to know the whereabouts of the killer path's killing god. Soon, the search ended. Lu Yiping sent a bolt of lightning down, and Xianxia was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he had already turned into a lump of charcoal. In the distance, Chen Qingyang, Yun Wei, and the rest looked at the Extreme Celestial Sect's Jiangyu's charred body with complicated feelings. Although the Extreme Celestial Sect's Xianxia was weaker than the Dark Ghost Sect's brilliant ancestor, he was still their generation's #1 expert. Now that Xianxia had fallen, it meant that from this moment onward, Xiangyu's era had come to an end. Seeing Xianxia die, some of the Extreme Celestial Sect's experts couldn't help but flee. However, not long after they left the vicinity of the Heavenly Mountain, a clump of sword chi descended from the sky and pierced through them. Lu Yiping said indifferently, I have already laid down a supreme sword formation in the space around the God of Heaven Mountain. No one can leave. Unless you kill me. Lu Yiping's voice resounded throughout the Heavenly Mountain. The experts from the Extreme Celestial Sect, Dark Demon Hall, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Ghost Sect, who were originally thinking of fleeing, fell into despair. Kill Lu Yiping, even Brilliant Ancestor, Lonely Old Ghost, and White Impermanence, 3 peak late-stage heavenly gods were killed by Lu Yiping in one strike. Killing Lu Yiping was no different from a fool's dream. The ancient fiend god Cheng Liang held the fiend god blade in his hand, turning into a blood-red tornado that spun around the Dark Demon Hall, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Ghost Sect's armies. Every time it spun, the blood-red hurricane would grow bigger and faster. Countless disciples of the Dark Demon Hall, the Netherworld Devil Sect, and the Dark Ghost Sect were swept into the hurricane. Then, they collapsed and became part of the bloody hurricane. Watching the ancient fiend god Cheng Liang sweeping through everything in his path, the Dark Devil Hall, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Yin Ghost Sect's disciples fell to the ground. None of them were a match for him. Chen Qingyang, Yun Wei, and the others were shocked. This fiend god's descendant's strength is so terrifying. I'm afraid his strength is no weaker than Brilliant Ancestor, White Impermanence, and the others. He might even be like Lu Yiping, a world lord? One of the Chen family's ancestors gulped. The heavenly god river's water is still as clear as ever. Everyone looked over and saw that when the Dark Demon Sect, Netherworld Devil Sect, and Dark Ghost Sect's disciples' blood rained down on the heavenly god river, the water was still as clear as ever. The slaughter continued. After an unknown amount of time, the Great Celestial Sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Netherworld Devil Sect's armies finally retreated, prostrating themselves on the ground and begging for mercy. When Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, ancient fiend god Cheng Liang, and the others stopped, they saw that the entire mountain was dyed red with blood. At a glance, there was nothing but red. The Chen family and Yun family's disciples who were watching from afar vomited. The Great Celestial Sect, Dark Ghost Sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Netherworld Devil Sect's remaining disciples were prostrating on the ground, no one was left standing. At this time, the Heavenly God River rumbled. The Heavenly God River that was flowing downstream suddenly stopped, then began to flow in reverse. As the Heavenly God River flowed in reverse, the entire river emitted a strange luster. The luster illuminated the sky. Above the Heavenly God River's source, all kinds of treasures emerged. There were spears, sabers, swords, and other divine artifacts. There were secret manuals. There were stalks of spiritual herbs. Chen Qingyang, Yun Wei, and the rest looked at the treasures floating above the Heavenly God River, their hearts burning with desire, but no one dared to step forward to snatch them. Everyone's attention was on the blue-robed figure. Lu Yiping looked at the divine artifacts, secret manuals, and spiritual herbs floating above the river, unmoved. These things were even worse than the things in Jiangyu, Ancestor Brilliant, Old Ghost Gu, and White Impermanence's spatial rings. However, Lu Yiping wasn't in a hurry. The good things would only appear later. This time, the Heavenly God River was 1 million years old. Even if there wasn't a second 9-colored divine Xianxia, there should be something comparable to it. An hour passed. Suddenly, a black lotus floated up from the bottom of the river. This black lotus had a hint of red within its black color. It was about half a person's height, exuding a strange fragrance. When the fragrance wafted out, everyone on the heavenly mountain felt refreshed. When Taurus Longjiao saw this black lotus, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Black lotus. The black lotus was the same as the 9-colored divine Xianxia, it could increase one's lifespan. Moreover, this black lotus was the same as the 9-colored divine Xianxia in the past, a 1-million-year-old one. Lu Yiping opened his palm and the black lotus fell into his palm. Lu Yiping looked at Taurus Longjiao's burning eyes and laughed, "Your butt is big enough, this black lotus is useless to you." He then passed the black lotus to Wu Jiujue. Wu Jiujue's lifespan was nearing its end. With this black lotus, it could increase his lifespan by a lot. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about his blood and qi drying up in the next 10,000 years. Wu Jiujue didn't expect Lu Yiping to give this black lotus to him. After a moment of shock, he said agitatedly, "Master, this black lotus, this disciple cannot accept it. I'm giving it to you, just accept it." Lu Yiping shook his head, "This thing is useless to me and Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin just wants to try something new." Wu Jiujue accepted it in the end. He knelt down and thanked Lu Yiping. After the black lotus, suddenly, an antique jade pendant floated up from the Heavenly God River. Seeing this jade pendant, Zhoucheng was surprised. Wasn't this the 2 pieces of jade he had given to Lu Yiping? The jade pendant that had appeared in the divine river was actually a dragon jade. Lu Yiping was also surprised when he saw the dragon jade appear. He had planned to wait until the divine river's reverse flow ended before heading to the Phantom Demon King's cave to see if there were any other 3 jade pendants. He had not expected that one would appear now. Lu Yiping used one hand to grab the dragon Hanyu on the surface of the river. Under the sunlight, the dragon jade reflected a mesmerizing light. Lu Yiping put it away. Now, he had the 3rd jade. That meant that there were still 2 left. Collecting all 5 jade would not only allow one to obtain the supreme techniques of the Primordial Origin Dragon, Primordial Origin Phoenix, and Water Fire Qilin, but also become the master of the Primordial Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Qilin clans. After the dragon jade, another item appeared in the divine river. Everyone was surprised when they saw this item. What floated out was a strangely shaped rock the size of a fist. The stone's surface had sharp edges, and its color resembled silver ore. Even the ancient demon god Chang Liang was puzzled, as he could not tell what this stone was. Lu Yiping took the stone in his hand and looked at it for a while. He already had a plan in mind. After the stone, the divine river's reverse flow slowly stopped, and nothing else appeared. After the divine river's reverse flow ended, the news of the divine river spread quickly. Jiangyu, Brilliant Ancestor, Tang Ji, Lonely Old Ghost, White Impermanence, and all the other Empyrean gods had fallen. Even the 100 billion soldiers of the extreme celestial sect, the Dark Ghost sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Netherworld Devil sect had been wiped out, shocking all 46 continents. Shenwu continent, Luo family. When Luo Zhen heard the news, he could not believe it. Jiangyu is dead? Even Brilliant Ancestor of the Dark Ghost sect, Lonely Old Ghost, and white impermanence of the Netherworld Devil sect died? As the head of the Luo family, he naturally knew what kind of existences Brilliant Ancestor, Lonely Old Ghost, and White Impermanence were. Yes. Not only Xianxia, Brilliant Ancestor, Lonely Old Ghost, and White Impermanence, all the ancestors, grand elders, and elders of the Great Celestial Sect, Dark Ghost Sect, Dark Demon Hall, and Yellow Springs Devil Sect were all killed. The Luo family expert's voice trembled. What's going on? Did you find out what happened at that time? Luozhen was shocked and angry. Due to the death of Sword God Luo Ning, the Luo clan had to deal with various matters. Therefore, the Luo clan did not participate in the Heaven God's reverse flow this time. The Luo family's expert shook his head. I couldn't find anything. None of the Great Celestial Gate, Dark Ghost Sect, Dark Devil Hall, and Netherworld Devil Sect's disciples who returned from the Heavenly God River dared to reveal what happened. Even the Chen family, Yun family, Baihui Empire, and other experts of the Taoist temple kept their mouths shut about what happened at the Heavenly God River. Then, he said in surprise, these people are full of fear at the mention of Lu Yiping. I don't know if they were threatened by Lu Yiping. The deaths of Xianxia, Brilliant Ancestor, Lonely Old Ghost, and White Impermanence were revealed by the experts of the Martial God Palace. Luozhen's face was extremely gloomy. However, the Great Celestial Gate's 4 sects came here to kill Lu Yiping. Therefore, Xianxia, Brilliant Ancestor, Lonely Old Ghost, and White Impermanence should have died at Lu Yiping's hands. The Luo family's experts swallowed hard. Many people are guessing that Lu Yiping has already surpassed the Heavenly God realm. Surpassed the Heavenly God realm. Luozhen spilled the wine cup in his hand. Master of a plane? Luozhen's voice trembled. The Luo family's expert paused for a moment before speaking. Lord Patriarch, about the old ancestors' matter, why don't we forget about it? He was referring to Sword God Luo Ning's death. Luozhen's expression was ugly. The Buddha-bearing mainland was the southernmost continent of the Hengyuan world plain. Almost all of the Hengyuan world plain's Buddhist forces were based on the Buddha-bearing mainland. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 5 out of 10 people on the Buddha-bearing mainland were Buddhist disciples. On this day, in a certain mountainous region of the Buddha-bearing mainland, a blue-robed young man was riding on a golden bull. Beside him was a sloppy old man riding a donkey and a black-robed young man riding a thunder-kirin horse. These people were none other than Lu Yiping, ancient fiend god Chang Liang, and Zhou Qing. This time, Lu Yiping came for the phantom shadow beast king's cultivation dwelling. Moreover, he had learned from Jiangyu's memories that the Path of Slaughter's headquarters was located on the Buddha-bearing mainland. However, this time, Zhang Jin and Zhao Wen did not follow Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping had the 2 of them stay at MT Black Sea to rebuild the Azura's Gate with Lu Peng, Lu Xiaoyu, Wei Bing, and Chen Yongyuan. Sensing the Buddhism energy permeating the Buddha-bearing mainland, ancient fiend god Chang Liang suddenly spoke. I wonder what happened to that evil Buddha guy. In the ancient times, there were 2 evils, one was the fiend god, and the other was the evil Buddha. Zhou Qing blanked for a second before asking, is it Lord Ancient Evil Buddha? Ancient fiend god Chang Liang nodded. Zhou Qing went on, Lord Buddha entered the Jiutian, but he was besieged by numerous Jiutian experts and died in the Jiutian lands. Dead? Ancient fiend god Chang Liang's voice was low. He did not have many friends, and ancient fiend gods were one of them. Zhou Qing added, Lord Buddha died miserably. According to the records, after his death, his Buddha relics were dug out, and even his body was divided equally, refined into Buddha resin. Ancient fiend god Chang Liang's eyes glinted coldly at Zhou Qing's words. He clenched his fists tightly. Who was it? Zhou Qing was baffled by ancient fiend god Chang Liang's reaction. He answered, according to the records, Lord Buddha was besieged by the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect, Six Eyes Sect, Demon Sealing Cult, and Stupa Gate. However, the Six Eyes Sect, Demon Sealing Cult, and Stupa Gate have long been destroyed. Only the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect remains. At the mention of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect, Zhou Qing's face turned solemn. The Taiching Sword School was one of the strongest super sects in the Jiutian lands, but compared to the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect, it paled in comparison. The Kuan-Pung Divine Sect had existed since the ancient times, through the Middle Ages, and the modern ages. Its power spread to every corner of the Jiutian lands, and it was the strongest force in the Jiutian lands, no one knew how strong the Kunpeng divine sect was. Some said that even the other 9 super sects in the Jiutian lands combined couldn't compare to the Kunpeng divine sect. The Kunpeng divine sect was also the only force that survived until now. The Six Eyes sect, Demon Sealing cult, and Stupa Gate were destroyed because they were swallowed by the Kunpeng divine sect. Kunpeng divine sect. Ancient fiend god Xianxia said coldly. Lu Yiping asked indifferently, who's the strongest in the Kunpeng divine sect now? Zhou was stunned, and he shook his head, I don't know. No one knows who's the strongest in the Kunpeng divine sect. The strongest person in the Jiutian lands is the sect master of the Kunpeng divine sect, Fei Jia. But there's definitely someone stronger than Fei Jia in the Kunpeng divine sect, and there might be more than one. Oh right, this Fei Jia is related to Jiangyu's master, Venerable Golden Light. Venerable Golden Light's sister is married to Fei Jia. Oh, Lu Yiping said, that means this Fei Jia is Venerable Golden Light's brother-in-law? Yes. Zhou glanced at Lu Yiping and said. The news of Jiangyu's death would soon reach Venerable Golden Light's ears. Half a day later, Lu Yiping's group arrived at the Sky Demon mountain range. The Phantom Demon King's cave was located in the deepest part of the mountain range. The Sky Demon mountain range was very large, and it was one of the largest mountain ranges in the Eternity Plain. By the time Lu Yiping's group arrived at the mountain range, the sky had already brightened. At the foot of the mountain, there were only a few villages. Zhou said, most of these villages are inhabited by descendants of demons. Some are even descendants of sky demons. Don't underestimate these villages because they are small. Some of them don't lack true god experts. Oh? Descendants of sky demons? Taurus Longjia was surprised. In ancient times, sky demons were the rulers of the demons. They were experts of the same era as the Master of Gods and the King of Eternal Night. Their strength was comparable to Chang Liang's, and they were also one of the top 10 experts of that era. Chang Liang was also surprised. Zhou nodded. Yes, but these descendants of sky demons have a thin bloodline. Furthermore, Skydemon's cultivation techniques have been lost. It will be difficult to restore the sky demons to their former glory. Lu Yiping suddenly said, the Phantom Demon King's cave is near the current Sky Demon tribe, right? Zhou replied, yes, the Sky Demon tribe is not far from the Phantom Demon King's cave. The group chatted as they walked into the Sky Demon mountain range. Outside the mountain range, there was no demonic aura, but once they entered, the deeper they went, the stronger the aura became. Not long after Lu Yiping's group entered the mountain range, they saw a large group in front of them. There were close to 10,000 people in this group, and they were all riding draconic horses. They wore heavy armor, and each of them had a powerful aura. The leader was a middle-aged man, and beside him was a young woman in a light purple dress. They are from the Dozhan Empire, Zhou said. The Dozhan Empire was the #1 empire on the Fujian continent. However, in terms of strength, they were several times stronger than the Big Dipper Empire on the Shenwu continent. Just as Lu Yiping's group passed by the opposing group, the middle-aged man and the young woman looked over. The middle-aged man suddenly asked Lu Yiping, little brother, are you also here to hunt demons? Lu Yiping glanced at him and said indifferently, no. But just as Lu Yiping was about to leave with Chang Liang, Zhou and the others, the young woman suddenly shouted, stop. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of experts from the Dozhan Empire surrounded her. The young woman stared at Lu Yiping. Since you're not here to hunt demons, why are you here? Taurus Longjiao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, little girl, what we do in the mountains is none of your business. Do we have to tell you every time we fart in the mountains? The young woman's pretty face suddenly became angry. However, right at this moment, the middle-aged man said, Xiaoer, don't be rude. The middle-aged man cupped his fists towards Lu Yiping and the others and said, dog girl was reckless, please forgive her. Taurus Longjiao chuckled and glared at the woman's chest. Feeling Taurus Longjiao's glare, the woman's face turned green. After Lu Yiping and the others left, the woman said, Father, that demonic bull is too hateful. If you didn't stop me, I would have gouged its eyes out. The middle-aged man's eyes were deep as he watched Lu Yiping and the others leave. He said, we're here for the Book of Heavenly Demon, don't create trouble. He then waved his hand and said to the people behind him, speed up, we're heading to the Sky Demon tribe. The experts behind him replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." The middle-aged man was none other than the Dozhan Empire's Prince Xu Yan. He was also the Dozhan Empire's current emperor's uncle. His authority in the Dozhan Empire was as high as the sky, and the experts under him were as numerous as the clouds. Hence, Xu Yan and the others increased their speed, riding on their dragon horses. However, no matter how fast they sped up, they still couldn't see Lu Yiping and the others in front of them. Xu Yan's brows furrowed. "They were clearly in front of us, why can't we see them? Why are they so fast? Or did they take another path?" Xu Yan was also puzzled. At the same time, thousands of miles away, the donkey spat at Taurus Longjiao, "You pervert, you're a disgrace to the refined." Taurus Longjiao laughed, "I've never been refined." Zhou Qing said, "That middle-aged man should be Prince Xu Yan of the Dozhan Empire." At this point, he said doubtfully, "They shouldn't be here to hunt demons. If that's the case, they wouldn't have sent so many experts." Chang Liang said expressionlessly, "Who cares what they're here for, as long as they don't get in our way." The few of them continued flying forward. The demonic chi was getting thicker and thicker. Especially when they were close to the Phantom Demon King's cave, the demonic chi condensed into many demonic shadows. These demonic shadows were condensed from the demonic chi spat out by the experts of the demon race during their cultivation. After countless years, they gradually gained sentience and could attack anyone who approached them. Even an ordinary Emperor Realm expert would find it hard to defend against them. These demonic shadows had no body or bloodline and were extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, they weren't afraid of true fire or lightning. However, the attacking demonic shadows were scattered before they could get close to Lu Yiping's group. After several dozen miles of demonic shadows, Lu Yiping's group stopped in front of a mountain peak. The mountain peak wasn't big, resembling a giant dormant scorpion. "The Phantom Demon King's cave is inside this mountain." Zhou Qing said, "However, there are layers of restrictions on this mountain. Back then, it took me several dozen years to break in." Just as Zhou Qing finished speaking, Lu Yiping flicked his finger. A giant talisman symbol flew up and smashed down like a mountain. In an instant, there was an explosion of light. Layers of light rippled on the mountain peak. Then, a spatial entrance appeared at the waist of the mountain, leading straight to the belly of the mountain. Zhou Qing was dumbfounded. The restrictions on the Phantom Demon King's cave that took him several dozen years to break in were broken just like that. It was only when Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Chang Liang entered that he reacted and hurried to catch up. After passing through the spatial entrance, they arrived at the belly of the mountain. What appeared in front of Lu Yiping's group was a super large hall. The hall was probably several hundred miles wide. Above the hall was a vast starry sky. Above the starry sky were numerous stars. These stars were rotating, and rays of starlight shone down from above. "Great Star Transposition Array!" Lu Yiping exclaimed as he looked at the rotating stars in the sky. The Great Star Transposition Array was famous in the ancient times. Although these starlight rays were no different from ordinary light rays, even Brilliant Ancestor, White Impermanence, and Old Ghost Goo would be pierced through if they came into contact with it. Zhou Qing looked at the starlight rays with a fearful expression. In the past, he had personally experienced the terror of these starlight rays. "Stay close to us," Lu Yiping reminded Zhou Qing. Then, he rode Taurus Longjiao into the hall. Zhou Qing didn't dare to hesitate, following closely behind. Zhou Qing noticed that when Lu Yiping passed by, the starlight rays from the stars moved to the side. Soon, they passed through the Great Star Transposition Array and arrived at the innermost part of the hall. In the innermost part of the hall, there were 4 massive stone pillars erected at the 4 corners. "Blue rock," Chang Liang said as he looked at the 4 stone pillars in front of him. Blue rock was the same as the violet sunstones in Sky Capital City's myriad god residents. It was a rare type of divine stone. Zhou Qing stared at the 4 stone pillars and gulped down a mouthful of wine. These 4 stone pillars were connected to the star shift array in the hall. Otherwise, he would have already moved them away in the past. Lu Yiping arrived in front of one of the stone pillars and suddenly punched out. Instantly, a huge hole appeared in the stone pillar that needed a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Zhou Qing was left speechless. This blue rock was even harder than violet sunstones. Moreover, there was the defensive strength of the star shift array. Even an early master of a world might not be able to break through it. Lu Yiping pulled out a crystal the size of 2 fists from the stone pillar. In the center of this crystal, there was a golden flame. Zhou Chen was puzzled. What kind of crystal was this? With his experience, he had never seen or heard of a crystal that could produce golden flames. Golden flame crystal. Taurus Longjiao stared at the crystal, his eyes blazing. Good stuff. Chang Liang also said. Lu Yiping looked at the golden flame crystal in his hand and said, what a pity, it's still a bit lacking. Then, he tossed the golden flame crystal to Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao opened his mouth and chewed. Then, he swallowed it down. His body trembled and he spat out wisps of golden flames. Awesome. Zhou Chen arrived in front of another stone pillar and punched it again. Then, he took out a golden core. Golden core. Demonic energy swept out. The entire hall darkened. This is? Zhou Chen was shocked. The monster core of a fake king powerhouse? Of course not. Taurus Longjiao said, the demonic energy of a fake king powerhouse's monster core is much stronger than this. Zhou Chen was stunned. Then, Lu Yiping blasted open another 2 stone pillars and took out the items within. The third stone pillar was a book. Heavenly Fei Divine Canon. Zhou Chen was puzzled. He knew of the Book of Heaven Fei, but he had never heard of the Heaven Fei Divine Canon. As for the 4th stone pillar, it was a tree block. The tree was completely dried up, without any signs of life. Taurus Longjiao looked at the tree block and was also puzzled. What tree block is this? Chang Liang was also puzzled. Lu Yiping flipped through it and muttered, it should be something from before the primordial world. He could only tell that it was something from before the primordial age, but he couldn't tell what kind of tree it was. Then, he planted the tree block on one of the Jiutian soil. Although the tree had lost all signs of life, the Jiutian living soil might be able to revive it. Following that, Lu Yiping arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Currently, they were in the outer palace. It wasn't even the core of the cave. The door to the inner hall was also made of blue rock. There were 3 ancient arrays on it, and each array was no weaker than the stellar transposition array. Furthermore, the 3 arrays complemented each other. However, Lu Yiping only gave a light push, and the door to the inner hall was pushed open. Zhou Chen was naturally dumbfounded. Back then, he had used all sorts of methods to open the door to the inner hall, but to no avail. The inner hall was not large, only a few hundred square meters in size. The 4 walls were filled with books, and in the middle of the hall was a cauldron used for refining pills. Other than that, there was nothing else. A vertical eye appeared in the middle of Lu Yiping's brows as he scanned the hall. Every corner of the hall and every hidden space was reflected in the vertical eye. But moments later, Lu Yiping retracted his vertical eye with a look of disappointment. Originally, he was still hoping that the other 2 pieces of Dragon Han Jade would be in the inner hall of Phantom Demon King's cave abode. However, he did not discover the other 2 pieces of Dragon Han Jade. Is this the divine mirage cauldron that Phantom Demon King used to refine pills? Zhou Chen came in front of the cauldron in the middle of the inner hall, his eyes burning. That's right, this is the divine mirage cauldron. Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and the lid of the divine mirage cauldron flew up. Instantly, rays of light filled the sky, and golden cores flew out from the cauldron, trying to escape. However, just as these golden cores were about to fly out of the inner hall, Lu Yiping retrieved all of them. Divine artifacts had their own spirits, and after millions of years, these golden cores had also given birth to their own spirits. According to their previous agreement, Lu Yiping gave Zhou Chen a third of these golden cores and the other items in the hall. Lu Yiping kept all the books in the hall to see if he could find any records of the remaining 2 pieces of Dragon Han Jade. As for the divine mirage cauldron and the blue stone pillars in the outer hall, Lu Yiping and the rest kept them as well. After all, there was no point in leaving them here. Lu Yiping and the rest did not stay any longer and left the cave abode. Master, are we going to Sky Demon Tribe? Taurus Longjiao asked. Since it's not far, let's go and take a look. Lu Yiping replied. Taurus Longjiao had a long history with the demon race. In ancient times, the heavenly demons were its descendants. Hence, the few of them headed towards the Sky Demon Tribe. Before long, they could see the Sky Demon Tribe from afar. Just as the few of them were nearing the Sky Demon tribe, a group of experts flew out from the Sky Demon tribe. The leader of the group was the current tribe leader of the Sky Demon tribe, Hao Meng. Hao Meng saw Zhou Qing from afar and laughed excitedly. I heard from my subordinates that Senior Zhou Qing was here. I didn't believe it at first, but when I came out to take a look, it was really Senior Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. He then turned to Lu Yiping and said, I stayed in the Mirage Demon King's cave abode for many years. Hence, I'm quite familiar with these kids from the Sky Demon tribe. When they arrived in front of Lu Yiping and the rest, the tribe leader of the Sky Demon tribe bowed to Zhou Qing. Senior Zhou Qing, who are these people? Hao Meng asked. Zhou Qing turned to look at Lu Yiping. Regarding Lu Yiping's identity, it wasn't appropriate for him to introduce Lu Yiping to the rest of the group. Lu Yiping replied plainly, Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping? When Hao Meng heard this, he jumped in shock, Zither Immortal Prince. Although the Sky Demon tribe lived in seclusion within the Sky Demon Mountains and rarely ventured out, the Sky Demon tribe members had heard of the battle at Heaven God's River. The faces of the Sky Demon tribe members fell. Just call me Master Lu. Lu Yiping replied, we were just passing by and decided to take a look at the Sky Demon tribe. Hao Meng reacted and hurriedly replied, Master Lu and Senior Zhou Qing have arrived at the Sky Demon tribe. It's an honor for the Sky Demon tribe. Master Lu, Senior Zhou Qing, please come in. Under the warm welcome of the Sky Demon tribe members, Lu Yiping and the rest of the group entered the Sky Demon tribe. Not long after Lu Yiping and the rest of the group entered the Sky Demon tribe, the group from the Dozhan Empire arrived outside the Sky Demon tribe. Zhu Yan looked at the Sky Demon tribe members who were standing amidst the ancient trees and shouted out coldly, set up the thunderous killing spell and seal off all escape routes for the Sky Demon tribe. At this point, Lu Yiping and the rest followed the tribe leader into the inner sanctum of the Sky Demon tribe. However, as soon as they entered the inner sanctum, Lu Yiping realized that the good fortune jade disc within his body had started to vibrate. Lu Yiping was taken aback. Ever since he had the good fortune jade disc, it had never acted so strangely before. What was going on? He was connected to the good fortune jade disc and could feel it guiding him deeper into the Sky Demon tribe. Lu Yiping opened his third eye and looked through the inner sanctum of the good fortune jade disc. Finally, he arrived at the Sky Demon tribe's ancestral hall. Within the Sky Demon tribe's ancestral hall, there were several jade tokens placed around. Right in the middle of the hall was a jade-colored plate. That jade plate was the good fortune jade disc. The good fortune jade disc was formed from the 24 petals of the Genesis green lotus. There were a total of 24 pieces. He had the most important piece of the good fortune jade disc. As for the other 23 pieces, they were nowhere to be found. Now, there was actually a piece of the good fortune jade disc within the ancestral hall. Lu Yiping could not suppress the excitement in his heart. With a suction force from the void, the creation jade disc flew out of the Heaven Fei ancestral temple and passed through various obstacles before landing in Lu Yiping's hand. Just as Hao Kuang was about to invite Lu Yiping to sit down, he saw a jade disc appear in Lu Yiping's hands. He looked at it and realized it was the same piece of jade from the ancestral hall. He couldn't help but ask, Master Lu, does this belong to our ancestral hall? Where did you get this piece of jade? Lu Yiping looked at him curiously. Hao Kuang replied, a few thousand years ago, this piece of jade was obtained by one of my uncles, Hao Bai. As for what it is, we don't know. However, this jade can calm one's heart and clear one's mind. It can repel evil spirits and has many other uses. Then where is your uncle now? Lu Yiping asked. My uncle loves to travel. He left the Sky Demon tribe 4,000 years ago and hasn't returned since. Hao Kuang shook his head. Lu Yiping frowned. He thought for a moment, then said to Hao Xian, I'll give you 10 supreme-grade divine artifacts, 100 supreme-grade divine pills, and 10 billion godstones in exchange for this jade. How about that? Hao Kuang and the Sky Demon tribe martial artists were stunned. Even Zhou Qing and Chang Liang were surprised. Although Chang Liang was an ancient evil god, he couldn't recognize the creation jade disc. Sir, please allow me to discuss with the ancestors of the tribe. Hao Meng came back to his senses and said. Lu Yiping nodded. Just as Hao Chang was about to discuss the matter with the Sky Demon tribe elders, the sky suddenly darkened. Thunderclouds filled the sky as lightning crackled in the sky. This thunderous roar transformed into a formless wave that swept across the entire Sky Demon tribe. The Sky Demon tribe members were all shocked. Major thunderous killing formation. Liu Yiping looked at the thunderous roars in the sky as his face turned cold. He pointed a finger at the sky, causing the sky to brighten. Everyone could see a pillar of light shooting up into the sky, straight into the Jiutian Mountains. The sky, which was originally filled with thunderclouds and thunderbolts, was instantly blasted apart. All the thunderclouds dissipated in an instant. Not only that, the heavenly killing formation descended like a heavenly pillar. The martial artists of the Dozhan Empire who were setting up the major thunderous killing formation were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Zhu Yan and his daughter, Zhu Ling, who were standing outside the major thunderous killing formation, froze as they looked at the mist of blood. The martial artists of the Dozhan Empire who had followed him here were all great emperors. There were even a few godly spirits and 6 true gods. All of them were killed by a single finger. Heavenly killing formation. Zhu Yan looked at the descending finger and spoke with difficulty. It was an ancient martial art that had been lost since the ancient times. Liu Yiping took a step forward and arrived outside the Sky Demon tribe. "It's you." Zhu Ling looked at Liu Yiping and couldn't believe her eyes. At this point, Zhou Qing, Hao Luo, and the rest followed behind him. Outside, there was not a single blade of grass. Everything was destroyed and the ground was flattened. Clouds of blood were still floating in the air. Chang Liang retrieved the evil god blade from his waist. Just as he was about to attack, Zhou Qing suddenly shouted, "Wait." He then looked at Liu Yiping and said, "Master Liu, I was good friends with the Dozhan Empire's founder. I hope that Master Liu can give me some face and let these two go. How about it?" Hearing that Zhou Qing was good friends with the Dozhan Empire's founder, Zhu Yan was shocked. "You are Senior Zhou Qing?" Liu Yiping didn't reply. Zhou Qing knew that Liu Yiping had given his silent consent. Hence, he allowed Zhu Yan and Zhu Ling to kowtow and thank him before allowing them to leave. Actually, Zhou Qing knew that Zhu Yan and Zhu Ling had ordered their subordinates to set up the thunderous killing array to deal with the Sky Demon tribe members and not Liu Yiping. Hence, he dared to plead for mercy. Many thanks to Master Liu for saving the Sky Demon tribe. After some time, Hao Luo cupped his fists and thanked Liu Yiping. "It's nothing much." Liu Yiping shook his head. Nothing much. The Sky Demon tribe members looked at the barren land and felt a chill run down their spines. Liu Yiping and the rest of the Sky Demon tribe members returned to the main hall. Hao Luo had wanted to discuss with the Sky Demon tribe's ancestors before deciding on the exchange of the jade plates. However, the moment he returned to the main hall, he agreed to it immediately. However, when he received Liu Yiping's divine weapons, pills and stones, Hao Luo's face was filled with embarrassment. It was night time. Liu Yiping sat cross-legged in the room that the Sky Demon tribe had arranged for him. Above his head, there were 2 pieces of good fortune jade plates reflecting off each other, emitting rays of light. The members of the Sky Demon tribe were unable to understand the good fortune jade plate. In the hands of the Sky Demon tribe, the good fortune jade plate was just an ordinary divine weapon. However, at this moment, numerous Tao flowed out from the good fortune jade plate. Liu Yiping was trying to understand the Tao within the good fortune jade plate. The night passed by quickly. Liu Yiping woke up and kept the good fortune jade plate back into his body. The second good fortune jade plate had a total of 100 Tao, including the Tao of darkness, Tao of light and Tao of stars. Including the first good fortune jade plate, he now had a total of 1,100 Tao. After that, Liu Yiping didn't stay in the Sky Demon tribe any longer. He left with Taurus Longjiao and the others. Before they left, Liu Yiping asked Hao Luo to contact him if there was any news about his uncle Hao Bai. After leaving the Sky Demon tribe, Liu Yiping headed towards the imperial capital of the Dozhan Empire. The headquarters of the Path of Killing was located in the imperial capital of the Dozhan Empire. However, just as Liu Yiping and the others were heading towards the imperial capital of the Dozhan Empire, Zhou Qing received a message on the way. His face fell as he said to Liu Yiping, "Master Liu, something has happened in the Taihua Buddha sect. I have to go back." Liu Yiping saw Zhou Qing's expression and asked, "Do you need our help?" Zhou Qing shook his head and said that it wasn't a big deal. He then cupped his fists and bid farewell to Liu Yiping and the others. Taurus Longjiao looked at Zhou Qing and said, "It seems like something big has happened in the Taihua Buddha sect. However, with Zhou Qing's strength, he should be able to deal with it." Chang Liang said. Although Zhou Qing wasn't a plain lord, his strength was comparable to the Yin Ghost sect's brilliant ancestor, Old Ghost Gu, and White Impermanence. Lu Yiping's group continued their journey to the Battle Empire's capital city. 2 days later, Lu Yiping's group arrived at the Battle Empire's capital city. The moment they entered the capital city, they saw Buddha statues and Buddhist buildings on both sides of the streets. The shops on both sides of the street were selling Buddhist items. This Battle Empire's capital city looks like the Saint Buddha Empire's capital city in the past, Chang Liang said as he looked at the bustling buildings. In the ancient times, the Saint Buddha Empire was the #1 empire in the Hingyuan world. The Saint Buddha Emperor was someone from the same era as him, and he was evil Buddha's brother. Taurus Longjiao's eyes were deep as he said, "It's a pity for Buddha Venerable." In the past, Buddha Venerable had challenged the devil race's sovereign to a battle in the Heavenly Devil region. That battle had nearly caused the Heavenly Devil region to collapse. But in the end, Buddha Venerable was killed. Buddha Venerable's blood dyed the Heavenly Devil region's mountains and rivers red. When Taurus Longjiao heard about Buddha Venerable's death, he even shed tears. Lu Yiping snorted, "The Dark Borer race's people deserve to die. If it weren't for the Dark Borer race, Buddha Venerable wouldn't have died in the Heavenly Devil region." Could the 9 ultimate god burial array in the battlefield of gods be set up by the Dark Borer race? Taurus Longjiao asked. Lu Yiping shook his head, "We don't know yet." "There's a 9 ultimate god burial array in the battlefield of gods?" Chang Liang asked with a shocked expression. Lu Yiping nodded and told Taurus Longjiao about the 9 ultimate god burial array in the battlefield of gods underground space. Chang Liang's eyes were cold. "If it's really related to the Dark Borer race, I'll kill them all." Taurus Longjiao shook his head. "It's easier said than done to exterminate those monsters." The Yinba clan had been around since the ancient era, but no one knew how many people there were in the Yinba clan and how strong they were. Chang Liang frowned. He suspected that the man with the ghost mask who sealed his eternal demon heart was an expert of the Yin Borer clan. Of course, he wasn't sure if that was the case. Who would have thought that the Killer Path's headquarters would be in the imperial capital of the Dozhan Empire? Taurus Longjiao changed the topic and said, "However, Sun Yan is pretty smart." The leader of the Killer Path was Sun Yan, nicknamed the Killing God. Of course, he had another identity in the Battle Empire. He was the Battle Empire's Grand Marshal, Su Ying. Therefore, Lu Yiping and the others chatted as they walked towards the Marshal's residence. Just as Lu Yiping's group was making their way to Marshal Sun Yan's residence, a large group of experts riding on tiger beasts suddenly appeared behind them. When the passers-by saw who it was, they all retreated to the sides in panic. "It's the Third Prince." The newcomers were none other than the Third Prince of the Battle Empire, Zhu Yonghe, and his subordinates. Zhu Yonghe's subordinates arrived in the blink of an eye and passed by Lu Yiping's group. A strong gust of wind swept up. Looking at the direction the Third Prince is heading, he should be going to attend Miss Su Feng's Zither recital? It should be. Miss Su Feng holds a Zither recital every year. This time, she even invited the unfettered Buddha sect's young lord, the star-plucking Buddha's disciple. I heard that even the Pill King Hall's young lord is coming. Even the Pill King Hall's young lord is coming. Miss Su Feng's reputation is too great. Miss Su Feng is our Battle Empire's #1 beauty, and also our Buddha mainland's #1 beauty. She's not inferior to the Luo family's holy maiden Luo Tong. The surrounding people discussed as they watched the Third Prince of the Battle Empire leave. Zither recital? Taurus Longjiao laughed. "I love to listen to Zither music." Hearing this, Chang Liang revealed a rare smile. "Senior Shao Jin has been practicing Zither music with the Lord. I wonder how it's going." Taurus Longjiao laughed. "I've already cultivated to the 4th layer of the Zither Immortal Realm." Zither Immortals were also divided into different realms. The highest Zither Immortal Realm was the 10th layer. Lu Yiping laughed. This old bull always bragged without thinking. Zither Immortal Realm, the 10th layer of the Zither Immortal Realm was the Zither Immortal Realm, and the 4th layer was the Zither Attendant Realm. Currently, Taurus Longjiao had barely entered the Zither Attendant Realm and could only play a tuneless tune. Hearing Taurus Longjiao say that he had cultivated to the 4th layer of the Zither Immortal Realm, Chang Liang laughed. When I have time, I want to listen to Senior Xiao Jin's Zither Immortal Dao. Taurus Longjiao coughed lightly. We'll talk about this later. At this time, a group of young men and women were sitting in the main hall of Marshal Sun Yan's residence. Sitting in the main seat of the main hall was Sun Yan's daughter, Su Feng. Su Feng was born with the phoenix physique. In terms of talent and beauty, she was on par with the Luo family's Luo Tong. In the main hall, a young man dressed in a light white robe, exuding a scholarly aura, was playing the zither. When the sound of the zither came out, it actually floated in the main hall like smoke. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. The sound of the zither was originally formless, but now, it condensed and flew out. Affected by the sound of the zither, many butterflies and birds in the back garden of the marshal's residence flew into the main hall and danced in the main hall. Everyone in the main hall listened attentively. After a while, the song ended. Everyone was still immersed in the zither realm. Su Feng was the first to clap her hands and smiled at the scholarly young man. Su Feng is sincerely convinced by young hall master Shi Yan's zither realm. In my opinion, even Hao Dan is far from being comparable to young hall master Shi Yan. The scholarly young man was the Pil King Hall's young hall master, Shi Yan. Shi Yan smiled. I'm ashamed, brother Hao Dan is senior six-fingered zither devil's disciple. How can my little zither skills compare to brother Hao Dan? The star-plucking Buddha's disciple, Xiaohong, spoke. Shi Yan, you're too humble. In my opinion, with your zither skills, even Lu Yiping is inferior to you. Everyone says that Lu Yiping has entered the realm of Zither Immortal, but I think it's just flattery. Battle Empire's third prince Zhu Yong also smiled. Brother Xiaohong is right. I also feel that the so-called Zither Immortal realm is just flattery for Lu Yiping by those vulgar people. Not only is brother Shi Yan's Zither realm unparalleled, even his alchemy skills are unparalleled. Adding brother Shi Yan's strength, I think it won't be long before you can inherit the Medicine King Hall's Hall Master position. The unfettered Buddha sect's young Lord Hifeng smiled. The Medicine King Hall's young Hall Master Shi Yan smiled. Father does have such a plan. He said to let me familiarize myself with the Medicine King Hall's affairs in these 3 years. Hearing this, everyone cupped their fists and congratulated Shi Yan. Just as Su Feng was about to speak, a blood-curdling scream sounded. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Su Feng's brows furrowed, and she said to a maid beside her, "Go out and see what's going on." The maid beside her was an expert. The maidservant acknowledged and then came out of the main hall. The moment she came out, she saw a few disciples of the Su mansion who were guarding outside the mansion being kicked into the air. When her face sank, she saw a young man in a blue robe and a young man in a black robe, respectively riding a cow and a horse, walk in. When the maid saw a blue-robed young man and a black-robed young man barging in on a cow and a horse, she snapped angrily, "Insolent! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the marshal's mansion?" She reached out with one hand, grabbing Lu Yiping and Chang Liang. A terrifying aura burst out from her body. She was a God Realm expert, and an early God Realm expert at that. Seeing the maid making a move, Taurus Longjiao raised his leg and slapped the maid into the ground. Boom, the entire marshal's mansion shook. Then, Taurus Longjiao stepped over the maid's corpse. Although the maidservant had concealed it very well, she had cultivated the dark codex of the killing path. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. Inside the main hall, Su Feng, Pil King Hall's young master Shi Yan, Battle Empire's third prince Zhu Yong, and the others were stunned when they heard the commotion outside. Right at this time, they saw a blue-robed young man riding in on a cow, followed by a black-robed young man. Everyone was surprised. "Who are you?" Su Feng's face sank, glaring at Lu Yiping and Chang Liang. "Where's my maid?" "Dead." Taurus Longjiao didn't seem to care. "Both of you deserve to die." Su Feng was enraged, and her palm struck out at Lu Yiping and Chang Liang. The aura of an early true God Realm expert swept out, and her palm force was bluish-green in color. The frigid air was shocking, and the hall was covered in bluish-green ice fragments. The dragon-horn golden bull directly swept its leg over, and Su Feng was hit. Her entire body flew out, smashing through the main hall, then smashing through the many buildings of the commander's mansion, and finally falling into the backyard garden. It happened so abruptly that the Pil King Hall's young master Shi Yan, Battle Empire's third prince Zhu Yong, star-plucking Buddha's disciple Xiaohong, and the free and unfettered Buddha sect's young lord Hefeng were dumbfounded. No one expected this blue-robed young man to barge in, and Su Feng to attack. Su Feng was sent flying, everything happened too fast. But everyone reacted quickly. Peking Hall's young hall master Shi Yan, Battle Empire's third prince Xu Yong, and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Indifferent, Shi Yan looked at Liu Yiping. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the Grand Marshal's residence in the imperial capital of the Dozhan Empire and kill and injure people without restraint?" The third prince of the Battle Empire, Xu Yong, glared at Huang Xiaolong coldly. "I don't care who you are. You dare to kill people in my imperial capital's martial mansion? There's no place for you in this world." Liu Yiping pulled Su Feng, who was in the back garden, back to him. Su Feng, who was still graceful and noble just a moment ago, was now covered in dirt and blood. Her hair was disheveled. "Where is Sun Yan?" Liu Yiping asked calmly. Just now, he had scanned the marshal's residence with his spiritual force and found that Su Ying was not there. Su Feng was the hall master of one of the Killing Path's halls. "What Sun Yan? I don't know what you're talking about." Su Feng glared at Liu Yiping, her eyes brimming with killing intent. That look in her eyes indicated that she wanted nothing more than to kill Liu Yiping. Peking Hall's young hall master Shi Yan stepped forward, glaring daggers at Liu Yiping. "This one is Peking Hall's young hall master Shi Yan, let her go. This is the Battle Empire's Marshal Su Ying's residence. The person you're looking for is not here." Battle Empire's third prince Xu Yong retorted angrily. "I've already sent an order to the imperial capital's army. My Battle Empire's army will be here soon." The unfettered Buddha sect's young lord Hefeng cupped his fists. "This one is the unfettered Buddha sect's young lord. Is there some misunderstanding? Please let her go." Indifferent, star-plucking Buddha's disciple Xie Xiaohong looked at Liu Yiping. "This one is star-plucking Buddha's disciple Xie Xiaohong. You better let her go now, or no one in this world can save you." Peking Hall, Battle Empire, one of the Buddha mainland's 4 super forces, the unfettered Buddha sect, one of the Buddha mainland's 5 Buddhas, the star-plucking Buddha. With all these forces added together, it was no exaggeration to say that no one would dare to protect Liu Yiping. Even if the great celestial Gates Jiangyu was still around, he would still have to think twice. Liu Yiping stared at Su Feng with indifference. "You don't know what I'm talking about? Your father Su Ying's real name is Sun Yan. He's the leader of the Killer Path. And you, your real name is Sun Feng, a hall master of the Killer Path." Peking Hall's young lord Shi Yan and the others were surprised. Su Feng, however, glared at Liu Yiping. "Nonsense, you're full of nonsense." Star-plucking Buddha's disciple Xie Xiaohong glared coldly at Liu Yiping. "I told you to let her go, didn't you hear me? Noisy." Liu Yiping waved his hand, slapping star-plucking Buddha's disciple Xie Xiaohong's face. In an instant, Xie Xiaohong was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar. Everyone was shocked. Liu Yiping then searched Su Feng's soul. In fact, Liu Yiping really didn't want to search a woman's memories. Soon, the soul search ended. It turned out that Sun Yan was summoned to the Battle Empire's Emperor Zhu Zheng's palace. Liu Yiping finished searching Su Feng's soul, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his palm, turning Su Feng into charcoal. He then left the marshal's mansion with Taurus Longjiao and Chang Liang. In the main hall, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Su Feng's charcoal body. "Su Feng!" Star-plucking Buddha's disciple Xie Xiaohong screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "I don't care who you are, I will kill you." One of the young lords in the main hall said, looking at the direction he left, "It seems like he's heading to the Battle Emperor Palace." Everyone rushed out and saw Liu Yiping and Chang Liang heading towards the Battle Emperor Palace. Indifferent, the Battle Empire's third prince Xu Yong said, "Marshal Su Ying was summoned to the Battle Emperor Palace by my Emperor father. It seems like he's planning to barge into the Battle Emperor Palace. But he's courting death. Does he think that our Battle Emperor Palace is the Marshal's mansion, where he can come and go as he pleases? With our Battle Empire's progenitor here, even a heavenly god won't dare to act recklessly in our Battle Emperor Palace." The Battle Empire's progenitor was an expert from the same era as the Great Flower Buddha sect's Zhou Qing and the Martial God Hall's Martial God Jiu Ju. At the same time, inside the Battle Emperor Palace, the Battle Emperor Zhu Jing had gathered a group of Battle Empire's marshals and ancestors to discuss some matters. Zhu Zhang's expression was solemn as he said, I just received news that someone has broken the Great Flower Buddha Sect's Devil Cavern Grand Formation. Billions of devils are rushing out from the Devil Cavern. What? The Great Flower Buddha Sect's Devil Cavern was broken? One of the Battle Empire's ancestors exclaimed, the Devil Cavern Grand Formation has suppressed billions of devils since ancient times. If these devils escape, not only will the Great Flower Buddha Sect be destroyed, but the entire Buddha mainland will be plunged into misery and suffering. Even our Battle Empire will be affected. Zhu Jing nodded, I heard that even Senior Zhou is rushing back. Then, he said solemnly, but there are billions of devils in the Devil Cavern. Even Senior Zhou and the Great Flower Buddha Sect's experts won't be able to suppress them. Countless disciples of the Great Flower Buddha Sect have already been sucked dry by these devils. In less than 3 days, the Great Flower Buddha Sect will be destroyed. Right now, many sects and empires' experts are rushing to the Great Flower Buddha Sect to reinforce them, but the effect is not great. Zhu Jing continued, moreover, some of them are going to reinforce the Great Flower Buddha Sect on the surface, but in reality, they've set their eyes on the Buddhist treasures in the Great Flower Buddha Sect's treasury. They're robbing the Great Flower Buddha Sect of their treasures. This was undoubtedly one disaster after another for the Great Flower Buddha Sect. The Battle Emperor Zhu Jing swept his gaze over the crowd and asked, what does everyone think about this? Sun Yan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, I suggest that we lead our troops to the Great Flower Buddha Sect and plunder their Buddhist treasures. The Devil Cave's Grand Formation is broken and can't be repaired. As long as it can't be repaired, the great devils inside will continue to come out. The Great Flower Buddha Sect's destruction is certain. Since that's the case, it's useless for us to send reinforcements. Instead of letting the other sects and empires benefit, why not let them fall into the hands of our Battle Empire? With these Buddhist treasures, our Battle Empire's strength will increase significantly. Sun Yan's words stunned everyone in the hall. The Battle Emperor Zhu Jing didn't speak, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. It was clear that he was considering Sun Yan's suggestion. Sun Yan added, moreover, the Great Flower Buddha Sect's destruction isn't a good thing for our Battle Empire. If it weren't for the Great Flower Buddha Sect, our Battle Empire would have conquered the Buddha mainland long ago. The Great Flower Buddha Sect was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Buddha mainland. If they wanted to conquer the Buddha mainland, the Great Flower Buddha Sect would be an unavoidable obstacle. That's right, I agree with Marshal Su Ying's suggestion. One of the Battle Empire's ancestors spoke, with the Great Flower Buddha Sect destroyed, our Battle Empire will definitely conquer the Buddha mainland. Emperor, we can gather a group of Divine Spirit Realm experts and rush over to the Great Flower Buddha Sect to plunder their Buddhist treasures. Sun Yan added, although the Great Flower Buddha Sect's destruction and the emergence of billions of great devils will affect our Battle Empire, these great devils will scatter after escaping from the Great Flower Buddha Sect. Therefore, it won't affect our Battle Empire much. The Battle Emperor Zhu Jing agreed, alright, since that's the case, pass down my order. Gather all Divine Spirit Realm experts and gather them at the Emperor Palace. Right at this time, a loud explosion shook the hall. Through the hall, the crowd saw groups of Emperor Palace guards being sent flying into the hall, crashing into the square outside the hall. Everyone was stunned. The Battle Emperor Zhu Jing's face sank, and he took a step out of the hall. Everyone rushed out of the hall. At this time, countless experts and guards rushed out of the Battle Emperor Palace, filling the sky and the ground. But when the Battle Emperor Palace's guards rushed out, they were blasted back wave after wave. From afar, the guards of the warring empire looked like a swarm of locusts, constantly smashing down. However, the Dozhan Empire's guards rushed forward from all directions. The other party seemed to have grown impatient. Suddenly, a sky-shaking bull roar sounded. In the airspace above the Battle Emperor Palace, the guards and experts that had been rushing out were all knocked down by the terrifying sound waves. The sky was empty. Immediately after, a light flashed in front of everyone, and a blue-robed young man and a black-robed young man appeared before everyone. The Battle Emperor, Zhu Jing, looked at Lu Yiping with an ugly expression. Who are you? How has my Battle Empire offended you? Lu Yiping swept his gaze over the Grand Marshals and Patriarchs of the Battle Empire before his gaze finally landed on Sun Yan. The leader of the Path of Killing, Sun Yan, Lu Yiping said indifferently. Sun Yan's face suddenly turned cold. You've got the wrong person. He continued, you barged into my Battle Emperor palace with brute force. Do you really think that there's no one in my Battle Empire that can stop you? As soon as he said this, he punched out at Liu Yiping. His fist force surged, and a wave of fire appeared. Moreover, the fire wave was purplish-golden color. Purple-gold divine flames. Purple-gold divine flames were a rare divine flame in heaven and earth. After subduing it, one could merge it with their god force. When they used their god force to attack, the purple-gold divine flames would attack as well. Liu Yiping was unperturbed when he saw that Sun Yan actually possessed purple-gold divine flames. He casually pointed a finger at Sun Yan, and a black finger wave shot out, colliding with Sun Yan's fist force. The purple-gold divine flames that were said to be able to incinerate everything froze in midair. The black finger wave arrived in front of Sun Yan in an instant. Feeling the terrifying power of the black finger wave, Sun Yan's expression changed. He no longer concealed his strength and circulated the god force in his body. Boundless god force swept across heaven and earth. The Battle Empire's marshals and ancestors were pushed back by Sun Yan's overwhelming heavenly god force, and none of them were able to remain calm. Heavenly god? Even the Battle Emperor Zhuzheng was shocked. His subordinate, Hua Ying, was actually a heavenly god. Although he was the Battle Empire's emperor, he was only a peak late-stage true god realm cultivator. Peak mid-stage heavenly god. Liu Yiping said indifferently. This Sun Yan was the same as the great celestial sex Jiangyu, a peak mid-stage heavenly god. Sun Yan punched out with all his might. Compassionate Devil Palm. As Sun Yan's palm struck out, Devil Chi rolled out. However, amidst the rolling Devil Chi, there was a merciful Buddha light. Compassionate Devil Palm. It was created by a Buddhist and devil dual cultivator in the Buddha mainland, and it was listed as one of the top 10 strongest palm arts in the history of the Buddha mainland. The Compassionate Devil Palm's palm force collided with Liu Yiping's black finger wave. A loud explosion rang out, and shockwaves spread out. The square was lifted into the air, and the surrounding palaces scattered like dust. Everyone retreated in fear. In the next moment, everyone saw Liu Yiping's black finger wave piercing through the center of the Compassionate Devil Palm's palm force and striking Sun Yan's chest. Sun Yan was sent flying back. When Sun Yan landed on the ground, his chest was already pierced through by the finger wave. The black mysterious ice was spreading out from his chest at an astonishing speed. Liu Yiping pulled Sun Yan in front of him. Right at this time, a low voice came from the depths of the Battle Emperor Palace. This one is Zhu Yan. I hope you can give this old man face and release my Battle Empire's commander. The voice wasn't loud, but it contained a supreme divine might. Zhu Yan, the Battle Empire's progenitor. Liu Yiping acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to search Sun Yan's soul. All of a sudden, golden light soared into the sky from the depths of the Battle Emperor Palace. Heaven and earth changed color, and a vast pressure pressed down on the Battle Empire's people like a giant chaos mountain. Then, the void split open, and a tall gray-haired old man walked out. When they saw the old man, the Battle Emperor Zhuzheng and the others knelt on the ground in excitement. Greetings, Lord Primal Ancestor. Zhu Yan looked at Liu Yiping with tears in his eyes. I don't care what grudges you have with my Battle Empire's commander, but you must release him now. I can let you leave. Liu Yiping finished searching Sun Yan's soul and clenched his fist. In an instant, the Killing Path's leader, Sun Yan, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The Battle Empire's people were dumbfounded. Zhu Yan's eyes glinted coldly, and he spat out word by word, all of you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura surpassing the heavenly god realm surged out, swallowing the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth rumbled, and all the experts in the Battle Emperor city were shocked. This is the ruler of a plane? Lord Progenitor has already surpassed the heavenly god realm. The Battle Emperor Zhuzheng could feel Zhu Yan's terrifying aura. The Battle Empire's experts were even more excited. Lord Progenitor has become the ruler of a plane. He can definitely crush these people to death. It's only a matter of time before our Battle Empire sweeps over the Buddha mainland. The Battle Empire's ancestors and Grand Marshals exclaimed incoherently, their faces brimming with excitement. Liu Yiping's expression was calm. He could tell that this Battle Empire's progenitor Zhu Yan had just broken through to the ruler of a plane. In fact, Zhu Yan's realm wasn't stable yet. Lu Yiping sneered when he sensed the strange aura coming from Zhu Yan's surging power. Zhu Yan's aura continued to rise. The ruler of a plane's ruler's power swept across the land without restraint. He stared coldly at Lu Yiping. If you had listened to me and let them go, you might have been able to leave this place alive. But now, not only you, but all of your subordinates and mounts will die. Taurus Longjiao snickered at Zhu Yan's words. At this time, the Zhu Yan realm's overlord's strength was pushed to the limit as he punched at Lu Yiping, Long Jiao, Chang Liang, and Long Jiao. It was clear that Zhu Yan wanted to deal with Lu Yiping's group of 3 with one punch. Black Dragon Prison. Waves of fist energy rolled out. Black Qi roared. A dark dragon was formed. These black dragons were condensed from the power of a plane. The power of a plane far surpassed the power of a heavenly god and true god realm. Looking at the black dragon fist energy rolling toward him, Lu Yiping raised his hand and punched out. When Lu Yiping punched out, it was as if the sun had exploded. His fist shone with 1,000,000 feet of light. It wasn't just the people in the Battle Imperial City who saw this light. Even the people in the cities outside the Battle Imperial City saw the shocking fist light. The terrifying fist energy collided with the black dragon fist energy. Heaven and earth trembled. The Battle Empire's experts were shaken to the core as they coughed up blood. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the black dragon fist formed by the power of existential plane started to crack and explode. The terrifying fist projection instantly pierced through the black dragon's body and sent Zhu Yan flying with an unstoppable force. Zhu Yan exploded into a pile of minced flesh in midair. The chaotic mountain-like pressure that had been pressing down on the people of the Battle Imperial capital disappeared. Everyone from the Dozhan Empire was stunned. Impossible. Lord Patriarch has broken through to become the master of a plane. How could he have died? The Battle Emperor Zhu Jing's eyes were glazed over. The excitement on his face was replaced by disbelief. The other patriarchs and generals of the Dozhan Empire also had ashen faces. Who said that you can't die after breaking through to the master of the dimension? Taurus Longjiao scoffed. Even if you surpass the master of the dimension, you'll still die. At this moment, Zhu Yan, who had been blasted into a lump of flesh and blood, suddenly glowed. His flesh and blood gathered together and began to fuse. In the end, Zhu Yan was once again formed. Everyone from the Dozhan Empire was stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Chang Liang's eyes narrowed. Taurus Longjiao sneered. The Yinba race's regenerative ability. I've been wondering since a long time ago. It really is the puppet of those old farts of the Yinba race. The ancient Yinba race's flesh and soul had the ability to regenerate. Even if they were blasted apart, they could still reform and regenerate. However, this Zhu Yan in front of them wasn't a true Yinba race member. He had just received the blood of the Yinba race and had the ability to regenerate. It was similar to the blood ancestor Jiangchen. After being bitten, he would gain the ability of the blood tribe. When the people of the Battle Empire heard Taurus Longjiao mention the Yinba race, they were puzzled. Zhu Yan, on the other hand, was bewildered. He didn't expect Lu Yiping and the others to know about the Yinba race. At this time, Lu Yiping pulled Zhu Yan in front of him with a single hand. Zhu Yan was startled and sneered. Who are you? Since you know about the Yinba race, you should know that we are the supreme overlord of this world. Those who go against us will not have a good ending. Moreover, you can't kill me at all. If you let me go now and submit to the Yinba race, I can ask the sacred master to grant you an immortal body. Zhu Yan's words made Taurus Longjiao burst into laughter. Spittle flew out of his mouth. Grant us an immortal body? Do you really think you're immortal just because you received a little bit of blood from the Yinba race? My master didn't kill you just now. Do you really think you can't be killed? Lu Yiping didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and searched his soul. However, just as Lu Yiping was about to search Zhu Yan's soul, he encountered a strong resistance. The Yinba race's experts had planted a restriction in Zhu Yan's divine soul. Lu Yiping snorted coldly and directly shattered the Yinba race's restriction. Soon, Lu Yiping finished searching Zhu Yan's soul. A golden flame appeared on his palm and wrapped around Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan screamed in fear, impossible. The sacred master said that I have an immortal body and can't be killed. Who are you? Going against the Imba race won't let you go. Amidst Zhu Yan's shrill screams, he was quickly incinerated into nothingness. The Imba race did have the ability to regenerate, but if their flesh and blood were incinerated, they would be dead forever, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Liu Yiping walked towards the Battle Empire's ancestors and marshals. Many of the forefathers and marshals of the Battle Empire belonged to the path of slaughter. Seeing Liu Yiping walking towards them, the Battle Empire's ancestors and marshals retreated in fear, fleeing in panic. Watching the Battle Empire's ancestors and marshals fleeing in all directions, Liu Yiping's eyes of eternal night appeared in his hand. The world turned dark in an instant, falling into eternal night. When the world regained its light, Zhu Zhu noticed that half of the ancestors and marshals who were fleeing in panic were lying in pools of blood with their heads rolling on the ground. At this point, the path of slaughter's upper echelons were almost wiped out. Indifferent, Liu Yiping looked at Zhu Zhu. The path of slaughter still has several tens of thousands of disciples hiding in your Battle Empire's army. If you don't clean them up in a month's time, I will personally make a move. However, if I personally make a move, it won't be just a few tens of thousands of people dying. Then, he left with Taurus Longjiao and Chang Liang. Zhu Zheng's expression was ugly looking at Liu Yiping's departing figure. After leaving the Battle Emperor Palace, Liu Yiping left the Battle Empire's capital city and headed to the Great Flower Buddha sect. At this time, at the center of the Great Flower Buddha sect, there was a bottomless abyss that spanned several li inside the abyss. There were billions of great devils laughing maniacally as they flew out, slaughtering and devouring the Great Flower Buddha sect's disciples. Screams filled the air, and blood splattered everywhere. The Great Flower Buddha sect was the leader of the Buddhist sections. Normally, it would be enshrouded in Buddhist radiance, but at this time, devil chi filled the air, turning it into a bloody hell. When the billions of great devils rushed out from the abyss, a large group of experts appeared in the sky above the Great Flower Buddha sect. These experts came from various sects in the Buddha mainland. Among the several people in the lead, the star-plucking Buddha looked indifferently at the Great Flower Buddha sect's disciples who were being devoured by the Great Flower Buddha sect. He said, "The Great Flower Buddha sect's destruction is imminent. Everyone, go to the Great Flower Buddha sect's treasury and take away all the Buddhist treasures. Don't let them fall into the hands of these heavenly devils." He Qian, the sect master of the unfettered Buddha sect, who was standing beside Zhaixing Buddha, said, "Brother Hanxing is right. These Buddhist treasures were left behind by the seniors of the Buddhism sect on the Buddha continent. We can't let them fall into the hands of these heavenly devils. Especially the Taihua Buddhist lotus, it must not fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. Everyone, follow us to the Great Flower Buddhist sect's treasure trove." Immediately, the star-plucking Buddha, the unfettered Buddha sect's chief, the Dragon Buddha sect, and the illusory Sea Buddha sect's chief led their subordinates to the Great Flower Buddha sect's treasury. The 5 Buddhas of the Buddha continent were recognized as the 5 most profound existences in the Buddhist Dharma. As for the unfettered Buddha sect, the illusory Sea Buddha sect, just like the Taihua Buddha sect, was one of the 4 super sects of the Buddha-bearing continent. The star-plucking Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, the carefree Buddha sect's sect leader, and the illusory Sea Buddha sect's sect leader opened up a path for them. Everywhere they went, the disciples of the Taihua Buddhist sect who stood in their way were killed. At this moment, Zhou Cheng, the sect leader of the Taihua Buddhist sect, Gu Yuan, and a group of experts from the Taihua Buddhist sect were standing in front of the Taihua Buddhist sect's treasury. The Buddhist treasures in the treasury of the Taihua Buddhist sect could be used to suppress wretched devils. However, if one could obtain these heaven devils and refine them, they would be able to cultivate both Buddhism and devil, which would greatly increase their strength. Therefore, many heavenly demons rushed to the Taihua Buddhist sect's treasure vault after escaping from the devil's den. Zhou Cheng's entire body was covered in Buddhist light. Layers upon layers of Buddhist light propped him up as if he was the reincarnation of a great Buddha. Under Zhou Cheng's boundless Buddhist power, the nearby heavenly demons were all sent flying. Zhou Cheng's face was somewhat pale. For the past 2 days and 2 nights, he had been continuously using the Taihua Dharma to kill the heavenly demons. He did not have any time to rest at all. The power of the heavenly god in his body was greatly depleted. If this continued, he would only be able to hold on for another day at most. "Uncle Master, I'm afraid the Taihua Buddhist sect is doomed. Please protect these Buddhist treasures and leave." One of the patriarchs of the Taihua Buddhist sect said anxiously to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing shook his head and didn't say anything. Senior granduncle, with your strength, you can definitely leave safely. Gu Yuan, the sect leader of the Taihua Buddhist sect, said anxiously, there's no need for you to stay here with us. At that time, protect the Taihua Buddhist lotus and leave. Zhou Qing shook his head, don't try to persuade me. I'll deal with the heavenly demons and the Buddhist sect's experts. Take these Buddhist treasures and leave. After all, I've lived long enough. Even if I die, I want to die in the Taihua Buddhist sect. Zhou Qing was infuriated at the mention of the Buddhist sect's masters who were taking advantage of the situation. If the Taihua Buddhist sect survives this calamity, I'll definitely kill these heartless bastards. These Buddhist sects had always been taken care of by the Taihua Buddhist sect. Now that the Taihua Buddhist sect was about to be destroyed, not only did most of them not lend a helping hand, but they even wanted to take advantage of the situation and rob the Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddhist sect. Fortunately, there were still some Buddhist sects that helped the Taihua Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the Taihua Buddhist sect would have been destroyed. There were simply too many heavenly devils in the Buddha cavern. They were so numerous that they blotted out the sky. The entire Taihua Buddhist sect was completely submerged by these heavenly devils. Even though the Taihua Buddhist sect was the #1 sect in the Buddha-bearing mainland, it was still unable to withstand the onslaught of heavenly devils. Right at this moment, an enormous Buddha's palm descended from the sky. One of the Grand Splendor Buddhist sect's ancestors was caught off guard and was slapped flying. When he fell to the ground, his entire body had caved in. Everyone was shocked. Looking over, they saw the star-plucking Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, the Unfettered Buddha sect's sect chief, and the Illusory Sea Buddha sect's sect chief leading a large group of experts over. The one who attacked was none other than the star-plucking Buddha, Han Xing. The Taihua Buddhist sect's experts' hearts sank when they saw the star-plucking Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, and the others. Although there were many Buddhist sects who had tried to take advantage of the situation, the Taihua Buddhist sect was barely able to deal with them. Now that the star-plucking Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, the Unfettered Buddha sect, and the Illusory Sea Buddha sect had arrived, it made things worse for the Taihua Buddhist sect. When the star-plucking Buddha arrived and saw Zhou Qing blocking the entrance to the treasury, he smiled and said, "So, it's Senior Zhou Qing. Long time no see, Senior Zhou Qing is still vigorous despite your age." Zhou Qing's eyes turned cold. "Although I'm old, my eyesight is still blurred. Killing a bunch of dogs like you is more than enough." The star-plucking Buddha wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhou Qing, of course, we wouldn't dare to underestimate your strength. However, you've been using the Taihua Buddhist sect's dharma to kill the heavenly devils for the past 2 days, and your god force has been greatly depleted. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill us now." He had arrived at the right time. After 2 days and 2 nights, Zhou Qing and the others' god force was almost depleted. Although they weren't at the end of their rope, the 4 super forces weren't afraid of Zhou Qing and the Taihua Buddhist sect at all. At this time, a group of heavenly devils attacked. The star-plucking Buddha's head shone brightly, and layers of Buddhist rings spread out. A golden Saraira flew out, surrounded by Buddhist scriptures. The Saraira shone brightly, killing the group of heavenly devils on the spot. True body Saraira. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. The Buddha Legacy mainland mainly cultivated Dharma, but there were only a handful of Buddhist experts who could cultivate true body Saraira. The star-plucking Buddha's true body Saraira was different from ordinary true body Saraira. It was 2 times bigger than an ordinary true body Saraira. It was incomparably solid and was surrounded by Buddhist scriptures. In fact, true body Saraira was similar to a godhead. There were different grades between them. The star-plucking Buddha's true body Saraira had reached perfection. Zhou Qing glanced at the true body Saraira above the star-plucking Buddha's head and smiled indifferent. A perfected true body Saraira. No wonder you're so confident. The carefree Buddha sect master, He Qian, smiled. We're just thinking for the Buddha Legacy mainland. If these Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddhist sect fall into the hands of the heavenly devils, the consequences will be unimaginable. These Buddhist treasures are the treasures of the Buddha Legacy mainland. We're escorting these Buddhist treasures away because we want to share the burden of the Buddha Legacy mainland. According to Hitai, these Buddhist treasures of the Taihua Buddhist sect belonged to the Buddha legacy mainland. Moreover, they had come to snatch the Buddhist treasures, so they were sharing the burden of the Buddha legacy mainland. The Dragon Buddha's voice was hoarse. Let's do it. Then, he attacked first with a palm strike. His Buddhist power was vast and contained a shocking amount of dragon power. The Dragon Buddha, one of the 5 Buddhas, was a Buddhist dragon of the Dragon clan. Therefore, he had a unique advantage in cultivating Dharma. Among the 5 Buddhas, the Dragon Buddha ranked higher than the star-plucking Buddha. The Dragon Buddha's palm strike instantly sent hundreds of disciples of the Taihua Buddhist sect flying. The star-plucking Buddha, the carefree Buddha sect masters, and the illusory sea Buddha sect masters all attacked when they saw this. The 4 of them were unstoppable when they joined forces. Even the sect master of the Taihua Buddhist sect, Gu Yuan, was forced to retreat continuously. In the end, the 4 of them arrived in front of Zhou Qing, who was standing in front of the door of the treasure vault. At this moment, the Dragon Buddha transformed into his Buddhist dragon body. The carefree Buddha sect masters and the illusory sea Buddha sect masters took out their Buddhist treasures. Star-plucking Buddha palm. Buddha dragon strike. Vanishing Buddha palm. Illusory sea Buddha voice. The 4 of them executed their strongest attacks at the same time. Vast Buddhist power covered the sky and earth. The sky-covering Buddha palm, Buddha dragon, Buddha palm, and Buddha voice blasted toward Zhou Qing from all directions. Zhou Qing's face turned frosty. His hands moved in a blur, and countless Buddha palms turned into afterimages, meeting the star-plucking Buddha palm, Buddha dragon strike, unfettered Buddha palm, and fantasy sea devil tune. Loud explosions shook the heavens. Terrifying shockwaves swept out. Some of the nearby heavenly demons were pulverized by the 4 people's attacks. The Taihua divine sex experts retreated in shock. The area in front of the treasury turned into an empty space. Loud explosions rang out, and Zhou Qing was forced to retreat. The star-plucking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, unfettered Buddha sect chief, and fantasy sea Buddha sect chief were also pushed back several steps. The star-plucking Buddha and the other 3 were shocked. Their combined attack only managed to push Zhou Qing back. Zhou Qing's strength had exceeded their expectations, and this was under the condition that Zhou Qing's god force was exhausted. If it weren't for that, the 4 of them might not have been able to gain the upper hand. Thoughts flashed through their minds, and they attacked again. This time, they didn't dare to be careless, and they went all out. Under the joint attack of the 4 people, Zhou Qing was forced to retreat again and again. The Taihua divine sect chief, Gu Yuan, and the others were occupied with the star-plucking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, unfettered Buddha sect, and fantasy sea Buddha sect experts. They couldn't spare any time to help Zhou Qing. Under the 4 people's encirclement, Zhou Qing was caught off guard and was struck on the back by the star-plucking Buddha. He was sent flying, and when he landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his mouth. When the donkey rushed over, it was also sent flying by the unfettered Buddha sect chief. When it landed on the ground, it was already a bloody mess. "Amao!" Zhou Qing bellowed. The star-plucking Buddha, Han Xing, and the others attacked again, sending Zhou Qing flying. Han Xing and the others sneered. Zhou Qing suddenly grinned, looking at Han Xing and the others. "Let me tell you, I came to the Buddha mainland with Master Lu." The unfettered Buddha sect chief He Qian exclaimed, "Lu Yiping?" Zhou Qing smiled, "That's right." Han Xing sneered, "Bluff. Since Lu Yiping came with you, then where is Lu Yiping? Do you think you can scare us away by mentioning Lu Yiping? Lu Yiping isn't here. Even if he was, we wouldn't be afraid." A green jade Buddhist seal appeared on Han Xing's palm. "Green Buddha seal!" someone exclaimed. The green Buddha seal was a famous Buddhist treasure in the Buddha legacy continent during the late antiquity. It was refined by an expert named Green Buddha. Han Xing held the verdant Buddha seal in his hand and infused it with Buddhism energy. The verdant Buddha seal instantly expanded to the size of a small mountain. Amidst the Buddha seal's radiance, it slammed down on Zhou Qing. Just as the green Buddha seal was about to land, a blood-red light suddenly tore through the sky. Wherever the blood-red light passed, the green Buddha seal stopped in midair. Suddenly, it split into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. Han Xing's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in a blue shirt and a young man in a black robe riding on an ox in the sky above the Taihua Buddhist sect. The blood-red light returned to the black-robed youth's hand. Only then did everyone realize that it was a blood-red blade. Lu Yiping took a step forward and arrived in front of the treasury. A green light circled around his finger and entered Zhou Cheng's body. The green light surged around Zhou Cheng's body and the palm print on his back disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Are you all right?" Lu Yiping asked. Zhou Cheng got up and shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. If it weren't for Master Lu, I would have died here." Master Lu, a person's name, was like a tree's shadow. The star-plucking Buddha, Han Xing, and the others were shocked when they heard Zhou Cheng's name. The star-plucking Buddha, who had just said that he wouldn't be afraid even if Lu Yiping was here, retreated in shock. Lu Yiping turned around and the sword chi around him condensed into countless sword arrays. Billions of sword rays pierced through the sky and the heavenly demons in the Taihua Buddhist sect were pierced through by the sword rays. Even the true immortal realm and heavenly immortal realm heavenly demons couldn't escape. The sky above the Taihua Buddhist sect that was covered by the heavenly demons suddenly cleared up. Light reappeared. Then, Lu Yiping waved his hand and countless array talismans flew out and turned into dragons. The dragons connected their heads and tails and formed a huge dragon circle. They then flew to the center of the Taihua Buddhist sect's Devil's Den. In an instant, the heavenly demons that flew out of the Devil's Den were all knocked back. The heavenly demons that rushed out crazily screamed in fear and smoke rose from their bodies when they came into contact with the huge dragon circle. Heavenly dragon demon subduing formation. The dragon Buddha couldn't hide his shock when he saw the huge dragon circle. The heavenly dragon demon subduing formation was a grand formation of the ancient dragon tribe. Even the ancestors of the ancient dragon tribe didn't know how to use it. Moreover, the heavenly dragon demon subduing formation didn't seem to be this powerful. The billions of heavenly demons in the Devil's Den couldn't even shake the heavenly dragon demon subduing formation. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The experts that came with the star-plucking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, and the others retreated behind them. They looked at Lu Yiping with fear in their eyes. However, Lu Yiping didn't look at the star-plucking Buddha and the others. Instead, he made a grabbing motion in the air and a black-robed man wearing a ghost mask fell from the sky. Lord Ziying. The star-plucking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, Unfettered Buddha sect, and Illusory Sea Buddha sect chief exclaimed in shock when they saw the black-robed man. The four of them were led to the Taihua Buddhist sect by the black-robed man. Chang Liang's eyes narrowed when he saw the ghost mask on the black-robed man's face. This ghost mask was very similar to the mysterious expert who had sealed his eternal demon heart in the past. The black-robed man got up from the ground and looked at Lu Yiping with shock and suspicion. "Who are you?" He was referring to Lu Yiping's true identity. "The person who's going to kill you," Lu Yiping said nonchalantly. The black-robed man suddenly laughed like an owl. "Kill me? Little guy, you're quite strong, but there are some things in this world that you can't afford to offend. I advise you to stay out of the Taihua Buddhist sect's business. Otherwise, you'll bring about the destruction of your clan. Moreover, even if I stand here and let you kill me, can you kill me?" A rune appeared around his body as he said this. This rune was only the size of a palm, but it was filled with boundless power. The Limitless Escape Rune. Chang Liang looked at the rune and frowned. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "That's right, the Limitless Escape Rune. This Limitless Escape Rune can allow me to travel through the heavens. Even the master of a plane can't break the space-time power of this Limitless Escape Rune." At this time, Lu Yiping pulled the black-robed man in front of him with a single hand. Then, he reached out and tore the Limitless Escape Rune from the black-robed man's body. He placed it in his palm and crumpled it into a ball of scrap paper. As for the runes on the Limitless World Escaping Talisman, they were constantly breaking apart. The black-robed man was dumbfounded when he saw the Limitless Escape Rune turn into a piece of scrap paper. Taurus Longjiao laughed. "This Limitless Escape Rune isn't fake, is it?" The black-robed man opened his mouth. "Fake?" Lu Yiping flicked his finger and removed the ghost mask. Everyone was surprised to see a peerless face under the ghost mask. It was a woman. Earlier, the other party had used a male voice and changed her appearance. If she did not take off her mask, no one would have guessed that she was a woman. Purple Extreme Demon Tribe. Lu Yiping's eyes turned cold. There was a strange purple mark at the corner of the other party's eyes, a characteristic of the ancient Purple Extreme Demon Tribe. In ancient times, the Eternal Night Monarch came from the Eternal Night Tribe. The Eternal Night Tribe was the strongest tribe in the ancient Demon Tribe. Second only to the Eternal Night Tribe was the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe. The Purple Extreme Demon Tribe Xianxia did not expect Lu Yiping to recognize him as a member of the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe. His heart sank. Indifferent, he asked, "Who are you?" "Since you know I'm from the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe, you should know what kind of existence the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe is. No matter how strong you are, in front of the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe, you're just an ant." Hearing this, Lu Yiping smiled faintly. "Ant? Didn't your ancestor tell you how Zitai died?" Ziyin was shocked at Huang Xiaolong's words. "You know our Purple Extreme Great Ancestor." Zitai was the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe's great ancestor and also the Demon Tribe's second strongest expert. Lu Yiping did not speak, directly searching the other party's soul. After the soul search, Lu Yiping's face turned cold. As he expected, this woman was the one who entrusted the heavenly secret chamber of commerce to auction the myriad god token and the Lord of Universe's ancestral jade. This woman was Zitai's descendant. What made Lu Yiping's eyes burn with killing intent was that the Purple Extreme Demon Tribe had submitted to the Inyang Borer Tribe. After the soul search ended, Ziyin regained his consciousness. Seeing the killing intent in Lu Yiping's eyes, he was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Yiping clenching his fist in the air. Terrifying spatial energy came crashing down from all directions. In the next moment, Ziyin was blasted to pieces. Purple rain fell from the sky. Originally, the star-plucking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, and the others were confident that they could defeat Lu Yiping by relying on the Purple Extreme Devil race. But now, seeing that Lu Yiping killed Ziyin without batting an eye, their expressions changed. However, just as Jai Xing Buddha and the others were about to flee, Lu Yiping's indifferent voice sounded, "Kill them all." Chang Liang moved, turning into a beam of blood-red light. Screams rang out one after another. Blood continued to spurt out. When the crimson light stopped, the star-plucking Buddha, the Dragon Buddha, the Unfettered Buddha Sect Master, the Illusory Sea Buddha Sect Master, and the thousands of experts they brought with them were lying in a pool of blood. The star-plucking Buddha's true body Sarira shattered into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. The Dragon Buddha's 1,000-feet-long Buddha dragon's body was cut open from head to tail into two halves. The heads of the sect leaders of the Unfettered Buddha Sect and Illusory Sea Buddha Sect were still rolling on the ground. The other experts who were eyeing the Great Flower Buddha Sect's Buddhist treasures were dumbfounded when they saw the corpses of the star-plucking Buddha, Dragon Buddha, and the others. The star-plucking Buddha and Dragon Buddha died just like that. Lu Yiping glanced at the experts who were eyeing the Great Flower Buddha Sect's Buddhist treasures. Those experts who were eyeing the Great Flower Buddha Sect's Buddhist treasures were so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they prostrated themselves on the ground. "Master Lu, we were instigated by others and made a mistake. Please spare our lives, Master Lu. Master Lu, please spare our lives." Cries for mercy rang out. Among these experts, there was no lack of sect masters and emperors, but now, they were crying bitterly. Lu Yiping sneered, "Spare their lives? Then who will spare the lives of the Great Flower Buddha Sect's disciples who died in your hands? Why didn't you spare their lives when you killed them just now?" Speaking of this, he lifted his foot and stomped down. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Terrifying waves of light spread out at an alarming speed. The experts from the various sects and empires were terrified and tried to flee, but it was useless. As soon as they got up, they were drowned by the terrifying waves of light. These experts from the various sects and empires didn't even have time to scream before they exploded one by one. Blood rained down. The terrifying waves of light continued. It only stopped when all the experts from the various sects and empires who had attacked the Great Flower Buddha Sect were drowned. When the waves of light stopped, the rain of blood slowly fell from the sky. Blood gathered on the ground and formed a river. The experts who came to support the Great Flower Buddha Sect felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the scene. The sect master of the Great Flower Buddha Sect, Gu Yuan, and the others were also thirsty. Zhou Qing had seen the battle at the Heavenly God River, so he was fine. Then, he asked the disciples of the great flower Buddha Zhongzhong to clean up the scene. Then, he invited Lu Yiping, Chang Liang, and Taurus Longjiao into the main hall of the great flower Buddha sect. At night. The night was quiet. The faint smell of blood still lingered in the air of the great flower Buddha sect. However, the ground had been cleaned up by the disciples of the great flower Buddha Zhongzhong. Many of the buildings had been destroyed. It would take at least a few decades for the great flower Buddha sect to return to its previous state. Lu Yiping stood in one of the courtyards of the great flower Buddha sect. He held the legacy jade in his hand and exuded a cold aura. He was now certain that his disciple, the Lord of Heaven and Earth, had died at the hands of the purple extreme demons. After the death of the Eternal Darkness King, the Eternal Darkness tribe was gradually replaced by the purple extreme demons, who became the overlords of the demon race. But later on, the purple extreme demons suddenly disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. Lu Yiping's message talisman vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from the heavenly demon tribe's chief, Hao Luo, saying that he had received news about his uncle, Hao Bai. Hao Bai left the heavenly demon tribe more than 4,000 years ago and went to the Jiutian. Jiutian, Lu Yiping read. The next day. Master Lu is going to the Jiutian? Zhou Chun was surprised to hear that Lu Yiping was leaving early in the morning. He had thought that Lu Yiping would stay in the Buddha mainland for a few more days. Lu Yiping nodded. Heavenly Demon Tribe's chief, Hao Luo, sent word that his uncle, Hao Bai, went to the Jiutian. Zhou Chun said, then Master Lu should be careful of the Taiching Sword School, Monk Jingguang, and the Kuanping Divine Sect. He then scratched his head. I'm not strong enough in the Buddha mainland, but I'm not strong enough in the Jiutian. I won't follow Master Lu to the Jiutian. I don't want to be a burden. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Chang Liang were sent off by Zhou Qing and the experts of Taihua Buddha Zhongzhong. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, Lu Yiping and the others arrived at the end of the endless ocean. There was a huge spatial vortex in the sky above the endless ocean. This was the entrance to the Jiutian. The Jiutian was located in the Eternity Plane, but it was an independent space. Lu Yiping and the others tore open the spatial vortex and disappeared from the sky above the endless ocean. There was a huge tearing force coming from the spatial vortex. The world spun. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lu Yiping's eyes lit up. He felt his body lighten as he arrived above a mountain range. It's been so many years, but this place doesn't seem to have changed much. Taurus Longjiao took a deep breath of the faint spiritual energy around him and sighed. After a while, Lu Yiping and the others flew into the sky and headed to the nearby city. I wonder how that brat Chu Tong is doing. Taurus Longjiao suddenly spoke while flying. Martial God Jiu was Lu Yiping's last in-name disciple, and Chu Tong was slightly earlier than Martial God Jiu. Before Chu Tong, there was the Holy Devil Saint. Chu Tong came from the Jiutian, and was a disciple of the Jiutian Chu family. After coming out from the Holy Forest and returning to the Jiutian continent, he founded the Guiyuan Sword School and became the founder of the Guiyuan Sword School. This is the Firmament God region, not far from the Guiyuan Sword School. Master, why don't we go take a look? Taurus Longjiao suggested. Alright, let's go take a look. I also want to see how this brat's Guiyuan Sword School is like. Lu Yiping smiled. Chang Liang said solemnly, Lord, I want to go take a look at the Six-Eye Mountain. Lu Yiping was stunned. The revered one died in the Six-Eye Mountain, I want to erect a stone tablet for him. Chang Liang said in a low voice. In the past, evil Buddha was besieged by the Six-Eye sect, Demon Sealing Cult, Stupa Gate, and Cosmos God sect. Lu Yiping grunted in agreement, go, I will stay at the Guiyuan Sword School for a while. Okay. Chang Liang said, I will look for Lord when the time comes. He then saluted respectfully and flew away. Under the sunlight, Chang Liang's departing figure looked a little cold. Lu Yiping sighed as he looked at Chang Liang's departing figure. Chang Liang didn't have many friends, and the revered one had died many years ago. After Chang Liang left, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao continued flying forward. At the same time, Lu Yiping released Huangjiao, the immortal golden phoenix that had been cultivating in the divine phoenix tree. Over the past few days, Huangjiu had been hiding in the divine phoenix tree to cultivate, working hard to comprehend the god's laws that Lu Yiping had given her. Compared to when she had just left the battlefield of the gods, Huangjiu's strength was like heaven and earth. Not long after, Lu Yiping saw an ancient city. As he neared it the Longjiu was in the city had been abandoned. The city was a ruin. Lu Yiping, the dragon-horn golden bull, and Huang Nine entered the ancient city. The dragon-horn Taurus looked down at the destroyed buildings in the ancient city below and said, "The strong prey on the weak. This is how it works in every world. Shenwu continent is like this, and so is Jiutian." From the ancient city's architecture, one could see that it had once been prosperous, but now, it was in ruins. Palm prints, deep pits, and sword marks could be seen everywhere. It was obvious that an astonishing battle had taken place here. The Jiutian is much crueler than the Shenwu continent. Huangjiu shook her head and then said sadly, "Tens of thousands of years ago, the Phoenix God School was prosperous, but it was destroyed overnight." The Phoenix God School had once been one of the Jiutian's superpowers. It had countless powerhouses. However, it had been attacked by the Black Heaven sect and the Taiqing Sword School, and it had been destroyed overnight. When they arrived at the center of the ancient city, Lu Yiping saw a huge plaza below, and he landed. "This is the Big Dipper Yinyang Formation." Taurus Longjiao looked at the broken ruins in the plaza and exclaimed in surprise. The Big Dipper Yinyang Formation was one of the top 10 ancient formations. Lu Yiping shook his head. The person who set it up wasn't good enough, and the Big Dipper Yinyang Formation was incomplete. That's why it was so easily broken. I never thought that the Big Dipper Palace still had descendants. The Big Dipper Yinyang Formation was the Big Dipper Palace's divine formation during ancient times. The most beautiful goddess of ancient times, Luo Shui, had been a direct disciple of the palace master. The Big Dipper Divine Palace was definitely a colossus of the primordial era. Even the master of myriad gods had to bow to the palace master of the Big Dipper Divine Palace. In terms of strength, the current Kuanping sect could not compare to the Big Dipper Palace of the past. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao strolled through the city. As they walked, black crows flew up from time to time. The sky slowly darkened. At this time, outside the ancient city, a man and a woman were frantically flying towards it. The two were dressed luxuriously, but their clothes were torn in many places. It was obvious that they had been slashed by swords, and blood had already seeped into their clothes. Finally, the two escaped into the ancient city. When they saw that there were no pursuers behind them, they felt relieved. "The Jiutian entrance is right in front of us," Fan Yulan said. "The people from the Black Wind sect shouldn't be chasing us. As long as we escape to the Shenwu continent, we'll be safe. The Wan family should protect us." The man suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Little brother, how are you?" Fan Yulan's expression changed as she asked. She then looked at his back and saw that the palm print had already turned black. Fan Xing chuckled and said in a hoarse voice, "Sister, I'm fine. I can still walk." Fan Yulan shook her head. "No, your injuries are too severe. Let's go into the city and find a place to rest and treat your injuries." Fan Xing nodded. Thus, the two supported each other as they flew into the city. When they reached the center of the ancient city, they suddenly saw a large hall in a corner that was hidden. "Sister, are we going to that hall?" Fan Xing asked. Fan Yulan hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the hall, and they pushed open the doors. However, when they opened the doors, they saw a blue-robed young man sitting cross-legged in the hall, drinking wine. There was a small bird perched on the young man's shoulder, and a cow sat next to him. The two were stunned. They had not expected that there would be someone in this desolate city's hall. "I'm sorry, young master. We didn't know that there was someone in the hall," Fan Yulan said after recovering from her shock. She then prepared to leave with her younger brother, Fan Xing. However, just as she was about to leave with her younger brother, Fan Xing, she suddenly saw several black dots appear in the distant sky. When she saw those black dots, Fan Yulan's expression changed. She hurriedly brought her younger brother, Fan Xing, into the hall and closed the doors. However, just as the two of them closed the door of the Great Hall, the black dots broke through the air and landed outside the Great Hall. One of them kicked the doors open. The group entered in a single file. Hee hee, Fan Yulan, did you really think that you could escape to Shenwu continent? The leader of the group, a tall and thin youth, sneered. Let me tell you the truth. Even if you could escape to Shenwu continent, the Wan family would not be able to protect you. Wu Wei, if my Fan family had not helped you defeat the Tao family, your Black Wind sect would have been exterminated. If my grandfather had not given your Black Wind sect spirit stones, spirit medicines, and spirit pills to help your Black Wind sect rebuild, would your Black Wind sect be where it is today? Fan Yulan glared at the other party. Now, you have actually joined forces with the Tao family to kill my Fan family. Your Black Wind sect is a group of heartless bastards. Fan Yulan's chest heaved as she spoke. The tall and thin youth, Wu Wei, did not become angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. You're right. Our Black Wind sect is a group of heartless bastards. But so what? Now, only you and your brother are left in the entire Fan family. He then looked around the hall and smiled. It's not bad that you can die in this hall. At least your corpses won't be thrown into the wilderness. Senior brother Wu Wei, how should we deal with this blue-robed young man? One of the Black Wind sect's disciples asked Wu Wei. Wu Wei glanced at Lu Yiping and said coldly, since we ran into him, we'll deal with him while we're at it. He then added, kid, if you want to blame someone, blame the Fan family siblings. They hid in here and implicated you. He then signaled one of the Black Wind sect's disciples to attack. One of the Black Wind sect's disciples took a step forward and punched at Lu Yiping. This Black Wind sect's disciple exuded a majestic aura. He was an ancient Emperor realm expert. Moreover, he had already reached the 4th layer of the ancient Emperor realm. The Black Wind sect's disciple's fist sent out waves of energy, and a cold wind blew. The entire hall turned cold as if there was a blizzard. Young master, be careful. Fan Yulan shouted anxiously. Just as she was about to attack, Wu Wei stopped her. But right at this time a golden ray of light slashed out. The Black Wind sect's disciple was sent flying in an instant. When he landed on the ground, golden flames burst out from his body, incinerating him in an instant. Not even ashes remained. Everyone was stunned. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed, and his face sank. True Phoenix fire. His eyes swept around, and in the end, his gaze landed on the little bird on Lu Yiping's shoulder. He was bewildered. Divine Phoenix? Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were in disbelief. That little bird without any aura could be a divine phoenix? Who are you? Wu Wei looked at Lu Yiping with a gloomy expression. Taurus Longjiao stood up and chuckled as he walked towards Wu Wei. My master is the famous Zither immortal young master, who shook the Jiutian and the 9 underworlds. After a pause, he continued, Lu Yiping. Everyone was stunned. Zither immortal young master? Wu Wei frowned. He had never heard of this Zither immortal young master. Lu Yiping sweated. Shaking the Jiutian, shaking the 9 underworlds, this bull was getting better and better at bragging. Taurus Longjiao continued, as for your grandpa Ox, I am the one and only Taurus Longjiao in this world. Lord of myriad demons. Thunder God ancestor. Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Lu Yiping was speechless. Wu Wei looked at Lu Yiping and said in a deep voice, this is a matter between my Black Wind sect and my Fan family. Please don't interfere. Taurus Longjiao wagged its short tail and lashed out, sending Wu Wei flying. It smashed into the door of the main hall. Everyone was stunned. Taurus Longjiao walked towards Wu Wei. Blood spurted from the corner of Wu Wei's mouth. He looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. You. Taurus Longjiao stomped his foot down, flattening his chest. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? Then wouldn't Grandpa Ox lose face? The sound of bones breaking echoed in the hall. Wu Wei's chest bones were crushed, and he almost fainted from the pain. The Black Wind sect's disciples were shocked, and none of them dared to make a move. Among them, Wu Wei was the strongest, a 1st-layer Emperor realm expert. But even Wu Wei was beaten half to death by this ox's tail. I am a core disciple of the Black Wind sect. My master is the Black Wind sect's ancestor, Zhou Hei's. Wu Wei panted as he spoke. Taurus Longjiao raised his foot and stomped on Wu Wei's head. Wu Wei's head was stomped into the floor, and his voice stopped abruptly. The Black Wind sect's ancestor, Zhou Hei's? I don't know him. Taurus Longjiao sneered. The other Black Wind sect's disciples stared blankly at Wu Wei's corpse. Then, fear filled their faces, and they wanted to flee. But just as they moved, a streak of golden flame slashed at them. Just like the previous Black Wind sect disciple, they were sent flying. When they fell to the ground, they were incinerated by the phoenix's true fire. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, the two siblings, couldn't react in time. The two of them had been chased by Wu Wei the entire time, and they had been fleeing in panic for the past few days. They had never expected that Wu Wei would suddenly be killed. After a while, Fan Yulan regained her senses, and she looked at Lu Yiping gratefully. Thank you for saving us, sir. My brother and I will remember this for the rest of our lives. Lu Yiping did not mind and asked, Are you going to the Shenwu continent's Wan family? Fan Yulan nodded. My grandfather is good friends with the Wan family's Lord Wan Wudi. Fan family has been destroyed, and the Black Wind sect and the Tao family have grown stronger. There is no place for us in the Jiutian, so we want to escape to the Shenwu continent and seek Lord Wan Wudi's protection. Lu Yiping nodded and took out 2 pills. Immediately, the fragrance of pills filled the hall. Fan Yulan looked at the pills in Lu Yiping's hands and were shocked. These are top-grade divine pills? Lu Yiping nodded and said, These are top-grade Bodhi divine pills. They can help you recover from your injuries. With a flick of his wrist, the pills landed in their hands. Fan Yulan gulped and said, Sir, take them. I am acquainted with Wan Wudi, Lu Yiping said. Sir knows Lord Wan Wudi? Fan Yulan were both surprised. Taurus Longjiao smiled. My master is quite familiar with Wan Wudi. We just arrived from the Shenwu continent. When the two heard this, they did not stand on ceremony and swallowed the Bodhi pills. After refining the Bodhi pills, their injuries quickly healed, and they thanked Lu Yiping once more. Master Lu, the Black Wind sect is very powerful. Since Wu Wei did not return to report, they will probably send more experts over soon. We should leave this place quickly, Fan Xing said. How strong is the Black Wind sect? Lu Yiping asked. Fan Yulan replied, The Black Wind sect has 2 celestial gods and 27 true gods. They are one of the largest powers in the Azure God region's Wind Thunder Prefecture. There were more than 30 prefectures in the Azure God region. Wind Thunder Prefecture was the northernmost prefecture closest to the entrance of the Jiutian continent. On the Shenwu continent, if a sect or family had a true god overseeing it, they could be considered a superpower on the continent. However, in the Jiutian, only an existence like the master of a plane could be considered a superpower. A power like the Black Wind sect, which had a celestial god, could only be considered a first-rate power in the Jiutian. 2 celestial gods? Lu Yiping's expression was calm. Fan Xing nodded. That's right. The Black Wind sect's ancestor, Qi Yifan, is a peak early-stage celestial god who is close to becoming a mid-stage celestial god. There is no time to lose, so we should quickly leave the Jiutian and rush to the Shenwu continent. Lu Yiping shook his head. You should leave. I still need to go to the Guiyuan sword school. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were both stunned. Guiyuan sword school? Fan Yulan asked curiously, Are you going to participate in the Guiyuan sword school assembly? Sword school assembly? Lu Yiping was surprised. Fan Yulan nodded. The Guiyuan sword school is holding a sword school assembly, and all the experts in the Azure God region can participate. The top 100 will be rewarded handsomely, and the top 10 will have the opportunity to be accepted as a personal disciple by the Guiyuan sword school's ancestor. The Guiyuan sword school was the #1 sect in the Azure God region. It was one of the biggest powers in the Jiutian continent. If one could be accepted as a personal disciple by the Guiyuan sword school's ancestor, it would be an incredible honor. Taurus Longjiao smiled. My master is going to look for someone. Look for someone? Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were both astonished. Does young master have an acquaintance at the Guiyuan sword school? Lu Yiping grunted. There is an acquaintance. May I know who young noble's acquaintance is? Fan Yulan asked curiously. Just as Lu Yiping was about to speak, 3 shocking auras pierced through the air. True God realm aura swept across heaven and earth, enveloping the entire ancient city. Who killed my disciple? Then, an angry voice bellowed. The sound waves rumbled above the ancient city for a long time. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground reverberated in the air. This was the sound of the ancient city's buildings collapsing. Hearing this sound, Fan Yulan and Fan Xing's faces paled. It's the Black Wind Sect's ancestor, Zhou Hei's. Wu Wei's master. He's actually nearby. At this time, the angry voice bellowed, roll out here for me. You think I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding in some corner? I'm going to flatten this ancient city inch by inch, let's see how long you can hide. Then, an earth-shattering boom resounded. Although they were separated by a great distance, the floor of the main hall still shook violently. Clearly, the other side was bombarding the ancient city. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Yiping stood up and said. He was about to go out with Taurus Longjiao and Huang Jiao. Fan Yulan anxiously said, young noble, don't go out. This Zhou Hei's is a peak late-stage true God realm expert. However, just as she was about to stop Lu Yiping had already walked out from the main hall. He did not conceal his aura and arrived at the square outside the main hall with Taurus Longjiao. Zhou Hei's and the other two Black Wind Sect's ancestors looked over from afar. Zhou Hei's gaze turned cold when he saw Lu Yiping. He immediately flew over with the other two ancestors. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived above the square. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing also came out from the main hall. Seeing Zhou Hei's, they couldn't hide the shock and hatred in their eyes. Fan family had been destroyed. Their parents had died at the hands of Zhou Hei's. Zhou Hei's didn't look at Fan Yulan or Fan Xing. Instead, his gaze landed on Lu Yiping. His eyes were cold as he asked, are you the one who killed my disciple? Taurus Longjiao grinned and said, I was the one who killed your disciple. I just stomped his head into the ground. Zhou Hai stared blankly at Taurus Longjiao, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since that's the case, then all of you can die for me. Finished speaking, he slammed his palm towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Just as it was about to strike Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, a giant seal formed in the air. The dark light of the cursed seal bloomed like a huge dark sun, as if an endless evil aura was being nurtured within it. Black demonic curse! Fan Xing exclaimed. The black demonic curse was the ultimate technique of the black demonic Jiutian overlord from 100,000 years ago. This black demonic curse was incomparably vicious and evil. Being struck by this black demonic curse would cause the vitality of the victim to be corroded by the black demonic aura. Watching the black demonic curse coming at him, Lu Yiping remained calm. Suddenly, he plucked a strand of golden ox hair from Taurus Longjiao's body and waved it out. In an instant, the strand of golden ox hair exploded, turning into countless golden spears. Golden spears filled the sky, submerging the sky. Everywhere, the black demonic curse collapsed. Zhou Hei's and the other two Black Wind Sect's ancestors jumped in fright at the sight of the golden spears that blotted out the sky. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the golden spears, the three of them frantically circulated the true god energy in their bodies. The three true gods gathered their real god power, and it rolled out like a torrential river toward the millions of golden spears. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the golden spears pierced through the three true gods' true god energy and pierced through their bodies. Zhou Hei's, Fan Fan, and Fan Fan froze in midair. Thousands of golden spears pierced through the bodies of the three and continued to blast into the void. From afar, it looked like a huge golden river cutting through the void. Suddenly, golden spear holes appeared on Zhou Hei's, Fan Fan, and Fan Fan's bodies that froze in midair. Golden light bloomed from the holes, and the three true gods' bodies dissipated into specks of golden light, disappearing from the sky. It was as if the three true gods had never appeared. Lu Yiping inserted the golden retriever back into Taurus Longjiao's body. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were speechless. Hair, can it be used like this? Hair, can it be so powerful? Is this a top-grade divine artifact? Even a top-grade divine artifact doesn't have this kind of power, right? Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao returned to the Great Hall. Taurus Longjiao said, Master, it was so painful just now. Lu Yiping said indifferently, next time, pull out too. Taurus Longjiao choked. When Fan Yulan and Fan Xing regained their senses and returned to the Great Hall, they saw Lu Yiping drinking wine. "Young noble, you're a heavenly god?" Fanxing looked at Lu Yiping with reverence. To be able to kill 3 true gods in one fell swoop, and one of them was a peak late-stage true god, he was definitely a heavenly god. He might not even be an early-stage heavenly god, but a mid-stage heavenly god. Fan Yulan also looked at Lu Yiping with reverence. Even her grandfather had just broken through to the heavenly god realm not long ago, and definitely did not have this blue-robed young man's strength. Killing 3 true gods with a single hair, this was beyond her imagination. Hearing Fanxing ask if he was a heavenly god, Lu Yiping smiled and nodded. Fan Yulan and Fanxing looked at each other, and then they suddenly knelt before Lu Yiping. "Please save us, young noble. We're willing to do anything to repay you." The two then kowtowed. Lu Yiping shook his head. "I've already said that I want to go to the Guiyuan Sword School. I won't accompany you to Shenwu Continent." Fanxing said, "We don't dare ask young noble to accompany us to Shenwu Continent. We want to go to the Guiyuan Sword School with you." "Up to you," Lu Yiping said indifferently. Since the two wanted to follow him, he did not mind. When the two saw Lu Yiping agree, they were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. The night passed. Lu Yiping's group left the ancient city and continued on their journey. Lu Yiping's group rarely stopped along the way, and after a few days, they arrived at the Guiyuan Sword School's Azure Cloud Manor. After entering the manor, the number of disciples from various manors and sects increased. "I heard that the champion of this year's Sword School Assembly will be rewarded with a top-grade divine artifact, the Azure Dragon Sword. There's also the Traceless Sword Art, which is one of the top 10 sword arts of the Guiyuan Sword School. The Traceless Sword Art is nothing. The champion of this year's Sword School Assembly will even receive guidance from Lord Chutong." "What? Chutong Darren wants to meet and give pointers." As they passed by a certain city, the passing disciples discussed this. When Fan Yulan and Fanxing heard that the champion of this year's Sword School Assembly would have the chance to receive guidance from Lord Chutong, they were extremely excited. The Guiyuan Sword School was the #1 sect in the Firmament Divine region, and Chutong was the founder of the Guiyuan Sword School. In the hearts of countless experts in the Firmament Divine region, he was a supreme existence. To be able to receive an audience with Lord Chu, what kind of honor is that? Fanxing sighed. Fan Yulan smiled. "We don't even need to think about it. With our strength, let alone the Sword School Assembly, we won't even be able to squeeze into the top 1,000. There were a total of 34 manors in the Firmament Divine region, and each of them had countless families, sects, and empires. Their genius disciples were as numerous as carps crossing the river. Although the siblings were the best of the younger generation in the Fan family, and had some fame in the Wind Thunder Manor, they were nothing in the Firmament Divine region." Lu Yiping listened to the Fanxing siblings' sighs and asked, "What realm is Chutong at now?" Fan Yulan and Fanxing were stunned. "I'm not sure." Fan Yulan shook her head. "Lord Chutong was already a master of a plane many years ago. Some say that Lord Chutong is now in the middle stage, while others say that he is in the late stage. Some even say that Lord Chutong is already at the peak of the late stage. Lord Chutong once entered the Void Sky God Temple and obtained a supreme opportunity." Lu Yiping was surprised. "Oh, the Void Sky God Temple." Fan Yulan nodded. "Yes, I heard that Lord Chutong obtained Lord Void Sky's item, but no one knows what it is." Lord Void Sky was a legendary figure in the Jyotian. "Young master, Star River City is just ahead, and the Guiyuan Sword School is just ahead," Fan Yulan said to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement. The group entered Star River City. Star River City was bustling with people and carriages. This was the Guiyuan Sword School area, and there were many shops selling swords on the streets. When they passed by a tavern, Lu Yiping stopped. "Matchless Tavern." The word matchless was written in a flamboyant style, containing the supreme laws of heaven and earth. Taurus Longjiao smiled. "Matchless Tavern? This name is pretty awesome." Fanxing smiled. "The Wushuang Tavern is extremely famous in our Jyotian. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's the #1 tavern. It was founded by the Wushuang wine sage, and its wine is world famous." Speaking of the unparalleled wine sage, his face was full of worship, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. "The unparalleled wine sage is a peerless expert of our Jyotian. Some people even say that he's an unnamed disciple of the Lord Saint Demon. Oh. Lu Yiping was surprised. He's an unnamed disciple of the Holy Demon? Fan Yulan nodded. There are indeed such legends. However, there are also people who say that Lord Holy Demon did not take wine sage Wu Shuang as a disciple in name. He only gave him pointers. Lu Yiping and the others entered the matchless tavern. The tavern was huge. There were a total of 2 floors. Lu Yiping went straight to the 2nd floor. Calling the waiter over, Lu Yiping asked, "What's the best wine in your tavern?" The waiter smiled and said, "Our matchless tavern's best wine is naturally the Star Thunder wine. However, due to the different years, the taste of the Star Thunder wine is different. Then give us 5 jugs of your best Star Thunder wine." Lu Yiping said. Taurus Longjiao, Huang Jiao, and Fan Yulan in their human forms made a total of 5 people. After transforming into his human form, Taurus Longjiao was very tall, about 2 meters tall. His hands and legs were especially thick, and his appearance could be considered handsome. However, his hair was golden, and so were his eyebrows. As for Huang Jiao, compared to Taurus Longjiao, he looked a little slender. His height was about the same as Lu Yiping, about 1.8 meters tall, looking like a scholar. When the waiter heard that Lu Yiping wanted 5 jugs of the best Star Thunder wine, he hesitated. "Young noble, I'm afraid you don't know the price of our Star Thunder wine? Ordinary Star Thunder wine costs 10,000 divine grade spirit stones per jug. The best one costs 1,000,000 divine grade spirit stones per jug. 5 jugs, that's 5,000,000 divine grade spirit stones." Taurus Longjiao took out a spatial ring and opened it. Inside, divine grade spirit stones were piled high like a mountain. The waiter swallowed hard and said respectfully, "Lords, please wait for a moment, I'll send it over." Before the waiter left, Lu Yiping ordered a table of dishes to go with the wine. Soon, the Star Thunder wine and dishes were served. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing stared at the Star Thunder wine in front of them with complicated feelings. Although their father was the Fan family's patriarch, they had only tasted Star Thunder wine once, and it was only ordinary Star Thunder wine. Right at this time, a group of people walked up to the tavern's 2nd floor. The young man leading the group was looking for a seat on the 2nd floor. When he saw Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, he was surprised and walked over. "I didn't expect to run into little sister Yulan here." The young man cupped his fists and smiled. "Little sister Yulan, are you also here to participate in the Sword School Assembly?" Without asking Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, the young man sat down. The young man said, "I've heard about the Fan family's matter. When I heard the news, I was heartbroken and wanted to lead the family's experts to rescue them, but I was stopped by the family's elders." But there was no trace of grief on his face. Clearly, he was lying. What grief? What obstruction from the elders? That was just an excuse. Who agreed to let you sit down? At this time, an indifferent voice sounded. The young man was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yiping. Fan Yulan cleared her throat and introduced Lu Yiping to the young man. "This is young Master Lu Yiping. We were chased by the Black Wind sex experts, and it was young Master Lu Yiping who saved us." She then said to Lu Yiping, "This is young Master Qi Wei from the Azure Cloud Mansion's Qi family." The Qi family was one of the big families in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although the Qi family did not have a plain overlord, they had 4 heavenly god realm experts. In terms of strength, the Qi family was much stronger than the Black Wind sect and Tao family. Qi Wei looked at Lu Yiping from head to toe and asked with a smile, "You saved little sister Yulan? Why? This Wushuang tavern belongs to Master Lu. Do I need your permission to sit down?" The Qi family's experts behind him looked at Lu Yiping mockingly. Taurus Longjiao grabbed Qi Wei by the back of his neck, lifted him up, and threw him to the side. "Brat, if you continue to blabber, I'll slap you to death with my hair." Qi Wei was thrown to the ground by Taurus Longjiao, and he slammed into a stone pillar. He was dumbfounded for a moment. "You're courting death." The Qi family's experts reacted in anger. Several of them rushed up and punched at Taurus Longjiao. Just as they were about to attack, a super thick golden retriever appeared in Taurus Longjiao's hand. Taurus Longjiao swung his hair over. In an instant, the Qi family's experts felt as though they were hit by a giant pillar, and they shot out from the 2nd floor's window, disappearing without a trace. The Qi family's experts and the experts on the second floor of the tavern were stunned. Even the Qi family's young lord, Qi Wei, was stunned. Although the Qi family's experts weren't in the divine spirit realm, they were very close to it. Taurus Longjiao looked at Qi Wei and chuckled, "Brat, do you want to give it a try?" Qi Wei and the Qi family's experts were so frightened that they fled in panic. Taurus Longjiao took back the golden retriever. "Damn it, I had to slap them before they left." Fan Yulan and Fan Xing didn't know what to say. Huang Jiao said enviously, "Lord Xiao Jin's golden retriever is really amazing." Taurus Longjiao smiled, "It's just SOSO. Lord's is the amazing one." Huang Jiao, Fan Yulan, and Fan Yulan almost choked. Taurus Longjiao meant that Lu Yiping's hair was even more amazing. At this time, someone at a table far away said, "Did you hear? The Saber God's disciple was killed by a black-robed young man on the Six-Eye Mountain. Who has the guts to kill the Saber God's disciple?" Fan Yulan and Fan Xing exclaimed in shock. "Is this Saber God very famous?" Huang Jiao asked. Fan Yulan nodded. "The Saber God is one of the Great Void region's top 10 experts. Even in the entire Zhoutian, his fame is very high. He's a very powerful plain lord." At this time, the person at the far table spoke again. "The one who died is the Saber God's youngest disciple." "What, the Saber God's youngest disciple?" "The Saber God's youngest disciple is from the Yen family, right?" The crowd was in an uproar. The Yen family was the #1 family in the Great Void region. This person stirred up a hornet's nest. Fan Xing shook his head. "The Yen family's influence is very complicated, and they are spread throughout the Great Void region. This person killed the Yen family's disciple. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape from the Great Void region." "Who is this person?" someone at the far table asked. "I don't know, I only know that he used 2 blood-red blades." Someone answered. "A black-robed young man, blood-red dual blades, without a doubt, it was Chong Liang." At this time, a yellow-robed young man from the side table walked over and cupped his fists at Taurus Longjiao. "Senior, would you like to sell the golden retriever in your hand?" Taurus Longjiao took a big gulp of wine and smiled. "You want to buy it?" The young man nodded solemnly with a serious expression. He could tell that the golden retriever was no ordinary item. Taurus Longjiao raised a finger. 100 million. Just when the young man thought that the price was 100 million divine-grade spirit stones, Taurus Longjiao added, 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. The young man stuttered. Above divine-grade spirit stones were heaven-grade spirit stones. Heaven-grade spirit stones were priceless. Even Zhoutian super forces like the Taiqing Sword School, Guiyuan Sword School, and the Yen family could hardly take out 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Even if they could, they wouldn't be willing to spend 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones on a single strand of hair. "Senior, you must be joking, right?" the young man mumbled. Taurus Longjiao laughed. "Do you think I'm joking?" The young man didn't know what to say, but he cupped his fists and left, returning to his seat. A woman sitting at the same table as the young man frowned and couldn't help but say, "What kind of lousy hair is this? How can it be sold for 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones? Even if it was thrown to the ground, no one would even look at it." The young man shook his head at the woman. Taurus Longjiao chuckled and said, "Little girl, what do you know? This Lord Ox's hair can kill a controller or another lord. It can grow or shrink at will. It's incomparably powerful. I just found this young man pleasing to the eye. I only have 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. Do you think anyone can buy this hair?" The young man cupped his fists and said to Taurus Longjiao, "My younger sister is not sensible. Please forgive her, senior." The girl pouted. At this moment, an old man walked up from the first floor and came before the young man. He asked respectfully, "Are you Jade Sword Qin Yuyan, young master?" Everyone at the surrounding tables quieted down and looked at the young man with obvious surprise. "I am." The young man nodded. "My family's child Chu Xian heard about young master Qin Yuyan's arrival and ordered me to invite young master Qin Yuyan to the Chu estate for a sword duel," the old man said with a smile and handed an invitation to the young man. "Young master Lei Jian Chu Xian." Instantly, a commotion broke out among the crowd. The young man Qin Yuyan took the invitation and said with a smile, "So it's child Chu Xian." Since it's Child Chu Xian's invitation, I'll go over with my younger sister now. Then, he paid the bill and left the second floor with the woman and the old man. When the woman left, she glared at Taurus Longjiao. Fanxing looked at the young man's back as he left and said, I didn't expect him to be Jade Sword Chen Yuyan. Fan Yulan explained to Lu Yiping, in our Firmament God region, the most talented young people are Chen Yuyan, Chu Xian, Fangqing, Zhang Feilong, and Jing Hong. Because all 5 of them use swords, they are collectively known as the 5 swords. Jade Sword Chen Yuyan, Lei Jian Chu Xian, Blood Sword Fangqing, Dragon Sword Zhang Feilong, and Evil Sword Jing Hong. Although the 5 of them have cultivated for less than 1,000 years, they are all true God Realm Masters who have condensed their godheads. Moreover, all of them have supreme godheads. Their sword realm has reached the realm of the heart sword. The leader of the 5 swords, Child Chu Xian, has reached the realm of the sword of time and space. Above the heart sword was the sword of time and space. Lu Yiping nodded his head, his expression as usual. In the Jiutian, those who were less than 1,000 years old were considered part of the younger generation. Condensing a godhead and becoming a true god in several hundred years was considered not bad. It seems like Qin Yuyan is also here to participate in the sword school assembly? Fanxing said, if all of them participate in the sword school assembly, wouldn't the top 5 spots be taken by them? That Chu Xian, is he a disciple of the Chu family? Huang Jiu asked. Fan Yulan said, yes, he is the nephew of the Chu family's current patriarch. He is also from Lord Chu Tong's lineage. In other words, Lord Chu Tong is his grand-uncle. An hour later, Lu Yiping's group paid the bill and left. The Star River is not far ahead, right? Lu Yiping asked. Fan Yulan smiled. Yes. Does the young master want to take a look? Since we're already in Star River City, let's go take a look, Lu Yiping said. There was a river in Star River City, and regardless of whether it was day or night, it was always filled with specks of starlight. It was like the Milky Way that flowed on the ground, giving the city its name. The Milky Way was filled with mysterious colors, and it was also filled with all sorts of opportunities. It was somewhat similar to the Tianshan River in Shenwu continent. However, the Tianshan River's flow was reversed every 10,000 years, while the Milky Way was different. Not long after, Lu Yiping's group arrived at the Milky Way. The Milky Way was located to the south of Star River City. Lu Yiping's group could see a river filled with starlight flowing on the ground from afar. It was currently daytime and the sun was high up in the sky. However, there was no sunlight within a few hundred meters of the Milky Way, and its surroundings were instead filled with dreamy colors. The banks of the Milky Way were filled with disciples from various sections. Yesterday, Sir Zhang Feilong, the Dragon Sword, also came to the Milky Way. He found an exceptional sword in the Milky Way. It can't be a rumor, right? How could an item from the Milky Way be so easily found? Everyone was discussing this matter. Lu Yiping's group arrived at the banks of the Milky Way. The Milky Way flowed with specks of starlight. The surface of the river was as clear as the starry sky, and there was nothing there. However, some people were able to fish out divine artifacts, cultivation techniques, and various other treasures from the Milky Way. Of course, there were also people who had bitterly guarded the Milky Way for decades or even centuries without gaining anything. In the past, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao had entered the Jiutian continent, but they had not been to the Milky Way. Just as Lu Yiping's group arrived at the banks of the Milky Way, a group of people walked over from afar. Sir, it's Qi Wei from the Qi family, Fan Yulan said when she saw the newcomer. Lu Yiping looked over and saw that the newcomer was none other than the Qi family's disciple, Qi Wei, whom he had met at the tavern. Other than Qi Wei, there was also a large group of experts from the Qi family making their way over. Seeing this, Taurus Longjiao chuckled, looks like this kid wants to get back at us, so he's calling for reinforcements. Soon, the group of Qi family experts arrived in front of Lu Yiping's group. Taurus Longjiao looked at Qi Wei and chuckled. Little guy, I let you go in the tavern earlier, but you still dare to bring you here to cause trouble? But you only brought so few people. You're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Although Qi Wei brought a lot of people with him, there were only a little over 100 of them. When the Qi family's members heard that, they glared at Taurus Longjiao. Indifferent, the young man leading the group looked at Taurus Longjiao and asked Qi Wei, "Is that him?" Qi Wei nodded. "Yes, that's him. Big brother Qi Hui, you have to be careful. He has a golden retriever and it's very powerful. I'm afraid it's a super divine artifact." Super divine artifacts were ranked above supreme grade divine artifacts. The power of a super divine artifact far surpassed supreme grade divine artifacts. At this time, Fan Yulan said to Lu Yiping, "Young master, this Qi Hui is the young master of the Qi family. He's a follower of the dragon sword, Zhang Feilong." The dragon sword, Zhang Feilong, was one of the 5 swords. He was also the young master of the Azure God region's second largest family, the Zhang family. Therefore, he had many followers. And this Qi Hui was one of Zhang Feilong's followers. Although Qi Hui's strength and prestige couldn't be compared to the 5 swords of Zhang Feilong, he still had some fame in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He was a peak late-stage divine spirit realm expert who was only a step away from the true god realm. Qi Hui looked at Fan Yulan indifferently and said, "You're the Fan family siblings? The Black Wind sect has already issued a bounty for each of your heads. It's worth 100 million divine-grade spirit stones." Qi Hui's voice was infused with god force and it spread far and wide. Every disciple in the galaxy heard it. "What? She's the Fan family siblings?" Immediately, many people looked at Fan Yulan. Fan Xing's eyes burned with passion. Fan family was one of the few major powers in Wind Thunder Prefecture. The news of the Fan family being annihilated by the Black Wind sect and the Tao family had already spread. It was still quite a sensation in the Azure God region. When the young lord of the Qi clan, Qi Hui, said that the Black Wind sect had offered a reward of 100 million divine-grade spirit stones for the heads of the Fan family's siblings, many people gathered around. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing glared at the young lord of the Qi family, Qi Hui. This Qi Hui was clearly doing this on purpose. Qi Hui sneered, "Everyone, this woman is Fan Yulan, the young miss of the Fan family. The one beside her is her younger brother, Fan Xing. The Black Wind sect has placed a bounty of 100 million divine-grade spirit stones on their heads. The 2 of them also have the key to the Fan family's treasure." The moment the young lord of the Qi clan, Qi Hui's words, the surrounding disciples looked at Fan Yulan and Fan Xing with even more passion. "You're talking nonsense." Fan Yulan was enraged. The 2 of them did not have the key to the treasure. This young lord of the Qi clan, Qi Hui, deliberately said this to add fuel to the fire, increasing the surrounding disciples' killing intent. After the young lord of the Qi clan finished speaking, Qi Hui and the rest of the Qi clan retreated to the side. Indifferent gazes were fixed on Lu Yiping's group. These disciples came from all over the Azure God region. He wanted to see how Lu Yiping's group would deal with them. Qi Wei smiled at Qi Hui, "Big brother Qi Hui, this is a good move. As long as they make a move, they will offend all the major powers in the Azure God region. At that time, the entire Azure God region won't tolerate them. This way, we won't even need to make a move." Qi Hui smiled, "Let's just watch the show." Qi Wei continued, "Now there are rumors that the dragon sword, young master Zhang Feilong obtained a peerless sword in the galaxy." Qi Hui said, "Yes, it's a famous ancient sword, the 9 Tunes divine sword. After obtaining the sword, young Master Feilong entered the Guiyuan Sword School and is now drinking and chatting happily with young Master Sun Hongyuan of the Guiyuan Sword School." Sun Hongyuan was the chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword School. Qi Wei said with admiration, "I heard that young Master Sun Hongyuan has already comprehended 9,999 heavenly god laws and can break through to the heavenly god realm at any time." As the chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword School, Sun Hongyuan's prestige and strength were unquestionable. Although he was not part of the 5 swords due to his age, he was still above them. At this time an old man walked towards Lu Yiping and the others. He looked at Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Huang Jiao and said, "I'm Zhu Jin of the Great Sun Palace." When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. "What? He's Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand?" Some of the disciples who were close to the old man retreated to the side. Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand, he was infamous in the Azure Cloud Mansion. "The 3 of you aren't disciples of the Fan family, right? This matter has nothing to do with the 3 of you." I hope the three of you won't interfere with the matters of the Fan family, Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand said indifferently, lest you lose your life or implicate your family. Lose my life? Taurus Longjiao sneered, just you? Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand's face sank. Without warning, he sent a palm strike at Taurus Longjiao's chest. Heavenly Demon Great Palm. His palm whistled and devil chi surged. A giant palm imprint the size of a mountain slammed out. The Heavenly Demon Great Palm was not one of the Great Sun Palace's ultimate techniques. It was something that Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand had obtained from a forbidden land. After mastering it, he could easily defeat experts of the same cultivation level. Seeing Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Great Palm, everyone retreated in shock. They were afraid that they would be affected by the Heavenly Demon Great Palm's power. In the distance, Qi Hui smiled and said, I didn't expect Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand to be here. It seems like we don't have to make a move ourselves. Qi Wei smiled and said, Heavenly Demon Hand Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand is an initial stage True God Realm expert. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Great Palm's power is astonishing. Even a peak initial stage True God Realm expert is unable to receive his Heavenly Demon Great Palm. The Heavenly Demon Great Palm carried destructive power and instantly slammed in front of Taurus Longjiao. But when it arrived in front of Taurus Longjiao, it suddenly stopped. It was actually unable to move forward half an inch. Qi Hui and the rest were stunned. Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand was also stunned on the spot. Was this space solidification? At this time, a super-large golden retriever appeared in Taurus Longjiao's hand. This golden retriever was even thicker than the taverns, as thick as a thigh. Taurus Longjiao did not say a word and directly swept over. The golden retriever swept away the Heavenly Demon Great Palm in an instant, then swept past Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand's waist. Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand felt as if his waist was hit by a terrifying giant object. In the next second, he was sent flying backward. He saw Taurus Longjiao, Lu Yiping, and the rest moving further and further away from him. In the end, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the rest disappeared from his sight. The Qi family's group stared blankly at Zhu Jin of the Heavenly Demon Hand, who was swept away and disappeared from the Milky Way city's airspace. The surrounding disciples who were about to attack paled and retreated in fear. The area around Lu Yiping's group had become an empty space. At a glance, there was not a single soul in sight. Taurus Longjiao looked at the Qi family's experts in the distance, then waved the golden retriever with a malicious expression. The Qi family's young lord, Qi Hui, looked at the golden retriever in Taurus Longjiao's hand, and the color drained from his face. At this time, the golden retriever in Taurus Longjiao's hand swept across. In an instant, the Qi family's experts were swept away. Taurus Longjiao retrieved the golden retriever. Looking at Fan Yulan and Fan Xing's strange expressions, he said, I haven't practiced for many years, my technique is a little rusty. In the past, with a sweep of his hand, millions of Yin Bora race's heavenly gods were sent flying. If there are no accidents, it will be released on the 1st of next month, which is the following Tuesday. Before the release, the collection should reach 35,000. According to the ratio of 20:1, if the initial subscribers reach 1,800 the following month, which is December, there will be 3 updates a day. If the initial subscribers reach 3,000 in December, there will be 4 updates a day. I hope that those who like this book will subscribe next Tuesday. After adding it to the bookshelf, there will be an automatic subscription button. You can choose to subscribe automatically. Lu Yiping didn't look at the Qi family members, instead, his gaze returned to the Star River. The Star River was only 100 zhang wide, but it made no sound as it flowed on the ground. Moreover, the direction of the Star River's flow had always been a mystery. Lu Yiping looked at the end of the Star River. Fan Yulan said, there have been people who have followed the Star River, but after walking for many years, they still haven't seen the end of the Star River. Therefore, some people say that the Star River has no source and no end. Lu Yiping smiled, everything in this world has an end and an origin. Even the divine world we live in has an origin. After countless years, it will also collapse and reach its end. Fan Xing was shocked, young noble is saying that the Star River has an end? But the Star River has existed for countless years, and no one has ever reached the end of the Star River, and no one has ever seen what the end of the Star River looks like. Lu Yiping said indifferently, no one has ever reached it, but it doesn't mean that it will never exist. He then said, wait for me here. With that said, he flew up and landed on the Star River's surface. Lu Yiping did not go with the flow, instead, he walked along the Star River's flow. Lu Yiping's speed was not fast, but Huangjiu stared at Lu Yiping's every step without blinking. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, on the other hand, had puzzled looks on their faces. The two of them couldn't see anything special about Lu Yiping's footwork. Taurus Longjiao said, this Star River contains a supreme mystery, condensed from countless layers of space. Every step master takes is stepping on the overlapping points of space, and every step is a different space. Fan Yulan was shocked. Lord Zhao Jin is saying that young noble is passing through a different space with every step he takes? Taurus Longjiao nodded, that's right, what you see now is not Master's real body, but Master's spatial illusion. However, this spatial illusion will soon disappear. As soon as Taurus Longjiao finished speaking, Lu Yiping suddenly disappeared from the Milky Way like a bubble. As for Lu Yiping, who had disappeared from the Milky Way, he was like a phantom that constantly shuttled through the layers of space. In the beginning, Lu Yiping traversed one space with each step, but the further he went, the faster Lu Yiping became. Each step he took traversed several or even hundreds of layers of space. In the end, Lu Yiping's figure had completely disappeared from this space. Of course, he didn't really disappear, but Lu Yiping's speed had reached a frightening level. At this moment, even those who had surpassed the master of the dimension could not see Lu Yiping's figure clearly. After an unknown period of time, the space in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the river of stars disappeared. Lu Yiping's body soared into the air and arrived below a starry sky. High up in the sky, there were countless stars. And below, there was a land full of star sand. Lu Yiping landed on the ground and stepped on the star sand, producing a sizzling sound. He squatted down and picked up a handful. The star sand in his hand was shining like the most beautiful star gemstones in the world. Each grain was the size of a grain of rice, and they were all the same size. Some special stars, after being destroyed, would gradually become star sand after being soaked in star power for countless years. However, star sand usually existed in the depths of the starry sky and was extremely difficult to find. Here, however, one could not see the end of it. Lu Yiping walked forward. There was a pool of water on the ground in front of him. Above the water, clouds swirled, and starlight surged. Lu Yiping was surprised. Chaos Chi, this is star chaos water. Chaos Chi was already rare in the world, and star chaos water, which produced it, was even rarer. Lu Yiping came to the edge of the pool and took a sip. And it was quite sweet. Star chaos Chi spread throughout his body, as if all his pores were stretched. However, compared to the pool of sacred spring of life in the holy forest, it was still a little lacking. His pool of sacred spring of life was a heaven-splitting treasure. Lu Yiping took out a jade bottle and activated the jade bottle's array, collecting all the star chaos water into the bottle. Although this star chaos water was not very useful to him, it was still good to quench his thirst when he was thirsty. After putting away the star chaos water, Lu Yiping walked one more round. There was nothing else, so he went back the way he came. When he left, he also took the star sand with him. At this time, it had been close to 2 hours since Lu Yiping's disappearance. On the shore of Star River City, Fan Yulan, Fan Xing, and Huangjiu were anxiously waiting. There are many people who want to explore the secrets of the Star River, but many of them are lost in the endless spacetime. Will Master be okay? Huangjiu asked worriedly. Huangjiu had not followed Lu Yiping for a long time, so he was not very clear about Lu Yiping's realm and strength. Therefore, he was worried. Taurus Longjiao smiled, don't worry, this Star River won't be a problem for Master. He had been following Lu Yiping since the ancient times. In the past, he had followed Lu Yiping into the Grand Mist spacetime, which was truly dangerous. Even so, the two of them left calmly. Just as Taurus Longjiao finished speaking, light surged above the Star River, and Lu Yiping walked out. Taurus Longjiao went up to greet Huangjiu. Master, how was it? Taurus Longjiao asked. Lu Yiping nodded, we've reached the end, but there's nothing good at the end, only some star sand. Star sand? Huangjiu, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing exclaimed in shock. Star sand, wasn't it good stuff? 1 grain of star sand could sell for 1,000,000 heaven-grade spirit stones. There's also a pool of star chaos water. Lu Yiping added. Star chaos water? Huang Jiu exclaimed in shock. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing's jaws dropped. This was not good stuff. Then what was good stuff? In the past, several drops of star chaos water had appeared in the Jiutian, and the various super forces had fought fiercely for those drops of star chaos water. Following that, Lu Yiping's group left the Star River. What about you? Did you get anything? Lu Yiping asked Taurus Longjiao. Taurus Longjiao smiled. I just casually picked up a few things, but they were all small toys. Hearing Taurus Longjiao say that those things were small toys, Huang Jiu, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing didn't know what to say. The dragon sword, Zhang Feilong, had obtained the famed ancient sword, 9 Melodies Divine Sword, which was already shocking enough, but the few toys that Taurus Longjiao found were much better than the 9 Melodies Divine Sword. A short while later, Lu Yiping's group left the Star River City. In the afternoon, they arrived at the foot of the Mount Guiyuan Sword School. The Guiyuan Sword School was the #1 sect in the Firmament God region, and its influence spread across the Firmament God region's 34 prefectures. Just the number of inner disciples was more than 10 million. As for the outer disciples, they were even more numerous. When Lu Yiping's group arrived at the foot of the Mount Guiyuan Sword School, they saw the endless Guiyuan mountain range in front of them. Rows upon rows of palaces, spiritual beasts roamed the land, ancient pine trees, steep cliffs, and waterfalls resembling the Milky Way. There are still 6 days before the release, so there are no drafts. However, if the release results are good, even if I have to squeeze out the lunch break, I will update more for everyone. Initial subscription means the number of subscriptions within 24 hours on the first day of release. Due to the Sword School Assembly, there was an endless stream of disciples from various sections. The huge square at the foot of the mountain was filled with all kinds of luxurious carriages and mounts. Young Master, we would also like to sign up for the Sword School Assembly. Fan Yulan said with an embarrassed expression, we know that our swordsmanship and strength are average, but we still want to sign up to train ourselves. Lu Yiping said, since I have nothing to do, I'll go with you. Fan Yulan said happily, thank you, young master. The group headed to the registration area halfway up the mountain. When they arrived, Fan Yulan and Lu Yiping were stunned when they saw the registration lines that stretched for miles. Master, I know a few elders from the Guiyuan Sword School. Why don't I ask them to help us sign up? Huang Jiu said to Lu Yiping. Previously, he was a student of the Jiutian Phoenix God School. The Phoenix God School and the Guiyuan Sword School had a friendly relationship, so he knew a few elders from the Guiyuan Sword School. Go ahead. Lu Yiping said. Huang Jiu left. This Guiyuan Sword School Assembly is the biggest event in the Firmament God region in recent years. I'm afraid all the disciples from the 34 prefectures of the Firmament God region have signed up. Not just the Firmament God region, but many super sects from other regions will also send disciples to watch the assembly. Even the Taiching Sword School has sent disciples to watch the assembly. Even the Taiching Sword School sent disciples? Not just the Taiching Sword School, even the Scorching Sun sect sent disciples to watch the assembly. The surrounding disciples discussed. Although the Guiyuan Sword School Assembly only allowed disciples from the Firmament God region to participate, many super sects from the surrounding regions also sent disciples to watch the assembly. From this, one could see how grand the Sword School Assembly was. When Taurus Longjiao heard this, he chuckled and said, I didn't expect the Taiching Sword School to send a disciple to attend the ceremony. I wonder if he's a true god or a divine god. Fan Xing said, for a grand event like the Sword School Assembly, the Taiching Sword School will probably send a heavenly god realm expert. Lu Yiping's expression remained the same. Not long after, Huang Jiu returned with an elder from the Guiyuan Sword School. Elder Jiangfeng, this is my master. After returning, Huang Jiu introduced Lu Yiping to the other party. Guiyuan Sword School's elder Jiangfeng was shocked when he heard Huang Jiu say that the blue-robed young man in front of him was his master. He knew that Huang Jiu was a true god realm expert. Moreover, the blue-robed young man's true form was the immortal golden phoenix. If he could subdue it, then was he a heavenly god? Jiangfeng probed, may I know young master's name? Which region are you from? Lu Yiping said nonchalantly, we just entered the Jiutian from the Hingyuan World Plain. Hingyuan World Plain, Lu family? Jiang Feng was puzzled. After exchanging some pleasantries with Lu Yiping, he led Lu Yiping and the others to the registration hall. Your ancestral master isn't here? On the way, Lu Yiping asked Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was stunned. He didn't expect someone from the Hingyuan World Plain to suddenly ask about their ancestral master. An ancestral master was invited by the Shumi Buddhist sect's ancestral master to the Great Void region. Jiang Feng said. This matter wasn't a secret, so he didn't hide it. Oh, he went to the Great Void region. Lu Yiping's brows furrowed. Right at this time, there was a sudden commotion. Taiching Sword School's experts are here. Someone shouted from the crowd. Then, a large group of Guiyuan Sword School's experts flew out from the main peaks hall. Obviously, they were there to welcome the Taiching Sword School's experts. Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly cupped his fists at Lu Yiping and Huang Jiao, saying, Gentlemen, I'm sorry, please wait here for a moment, I'll get a few more people to register, I'll be back soon. Then, he soared into the air, leading the Guiyuan Sword School's experts to welcome the Taiching Sword School's experts. Taurus Longjiao watched as the Guiyuan Sword School's experts moved out to welcome the Taiching Sword School's experts. Looks like a big shot came to the Taiching Sword School? If it weren't for a big shot, the Guiyuan Sword School wouldn't have sent so many experts to welcome them. It should be a heavenly god expert. Fan Xing said. Although the Sword School's General Assembly was grand, it wasn't enough to attract the interest of a plain master. Therefore, the Taiching Sword School would at most send a heavenly god expert. Of course, even a heavenly god expert would be enough for the Guiyuan Sword School to welcome them. While the Guiyuan Sword School's experts were heading out to welcome the guests, a large group of Taiching Sword School's experts were flying over. This time, the leader of the Taiching Sword School's group was none other than the Taiching Sword School's ancestor, O Jingguk, a mid-stage heavenly god expert. Behind O Jingguk was a group of Taiching Sword School's grand elders and elders, about 40 to 50 people. The Hingyuan Plains Luo family's young master, Luo Zhen, and Luo family's young miss, Luo Tong, were among them. Previously, during Luo Ning's birthday banquet, Chong Liang had killed the Taiching Sword School's ancestor, Lin Yi and Yuan Yihua. After that, Luo Zhen and Luo Tong had sent Lin Yi and Yuan Yihua's corpses back to the Taiching Sword School. After sending Lin Yi and Yuan Yihua's corpses back to the Taiching Sword School, the two of them received O Jingguk's appreciation and were accepted as disciples. Therefore, the two of them followed O Jingguk to the Sword School's General Assembly to gain experience and broaden their horizons. O Jingguk said to the two of them, Tomorrow, during the Sword School's General Assembly, you must carefully observe the sword skills of the Firmament God Region's disciples, especially the Firmament God Region's 5 swords. It will greatly benefit your sword skills. I've heard that one of the 5 swords, young master Lei Jian Chuxian, is Lord Chu Tong's junior. Luo Tong said. O Jingguk nodded. Chuxian's junior sword skills are indeed not bad. He's the best of the 5 swords. However, in terms of sword skills, the Guiyuan Sword School's chief disciple, Sun Hongyuan, is slightly better than him. When we meet Sun Hongyuan later, I'll introduce you to him. In the next few days, you can ask him for advice on sword skills. The two of them respectfully complied. After the battle at the Taihua Buddhist sect, Lu Yiping disappeared. No one knows where he went. Luo Tong suddenly said. O Jingguk said coldly, he has offended too many people. Even if our Taiching Sword School doesn't kill him, Venerable Master Golden Light and the Death Door of the Netherworld Prison won't let him go. Moreover, he killed a member of the Purple Extreme Devil race. The Purple Extreme Devil race won't let him go. He won't live for long. Soon, the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestor, Qiu Yu, led the Guiyuan Sword School's chief disciple, Sun Hongyuan, and a group of grand elders and elders to O Jingguk. The Guiyuan Sword School is honored by Brother Jinghua and the Taiching Sword School's arrival. Qiu Yu of the Guiyuan Sword School cupped his fists and said with a smile. O Jingguk laughed heartily, Brother Qiu Yu is too polite. It's us who came to disturb your sect. Then, O Jingguk introduced Qiu Yu, Sun Hongyuan, and the rest to Luo Tong, Luo Zhen, and the rest of the Taiching Sword School's experts. Luo Tong smiled at Sun Hongyuan. I've long heard that senior brother Sun Hongyuan's swordsmanship is outstanding and impressive. Today, after meeting you, senior brother Sun Hongyuan is even better than the rumors. Sun Hongyuan chuckled, junior sister Luo Tong is flattering me. Everyone exchanged pleasantries. Then, Guiyuan Sword School's Qiu Bing, Sun Hongyuan, and the rest invited O Jingguk and the rest into the Guiyuan Sword School. The group flew toward the main hall. Xinjiang QQ Book Friends Group, 2610788471. Welcome to join if you like this book. Luo Tong looked down at the crowd of disciples who had come to participate in the Sword School assembly, and said to Sun Hanyuan with a smile, there are so many disciples here to participate in the Sword School assembly. Sun Hanyuan smiled and said, this time Sword School assembly is the Firmament God region's biggest event in recent years. The number of disciples who have come to register has reached several hundred million. Luo Tong flattered, senior brother Sun Hongyuan's sword skills are unparalleled. If senior brother Sun Hongyuan participates, the Sword School Assembly's first place will definitely go to senior brother Sun Hongyuan. Sun Hongyuan chuckled at her words, junior sister Luo Tong is overpraising me. In fact, there are countless sword geniuses in the Firmament God region, and many of them are better than me. The two of them chatted and laughed as they followed Xiaoyu, O Jingguk, and the others into the Guiyuan Sword School's main peak. A while later, Elder Jiang Feng returned. He apologized to Lu Yiping and Huang Jiao, my apologies. Then he said, let's go, we'll go register now. He then led Lu Yiping and the others to the registration hall. Did a big shot come to the Taiching Sword School this time? Taurus Longjiao asked casually. Jiang Feng nodded. This time, the Taiching Sword School is led by ancestor O Jingguk, as well as a group of Taiching Sword School's grand elders and elders. There are more than 40 people in total. He added, this ancestor O Jingguk is a mid-stage heavenly god expert. He's very strong, and his lightning wind sword art has already reached the stage of merging lightning and wind. He once killed 3 early-stage heavenly god experts with a single move. Oh, I didn't expect such a powerful person to come to Taiching Sword School, said Taurus Longjiao with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded, with old ancestor O Jingguk's strength, even an ordinary mid-stage heavenly god wouldn't be his opponent. They entered the registration hall. With Jiang Feng leading the way, Fan Yulan and Fan Xing did not need to line up and directly registered. After that, Jiang Feng arranged accommodation for Lu Yiping and the others. When will your patriarch return? Lu Yiping asked. When Jiang Feng saw that Lu Yiping was asking about their founding ancestor again, he felt it was strange and said, I'm not sure about that. However, the champion of the Sword School meeting has a chance of receiving guidance from the founding ancestor. Therefore, the founding ancestor should return before the meeting ends. Taurus Longjiao saw Jiang Feng's confusion and said, this time, our master is here to meet your patriarch. Jiang Feng was stunned. He smiled and said, our ancestor normally does not meet with outsiders. Not to mention you all, even our Guiyuan Sword Sect's Lord Sect Master and the various old ancestors would find it difficult to meet the ancestor. Therefore, if you want to meet our patriarch, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Hearing this, Lu Yiping smiled faintly, is that so? That's right, not to mention you, even the Chu family's current patriarch has a hard time meeting the patriarch. Jiang Feng nodded. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing looked at each other in shock. Earlier, neither of them knew who the acquaintance Lu Yiping mentioned was. Could it be the Guiyuan Sword School's patriarch, Lord Chu Tong? But what was the relationship between Master Lu and Lord Chu Tong? Soon, Jiang Feng arranged accommodation for Lu Yiping and the others. It was a courtyard house with 6 rooms. Before Jiang Feng left, Huang Jiao gave him a handful of divine-grade spirit stones. Jiang Feng politely declined, then accepted the gifts and left with a smile on his face. He also told Lu Yiping, Huang Jiao, and the others that they could look for him if they needed anything. After Jiang Feng left, Fan Yulan asked Lu Yiping curiously, young noble, could it be that the acquaintance you're looking for is Lord Chu Tong? N. Lu Yiping nodded. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were both shocked. It really was Lord Chu Tong. However, neither of them dared to ask about Lu Yiping and Chu Tong's relationship. Since we have nothing to do, let's go out for a walk. Lu Yiping stood up after sitting for a while. Huang Jiao said, there's a plain market up ahead. It's run by the Guiyuan Sword School and it's the biggest market in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Lord, shall we go and take a look? Alright. Lu Yiping agreed. Thus, the few of them left the courtyard and headed toward the plain market that Huang Jiu mentioned. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at a huge plain. On the plain, the streets were crisscrossed with shops, there was no end in sight, this plain market had no walls at all. Inside the plain market, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and people were densely packed like ants. This is the Azure Sun Plain Market. Fanxing exclaimed, it's so big. I heard that you can buy treasures that can't be found in other trading houses in the Azure God region here. There are even people who found peerless treasures in this Azure Sun Plain Market. Huang Jiu smiled and said, how can peerless treasures be found so easily? Lu Yiping and the others followed the flow of people into the market. When they passed by a shop, Lu Yiping stopped. This shop was very small and shabby. There were 2 words written on the shop signboard, Little Store. However, the signboard was covered in dust, and the 2 words Little Store were a little blurred. Little Store? Taurus Longjiao saw the shop's name and said in astonishment, don't tell me it's the same shop from back then? Back then, when he and Lu Yiping entered the Jiutian, they had also bought things from a shop called Little Store. Something happened back then, so he still had a deep impression of that shop. Lu Yiping led the few of them into the shop. The shop wasn't big, only a few dozen square meters. There were all kinds of things piled up inside like miscellaneous items. In the middle of the shop was an old table with a zither placed on top of it. The zither seemed to have been burned by something, and many parts of it were charred black. Business seemed to be bad. In the corner, an old man dressed like a boss was dozing off. When the old man saw Lu Yiping and the others coming in, he stood up and greeted Lu Yiping and the others, may I know what you want to buy? Lu Yiping stopped in front of the zither and asked, boss, how much is this zither? The boss was stunned, then he smiled and said, young noble, this zither is not for sale. Not for sale? Fan Yulan was surprised, then why did you put it here? Our master said that if anyone can play this zither will be given to him. The boss smiled and said, moreover, anything in this shop can be taken away at will. Fan Yulan and Fanxing were dumbfounded. Even Huang Jiu was surprised. Really? As long as I can play this zither? Fanxing asked with an eager expression. The boss smiled, that's right. Fanxing couldn't help but walk up and place his hands on the zither, wanting to pull the strings. But to Huang Jiu and Fan Yulan's astonishment, the zither strings didn't move an inch. Fanxing circulated the ancient emperor's power, and light surged from his hands. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the zither strings. Each string seemed to weigh 100 billion tons. Curious, Fan Yulan also went up to try, but she couldn't move the strings either. In the end, even Huang Jiu went up to try, but he couldn't move the strings either. Lu Yiping walked up and placed his right palm on the zither strings. With a pull, the zither music exploded like thunder, shaking the entire Azure Sun Plains. A giant black dragon flew out from the zither, and its roar echoed through the world. All the experts in the Azure Sun Plains market were startled by the dragon's roar as they looked at the 1,000 zhang long black dragon in the sky. The 1,000 zhang long black dragon's violent dragon aura suffocated everyone. What a powerful dragon aura! This is no ordinary black dragon. The ruler of the Black Dragon clan, the Black Dragon King. Only those with the Black Dragon King's bloodline can have such a frightening dragon aura. The crowd in the Azure Sun Plains market was in an uproar. Fan Yulan, Fanxing, and Huang Jiu were also stunned as they looked at the black dragon in the sky. The shop owner stared at the black dragon in disbelief. Apart from being shocked, he was also very excited as he spoke incoherently. It rang, it actually rang. Finally, someone played it. He looked at Lu Yiping as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. His eyes were shining. Lu Yiping said indifferently, this zither is a famous ancient zither, the Black Dragon Qin. It contains the Black Dragon King's soul. To play this zither, one must first communicate with the Black Dragon King's soul. The shop owner said excitedly, that's right, my master said the same thing. However, he found many experts of the Dragon Clan and many zither saints, but none of them could communicate with the Black Dragon King's soul. He looked at Lu Yiping, however, to play this zither, not only must one communicate with the Black Dragon King's soul, one must also be proficient in the Tao of the Zither. Every string of this zither is engraved with the Tao of the Zither. If one is not proficient in the Tao of the Zither, they will not be able to play this zither. Fan Xing and the others looked carefully and found that there were runes engraved on every string of the zither. These runes were extremely complicated, dazzling them. Lu Yiping said, "Since this zither has rung, the Black Dragon Qin is now mine. I can take whatever I want from this store, right?" He looked at the broken sword in the corner. The Black Dragon Qin was dispensable to him. If he had the broken sword, he would have noticed it when he entered the store. The boss choked and smiled bitterly. "Of course, we won't go back on the rules we set. However, our master has a condition." Taurus Longjiao sneered, "Conditions? You didn't mention any conditions before." The owner blushed and said embarrassedly, "I didn't think that young master could really play the zither, so I didn't mention any conditions." Then he added, "Don't worry, young master. If young master finds it difficult, we won't force young master." "What are your conditions?" Lu Yiping asked. The boss said, "Well, we have to wait for my master to come. Only then can my master tell you the details." Lu Yiping came to a corner and picked up the broken sword covered in sand. The broken sword was slender, so it was obviously a woman's sword. The sword was broken in the middle, so it must have been cut by another sword. Taurus Longjiao looked at the broken sword with a bewildered expression. "Is this the Misty Sword?" Lu Yiping nodded. The Misty Sword was the sword of the Big Dipper Divine Palace's goddess, Luo Shui. He didn't expect to see it here. However, it was broken. "Where did you get this Misty Sword?" Lu Yiping asked the boss. The boss was puzzled. "Misty Sword?" He shook his head and said, "We don't know the name of this broken sword. Most of the things in the store are our master's family heirlooms." "Oh, family heirlooms?" Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised. "Yes." The boss nodded. "Perhaps our master knows where this broken sword came from." "Where is your master now?" Lu Yiping asked. The boss hesitated for a moment and said, "Our master went to the Great Void region." "The Great Void region again?" Taurus Longjiao mumbled. The Great Void region was one of the two great regions of Jiutian. At this moment, a young man in colorful clothes walked in with two bodyguards following behind him. After the young man entered, he scanned the store's environment. Finally, his gaze fell on the Black Dragon Qin. He was bewildered. Then, he walked straight to the Black Dragon Qin and stroked it with both hands, feeling the supreme Tao of the Zither. The more excited he was, the happier he was. Fan Yulan, Fan Xing, and Huang Jiao saw the young man stroking the Black Dragon Qin without asking Lu Yiping or the boss anything. They couldn't help but frown. This young man was obviously attracted by the sound of the zither and the soul of the Black Dragon King. "Are you the boss?" The young man suddenly asked the boss, but his tone was condescending. "I am." The boss nodded. He had already guessed what the young man was going to say. Sure enough, the young man said, "How much is this zither?" The boss shook his head, "This zither is now this young master's." The young man looked at Lu Yiping and scrutinized Lu Yiping from head to toe. He said, "This zither is now yours?" Taurus Longjiao saw the young man scrutinizing Lu Yiping with a condescending tone. He said unhappily, "Brat, is there something wrong with your ears or your brain? Didn't you hear the boss say that this zither is now my master's?" Impudent. The two bodyguards behind the young man stepped forward and glared at him. The young man raised his hand and stopped the two bodyguards. He looked at Taurus Longjiao and then said to Lu Yiping, "This one is from the Qin and Painting School." "What do you mean?" When the young man finished speaking, Fan Yulan, Fan Xing, the boss, and Huang Jiao were all shocked. The Qin and Painting School. The Qin and Painting School, the second largest sect in Jiutian. It was second only to the Kuanping Divine Sect. The Qin and Painting School was a master of both Zither and Painting School. Whether it was Zither or Painting School, they were both the strongest sects in Jiutian. This young man was actually from the Qin and Painting School. "What do you mean?" Seeing Fan Yulan and the rest's reaction, the young man wasn't surprised. He said to Lu Yiping, "How much are you selling this zither for?" Lu Yiping was expressionless. I'm not selling this zither, and you can't afford it. What do you mean? One of the bodyguards behind him sneered, it's just a zither that was burnt by thunder fire. Do you really think it's a treasure? Even if it's 10 or 100 zither that were burnt by thunder fire, our young master can still buy them. Taurus Longjiao sneered, burnt by thunder fire? I've seen many idiots, but I've never seen one as stupid as you. You. The bodyguard's face darkened. What do you mean? Looking at Lu Yiping, he said, this zither should be a famous ancient zither. If it falls into the hands of someone like you who doesn't understand zither Dao, it'll be a waste of this zither. Instead of burying this zither, you might as well sell it to me. In my hands, this zither will definitely shine brightly and reappear the might of the ancient zither. What do you mean? Taurus Longjiao burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? What do you mean frowned? So you're saying that your zither Dao is unparalleled? Lu Yiping said indifferently. What do you mean said proudly, although I don't dare to say that my zither Dao is unparalleled, among the younger generation of Jiutian, there are not many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me in zither Dao. Seeing what do you mean's arrogant expression, Lu Yiping said indifferently, since your zither Dao is so high, as long as you can pluck this zither, it's yours. What do you mean was stunned, then he laughed, are you serious? Of course. Lu Yiping said indifferently. Seeing what do you mean's happy expression, the owner reminded, this zither isn't easy to pluck. The zither contains the soul of the Black Dragon King, and the zither strings contain supreme zither Dao. What do you mean smiled confidently, I know, to pluck this zither, one must communicate with the soul of the Black Dragon King, and then comprehend the zither Dao within the zither strings. The guard behind him smiled, a few years ago, there was a zither that also contained a soul and zither Dao. My young master could communicate with the soul and comprehend the zither Dao within a breath. This is a piece of cake for my young master. He looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. My young master's zither Dao has already entered the Saint Realm, just wait for it to open your eyes. The owner was surprised. What do you mean was already in the 9th layer of the zither Dao, the zither Saint Realm? Among the younger generation in Jiutian, there were only a few who had reached the 9th layer of the zither Saint Realm. But what do you mean? Why hadn't he heard of it before? What do you mean saw the owner's expression and smiled, although my zither Dao has entered the Saint Realm, I rarely show it in front of others, so it's normal that you don't know. This time, my senior sister and I were passing by the Firmament God region, and heard that the Guiyuan Sword School was holding a sword school assembly, so we came to take a look. Saying this, he placed his hands on the Black Dragon Qin. Light surged from his hands, and the divine energy in his body fluctuated, condensing into zither runes. Zither runes filled the air, condensing around his body without dissipating. Good. The shop owner couldn't help but praise when he saw he using her divine power to draw in the energy of heaven and earth to form the zither runes. What do you mean? Just this move alone is enough to show how profound the Guqin Dao is. What do you mean? His hands suddenly moved, leaving afterimages of his hands. 1,000-fold hand shadows. The shop owner's eyes narrowed. Regardless of whether it was alchemy or artifact forging, there was a method to it. The depth of the method was related to the power of the refined pills and artifacts. As for the zither and painting, there were similar techniques. 1,000-fold hand shadows was a very profound technique of the Guqin Dao. The zither music produced by this technique had a unique sound effect and was extremely beautiful. What do you mean? His soul seeped into the Black Dragon Qin, channeled the soul of the Black Dragon King, and comprehended the art of the Guqin. Then, he plucked the strings of the Guqin. Everyone stared at him intently. The shadow of his hand heavily plucked the strings of the zither. However, there was no Jiutian sound as expected, nor was there any black dragon's roar that shook the heavens. There was no sound at all. It was completely silent. When a needle fell to the ground, there was still some sound, but what do you mean? It was as if the needle had fallen into a bottomless abyss, there was not the slightest echo. As for the beautiful sound of the zither, there was no sound at all. What do you mean? The two bodyguards behind him were stunned. What do you mean? He smiled and said, this zither is not bad. Even my 1,000-fold hand shadows is unable to produce any sound. It is worthy of my attention. In other words, he was not serious just now. After he finished speaking, light surged from his body. His hands waved, and as his hands moved, zither runes flew out like lotus flowers. Lotus hand. Huangjiu was shocked. The lotus hand was a more profound technique than the thousand-fold hand shadows. Legend has it that the lotus hand came from the Buddhist world. Although Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were not proficient in zither Dao, they had heard that the lotus hand was one of the 10 great zither playing techniques that had been passed down for many generations. To Huangjiu and the others' surprise, "What do you mean?" made a lotus gesture with his hands and suddenly plucked at the black dragon Qin. At the same time, his spiritual power surged and poured into the zither, connecting with the soul of the black dragon king. When his hands plucked down, lotus flowers bloomed on his hands. His hands finally plucked at the black dragon Qin. When his hands, which were blooming with lotus flowers, hit the zither strings, the lotus flowers disappeared. Similarly, there was no thunderous explosion or black dragon soaring into the sky. There was still no sound at all. The black dragon Qin did not react at all. It did not even move. The zither strings were as stable as the wall of chaos. The black dragon Qin was as unmoving as the vast world of dragons. "What do you mean froze? How could this be?" He had clearly connected with the soul of the black dragon king and comprehended the Tao of zither strings. With the help of the lotus hand, how could there be no reaction? Impossible. With a look of disbelief, he plucked at the black dragon Qin again with the lotus hand. Still, the black dragon Qin did not react at all. The previous arrogance and smile on his face were gone. After doing this several times, his expression became very unsightly. He plucked the black dragon Qin crazily, and his spiritual power surged madly as well. Suddenly, a surge of energy shot out from the black dragon Qin. "What do you mean?" Who was crazily plucking at the black dragon Qin, was sent tumbling out of the shop. The qi and blood in his body surged, and his throat heated up. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young master!" The 2 guards were shocked. They rushed out of the shop and helped "What do you mean?" up in a flurry. "What do you mean?" He felt as if his spiritual power was about to split open, and the divine power in his body was in a mess. Just now, he had been crazily plucking at the black dragon Qin with the power of his spiritual power and the divine power in his body. Now, his spiritual power was severely damaged by the backlash from the black dragon Qin. Seeing this, Taurus Longjiao said with a smile, "Didn't you say that if this zither was in your hands, you would be able to shine brightly and recreate the power of the ancient zither? You also said that among the younger generation, there are not many who can rival you in the Tao of zither. How come you can't even pluck a zither now? What do you mean?" Hearing this, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The guard glared at Taurus Longjiao and Lu Yiping. "You must have done something to the zither. That's why my young master can't pluck it. Otherwise, with my young master's Tao of zither, there's no way he can't pluck this stupid zither. It must be you guys. That's why my young master was injured by the backlash from the zither." Hearing this, Lu Yiping placed his right hand on the black dragon Qin. His 5 fingers plucked the strings lightly, and the sounds of nature came out from the zither. The sounds of the zither turned into runes that lingered in the shop. "What do you mean?" The 2 guards were dumbfounded. At this moment, the black dragon Qin suddenly vibrated. As if he was hit by a heavy blow, the guard was sent flying for an unknown distance. Lu Yiping's indifferent voice sounded, "Your Tao of zither isn't good enough. You can't pluck this zither, and now you're blaming others for tampering with it. What a joke." "What do you mean?" Face turned red. He staggered to his feet and stared at Lu Yiping. "I didn't ask for your name? What sect are you from?" Lu Yiping. "I don't belong to any sect," Lu Yiping said indifferently. "Don't belong to any sect? What do you mean?" Face was full of disbelief. "Impossible." The shop owner was also full of disbelief. Such Tao of zither was self-taught? How was that possible? Lu Yiping said indifferently, "Zither Tao isn't my forte. I practice it occasionally when I'm bored." "What do you mean?" And the shop owner were dumbfounded. "Practicing it occasionally when you're bored, and you can achieve such Tao of zither Tao. Also, such Tao of zither Tao wasn't the blue-robed young man's forte. Then what was his true forte? After reading this, please vote for me. If you don't know when to update, you can set a button to remind me when to update. I'm not proficient in the Tao of the Zither. However, my senior sister is also in the Azure Cloud Mansion. When the time comes, she will naturally seek guidance from you. What do you mean? Your senior sister is. The owner couldn't help but ask. Su Qiaoyin. What do you mean? The owner, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing were all shocked. Goddess Su Qiaoyin. In the Jiutian super sects, disciples who were designated as the next sect master or sect master's successor were called God's children. If they were female, they would be called goddess. Goddess Su Qiaoyin was the next sect master of the Qin and painting school. For Su Qiaoyin to be designated as the next sect master of the Qin and painting school, there was no need to doubt her strength. As for her Tao of the Zither, she was hailed as the #1 person in the younger generation. In the Jiutian super sects, there were still a few goddesses who were designated as the next sect master. Goddess Su Qiaoyin was definitely the most dazzling among all the goddesses. She was also the most famous one. This was the reason why the owner, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing were so shocked. Huangjiu had left the Jiutian for many years. Therefore, he had never heard of Goddess Su Qiaoyin. However, the owner, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing had heard of her name before. That's right. My senior sister is Su Qiaoyin. I'm the youngest disciple of the Qin and painting school's sect master. Su Qiaoyin is my eldest senior sister. What do you mean? Said, however, I parted ways with my senior sister this morning. She's not in the Azure Cloud Plains right now. When she arrives, she will come to seek guidance from you. After saying that, he left the store with the help of his guards. I didn't expect him to be Goddess Su Qiaoyin's junior brother. The store's owner exclaimed as he watched. What do you mean leave? Is this Goddess Su Qiaoyin's Tao of the Zither very high? Huangjiu asked curiously. The store's owner nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. She's the Jiutian's Tao of the Zither. Legend has it that Goddess Su Qiaoyin is pure jade zither heart. Pure jade zither heart? Huangjiu was shocked. Zither saint at the age of 17. Huangjiu was greatly shocked. The store's owner said, there are no zither immortals in this world. But some people say that Goddess Su Qiaoyin has already reached the zither immortal realm. What? Zither immortal realm? Huangjiu was shocked. He looked at Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping's expression was calm. Zither immortal realm? The store's owner nodded. That's right, Zither immortal realm. At this point, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Some people say that Goddess Su Qiaoyin has the potential to surpass the sect master of the Qin and painting school and become the Jiutian's Tao of the Zither. Since Su Qiaoyin's Tao of the Zither is so high, why didn't you ask Su Qiaoyin to pluck the black dragon Qin? Huangjiu asked in puzzlement. The store's owner stammered, my master has some grudges with the Qin and painting school. Therefore, it is inconvenient to ask someone from the Qin and painting school. As for what grudges they had, the store's owner didn't say. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't as simple as a grudge. At this point, he turned to Lu Yiping and said, although young master's Tao of the Zither is high, if Goddess Su Qiaoyin asks for young master's guidance, young master must be careful. Lu Yiping nodded. After a while, Lu Yiping and the others left the store. When they left, Lu Yiping took the black dragon Qin and the broken misty sword with him. At the same time, Lu Yiping told Huangjiu, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing that they could take whatever they wanted. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing each took a set of divine tools, while Huangjiu took a fire element divine crystal. Lu Yiping told the store's owner to tell his master to look for him if he came back. After that, Lu Yiping, Huangjiu, and the others continued to stroll around. Not long after Lu Yiping, Huangjiu, and the others left the store, Chu Xian was entertaining Jade Sword Qin Yuyan in a luxurious mansion in Galaxy City. However, apart from Qin Yuyan, there was also a beauty whose beauty could topple cities and countries. She was none other than the Qin and painting school's Goddess Su Qiaoyin. Chu Xian smiled and said, Goddess Su came so suddenly. If we had known that the goddess would come, Yuyan and I would have welcomed you 100 miles away. Although he was the leader of the 5 swords of the Firmament God region's younger generation, in terms of fame and status, he was far from being able to compare with Su Qiaoyin. Therefore, he was overjoyed that Su Qiaoyin had come. Su Qiaoyin smiled sweetly, my junior brother and I were passing by and heard that the Guiyuan Sword School was holding a sword school assembly, so we stopped by to join in the fun. I heard that Chu Xian and young master Chen Yuyan also signed up for this sword school assembly. With their sword skills, they will definitely win first and second place in this sword school assembly. Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan both replied modestly. There is one thing that I would like to trouble child Chu Xian with. Su Qiaoyin said. Goddess Su, please speak. Chu Xian hurriedly said, as long as it is within my power, I will definitely do it. Su Qiaoyin smiled and said, young Master Chu is too polite. In fact, it is not a big matter. I have obtained an incomplete formation diagram, and I have tried all kinds of methods to repair it, but I was unable to do so. Many of the formation experts in my sect were also unable to repair it. I know that Lord Chu Tong's formation skills are peerless, so I would like to ask child Chu Xian to introduce me to your grandfather, and then bring me to meet Lord Chu Tong. Others might not be able to meet Chu Tong, but Chu Xian's grandfather was Chu Tong's brother. With his introduction, it was possible. Chu Xian was stunned. This matter, he hesitated. If this matter makes things difficult for child Chu Xian, then forget it. Su Qiaoyin said. Chu Xian said solemnly, I can introduce Goddess Su to my grandfather, but I can't guarantee that my grandfather will agree to bring you to meet Granduncle Chu Tong. Of course. Su Qiaoyin smiled. At this time, Su Qiaoyin's communication talisman vibrated. She took it out and was stunned. She looked at Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan and said, I came here with my junior brother. My junior brother's Zither Dao has entered the Saint Realm, but he just sent a message saying that he met a Zither Dao expert in the Azure Sun Plains. He said that this person's Zither Dao realm is far above his, and has reached a very high level. She then explained, what do you mean? She couldn't play the Black Dragon Qin, but Lu Yiping could play it easily. Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan were shocked. Su Qiaoyin's junior brother's Zither Dao had entered the Saint Realm, but this person's Zither Dao was far above his? May I know who this person is? Chu Xian couldn't resist asking. Junior brother said his name is Lu Yiping. Su Qiaoyin answered. Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan were baffled. Lu Yiping? You two don't know? Su Qiaoyin was surprised. She had thought that Lu Yiping's Zither Dao would be known to Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan. Chu Xian shook his head, never heard of him. Then he asked, is this person still in the Azure Sun Plains? Su Qiaoyin nodded, then stood up and said, I'll have to trouble child Chu Xian with Lord Chu Tong's matter. My junior brother was injured by the Zither's power, I have to go over to check on him. Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan also stood up. Then I'll accompany Goddess Su. Chu Xian said, I also want to meet this person. 4 days left until release date, since the Sword School Assembly is tomorrow and I'm going, I'll accompany Goddess Su. Chen Yuyan added. Su Qiaoyin smiled sweetly at Chen Yuyan's words, since that's the case, let's go over now. Does the two young masters need anything else to prepare? No need. Chu Xian smiled, for the Sword School Assembly, one sword is enough. He then waved the sword in his hand. Thus, Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan accompanied Su Qiaoyin out of Chu Xian's residence, heading towards the Guiyuan Sword School. While Su Qiaoyin, Chu Xian, and Chen Yuyan were heading towards the Guiyuan Sword School, the news of the three of them coming to the Guiyuan Sword School also spread. Big news! The Qin and Painting School's goddess Su Qiaoyin, Chu Xian, and Chen Yuyan are coming to the Guiyuan Sword School together. The moment the news came out, it caused an uproar. The experts who came to participate in the Sword School Assembly were discussing fervently. Goddess Su Qiaoyin was a peerless beauty, and her zither skills were unparalleled among the younger generation. She was the object of admiration of all the young men in Jiutian. There were many young masters from influential families who traveled hundreds of millions of li to the Qin and Painting School just to catch a glimpse of Goddess Su Qiaoyin. Now, knowing that Goddess Su Qiaoyin was coming and that they would have the chance to see her face, the male disciples were extremely excited. I also heard that Goddess Su Qiaoyin is coming with her junior brother, but her junior brother lost to someone in a zither competition and was injured. What, there was such a thing? Who is this person? I don't know who this person is, but Goddess Su Qiaoyin will definitely invite this person to another zither competition to save the reputation of the Qin and Painting School. As the news spread, the various forces discussed heatedly. The news also reached the ears of the chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword School, Sun Hongyuan, Luo Tong, and Luo Xin. Goddess Su Qiaoyin is coming. Luozhen was greatly shocked. Although he hadn't been in Jiutian for a long time, he had heard of the rumors about Goddess Su Qiaoyin. Sun Hongyuan was also shocked when he heard the news, but then he smiled and said, if this is true, then we're in for a treat. After Goddess Su Qiaoyin entered the Saint Realm, she didn't compete with anyone else. This time, we're really lucky to be able to hear her music. Luo Tong said, has Goddess Su Qiaoyin really entered the immortal realm? Sun Hongyuan nodded, I'm afraid she has. With an envious expression, he said, many people want to reach this realm, but can't. Then he said, I wonder who is competing with her junior brother. Luo Yang smiled and said, this person probably doesn't know who her junior brother is. I'm afraid he's regretting it now. However, it's an honor for him to be able to compete with Goddess Su on the Guqin. Even if he loses to Goddess Su, his name will be recorded in history. At this time, a Guiyuan Sword School disciple rushed in and reported, eldest senior brother, Goddess Su, young noble Lei Jian, and young noble Jade Sword have arrived. Sun Hongyuan and the others were surprised. So fast? Sun Hongyuan said, where is Goddess Su? She's already at the foot of the mountain. The Guiyuan Sword School disciple said, I heard that Goddess Su's injuries are quite serious. When she heard the news, she rushed over from Star River City with young noble Lei Jian and young noble Jade Sword. Sun Hongyuan stood up and said to Luo Tong and Luo Zhen, come, let's go out and welcome Goddess Su. The group immediately left the main hall and headed to the foot of the mountain. As soon as they arrived, they saw Thundersword Chu Xian and Jade Sword Qin Yu riding their mounts beside a luxurious carriage on the left and right. Inside the luxurious carriage sat a peerless beauty with skin whiter than snow, eyes as clear water, and a noble temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. She was none other than Su Qiaoyin, master of Qin and painting school. Behind Chu Xian, Qin Yuyan, and Su Qiaoyin's group was a sea of people. Knowing that Su Qiaoyin was coming, disciples from all over the world swarmed over, following closely behind Su Qiaoyin's group. Luo Tong and Luo Zhen jumped in fright when they saw the sea of people behind them. Only now did they truly feel Su Qiaoyin's terrifying influence. Senior brother Sun Hongyuan. Seeing Sun Hongyuan's arrival, Chu Xian and Sun Yuyan didn't dare to be arrogant. They got off their mounts and greeted Sun Hongyuan. Su Qiaoyin also got down from the luxurious carriage. Guiyuan Sword School's Sun Hongyuan greets Goddess Su. Sun Hongyuan quickly stepped forward and greeted. Although he was the chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword School, he was still lacking compared to Su Qiaoyin, the Qin and painting school's goddess. Su Qiaoyin smiled, so it's Guiyuan Sword School's Sun Hongyuan, young master Sun Hongyuan is handsome and charming, Su Qiaoyin has long heard about you. Meeting you today, you are even better than the rumors. Sun Hongyuan smiled politely. At this time, several people passed through the crowd and walked over. These people were none other than the Qin and painting schools. What do you mean? Eldest senior sister. What do you mean greeted after walking over? Youngest junior brother, how are your injuries? Su Qiaoyin asked. What do you mean? Shook his head, I swallowed master's heaven mending pill, I'm much better now. Only then did Sun Hongyuan, Chu Xian, Qin Yuyan, and the others realize that this young man in colorful clothes was Su Qiaoyin's youngest junior brother. After that, Su Qiaoyin introduced what do you mean to Sun Hongyuan, Chu Xian, Qin Yuyan, and the others. After the introduction, what do you mean said, eldest senior sister, I've already asked around about that person. He accompanied someone else to register for the Sword School assembly. They're currently staying in the courtyard that Guiyuan Sword School arranged for the guests. He looked at Sun Hongyuan. According to my investigation, their residence was arranged by Guiyuan Sword School's elder Jiang Feng, and it was elder Jiang Feng who led them to register. Sun Hongyuan and the others were stunned. Go and call elder Jiang Feng over. Sun Hongyuan's expression darkened as he ordered a Guiyuan Sword School disciple beside him. The disciple respectfully acknowledged and turned to leave. Not long after, he returned with elder Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was nervous all the way to Sun Hongyuan. He didn't know why Sun Hongyuan had called for him. Although Sun Hongyuan was the chief disciple of Guiyuan Sword School, his status and power were extremely high, comparable to many of the grand elders. Elder Jiang Feng, you led someone else to register today? Sun Hongyuan questioned. Jiang Feng was stunned. Although it was against the sect's rules to bring someone else to register, cutting the queue was a small matter. Why would Sun Hongyuan care about such a small matter? Sun Hongyuan introduced Su Qiaoying to Jiang Feng. This is Su Qiaoying, goddess master of Qin and painting school. This is goddess Su's junior brother. Today, the people you led to register entered goddess Su's junior brother. I heard that you even arranged for those people to stay in the sect's courtyard. Jiang Feng's legs trembled and his expression changed. He waved his hand and said, "It's a misunderstanding. I don't have any relationship with them and I didn't know that they entered goddess Su's junior brother. If I knew, I wouldn't have dared to arrange for them to stay in the sect's courtyard." Su Qiaoying said to Sun Hongyuan, "Young master Sun Hongyuan, you can't blame this elder for this." Then she said to Jiang Feng, "Bring us over now, I want to see them." Jiang Feng hurriedly complied. Thus, under Jiang Feng's lead, Su Qiaoying, Sun Hongyuan, Chu Xian, Qin Yuyan, Luo Tong, Luo Zhen, and the others marched towards Lu Yiping's courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, Huang Jiao was teaching Fan Yulan and Fan Xing swordsmanship. Taurus Longjiao was bored to death as he stood in the courtyard, watching Fan Yulan and her brother practice their swordsmanship. Suddenly, Taurus Longjiao moved closer to Lu Yiping in the pavilion and said with a smile, "Master, the weather is so hot, I'm quite thirsty." Lu Yiping glanced at Taurus Longjiao and scolded with a smile, "You glutton, are you thinking about the star chaos water?" Taurus Longjiao chuckled, "Master Amo knows me best." Hearing Taurus Longjiao's words, Lu Yiping smiled and said, "All right, recite a poem in the name of the star chaos water." When Taurus Longjiao heard this, his face immediately turned bitter. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Huang Jiao, who was teaching Fan Yulan and Fan Xing swordsmanship, couldn't help but stop and look outside the courtyard. Taurus Longjiao yawned through the courtyard stone wall and said, "Mother **Ker, I can't even drink a mouthful of water." Just as he finished speaking, the courtyard's door was pushed open by elder Jiang Feng. After Jiang Feng entered, his expression was ugly. He looked at Huang Jiao with eyes full of anger. "Huang Jiao, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to get me killed?" Huang Jiao frowned. Jiang Feng was furious and said, "You entered a disciple of the Qin and painting school today? Do you know that he is the junior brother of goddess Su Qiaoying? So what if I know?" Taurus Longjiao said indifferently. "So what if I know?" Jiang Feng exploded in anger and said, "Right now, goddess Su Qiaoying and my senior brother Sun Hongyuan of the Guiyuan Sword School are outside. Go out and explain yourself. Remember, when you explain later, don't say that I have anything to do with you." Then, he took out all the divine-grade spirit stones that Huang Jiao had given him and threw them back to Huang Jiao. "These are your spirit stones." Huang Jiao's face darkened. "This one is Su Qiaoying, master of Qin and painting school, here to visit young noble. Young noble, please come out." Outside the courtyard, Su Qiaoying, master of Qin and painting school's voice sounded. Lu Yiping stood up and said indifferently, "Let's go out and take a look." Ignoring elder Jiang Feng, he walked out of the courtyard with Taurus Longjiao, Huang Jiao, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing. When they walked out of the courtyard, Fan Yulan and Fan Xing saw a sea of black heads outside and were scared out of their wits. Taurus Longjiao had transformed into his human form. Luo Tong and Luo Zhen couldn't recognize him. However, when they saw Lu Yiping, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Their minds went blank and they froze on the spot. Their eyes were filled with fear. Zither immortal young noble Lu Yiping, the one who entered goddess Su Qiaoying's junior brother was Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping came to the Jiutian, Sun Hongyuan, Su Qiaoying, Chu Xian, and the rest were focused on Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Therefore, no one noticed Luo Tong and Luo Zhen's reactions. On the other hand, Jade Sword Qin Yuyan was surprised to see Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Weren't these the people he met at the restaurant with the huge golden retriever that swept away the Qi family's disciples? The other party also said that the huge golden retriever was worth 100 million heaven-grade spirit stones. When Sun Hongyuan saw Lu Yiping and the rest coming out, he swept his gaze over Lu Yiping and the rest. Finally, his gaze fell on Lu Yiping. He said coldly, "You were the one who entered the Qin and painting school's junior brother." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" "Junior brother is our Guiyuan Sword School's honored guest. Our Guiyuan Sword School does not welcome you. Please move out of our Guiyuan Sword School's courtyard. Also, apologize to junior brother." "What do you mean?" Taurus Longjiao laughed when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. It's just a few broken rooms. Do you really think this master wants to live in your broken latrine? He then picked his earwax and said, Brat, who do you think you are? You want us to apologize to that little girl? Everyone was surprised. Sun Hongyuan's face immediately darkened. What do you mean? When he heard Taurus Longjiao call him a little girl, his face turned even uglier. Taurus Longjiao said to Sun Hongyuan, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Otherwise, don't mention the fact that you're the Guiyuan Sword School's chief disciple. Even if you're the Guiyuan Sword School sect master, I still won't be able to slap you to death. If he couldn't slap him to death, he would slap him half to death. The faces of the Guiyuan Sword School experts who came with Sun Hongyuan sank. How dare you? How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our sect master? A Guiyuan Sword School disciple stood up angrily and stabbed the sword in his hand toward Taurus Longjiao. This Guiyuan Sword School disciple wasn't weak. He was an Emperor Realm expert. Even in the Guiyuan Sword School, an Emperor Realm expert was a core disciple that was heavily nurtured. This kind of disciple had the potential to break through to the Divine Spirit Realm. When the Guiyuan Sword School disciple stabbed at him, Taurus Longjiao didn't even look at him. He said, Swords, come. The swords in the crowd flew out of their control and turned into a rain of swords that flew toward the Guiyuan Sword School disciple. The Guiyuan Sword School disciple was smashed into the crowd. When he fell to the ground, his body was riddled with holes. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was this? Sun Hongyuan looked at Taurus Longjiao and his face sank. Words of law? When one's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth reached a certain level, they would be able to control all things in the world to attack. This was the words of law. Taurus Longjiao didn't bother to explain when he heard the other party mistakenly thinking that he had used the words of law. A Guiyuan Sword School elder glared at Taurus Longjiao and said to the Guiyuan Sword School disciples, all Guiyuan Sword School disciples, form the Guiyuan Sword Formation and kill this bastard. All of you are no match for him. Sun Hongyuan said, let me do it. He jumped down from his mount and a long sword appeared in his hand. Seeing that Sun Hongyuan was about to make a move, Qin Yuyan said, Big Brother Hongyuan hasn't fought for many years. I wonder what level Big Brother Hongyuan's sword Dao has reached. Chu Xian said, Big Brother Hongyuan's sword Dao far surpasses mine. It has already surpassed the sword of spacetime. What? Surpassed the sword of spacetime? Sun Yuyan was shocked. You're saying that Big Brother Hongyuan's sword Dao has already entered the creation realm. Above the heart sword was the sword of spacetime, and above the sword of spacetime was the sword of creation. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. The sword of creation was extremely difficult to comprehend. Even among the Jiutian sword Dao experts of the older generation, there were very few who could comprehend the sword of creation. Even Su Qiaoying praised, who would have thought that young master Sun Hongyuan's sword Dao has already entered the creation realm. In the future, young master Sun Hongyuan's name will shake the Jiutian domains. Su Qiaoying rarely praised others, but right now, she was saying that Sun Hongyuan's name would shake the Jiutian domains in the future. Sun Hongyuan stood a few meters away from Taurus Longjiao. He stared at the Taurus Longjiao, as if his entire being was one with the heavens and earth. Sun Hongyuan was clearly standing there, but the crowd had an illusion that Sun Hongyuan had disappeared, as if he had become part of the heavens and earth. However, the longsword in Sun Hongyuan's hand bloomed with a shocking light. The light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the surroundings. Finally, the entire mountain peak was enveloped by the sword light. The experts from other families who were not present were shocked by the sword light. What a powerful sword intent! Such sword chi, such sword light, who is it? Could it be that one of the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestors has made a move? In the Guiyuan Sword School's main hall, the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestor Qiao Yu was chatting happily with the Taiqing Sword School's O Jinguk. When they sensed the shocking sword chi, they stopped talking. There are still 3 days until the release. On the first day, there will be 5 updates. This sword energy is your sect's returning origin sword energy. O Jinguk of the Taiqing Sword School exclaimed in surprise, and it has already reached the realm of returning origin sword. I wonder which expert of your sect it is. Guiyuan Sword School's old ancestor, Qiao Yu, smiled, it's none other than that brat Sun Hongyuan. Sun Hongyuan. Oh, Jin Guk was startled, then smiled. Congratulations, brother Cho Yu. Guiyuan Sword School has produced such a genius disciple. In the future, Sun Hongyuan's name will definitely resound throughout Jiutian. Cho Yu smiled. Sun Hongyuan's talent is indeed not bad. Not only is he talented in the way of the sword, but he's also very talented in the way of formations. He was even praised by Ancestor Jun. Ancestor Jun was the #1 formation master in the Firmament God region and one of the most famous formation masters in Jiutian. Oh, Jin Guk smiled. Even Ancestor Jun praised Sun Hongyuan's talent in formations. This shows that Sun Hongyuan's talent in formations is very high. He's a master in both sword and formations. Sun Hongyuan's future is limitless. I'm afraid that he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lord Chu Tong. Cho Yu smiled and said, it's just that I don't know who actually provoked Sun Hongyuan to attack. He was very clear about Sun Hongyuan's strength and was confident in it. Therefore, he didn't take it to heart. In front of the courtyard, the sword in Sun Hongyuan's hand continued to condense and release sword energy. Everyone could see that the sword energy around Sun Hongyuan's body was constantly changing. One moment, it would become a divine beast, another moment, it would become a towering tree, another moment, it would become a sea of fire, another moment, it would become a world of ice. Everyone was shocked when they saw this miraculous scene. It's really the sword of creation. Only with the sword of creation can the sword chi create all things and change all things. It can change as it wishes, and its power is unparalleled. Lei Jian Chuxian exclaimed. Su Qiaoyin stared at the sword chi around Sun Hongyuan and said, young master Sun Hongyuan should have broken through to the sword of creation for some time. Otherwise, the sword chi wouldn't be able to change so freely and smoothly. What do you mean? The sword of creation is ever-changing and unpredictable. This golden retriever will not be able to withstand a single move from young master Sun Hongyuan. Sun Hongyuan looked at Taurus Longjiao and said, make your move. As soon as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao suddenly stretched out his hand and directly shook off the heavy sword chi around Sun Hongyuan. Then, he grabbed Sun Hongyuan and lifted him in front of him. Without another word, Taurus Longjiao slapped him across the face. Slap, a clear and crisp voice resounded throughout the courtyard. Sun Hongyuan's face instantly swelled up, 3 times bigger than before. Everything happened too quickly. Chu Xian and Chen Yuyan were stunned. Sun Hongyuan's sword of creation was broken just like that. Su Qiaoyin, the Guiyuan Sword School, and all the experts present were stunned. Sun Hongyuan's ears buzzed from Taurus Longjiao's slap. Stars appeared in his eyes as he looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. At this time, Taurus Longjiao slapped him again. Slap, this time, the sound was like firecrackers. Sun Hongyuan's brain buzzed from the slap. Indifferent, Taurus Longjiao said, I told you just now that this has nothing to do with you. I told you to get lost, or else I'll slap you to death. It seems like you didn't take my words to heart. After saying that, he slapped him again. You want me to apologize to that woman? When did the chief disciple of the Guiyuan Sword School become the slave of a woman from the Qin and Painting School? Slap again. The first slap was on the left side of his face. The second slap was on the right side of his face. Now, the third slap was on the left side of his face. Taurus Longjiao slapped him again and again. He was still angry. Slap. 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 Everyone was dumbfounded. None of the experts present dared to step forward to stop him. Even the experts present at the Guiyuan Sword School stared blankly at Sun Hongyuan, whose face was swollen like a pig's. Elder Jiang Feng, who had just barged in and angrily reprimanded Huang Jiao not to kill him, was also staring blankly. After slapping him for a while, Taurus Longjiao's anger subsided. He then casually threw Sun Hongyuan away. Sun Hongyuan was thrown into the mountain wall of a distant mountain, smashing through it and sending debris flying everywhere. The experts of the Guiyuan Sword School were flustered. They hurriedly went forward to dig out Sun Hongyuan, who was buried under the rubble. Cho Yu and O Jin Guk suddenly felt that Sun Hongyuan's sword chi of creation had disappeared. Just as they were puzzled, they saw a Guiyuan Sword School elder run in a panic. Ancestor Cho Yu, something happened to Vice Hall Master Sun Hongyuan. The moment the Guiyuan Sword School elder entered, he reported while panting. Sun Hongyuan was not only the chief disciple, but also the vice hall master of the Guiyuan Sword School's Hall of Enforcement. What happened? Get to the point. Qiu Yu reprimanded. Vice hall master Sun Hongyuan was slapped by someone. The Guiyuan Sword School elder hurriedly said. Slapped by someone? Qiu Yu and O Jinguk looked at each other in astonishment. What happened? Speak. Qiu Yu stood up, his heavenly god aura filling the air. The elder hurriedly explained the matter in a simple manner. Qiu Yu and O Jinguk were shocked when they heard that a golden retriever man had actually blasted away Sun Hongyuan's sword of fortune and slapped Sun Hongyuan in a frenzy. Both of them looked at each other in shock. Both of them could have blasted away Sun Hongyuan's sword of fortune, but both of them were the ancestors of the Guiyuan Sword School and Taiqing Sword School respectively. Both of them were mid-stage heavenly god realm experts. Could it be that this person was also a mid-stage heavenly god realm expert? Bring us there now. Qiu Yu's face darkened as he spoke. I want to see who dares to act so presumptuously in front of my Mount Guiyuan Sword School. Subsequently, Qiu Yu and O Jinguk led a group of experts from both sects out from the main hall, flying towards Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. At the same time, the experts who came to participate in the Sword School assembly received the news one after another. Guiyuan Sword School's chief disciple Sun Hongyuan was slapped by someone, and he was slapped so hard that his face was swollen like a pig's head. I heard that the other party came to sign up for the Sword School assembly. When the news spread, experts from all sides were shaken. Right now, Guiyuan Sword School's ancestor Qiu Yu is rushing over with experts. Immediately, countless experts rushed towards Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's location. In front of the courtyard, Su Qiaoyin, Chu Xian, Chen Yuyan, and the others stared at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Taurus Longjiao didn't look at Sun Hongyuan who was sent flying. Instead, he turned to look at What do you mean, smiling as he said, Little guy, this little girl is your senior sister? Did you bring all these people with you? He pointed at the experts who came from all sides. For a moment, the experts who came from all sides were intimidated and couldn't help but retreat. What do you mean? Their mouths and tongues were dry. They leaned towards Su Qiaoyin and greeted, eldest senior sister. Su Qiaoyin walked out from the crowd, her steps light and graceful. She looked at Taurus Longjiao with her beautiful eyes and smiled, Your Excellency is strong. However, with your strength, don't you think it's a waste to be under a nameless youth? She was referring to Lu Yiping. When Taurus Longjiao heard Su Qiaoyin say that it was a waste to be under Lu Yiping, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. His laughter was so loud that it shook the surrounding mountains and rocks. Seeing this, Su Qiaoyin frowned. A snow-white zither appeared in her hand. She looked at Lu Yiping and said, Young master, don't tell me you've been hiding in the back and letting your subordinates fight for you? I heard from my junior brother that young master's zither skills are very high. Su Qiaoyin wants to experience young master's zither skills. Does young master dare? Taurus Longjiao sneered, I don't dare to compete with you. Little girl, do you really think that you're invincible just because you entered immortality with the zither? Su Qiaoyin was startled, then she smiled, Qiaoyin doesn't dare to say that I'm invincible. Then she looked at Lu Yiping, what, young master doesn't dare? She then added, I heard from my junior brother that the young master obtained a famous ancient zither from the store. Even my junior brother couldn't play it, yet the young master could easily play such a beautiful melody. Qiaoyin also wants to see it for herself. Taurus Longjiao was about to speak, but Lu Yiping stepped forward and glanced at the snow-white zither in Su Qiaoyin's hand, then said, Snow filling the universe. The zither in Su Qiaoyin's hand was the famous ancient zither, snow filling the universe. It was the zither of the palace of the Holy Zither's palace master. In ancient times, the palace of the Holy Zither was as famous as the Big Dipper Divine Palace. Su Qiaoyin smiled, I didn't expect young master to recognize the zither in my hand. Correct, the zither in my hand is indeed snow filling the universe, the zither of the palace master of the ancient palace of the Holy Zither. This snow filling the universe is something I obtained by chance. Some of the ancestor-level figures who arrived were in an uproar when they heard that the zither in Su Qiaoyin's hand was the zither of the palace master of the ancient palace of the Holy Zither. In ancient times, the palace master of the Big Dipper Divine Palace was known as the number one in formations. The palace master of the ancient palace of the Holy Zither was known as the number one in Zither Dao, Lu Yiping said indifferently. So, you also obtained the zither Dao left behind by the palace master of the Palace of the Holy Zither? Su Qiaoying smiled. That's right, Qiaoying is fortunate to be able to learn the zither Dao of the Palace of the Holy Zither. There was another uproar in the crowd. No wonder Goddess Su became an immortal through the art of Guqin. It turns out that she obtained the inheritance of the palace master of the ancient Palace of the Holy Zither. In my opinion, Goddess Su's Guqin skills are comparable to the palace master of the Palace of the Holy Zither. Many people were discussing. Taurus Longjiao sneered. How dare a little girl who had just become a Zither immortal compare herself with the palace master of the Palace of the Holy Zither? At this time, a light flashed in front of Lu Yiping, and the black dragon Qin floated in front of Lu Yiping. Su Qiaoying looked at the charred black dragon Qin in front of Lu Yiping and asked uncertainly, "Is this the black dragon Qin?" "Yes, this is the black dragon Qin." Lu Yiping said indifferently, "How do you want to compete?" Su Qiaoying smiled sweetly, "I didn't expect it to be the black dragon Qin." She said with a smile, "It's very simple. If young master can break my snow-filled Jiutian, I will lose. If I lose, this snow-filled heaven and earth will be young master's. If young master loses, the black dragon Qin will be mine. How about it? Of course, young master can also play a song. I will break young master's song." Su Qiaoying said slowly. Lu Yiping said indifferently, "If I make a move, you will lose as soon as the strings move. Make your move." When the crowd heard this, they were all angry. "Arrogant. What do you mean?" They glared at Lu Yiping. "My Guqin skills are indeed inferior to yours, but do you think your Guqin skills are really that good? Your Guqin skills are just a joke in front of my senior sister. My senior sister has already entered the realm of the Guqin immortal. Even if she doesn't use the Guqin, she can still play your soul." Su Qiaoying stared at Lu Yiping, and the smile on her face disappeared. Since young master is so confident, then Su Qiaoying won't hold back. At this point, another scarlet flame Guqin appeared in front of her. This scarlet flame Guqin was similar in shape to the snow-filled heaven and earth, but the color was different. Su Qiaoying must have imitated the snow-filled heaven and earth and used the fire attribute divine wood to create it. Two Guqins, one on the left and one on the right, floated in front of Su Qiaoying. Su Qiaoying placed her left hand on the scarlet flame Guqin, and her right hand on the snow-filled heaven and earth. Goddess Su is going to play two Guqins. Two Guqins and two songs. I have never heard of anyone playing two Guqins and two songs at the same time. Goddess Su has already entered the realm of the Guqin immortal. Two Guqins and two songs, isn't that the same as two Guqin immortals playing? Everyone present was shocked. Huangjiu, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing were also shocked. Two Guqins and two songs? Lu Yiping's expression was calm as usual. "Please excuse my incompetence." Su Qiaoying opened her mouth. Suddenly, the hands on the two Guqins moved. In an instant, Guqins filled the air. The snow-filled heaven and earth Guqin in her right hand produced a crisp sound. Rays of snow-white light flew out from the Guqin. These snow-white lights danced in the air and turned into snowflakes. It was real snow, not an illusion. As for the zither in her left hand, the sound was loud and clear. Rays of crimson light flew out from the zither. Those rays of crimson light turned into numerous flaming lotuses. These flaming lotuses and the snow-filled heaven and earth snowflakes floated in the air, reflecting each other's brilliance. One white and one fire, the two lights illuminated the sky, as if heaven and earth had entered a world of fire and water. Then, the crowd saw the surrounding grass and trees turned into flaming lotuses and snowflakes. After being covered by the flaming lotuses and snowflakes, some people thought they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes. Turning sound into music. Everything in the world is a Guqin sound. This is the realm of the Guqin immortal. Some of the Guqin experts were unable to contain their excitement. The flaming lotuses and snowflakes suddenly crashed down on Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others like raging waves. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing's faces tightened watching the flaming lotuses and snowflakes that blotted out the sky. Those trees and grass turned into flaming lotuses and snowflakes after being covered by the flaming lotuses and snowflakes. If they were covered by these flaming lotuses and snowflakes, would they also turn into flaming lotuses and snowflakes? Watching the flaming lotuses and snowflakes about to fall, the black dragon Qin floating in front of Lu Yiping suddenly sounded. There was only one sound. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Boom, heaven and earth shook. A terrifying light wave swept out like a tidal wave. The light wave seemed to have a mysterious power. Wherever it passed, the flaming lotuses and snowflakes dissipated. In an instant, the light wave was right in front of Su Qiaoyin. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Yiping clearly didn't play the guqin. He was just standing there, yet the black dragon Qin actually sounded on its own, and what kind of technique was this? What is going on? There was no lack of guqin experts present, but no one knew what was going on. Su Qiaoyin's face tightened watching the light wave coming at her. Her hands moved in a blur, forming a lotus with both hands, turning into afterimages as she played the guqin. Lotus hand. Someone recognized Su Qiaoyin's technique. Su Qiaoyin's lotus hand was clearly more skillful than what do you mean's lotus hand. Her hands moved in a blur, and the light from the guqin roared out. But it was useless. It couldn't block the black dragon Qin's light wave. The light wave covered the sky and blasted onto Su Qiaoyin. Su Qiaoyin only heard a loud explosion before she was sent flying. Her Shui Qianku and twin guqin also drifted away like withered leaves. The sound of the guqin suddenly disappeared, and the world quieted down. After Su Qiaoyin crashed to the ground, she crawled up after a long time. Her body was covered in dust, and her face was full of disbelief. What kind of technique was that? I've already entered the realm of a guqin immortal, and I'm comparable to 2 guqin immortals. How could I lose to you? What kind of realm are you in? Lu Yiping said indifferently, everyone knows the realm of a guqin immortal, but they don't know that there are 10 stages to the guqin immortal realm. They also don't know that above the guqin immortal realm, there are the Qin Emperor realm and Qin Ancestor realm. The Zither deity had 10 levels. Above the Zither deity, there was the Qin Emperor, Qin Ancestor. Everyone was astonished. Nonsense. What do you mean? He glared at Lu Yiping. There is no such thing as the Qin Emperor or Qin Ancestor in this world. You're just flattering me. At this time, the black dragon Qin rumbled again. What do you mean? It was as if he was struck by lightning and blasted away. Lu Yiping said coldly, just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are too many unknowns in this world. How can a mere true god like you know? He reached out with one hand and pulled the universal snow zither to his front. Lu Yiping wiped the universal snow zither and completely erased Su Qiaoyin's divine sense imprint on it. Su Qiaoyin's mouth bled again. She was shocked and angry. Taurus Longjiao's gaze suddenly fell on Luo Tong and Luozhen in the crowd. When the two saw Taurus Longjiao looking at them, their faces were filled with fear. Little girl, we meet again. Taurus Longjiao smiled at Luo Tong. Your senior Taurus? Luo Tong retreated in fear. Taurus Longjiao laughed. I heard you brought Lin Yi and Yuan Yi's corpses back to the Taiqing Sword School and even asked the Taiqing Sword School's experts to kill us. Luo Tong and Luozhen heard the killing intent in Taurus Longjiao's words. They couldn't help but hide behind the Guiyuan Sword School's experts. At this time, Sun Hongyuan was dug out from the rubble by the Guiyuan Sword School's disciples. Luo Tong ran towards Sun Hongyuan in a panic. Senior Martial Brother Sun Hongyuan, save me. Just as she ran to Sun Hongyuan, Taurus Longjiao slapped down with his palm. Luo Tong was slapped into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Sun Hongyuan and the other experts of the Guiyuan Sword School were stunned. Luo Tong was the direct disciple of Jinggak, the ancestor of Taiqing Sword School. You killed her? Sun Hongyuan glared at Taurus Longjiao, his eyes spitting fire. Do you know who she is? She is the direct disciple of Senior Jinggak, the ancestor of Taiqing Sword School. Hearing this, Taurus Longjiao clenched his fist and crushed Luozhen again. So they are the direct disciples of the ancestor of Taiqing Sword School. If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have known. Taurus Longjiao looked at Sun Hongyuan. But so what if I know? Sun Hongyuan's face turned ugly. Jinggak, who was rushing over with Qiuyu, saw Luo Tong and Luozhen being killed from afar. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Murderous intent filled his body, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed through the air. First sword of wind and thunder. As he slashed with his sword, an endless hurricane violently swept out. The lightning that filled the sky turned into a sea of thunder. The hurricane and the sea of thunder blended together, blotting out the sky and the sun. Carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, it arrived in front of Liu Yiping in the blink of an eye. Within the wind and thunder, there was a terrifying sword aura. It's the Taiching Sword School's ancestor O Jinguk. Taiching Sword School's thunder and wind sword technique, the realm of thunder and wind fusion. Lei Jian Chuxian was shocked. Everyone retreated in a panic, afraid that they would be affected by the thunder and wind sword technique. Liu Yiping looked at the wind and thunder sword aura, the violent hurricane, and the sea of thunder in front of him, and said indifferently, "Sword of origin." Suddenly, the black dragon qin rumbled. Heaven and earth shook, and millions of sword rays shot out from the qin. These sword rays didn't have the power of creation, but they had surpassed the creation realm. Everyone seemed to have seen the power of creation at the beginning of heaven and earth. They seemed to have seen the beginning of all the power in the world. These sword of origin instantly cut through the hurricane and the sea of thunder that covered the sky. Heaven and earth trembled. All the spiritual beasts in the Guiyuan Sword School space prostrated themselves on the ground. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to have stopped spinning. While everyone was shocked, they saw the millions of sword of origin cut through the Taiching Sword School's ancestor O Jinguk's body. Then, O Jinguk's body was split into countless pieces. Even his godhead and soul were no exception. Everyone was stunned. They watched as the Taiching Sword School's ancestor O Jinguk was split into pieces and scattered from the sky. Qiu Yu, who was standing next to O Jinguk, looked at the scattered pieces in a daze. He only felt that his face was wet, and when he touched it, his hand was covered in blood. O Jinguk's blood. Qiu Yu, who had rushed over when he heard that Sun Hongyuan was being slapped, found that he couldn't move his legs. The other Taiching Sword School's grand elders and elders who followed O Jinguk felt a chill run down their spines. Su Qiaoyin's beautiful eyes were also full of fear. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Silence. Sword of origin? Is there a sword of origin in this world? After a long time, a sword expert murmured. Sun Hongyuan had broken through the sword of creation, but the sword of origin was not above the sword of origin, it was above the sword of law. Above the sword of law was not the sword of origin. No one had ever heard of the sword of origin. Not only was this sword expert puzzled, but Su Qiaoyin, Chu Xian, Qin Yuyan, and the others were also surprised. At this time, a voice came from the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land. "Sir, you defeated the chief disciple of our Guiyuan Sword School and killed several people in front of our Mount Guiyuan Sword School. Moreover, the people you killed were our Guiyuan Sword School's distinguished guests. Sir, you're looking down on our Guiyuan Sword School too much. You're looking down on our Guiyuan Sword School. Do you really think that our Guiyuan Sword School has no one left because Ancestral Master Chu Tong isn't here?" The voice was like thunder, and a vast power that surpassed that of a heavenly god shot out, shaking the void. Qiu Yu was pleasantly surprised when he heard this voice. He knelt down and said, "Ancestral Master Li Xinbin, please uphold justice for our Guiyuan Sword School and kill this person." The experts present were shocked when they heard Qiu Yu's words. Many of them also knelt down. "Ancestral Master Li Xinbin." Chu Xian also said excitedly, "Ancestral Master Li Xinbin hasn't appeared in the world for many years. I didn't expect this matter to alarm Ancestral Master Li Xinbin. It's actually Lord Li Xinbin of Guiyuan Sword School." "What do you mean?" He said to Su Qiaoyin, eldest senior sister, "If Lord Li Xinbin makes a move, he'll definitely be able to kill this person." Su Qiaoyin nodded. Guiyuan Sword School was a giant in Jiutian. Naturally, Chu Tong wasn't the only master of this plane. Li Xinbin was a powerful ancestral master of Guiyuan Sword School. He had been the master of this plane for many years. Li Xinbin's voice sounded again, "Does your excellency have anything to say?" Liu Yiping said calmly, "Not to mention that your Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral master isn't here. Even if your ancestral master Chu Tong was here, I, Liu Yiping, would still kill anyone I want to kill." Liu Yiping. The experts of Taiching Sword School were shocked when they heard this. "Impudent." Li Xinbin's majestic voice sounded in the ancestral land. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky. Following Li Xinbin's anger, the sky changed color. I gave you a chance to explain. Since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me for killing you. Li Xinbin's voice was cold. Qiu Yu, Sun Hongyuan, what do you mean? And the others were delighted. Then, the space trembled. A terrifying energy was drawn out from the depths of space. It was the power of the plane surged out like wild waves. It gathered together and formed a giant handprint. The moment the handprint formed, the space seemed to sink. Everyone felt as if millions of pounds were pressing down on them. Even Qiu Yu couldn't stand up straight. If you can withstand my palm, I can let you go. Li Xinbin said indifferent. World Annihilation Palm. Kill. Li Xinbin's indifferent voice resounded in the air. As Li Xinbin's voice rang out, the sky-covering handprint condensed from the power of the plane came crashing down. When the palm fell, everyone felt as if their bodies were about to be crushed into nothingness, as if doomsday had arrived. Before the palm landed, the ground shook, as if it couldn't withstand the palm's terrifying power and was about to collapse. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing's eyes were filled with fear. Facing the World Annihilation Palm, both of them felt despair. In the blink of an eye, the palm arrived above Lu Yiping's group. The sky darkened. The area around Lu Yiping's group seemed to have fallen into a dark abyss. Just when everyone thought that the World Annihilation Palm would smash Lu Yiping's group into the ground, Taurus Longjiao reached out and caught the World Annihilation Palm as if he was catching a drop of water. Taurus Longjiao's hand was very small. In front of the World Annihilation Palm, his hand was like a speck of dust. However, this speck of dust was able to stop the World Annihilation Palm that covered the sky. Then, the Armageddon Palm that covered the sky began to shrink at an astonishing speed. Soon, the Armageddon Palm that covered the sky was only half the size of a palm. It was held in the palm of the dragon-horned golden bull. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qiu Yu, Su Qiaoyin, Sun Hongyuan, and the rest were dumbfounded. The World Annihilation Palm was actually held back, and it was shrinking. Inside the ancestral land, Li Xinbin didn't make a sound. No one knew if he was stunned or not. The Armageddon handprint, which was only half the size of a palm, glowed brightly on Taurus Longjiao's palm. Taurus Longjiao clenched his fist, and the Armageddon palm seal exploded like a small balloon. Sparks flew like fireworks. Seeing Taurus Longjiao crush the Armageddon handprint like a balloon, everyone's hearts couldn't help but twitch. The Armageddon palm that had the power to destroy heaven and earth was crushed just like that? World Annihilation handprint? How dare this thing be called the world-destroying handprint? The dragon-horned golden bull sneered. In the ancestral land, Li Xinbin's expression was ugly. At this moment, Taurus Longjiao suddenly punched the air. The fist mark blasted through layers of the void and blasted toward the ancestral land of Guiyuan Sword School. Green light illuminated the world. When the light of the grand array of Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land surged, the fist mark blasted away the power of the grand array and blasted toward Li Xinbin, who was hiding in the ancestral land. A loud bang, accompanied by a loud shout, came from the ancestral land. The loud bang reverberated for a long time. After a long time, it finally stopped. Outside, everyone looked at each other. Because they couldn't see the situation inside the ancestral land of Guiyuan Sword School, they didn't know what was going on inside the ancestral land. After Taurus Longjiao punched out, he didn't attack again. Instead, he adjusted the golden retriever on his fist. After a long time, a voice sounded in the ancestral land, Blue Sky Divine Fist. How do you know our ancestral master's Blue Sky Divine Fist? The voice didn't belong to Li Xinbin. However, Qiu Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to raise his head when he heard the voice. This was an existence even more powerful than Li Xinbin. The others were in an uproar. Blue Sky Divine Fist? He used the Blue Sky Divine Fist just now? Sun Hongyuan and the other Guiyuan Sword School disciples were shocked. The Blue Sky Divine Fist was the secret of their Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral master Chu Tong. In the Guiyuan Sword School, only ancestral master Chu Tong knew it. How could this strong man with the golden retriever know it? What was his relationship with ancestral master Chu Tong? Did their ancestral master pass down the Blue Sky Divine Fist to him? Taurus Longjiao grinned. Why do I know your ancestral master's Blue Sky Divine Fist? Why don't you ask your ancestral master? Lu Yiping flicked his finger and a jade token flew into the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral ground. Inside the ancestral ground, Fengwen caught the token in the air. When he saw the token clearly, his expression changed. The other ancestral masters of the Guiyuan Sword School and Li Xinbin were also shocked when they saw the token. Our ancestral master wears this token all year round. Why does this blue-robed young man have it too? One of the ancestral masters asked. Fengwen muttered, our ancestral master once told me that he had 2 tokens. One is with him, but he didn't say who has the other one. Now, this blue-robed young man had the other one, Fengwen said. They know the blue sky divine fist, and now they have the other token of our ancestral master. It seems that they have a close relationship with our ancestral master. Come with me and ask them what's going on. Saying this, he stepped into the air first. The other ancestral masters followed him out. Li Xinbin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and followed behind, enduring the pain of his injuries. The crowd outside was nervous. Suddenly, they saw a group of figures flying out of the ancestral ground. When Qiu Yu saw the white-haired old man in the lead, he quickly prostrated himself on the ground and shouted excitedly, Qiu Yu pays his respects to ancestral master Fengwen and all the other ancestral masters. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Fengwen, the second strongest person in the Guiyuan Sword School, he was only second to Lord Chu Tong. Everyone knelt on the ground. Even the goddess of the Qin and painting school, Su Qiaoyin, didn't dare to stand. Fengwen ignored the crowd and walked directly over them, stopping in front of Lu Yiping. He looked at the calm blue-robed young man in front of him in surprise. Who are you? How did you get this token? Fengwen asked. Taurus Longjia said, how did I get it? This belongs to my master. Do you think this token could be picked up on the road? One of the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral masters frowned when he heard Taurus Longjia's mocking tone. Be more polite. Fengwen waved his hand, indicating for the ancestral master to leave. He handed the token back to Lu Yiping and said, our ancestral master also has a token like this. Are you here to see our ancestral master? In the distance, Elder Jiang Feng felt his legs go weak. He knew that Lu Yiping was here to see their ancestral master. Earlier, he said that they wouldn't be able to see their ancestral master. Now, it seemed that Lu Yiping knew their ancestral master. Lu Yiping took back the token and grunted. However, our ancestral master isn't here. He went to the Great Void region. Fengwen said. I know. Lu Yiping answered. The founding ancestor originally planned to return after the Sword Sect meeting ended. How about this, I'll report to the founding ancestor now. However, I don't know if the founding ancestor will rush back ahead of time. When Fengwen spoke up to this point, he took out a communication talisman and contacted Chu Tong, who was in the Supreme Void region. At this time, in the Great Void region, Chu Tong was in the Shumi Buddha sect, discussing some matters with the Shumi Buddha sect's ancestral master. Suddenly, his communication talisman vibrated. It was a message from the Shumi Buddha sect's ancestral master from Fengwen. He rarely interfered with the sect's matters, leaving it to the various ancestors to deal with. Fengwen rarely sent him a message. Curious, he took out the communication talisman and read it. The contents of the communication talisman read, reporting to ancestral master, there is a young man in blue robes, Lu Yiping. He has the same token as you and is currently at the Guiyuan Sword School, saying that he wants to see you. Does ancestral master know this person? Chu Tong stared at the communication talisman in a daze, as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Yiping, holding the exact same token, Master, is it you, Senior, have finally left the Holy Forest. Chu Tong held the communication talisman tightly in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. Even when the Shumi Buddhist sect's founder called out to him several times, he didn't notice. The Shumi Buddhist sect's founder watched as Chu Tong held the communication talisman in his hand, so excited that his soul seemed to have left his body. He couldn't help but be curious about the contents of the communication talisman. What could make an overlord like Chu Tong lose his composure like this? Chu Tong was an overlord. What kind of storm had he not experienced? How could he be so excited that he lost his composure? When Chu Tong regained his composure, the Shumi Buddhist sect's founder Wu Zhi asked, Brother Chu Tong, are you all right? May I know who sent the communication talisman? Chu Tong suppressed the excitement in his heart, smiling as he said, "I'm fine." The communication talisman was sent by Feng Wen. Then he stood up and said, "Grandmaster Wu Zhe, I have some matters to attend to and need to return to the sect. I'll take my leave first." Cupping his fists, Huang Xiaolong left the great hall in a hurry. Watching Chu Tong leave in such a hurry, Wu Zhe was even more puzzled. He was Chu Tong's good friend, and had known Chu Tong for many years, yet he had never seen Chu Tong lose his composure like this. Thinking of this, he called his disciple over, "Go check if something big happened at the Guiyuan Sword School." His disciple was dumbfounded. The Guiyuan Sword School held the Sword School Assembly. Other than that, nothing big happened. Wu Zhe shook his head. "Go check again, see if anything happened at the Guiyuan Sword School other than the Sword School Assembly." His disciple complied and left. At this time, Guiyuan Sword School. Not long after Feng Wen sent out the communication talisman, he received a reply from Chu Tong. When he saw the contents of Chu Tong's message, Feng Wen was dumbfounded. The content of the message talisman was, "Quickly invite him into the ancestral land. The other party's orders are my orders. Remember, no matter what the other party says, you must obey. I'll rush back now." Feng Wen didn't react for a long time after reading the contents of the talisman. Li Xingbin and the other patriarchs of the Guiyuan Sword School were puzzled by Feng Wen's reaction. Feng Wen stepped forward with a strange expression and said to Lu Yiping, "We didn't know about the relationship between young master and the founder. We were negligent. Please forgive us, young master. Now, please follow me into the ancestral land. Patriarch is currently rushing back." Li Xingbin and the ancestors of the Guiyuan Sword School were stunned. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yiping. "That's fine," Lu Yiping said solemnly. Feng Wen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yiping agree. Thus, under Feng Wen and the Guiyuan Sword School's patriarch's invitation, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, Huang Jiao, Fan Yulan, and Fan Xing entered the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land. When they entered the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land, Fan Yulan and Fan Xing were at a loss. Although Fan family used to be one of the biggest forces in the Azure God region's Wind Thunder Manor, it paled in comparison to a Jiutian giant like the Guiyuan Sword School. The two of them had never seen the ancestral land of a super sect like the Guiyuan Sword School. Therefore, when they entered the ancestral land and saw the beautiful scenery, they exclaimed in amazement like village women entering a city. Qiu Yu, Su Qiaoyin, Sun Hongyuan, and the others waited for Feng Wen and the others to return to the ancestral land before they dared to stand up. This Lu Yiping is actually acquainted with Lord Chu Tong. And from the looks of it, their relationship isn't shallow. I wonder what's his relationship with Lord Chu Tong? Whispers broke out in the crowd. Elder Jiang Feng had a complicated expression on his face. Sun Hongyuan, Su Qiaoyin, what do you mean? And the Taiching Sword School's experts had ugly expressions on their faces. Especially the Taiching Sword School's experts, their expressions were even uglier. One of the Taiching Sword School's grand elders approached Qiu Yu, his voice low and angry. "Lord Qiu Yu, that Lu Yiping killed my Taiching Sword School's ancestor Jingguk. Not only did your Guiyuan Sword School not kill him, you even invited him into your ancestral land. What is the meaning of your Guiyuan Sword School's actions?" Qiu Yu mumbled, not knowing how to answer. No one had expected things to turn out this way. That Lu Yiping was actually acquainted with their ancestor. "I hope that your Guiyuan Sword School will give our Taiching Sword School a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, the relationship between our sects will end here," the Taiching Sword School's grand elder said coldly. After he finished speaking, he led the corpses of Luo Tong, Luo Zhen, and Jingguk away, along with the rest of the Taiching Sword School's experts. In fact, Jingguk's corpse could no longer be considered a corpse. Qiu Yu watched the Taiching Sword School's experts leave. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The Qin and Painting School's grand elder, "What do you mean?" sneered at Sun Hongyuan, "is this the way of your esteemed sect? What a disappointment." Su Qiaoyin said to Sun Hongyuan, "Farewell, Gongzi Sun Hongyuan." Then, she took her junior brother, "What do you mean?" and left. Sun Hongyuan watched as Su Qiaoyin and "What do you mean?" left. Then, he thought about how Taurus Longjiao had killed Luo Tong right in front of him. He felt indignant, so he walked up to Qiu Yu and said, Lord Qiu Yu, our Guiyuan sword school has offended the Taiqing sword school and the Qin and painting school for the sake of Lu Yiping. The gains don't make up for the losses. Qiu Yu sighed. These are not things that you and I can control. After Lu Yiping was welcomed into the ancestral land by Feng Wen and the others, Feng Wen personally arranged accommodations for Lu Yiping and the others. Feng Wen said to Lu Yiping, the patriarch said that Master Lu's orders are his orders. If Master Lu needs anything, just tell us. Help me find someone, Lu Yiping said. He came to Guiyuan Sword School for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to see Chu Tong. Second, he wanted the Guiyuan Sword School to help him find the whereabouts of heavenly demon tribes Hao Bai. The good fortune jade disc was very important to him. Therefore, he couldn't let go of any clues about the whereabouts of the other good fortune jade discs. Feng Wen was surprised to hear that Lu Yiping wanted them to help him find someone. He asked, may I know who Master Lu is looking for? Heavenly demon tribes Hao Bai, Lu Yiping said, he entered the Jiutian more than 4,000 years ago. I want to know where he is now. Then, he told Feng Wen everything he knew about Hao Bai. Then I will order the Guiyuan Sword School to mobilize all forces to search for him, Feng Wen said, Master Lu, don't worry. As long as Hao Bai is still in the Jiutian, we should be able to find him. Although the Guiyuan Sword School's main force was in the Firmament Divine region, it also had influence in other regions. After a while, Feng Wen left. Suddenly, a piece of Jiutian living soil in the cauldron of heaven and earth started to move. Lu Yiping was stunned. He took out the piece of Jiutian living soil and found that the unknown tree he had planted on it had already sprouted. Although it was just a bud, it was overflowing with primal chaos energy. Specks of golden light circulated around it. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao beside him were both shocked. Lu Yiping had obtained this piece of tree from the Phantom Demon King's cave abode. Previously, he could only tell that it was an ancient species, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. But now, after it had sprouted on the Jiutian living soil, Lu Yiping thought of something. Second update at 6 p.m., on the shelves after midnight tonight, Taurus Longjiao looked at the budding tree and asked with uncertainty, could it be? The builder tree. Lu Yiping said slowly. At the beginning of the world, there were 4 divine trees. The first was the Ruo tree, the second was the Seeking tree, the third was the Fusang tree, and the fourth was the builder tree. The builder tree was the most magical of the 4 divine trees. According to records, the builder tree was a bridge that connected heaven, earth, humans, and gods. During the desolate era, the gods of heaven and earth used the builder tree to travel between different worlds. However, the builder tree was cut off by the heavenly emperor during the primordial era, and the passage between different worlds was cut off. From then on, if the experts of the mortal world wanted to ascend to the divine world, they had to pass the divine tribulation and be received by the divine world's divine envoy. And the people of the divine world could no longer descend to the mortal world. I didn't expect this to be a fragment of the builder tree. Taurus Longjiao was very excited. If the builder tree grows, wouldn't we be able to travel freely between different worlds? Now, the passage between different worlds was cut off, and it was extremely difficult to travel to different worlds. But with the builder tree, they could go to the demon world, the Buddha world, and the immortal world as they wished. They could go to any world in the universe. Lu Yiping shook his head and smiled. I don't know how many years it will take for the builder tree to grow. Back then, the builder tree stood between heaven and earth, connecting the mortal world and divine world. Imagine how tall it was, but now, it's only this small. The builder tree that had grown a small bud was only the height of a palm. Taurus Longjiao said, I wonder if the star chaos water can speed up the growth of this builder tree? Lu Yiping took out the star chaos water and dripped a drop on it. The builder tree's light surged, and the surrounding chaos chi became denser. However, other than that, there were no changes. Seeing this, Lu Yiping took out a jade bottle and watered it. The builder tree's light surged endlessly, and a bowl was watered. Finally, another bud grew out of the builder tree. Damn, this thing is so expensive. Taurus Longjiao curled his lips. A single grain of stellar sand was worth 1,000,000 celestial spirit stones, but the stellar chaos water was far more valuable than stellar sand. Just a single droplet of it was already worth an astronomical sum. Yet, after pouring an entire bowl of it over the stellar chaos water, it only managed to grow such a tender shoot. Lu Yiping was also speechless. Unwilling to give up, he watered the tree again. This time, not even a single bud grew. The tree only grew a little taller. F*ck, even if the Celestial Emperor is reborn and uses the power of the immemorial Celestial Court, it will be difficult to nurture this builder tree. Taurus Longjiao muttered when he saw this. Lu Yiping refused to believe it and watered it again. This time, it didn't sprout or grow taller. Lu Yiping was speechless. After that, Lu Yiping watered it again, but there was still no change. It looks like the creation wood can only absorb 2 bowls of star chaos water at a time. It's useless no matter how much I water it, Lu Yiping said. He could only put the builder tree back into the universe cauldron and decided to try again the next day. Although it was difficult to nurture the builder tree, as long as he continued watering it with star chaos water every day, Lu Yiping believed that the builder tree would be able to reproduce its ancient glory. As the world's #1 divine tree, the builder tree was not as simple as connecting heaven, earth, mortal, and divine worlds. The builder tree's leaves were not ordinary divine leaves, and the builder tree's flowers were not ordinary divine flowers. The builder tree's leaves could be used to refine various chaos divine pills, including grand mist divine pills and heaven-splitting divine pills, and the builder tree's flowers had many wonderful uses. Of course, the most precious were the builder tree's fruits. According to legend, there were thousands of kinds of builder tree's fruits. Some could nurture various divine races, while others could grow chaos-grade or even grand mist-grade divine artifacts. Some could be swallowed to cultivate the chaos divine physique. If one swallowed the builder tree's fruits for a long time, the strength of their divine physique would reach an unimaginable level. And Su Qiaoyin, master of Qin and painting school. What do you mean? After leaving the Guiyuan sword school, Su Qiaoyin said solemnly, I didn't expect Lu Yiping's zither Dao to be so high. I was at the bottom of a well in the past. What do you mean, snorted? I think that surnamed Lu is deliberately mystifying things. Everyone knows that the Zither Immortal is the pinnacle of Zither Dao. What Qin Emperor, Qin Ancestor? What a joke. The Black Dragon Qin played by itself. Maybe it was played by the Black Dragon Qin's soul and not by Lu Yiping. You didn't lose to Lu Yiping at all. Lu Yiping is so shameless. He stole your snow filling heaven and earth. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Su Qiaoyin said solemnly, snow filling heaven and earth. Naturally, we have to get it back. If it were any other zither, it would be fine if they lost it. However, snow filling heaven and earth was the zither of the palace of the holy zither. It had extraordinary significance. Eldest senior sister, what do you mean? What do you mean asked? I'll report this to master later and ask him to invite the Zither God Ancestor out. Su Qiaoyin said, if the Zither God Ancestor comes, Zhu Tong won't dare to protect him. When the time comes, Lu Yiping won't dare to not hand over snow filling heaven and earth. Su Qiaoyin thought about how she was sent flying by the Black Dragon Qin Zither and lost all her face in front of everyone. Her voice was cold. What do you mean? She smiled happily and said, if the Zither God Ancestor comes out, that would be great. When the Zither God Ancestor comes, not only will he return snow-filling heaven and earth to you, senior sister, he will also kowtow to you. Zither God, he was the most ancient existence in Jiutian. His seniority was even higher than Chu Tong's. He was a powerhouse from the same era as the Holy Demon. During the Holy Demon era, his Zither skills were already the best in Jiutian. He was also known as the Zither God. After so many years, one could only imagine his Zither skills. After Su Qiaoyin finished speaking, she took out her communication talisman and reported the matter of snow filling heaven and earth to her master, the Qin and painting school's sect master, Qingbai. Qingbai hesitated for a moment before entering the ancestral grounds. Finally, he came to the depths of the ancestral grounds, in front of the Zither God's hidden palace. Qingbai has a matter to discuss with the Zither God Ancestor. Qingbai knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. For what matter have you come to disturb me? A hoarse voice came from the palace. The voice was ethereal and filled with the vicissitudes of time. Qingbai didn't hide anything and said, if it was anything else, Qingbai wouldn't dare to disturb the Zither God Ancestor. However, snow filling heaven and earth has been stolen by someone else. Qingbai has no choice but to come and report. What, snow filling heaven and earth has been stolen by someone else? The voice was filled with anger. The palace doors didn't open, but a green-haired old man appeared in front of Qingbai. He had a ruddy complexion, an aquiline nose, and cold eyes. This old man was the zither god, Fu Chao. Who is it? Fu Chao's expression was indifferent. His name is Lu Yiping. Qingbai said, this person is now in the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral grounds. He is an acquaintance of the Guiyuan Sword School's founder, Chu Tong. Fu Chao sneered, a small Guiyuan Sword School has some guts. How dare you steal my Qin and painting school's snow-filling heaven and earth? After saying that, he turned into a wisp of sound and disappeared. I'm going to the Guiyuan Sword School now. I'll be back soon. A day passed. The next day, the Sword School assembly was held as scheduled. Mount Guiyuan Sword School's peak was crowded with experts from all over the world. Just as the Sword School assembly was about to begin, a figure streaked across the sky and arrived in the sky above the Guiyuan Sword School. The disciples of the Guiyuan Sword School were shocked when they saw who it was. They quickly knelt on the ground. The person who had come was the founder of the Guiyuan Sword School, Chu Tong, who had rushed back from the Great Void region. It will be published in the wee hours of the morning, so there will be 3 chapters in a row at around midnight. Then, there will be a 4th update at noon tomorrow, and a 5th update in the afternoon. Charge! 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 On the rostrum, the Guiyuan Sword School's patriarch, Qiu Yu, who had been presiding over the Sword School assembly, hurried forward and bowed when he saw Chu Tong. Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, Lord Chu Tong. Many patriarchs, and disciples hurriedly bowed as well. Wave after wave of voices rang out. Chu Tong looked at the crowd in front of him and said, rise. The Sword School assembly will continue. With that, he left for the ancestral land. After Chu Tong's figure disappeared, Qiu Yu and the others straightened up. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. I wonder what's the relationship between Lord Chu Tong and that Lu guy. He can't be a disciple he took in outside, right? Lord Chu Tong hasn't taken in a disciple all this time. Who knows? Upon seeing Chu Tong's return, the crowd couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between Chu Tong and Lu Yiping once more. Actually, from yesterday until now, everyone had been speculating about the relationship between Chu Tong and Lu Yiping. Sun Hongyuan stood up and walked behind Xiu Yu. Lord Xiu Yu, Lord O Jinguk was killed, and our Guiyuan Sword School sheltered Lu Yiping. Now, the various sects and clans are criticizing our Guiyuan Sword School. I also heard that the Taiqing Sword School's sword masters are furious. Even the Taiqing Sword School's patriarch Zhang Sangchong has come out of seclusion. It's not worth it for us to do all this for Lu Yiping. Qiu Yu glanced at Sun Hongyuan. Yesterday, Sun Hongyuan had been slapped by Taurus Longjiao. After yesterday's recovery, his face was no longer swollen. However, he knew that Sun Hongyuan was still holding a grudge. He said, I understand what you mean. Actually, I also feel that it's not worth offending the Taiqing Sword School and the Qin and Painting School for the sake of Lu Yiping. But both of our words carry little weight, so there's nothing we can do about it. Sun Hongyuan pondered and said, you are familiar with Kong Yifan and the other lords. Why don't you persuade Kong Yifan and the other lords, and then propose a proposal to Patriarch Fengwen with them? If old ancestor Fengwen agrees and tells the Patriarch should be able to decide which is more important. Qiu Yu pondered for a moment and said, tonight, I'll discuss it with Kong Yifan and the others. At this time, Chu Tong had entered the ancestral land. After hearing the news, Fengwen and the ancestors of the Guiyuan Sword School hurriedly came out to welcome Chu Tong. Where is he? Chu Tong asked Fengwen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Fengwen and the others were astonished to see Chu Tong so agitated. He's at the Divine Sacred Hall, Fengwen hurriedly replied. The Divine Sacred Hall was the largest and best palace in the ancestral land. After Chu Tong had people build it, Fengwen and the others suggested other names, but Chu Tong insisted on calling it the Divine Sacred Hall. After hearing Fengwen say that Lu Yiping was at the Divine Sacred Hall, Chu Tong excitedly flew toward it. Feng Wen and the ancestors of the Guiyuan Sword School followed behind. Not long after, Chu Tong and the others arrived at the Divine Sacred Hall. Chu Tong came to the front of the Divine Sacred Hall and took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart before walking in. When Feng Wen and the others wanted to follow in, Chu Tong stopped Feng Wen and the others and said, "Feng Wen, just follow me in. The rest of you wait outside." Then, he led Feng Wen in. The other ancestors of the Guiyuan Sword School saw Chu Tong's strange actions and couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After entering the Divine Sacred Hall, Chu Tong lightened his footsteps, as if he was afraid of disturbing the people inside. Feng Wen, who was following behind Chu Tong, was even more astonished. The Divine Sacred Hall had 3 layers. After passing through the first 2 layers of courtyards and arriving at the last layer, they saw a strong man of the Golden Retriever standing guard outside the courtyard. It was Taurus Longjiao. When Chu Tong saw Taurus Longjiao, his hands trembled. Then, he came in front of Taurus Longjiao and bowed respectfully. "Junior Chu Tong greets Lord Xiaojin." Feng Wen was caught off guard. He looked at the unusually excited and respectful Chu Tong and was stunned for a while. "Junior Chu Tong, Lord Xiaojin?" He couldn't wrap his head around it. Taurus Longjiao looked at the respectful and excited Chu Tong in front of him and grinned. "Junior Chu Tong, I haven't seen you in a while. You're doing pretty well now." Chu Tong smiled when he heard this. Feng Wen had never seen their patriarch smile so happily. "It's all thanks to Lord Xiaojin's guidance back then," Chu Tong said with a smile. Taurus Longjiao patted Chu Tong's shoulder and smiled. "Over the years, your body has been tempered quite well. It's not bad. However, your strength is still a little weak." Back then, when he patted Chu Tong's shoulder, Chu Tong couldn't even withstand a single blow and was directly smacked into the ground. In the Holy Forest, Chu Tong had suffered plenty of abuse from Taurus Longjiao. But thinking back, the more he abused, the more he enjoyed it. He missed those days. Over the years, he had thought of going back many times to abuse Taurus Longjiao again. When he heard Taurus Longjiao say that Chu Tong was a little weak, Feng Wen swallowed hard. If their patriarch was a little weak, then what was he? A little weak? Then wouldn't Lin Xinbin and the others outside be a little weak? Chu Tong smiled at Taurus Longjiao and said, "I, Chu Tong, have not forgotten Lord Xiaojin's teachings all these years. I have been training my body hard." Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, "Let's go in. Master is watering the tree inside." Watering the tree, Chu Tong and Feng Wen were puzzled. Lu Yiping was indeed watering the tree in the courtyard. He was using the Star Chaos water to water the world's #1 divine tree, the Jianqing tree, on the Jiutian living soil. Just like yesterday, after he watered a bowl of Star Chaos water, the Jianqing tree finally sprouted a leaf again. It was small but extremely cute. Including the one yesterday, there were a total of 3 small sprouts. Chaos energy lingered around the Jianqing tree. Specks of golden light adorned the tree. Even in the daytime, it was extremely beautiful. Chu Tong and Feng Wen walked in and saw Lu Yiping watering the Jianqing tree with a second bowl of Star Chaos water. Drops of Star Chaos water dripped from the jade bottle. Under the sunlight, it reflected a mesmerizing and dreamy starlight. The moment Feng Wen entered, he saw the dreamy Star Chaos water. His eyes widened in shock. "This is Star Chaos water? Is this Star Chaos water?" He couldn't believe that he actually saw the Star Chaos water that the various superpowers of the 9 heavens were fighting over. Moreover, the stellar chaotic water that had been fought over to the point the heavens and the earth split apart was now being used by Lu Yiping to water trees. Moreover, it was not watering drop by drop. The tree, his gaze fell on the Jianqing tree. He saw the chaos energy lingering around the Jianqing tree and the specks of golden light around it. What kind of tree was this? To think that there would be such a divine tree in the world. It had just reached immortality, but it already had such dense chaos chi. That was the chaos chi. If one were to take in a breath of it, it would bring endless benefits. If this tree continued to grow, one could imagine how amazing the chaos chi would be. By then, if he were to absorb the chaos chi under this tree to cultivate, wouldn't his strength soar as if he was sitting on a spaceship? Chu Tong was equally shocked that Lu Yiping had used the stellar chaos water to water the Jianqiu. However, he had accompanied Lu Yiping for some time, so he wasn't as shocked as Feng Wen to the point of being unable to move. Chu Tong quickly regained his senses. He quickly stepped forward and arrived in front of Lu Yiping. He excitedly and respectfully knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple Chu Tong pays respect to master. At this point, he pressed his head against the ground and remained motionless. Feng Wen, who was still shocked by Lu Yiping's use of the stellar chaos water to water the Jianshu, was dumbstruck as he stared at the kneeling Chu Tong with his head against the ground. He didn't dare to move. "Founder, you?" he exclaimed in shock. Then, he looked at Lu Yiping with an expression of disbelief. "Master? The founder's master? This Lu Yiping was the founder's master?" The identity of Chu Tong's master had always been a mystery. No one in the Guiyuan sword school knew. No one in the Jiutian knew. Everyone in the Guiyuan sword school only knew that Chu Tong was from the Chu clan. Immediately, he thought of Lu Yiping's token, which was exactly the same as the one that Chu Tong wore. He thought of Taurus Longjiao's blue sky divine fist from yesterday. He thought of the conversation between Chu Tong and Taurus Longjiao. So that's how it is. That means that the founder's blue sky divine fist was taught by that Lord Xiaojin? Feng Wen was so shocked that he hurried behind Chu Tong and also knelt down. Lu Yiping looked at Chu Tong and Feng Wen kneeling in front of him. He stopped and smiled at Chu Tong. "Get up." Upon hearing Lu Yiping's familiar voice, Chu Tong's eyes reddened with excitement. He bowed again. "Thank you, Shizuan." After Chu Tong stood up, Feng Wen also dared to stand up. "Back then, I told you to address me as Lord in front of outsiders," Lu Yiping said to Chu Tong. Chu Tong lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. "Yes, this disciple understands." Lu Yiping continued to pour a bowl of star chaos water onto the creation tree. Just like yesterday, the creation tree did not sprout. It only grew a little taller. "This thing is really hard to cultivate," Lu Yiping lamented, "for bowls of stellar chaos water and only 2 sprouts have grown." Feng Wen's eyes widened. 4 bowls of stellar chaos water were used to water this divine tree? Only 2 sprouts. While he was shocked, his heart ached so much that he wanted to die. That was 4 bowls of stellar chaos water. Even if he watered 4 drops of stellar chaos water on top of his head, only 2 sprouts would grow, right? He stared at the palm-sized creation tree. His gaze was as if he had a grudge against it. But at this moment, he noticed the Jiutian living soil that the creation tree was planted in. Looking at the golden Jiutian living soil, he suddenly thought of something. What was this? Jiutian living soil. Feng Wen exclaimed. Seeing Feng Wen lose his composure, Chu Tong frowned and stared at Feng Wen. Feng Wen lowered his head in fright. Lu Yiping said indifferently, "That's right. This is Jiutian living soil." Fortunately, this Jiutian living soil was present. Otherwise, the creation tree would not have been able to survive. Lu Yiping took out 2 jade buckets and filled them with stellar chaos water. He said to Chu Tong, "I didn't bring anything good with me this time. Take these 2 buckets of stellar chaos water as a greeting gift from me." Feng Wen stared blankly at the 2 buckets that were half the height of a human. Chu Tong also knelt down excitedly. "Thank you, Master." Lu Yiping asked Chu Tong to get up. Chu Tong respectfully accepted the stellar chaos water. Lu Yiping put away the Jiutian living soil and the creation tree. Then, he sat in the pavilion in the courtyard and said to Chu Tong, "Have you encountered any problems in your cultivation all these years?" Chu Tong knew that Lu Yiping wanted to give him pointers. He immediately asked him about the problems he had encountered in his cultivation all these years. Lu Yiping did not let Feng Wen leave. He asked him to stay and listen. Feng Wen discovered that when Lu Yiping gave Chu Tong pointers, golden lotuses would bloom from the ground and golden flowers would fall from the sky. Feng Wen was stunned as he looked at the golden lotuses on the ground and the golden flowers falling from the sky. These golden lotuses and golden flowers surrounded Lu Yiping. From afar, Lu Yiping seemed to be constantly producing golden lotuses and golden flowers. Feng Wen's mouth was dry. What was this? Lu Yiping had only casually given pointers to their ancestral master, and such a phenomenon actually happened. He looked at the surging golden lotuses and golden flowers and felt like he was in a dream. Outside the sacred hall, Li Xinbin and the other ancestors of the Guiyuan sword school were waiting. When they saw that Chu Tong and Fengwen had not come out after a long time, they could not help but feel puzzled. Why hasn't the ancestral master come out after so long? One of the ancestors asked doubtfully, should we go in and take a look? Another ancestor shook his head, the ancestral master told us to wait outside. Without the ancestral master's orders, we shouldn't go in. Li Xinbin frowned, but, he can't keep us waiting outside. This Lu Yiping is too arrogant. His tone was filled with displeasure and dissatisfaction. Yesterday, he had vomited a few mouthfuls of blood after being blasted by Taurus Longjiao. This made him very unhappy. Since yesterday, the other ancestors of the Guiyuan sword school had been looking at him strangely. Ancestor Kong Yifan suddenly said, the news of O Jingguk's death yesterday has reached the Taiching sword school. The Taiching sword school is furious. I heard that even Lord Xianxia has come out of seclusion. A mid-heavenly god expert had died. Even for a super sect like the Taiching sword school, this was a big deal. More importantly, O Jingguk had come to participate in the Guiyuan sword school assembly and was killed in public. This was even more of a big deal. Everyone was silent. One day later, just as everyone was getting impatient and annoyed from waiting, they saw Chu Tong and Fengwen's figures walk out from inside. Chu Tong and Fengwen both had excited expressions on their faces. Their faces were flushed red. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel strange. However, when they saw that only Chu Tong and Fengwen had come out, and Lu Yiping was nowhere to be seen, they were all unhappy. What was Lu Yiping doing? He had left them outside for a day, and now he didn't even see them. Was he treating them like they were nothing? However, although everyone was filled with anger, they didn't dare to show it in front of Chu Tong. Ancestor. Everyone stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Chu Tong nodded and said to everyone, go back. In the future, without my orders, no one is to approach the divine sacred hall. With that said, he and Fengwen broke through the air and left. Everyone stood in a daze. Did the ancestor mean that the divine sacred hall had become Lu Yiping's forbidden ground, Taiching Sword School's main hall? The Taiching Sword School schoolmaster and a group of ancestors were gathered in the main hall, and the atmosphere was stifling. Taiching Sword School's ancestor, Zhang Sengchong, looked at everyone in the main hall with a gloomy expression. His voice was cold as he said, order Qin Huai to go to Guiyuan Sword School immediately. Let him question that junior Chu Tong. Lu Yiping killed our Taiching Sword School's ancestor, O Jingguk. Why didn't the Guiyuan Sword School capture him? Instead, they welcomed him into their ancestral land like an honored guest. Zhang Sengchong, give him 1 day. If he can capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to our Taiching Sword School, our Taiching Sword School will not pursue this matter. If Chu Tong doesn't make a move after 1 day, then don't blame me, Zhang Sengchong, for being merciless. Zhang Sengchong's voice was filled with killing intent, echoing in the main hall of the Taiching Sword School for a long time. In the main hall, all the ancestors of the Taiching Sword School kept quiet out of fear. Don't worry, old ancestor Xianxia. I will pass down the order to old ancestor Qin Huai now. The schoolmaster of the Taiching Sword School said respectfully, then took out a message talisman and passed down Zhang Sengchong's order to old ancestor Qin Huai. The Taiching Sword School had branches in all the Jiutian regions. Qin Huai was the old ancestor of the Taiching Sword School who guarded the Green God region. He was also a master of a plane. Although he was also an early master of a plane like the Guiyuan Sword School's old ancestor Li Xinbin, he was much stronger than Li Xinbin. A master of a plane could control the power of a plane. However, due to the difference in the amount of power they controlled, their battle prowess would differ greatly. Li Xinbin only controlled 70,000 units of power of a plane, while Qin Huai controlled 1 million units of power of a plane. That was more than 10 times that of Li Xinbin. 70,000 units of power and 80,000 units of power were not much of a difference. However, 70,000 units of power and 100,000 units of power were very different, not to mention 70,000 units of power and 1 million units of power. Qin Huai, who was far away in the Green God region, quickly received the message from the Taiching Sword School's schoolmaster. After reading the message, Qin Huai's eyes turned cold. He said to the experts under his command, "Gather all the true God experts and follow me to the Guiyuan sword school." After a while, the 7 heavenly gods under Qin Huai's command and close to 100 true gods all gathered. Everyone flew into the air, rushing towards the Guiyuan sword school. Qin Huai did not hide his aura. The powerful aura of a master of a plane was completely released, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Everywhere it passed, wind and thunder rumbled, and the heavens and earth changed color. When they passed through the airspace above the various cities, the experts in the cities were all terrified. "It's Lord Qin Huai from Taiching Sword School. Judging from the direction, Qin Huai is heading to Guiyuan Sword School. Oh, Jin Guk was murdered. I heard that the Guiyuan Sword School sheltered the murderer. Not only did they fail to capture him, they even invited him into their ancestral land. How can Taiching Sword School take this lying down? Let's go to Guiyuan Sword School as well. Let's see how the Guiyuan Sword School will explain this matter." Some of the hidden experts were alarmed. Taiching Sword School was a true giant in Jiutian. Now that the Taiching Sword School was angry, even Jiutian would tremble. Although the Guiyuan Sword Sect was also a hegemon in the 9 heavens and was one of the top 10 forces in the 9 heavens, it was at the bottom of the top 10 forces, ranked 10th. Taiching Sword School was ranked 4th. The Guiyuan Sword School's foundation was still too far behind an ancient faction like Taiching Sword School. If this matter was not handled properly, Guiyuan Sword School might fall from the top 10 factions. It was currently afternoon. The Guiyuan Sword School assembly was still in full swing. Qiu Yu sat on the rostrum, watching the disciples of the various factions compete with each other. He was bored to death. Suddenly, a powerful aura as vast as the sea rolled over from the horizon. The aura was so strong that Qiu Yu's expression changed drastically. The master of this dimension? Moreover, the aura was so strong that it was definitely a master of this dimension that was even stronger than ancestral Xinbeans. Immediately after, there were more than 100 powerful auras behind the master of this dimension. 7 celestial gods. Nearly 100 true gods. Such a force was already comparable to some of the Jiutian factions. Some of the Jiutian factions only had one master of this dimension and a few celestial gods. The disciples of the various factions who were participating in the Sword School assembly couldn't help but look at the horizon in shock. When they got closer, they could clearly see who it was. It's the Taiching Sword School. Taiching Sword School's Lord Qin Huai is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. Qiu Yu, who had been sitting on the rostrum and hosting the Sword School assembly, was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. He had guessed that the Taiching Sword School would definitely send someone after O Jingvek's death, but he didn't expect the Taiching Sword School to arrive so quickly. Moreover, it was the Taiching Sword School's Qin Huai. Although he was a mid-stage celestial god, he couldn't help but panic in the face of a Jiutian powerhouse like Qin Huai. In the blink of an eye, Qin Huai and the Taiching Sword School's experts arrived at the Mount Guiyuan Sword School. Qin Huai stood in the air and looked down at the countless disciples participating in the Sword School assembly with an indifferent expression. At this time, Qiu Yu, who was hosting the Sword School assembly, summoned up the courage and led the Guiyuan Sword School's grand elders to Qin Huai. Guiyuan Sword School didn't know that Lord Qin Huai would be coming. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you. Qiu Yu forced himself to calm down and said. Qin Huai interrupted him and snorted coldly, coming out to meet you? There's no need to go out to meet me. I'm here to convey the orders of our Taiching Sword School's ancestor, Zhang Sangchong, to your Guiyuan Sword School's Guiyuan Sword School. Lord Zhang Sangchong said that he'll give your founder one day. If he can capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to our Taiching Sword School, we won't pursue the matter of ancestor O Jingvek. If Chu Tong still hasn't made his move after one day, then don't blame Lord Zhang Sangchong for being merciless. Qiu Yu and the Guiyuan Sword School's experts' expressions changed drastically. Merciless, this was an extremely serious warning. Moreover, it was a warning personally issued by Lord Zhang Sangchong. Zhang Sangchong was one of the Jiutian's old antiques. Even their founder, Chu Tong, was a junior in front of Zhang Sangchong. Li Xingbin, Kong Yifan, and a dozen others who had rushed out from their ancestral grounds heard Qin Huai's words and their expressions changed. Facing a supreme Jiutian overlord like Zhang Sangchong, no one dared to treat his words as a joke. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a single word from Zhang Sangchong was enough to destroy an ordinary superpower overnight. Li Xingbin walked up to Qin Huai and cupped his fists in an extremely courteous manner. Brother Qin Huai, our Guiyuan sword school didn't intend to protect Lu Yiping. Please come into the hall, let's sit down and talk. Indifferent, Qin Juan said, there's no need to talk in the hall. I believe you all heard what I said just now. I'm here to tell you Lord Zhang Sangchong's words. If you capture Lu Yiping within 1 day and hand him over to our Taiqing sword school, we'll drop this matter. Or, if you continue to protect Lu Yiping after 1 day, you'll choose to go against our Taiqing sword school. At that time, don't blame our Taiqing sword school for being merciless. At this point, Qin Huai added, you should still remember how the Phoenix God School was destroyed. Li Xingbin, Kong Yifan, Qiu Yu, and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Back then, the Phoenix God School had been destroyed by the Black Heaven sect and the Taiqing sword school together. The Phoenix God School wasn't an ordinary super sect. It was a super sect with 4 plain masters. Therefore, the destruction of the Phoenix God School back then had caused quite a stir in Zhoutian. Even though it had been tens of thousands of years, people still talked about the destruction of the Phoenix God School from time to time. The destruction of the Phoenix God School had resulted in the massacre of all the male disciples, while most of the female disciples had suffered miserable fates. Li Xingbin took a deep breath and said, Brother Qin Huai, please wait for a moment. We'll go to the ancestral land to see Lord Fengwen and let him report to the ancestral master. Qin Huai's expression was cold. I'll wait here for your news. I hope you won't make me wait too long. 4th update at 12 noon. Begging friends who like this book to vote for it. Please, everyone. Warm reminder, for every 10,000 coins you tip, you can get a monthly vote. When he heard Qin Huai tell him not to make him wait too long, Li Xingbin's face darkened, but he nodded in the end. Then, he returned to the ancestral land with Kong Yifan and a dozen other ancestors. Qin Huai stood with his hands behind his back, waiting in the air with the experts of Taiqing Sword School. Because Qin Huai didn't conceal his voice, all the disciples participating in the Sword School assembly could hear him clearly. Everyone was in an uproar. Lord Zhang Sangchong has actually come out of seclusion. Guiyuan Sword School is simply courting death. Oh, Jin Guk was killed, but not only did they not capture Lu Yiping, they even invited him into the ancestral land. No wonder Lord Zhang Sangchong is so angry. The might of Taiqing Sword School is not something that Guiyuan Sword School can casually provoke and trample on. What do you think Guiyuan founder Chu Tong will do? I heard that Lu Yiping has a close relationship with him. So what if they have a close relationship? He can't possibly let Guiyuan Sword School die with Lu Yiping. As long as Lord Chu Tong is awake, he will definitely capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to Taiqing Sword School. However, even if he captures Lu Yiping and hands him over to Taiqing Sword School will definitely hold a grudge. In the future, the disciples of Guiyuan Sword School won't have such comfortable lives. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. In the distance, Sun Hongyuan heard the crowd's discussion. His face darkened, and he said hatefully, it's all Lu Yiping's fault. Everything started because of him. If it weren't for him, how could Guiyuan Sword School and Taiqing Sword School become enemies? This Lu Yiping deserves to die. A Guiyuan Sword School student beside him said, Sun Hongyuan is right. This Lu Yiping should be executed immediately. Indifferent, Sun Hongyuan said, not only did he offend the Taiqing Sword School, but he also offended the Qin and Painting School, causing our entire Guiyuan Sword School to be implicated because of him. If I were Lord Chu Tong, I would directly slap him to death. Just you wait, Lord Chu Tong will throw Lu Yiping out of the ancestral land. Amidst the discussions, Li Xingbin, Kong Yifan, and the others entered the ancestral land. Kong Yifan said, Founder, and that Lu Yiping's relationship is not simple. I wonder what Founder's decision will be. Li Xingbin said expressionlessly, his relationship with Lu Yiping is not simple, but we can't let our Guiyuan Sword School's tens of millions of disciples be buried with Lu Yiping. He added, why should we be the scapegoat for Lu Yiping's troubles? Kong Yifan sighed and said, I hope Patriarch can understand this principle. The group of people arrived at Fengwen's palace. At this time, inside the palace, Fengwen was looking at the 10 drops of star chaos water in front of him. Lu Yiping had given Chu Tong 2 buckets of star chaos water, and Chu Tong had given him 10 drops. With these 10 drops of star chaos water, Huang Xiaolong's strength would increase significantly. Lord Fengwen, we have something to report. Outside the palace, Li Xingbin's voice sounded. Come in. Fengwen hurriedly put away the 10 drops of star chaos water and said. Li Xingbin, Kong Yifan, and the others entered the palace in a single file. Seeing Li Xingbin and the others walking in together, Fengwen felt strange and asked, You're here for? Li Xingbin and the others exchanged glances, then reported the matter to Fengwen. Hearing this, Fengwen had a strange expression on his face. Qin Huai is outside, and you want Founder to capture Lu Yiping in one day? Li Xingbin nodded. Yes, we know Founder and Lu Yiping's relationship is not simple, but we hope Lord Fengwen can persuade Founder to consider the big picture. Don't bury the entire Guiyuan sword school because of one Lu Yiping. Fengwen shook his head. You don't need to talk about this matter. You also don't need to persuade Founder. Founder won't make a move on Lu Yiping. At this time, one of the ancestors suddenly called out, Founder. Everyone looked over in surprise. Unknowingly, Chu Tong had arrived behind them. Chu Tong looked coldly at Li Xingbin and the others. You want me to capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to the Taiqing Sword School as an apology? He was refining the stellar chaos water, but now he wanted to kill someone. Seeing that Chu Tong's expression was strange, the others didn't dare to speak. After a while, Li Xingbin said, Qin Huai said that Lord Zhang Sangchong is furious. He said that if Lu Yiping isn't captured and handed over to the Taiqing Sword School in one day, he won't show mercy. So? Chu Tong's voice grew colder. Li Xingbin braced himself and said, Founder, please calm down. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Founder should still remember how the Phoenix God School was destroyed. The Phoenix God School was destroyed? Chu Tong smiled indifferent. Are you reminding me? I wouldn't dare. Li Xingbin hurriedly said. Chu Tong's gaze swept over Li Xingbin, Kong Yifan, and the others, indifferent. If I don't capture Lu Yiping, what do you plan to do? Li Xingbin, Kong Yifan, and the others looked at each other. We all think that Founder should capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to the Taiqing Sword School. Li Xingbin took a deep breath and said slowly, his eyes firm, Founder, you shouldn't offend the Taiqing Sword School for Lu Yiping. Moreover, Lu Yiping injured goddess Su Qiaoyin. Moreover, if you take away the snowman heaven and earth, the Qin and painting school will definitely come to denounce you. Indifferent, Chu Tong said, not to mention offending the Taiqing Sword School and the Qin and painting school, even if you offend the entire Jiutian, so what? Everyone looked at each other. Open the ancestral lands formation and let the Taiqing Sword School's people in. Lu Yiping's voice suddenly sounded. Yes. Chu Tong was stunned for a moment, then responded respectfully. With a wave of his hands, the ancestral lands formation lit up and opened one by one. Li Xingbin and Kong Yifan were surprised to see that Chu Tong actually obeyed Lu Yiping's order and opened the ancestral lands formation without hesitation. Outside, Qin Huai and the rest of the Taiqing Sword School's group were surprised to see the Guiyuan Sword School's formation being opened one by one. Didn't your Taiqing Sword School want to capture me and denounce me? I'm watering the trees inside the origin returning ancestral land, you can come in and capture me. Lu Yiping's indifferent voice resounded through heaven and earth. Watering the trees inside the ancestral land, not only Qin Huai, but even Qiu Yu and the rest were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's words. What, you don't dare to come in? While Qin Huai was hesitating, a terrifying suction force pierced through the air. Qin Huai and the Taiqing Sword School group behind him were sucked into the origin returning ancestral land. By the time Qin Huai and the rest stopped, they were already standing in front of the divine sacred hall. Qin Huai and the rest looked over and saw a blue-robed young man holding a jade bottle in front of the divine sacred hall, watering the trees. Standing behind the young man was a golden-haired brawny man. Qin Huai was about to speak when he saw the dreamy water droplets that reflected starlight falling from the jade bottle in the blue-robed young man's hand. Qin Huai was stunned for a moment, then he stuttered, Star Chaos Water. The other experts of the Taiqing Sword School did not recognize the Star Chaos Water. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, they were shocked and looked at the water droplets in disbelief. What Lord Qin Huai meant was that the blue-robed young man was using the star chaos water to water the trees. When Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the rest saw Qin Huai being sucked into the ancestral land, they quickly flew over from Fengwen's palace. When Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the rest arrived and saw the star chaos water pouring into the trees, they were stunned. They pointed at Lu Yiping and were speechless for a long time. When Fengwen arrived and saw this scene, he still could not hide the shock in his heart. Although he had seen it yesterday, seeing the star chaos water being watered, he still felt that the world was too crazy. Begging for monthly votes in April. Brothers with monthly votes, please throw them out. My wife is even more nervous than me when it comes out today. She waited until 2 in the morning to see how many monthly votes this book has and how many people have subscribed to it. So, I beg everyone with monthly votes to vote for this book. Tomorrow, we will continue to update 5 times. Go, go, go. At this time, Lu Yiping poured a bowl of star chaos water over it. The tree of creation glowed brightly, and a new shoot grew out. Looking at the new shoot, Lu Yiping smiled. A bowl of star chaos water. Finally, a new shoot grew out. A bowl of star chaos water, a new shoot. Qin Huai, the Tai Ching Sword School's experts, Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the rest were all shocked. It was unknown if it was because they were stunned, but Qin Huai and the rest didn't dare to make a move. Qin Huai looked at the star chaos water being poured as if it didn't cost anything, and his mouth went dry. In the past, their Tai Ching Sword School had mobilized almost the entire sect to snatch a few drops of star chaos water. How many experts had died? Lord Zhang Sangchong had even fought with an old antique for several days and nights. His legs had turned to jelly, and he was on the verge of losing his breath, just to snatch a few drops of star chaos water. And now, Lu Yiping was using a bowl of star chaos water to water the tree. Qin Huai felt like he was going crazy. Then, he saw Lu Yiping pick up the jade bottle and continue watering the tree. Everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at the star chaos water that continued to drip down, everyone's hearts trembled, and their hands trembled. Li Xinbin and the rest wanted to rush up and beat Lu Yiping to death several times. But every time they wanted to rush up, they stopped because they didn't dare. Lu Yiping stood there without any energy fluctuations, but they didn't dare to go up. Chu Tong also stood there, not going up, afraid that he would disturb Lu Yiping. He knew that his master didn't like to be interrupted. In the past, Lord Holy Devil had interrupted his master once, and was beaten up by his master. Lord Holy Devil didn't dare to sit down for several days. Finally, Lu Yiping finished watering the second bowl. Jianshu grew a little taller again. Lu Yiping saw a drop of star chaos water on one of the sprouts. He blew on it, and the drop of star chaos water rolled before dripping down. It merged with the Jiutian growing soil and was absorbed by the tree. That seems to be Jiutian living soil? A Tai Ching Sword School expert said weakly. Only then did everyone shift their attention away from the star chaotic water, and their gazes landed on the average-sized piece of soil. That average-sized piece of soil was overflowing with light, and a mysterious energy was constantly surging within it. This energy seemed to originate from the primordial chaos, from the beginning of the world. It really was Jiutian living soil. After watering the trees, Lu Yiping put away the Jiutian living soil, creation tree, and star chaos water. Over the past few days, after watering the plants, he would take some time to inject his great path energy into the creation tree. If this continued, Jianshu would gradually grow and become one of his natal divine artifacts. At that time, no one would be able to take it away from him. Seeing Lu Yiping put away the Jiutian living soil, creation tree, and star chaos water, everyone finally came to their senses. Everything that happened just now felt like a dream. Qin Huai was about to speak. At this time, Chu Tong came in front of Lu Yiping and said respectfully, "Master." Qin Huai's opened mouth stopped, and Li Xinbin and the others were all in disbelief. "Master?" They looked at Lu Yiping and then at Chu Tong. Fengwen also hurried forward and bowed. Lu Yiping said, "Get up." Chu Tong and Fengwen stood up respectfully, and together with Taurus Longjiao, they stood behind Lu Yiping. "Your Tai Ching Sword School ordered Chu Tong to capture me within a day and hand me over to your Tai Ching Sword School?" Lu Yiping looked indifferently at Qin Huai and the experts of the Tai Ching Sword School. Qin Huai and the more than 100 experts of the Taiching Sword School did not speak. For a moment, they did not know how to answer. Qin Huai was shocked. This Lu Yiping, who had just appeared in Jiutian, was actually Chu Tong's master. No one knew who Chu Tong's master was before. What was Lu Yiping's background? He actually used Star Chaos water to water the trees, and he used Jiutian living soil to plant trees. He did not recognize the trees, but he knew that they were definitely more precious than Star Chaos water. Otherwise, there was no way he would use so much Star Chaos water to water them every day. Make your move, Lu Yiping said indifferently. You can all attack together. Qin Huai's expression was ugly. He said, Your Excellency, our Taiching Sword School is not unreasonable. It is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. If Your Excellency is willing to work with our Taiching Sword School, make your move, Lu Yiping interrupted, his face expressionless. Qin Huai choked and said, Your Excellency, do you really intend to fight to the death with our Taiching Sword School? Our Taiching Sword School's foundation is not something you can imagine. Taurus Longjiao laughed mockingly. Oh, your Taiching Sword School's foundation is unfathomable. Are you the master of 100 planes? Or the master of 1,000 planes? Hearing Taurus Longjiao's ridicule, Qin Huai's face darkened. He said, You're Lu Yiping's servant, aren't you? The Taiching Sword School is a giant in Jiutian. How can a servant like you make fun of them? He was about to continue speaking when suddenly, Taurus Longjiao slapped him. Qin Huai felt his head explode, and his whole body was smashed to the ground. There was a loud bang. Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others were all dumbstruck. Qin Huai was sent by the Taiching Sword School to the Firmament God region to guard the branch there. They all knew of Qin Huai's strength. He was a master of a plane who had cultivated 1 million units of plane power. But he was slapped to the ground just like that. Previously, when Taurus Longjiao's blue sky divine fist made Li Xinbin vomit blood, Kong Yifan and the others didn't take it to heart. After all, Li Xinbin had only cultivated 70,000 units of plane power. But now, seeing Qin Huai with 1 million units of plane power being slapped to the ground, the corners of their mouths twitched. The Taiching Sword School's group was even more dumbfounded. Taurus Longjiao stepped forward and stepped on Qin Huai's face. He exerted force, and Qin Huai's entire head was stomped into the ground. The ground around them began to crack. Taurus Longjiao looked at the other indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. Yes, I'm master servant, but I have no problem abusing you. Fengwen looked at Qin Huai who was being stomped into the ground and gulped. At the scene, other than Lu Yiping, only Chu Tong looked unperturbed. Back in the holy forest, even holy demon, Xianxia, Father Time, and the Lord of Heaven and Earth were often beaten to a pulp by Lord Shaojin, not to mention Qin Huai. Although Qin Huai had cultivated 1 million units of plane power, compared to holy demon, Xianxia, Father Time, and the Lord of Heaven and Earth, the difference was too great. Qin Huai was the master of a plane, and the ruler of the Taiching Sword School's Firmament Divine region. The experts under his command were as numerous as the clouds. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He couldn't help but be shocked and angry, his eyes almost spitting fire. He glared at Taurus Longjiao with all his might. Seeing this, Taurus Longjiao said, What's wrong? Looking at your angry and resentful face, you're not convinced? After saying that, he raised his foot and stomped down, directly stomping Qin Huai. Qin Huai's godhead and divine soul also exploded at the same time. Blood splattered everywhere on the ground. The update is complete. Continue tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, there will be 3 chapters in a row. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. Please subscribe. Shenzhen QQ Book Friends Group, 2610788471. Welcome to the group. Everything happened too quickly. The 7 heavenly gods and close to 100 true gods from the Taiching Sword School stared at Qin Huai's corpse in a daze. Then, a chill ran down their spines. They came here on the orders of Lord Zhang Sangchong. Before they came, Lord Qin Huai's aura was overwhelming. But now, he was trampled to death. Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others looked at Qin Huai's corpse in a daze for a long time. Taurus Longjiao turned around and looked at the people from the Taiching Sword School. The experts from the Tai Ching sword school looked at Taurus Longjiao with fear. Lu Yiping looked at Qin Huai's corpse and felt helpless. Sword god Luo Ning was backed by the Yimba race. He wanted to keep Qin Huai alive to investigate if the Tai Ching sword school was related to the Yimba race. Taurus Longjiao didn't say anything and stomped him to death. Lu Yiping grabbed one of the peak late-stage heavenly gods and searched his soul. Qin Huai was killed, so he could only search the peak late-stage heavenly god's memories. At this time, the rest of the experts from the Tai Ching sword school scattered and ran away in fear. Looking at the experts from the Tai Ching sword school running away, Taurus Longjiao snorted coldly. An invisible sound wave spread out and drowned out the Tai Ching sword school's experts. These experts from the Tai Ching sword school were all shaken and fell to the ground. As these experts from the Tai Ching sword school were shaken to the ground shook. There was only a cold snort. 6 heavenly gods and close to 100 true gods were all shaken to the ground. Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the rest of the Guiyuan sword school's patriarchs were shocked. Taurus Longjiao's face was indifferent. He stepped forward and stomped these Tai Ching sword school experts into the ground one by one. Explosions rang out continuously. Each and every one of them seemed to have stepped into the hearts of Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others. Lu Yiping finished searching the soul of the peak late heavenly god expert and crushed him. Soon, Taurus Longjiao stomped all the Tai Ching sword school experts to death. Lu Yiping's gaze fell on Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others. Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others averted their eyes, not daring to look at Lu Yiping. "Everyone, are you not going to say anything?" Lu Yiping asked calmly. Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others fell silent. After a while, Li Xinbin stammered, "Earlier, we didn't know Lord's identity, so we offended Lord, please forgive us." Then he added, "We persuaded the patriarch to capture Lord for the sake of the Guiyuan sword school." Lu Yiping sneered, "For the sake of the Guiyuan sword school? You're thinking for your own benefit, aren't you? Zhang Sangchong gave the order to capture me, and you were scared shitless, forcing your patriarch to make a move. If Zhang Sangchong came and ordered you to capture your patriarch, would you capture your patriarch? Earlier, were you thinking of betraying the Guiyuan sword school if your patriarch didn't make a move?" Li Xinbin, Kong Yifan, and the others' faces were ugly. In fact, Li Xinbin really did have such a thought. If Chu Tong didn't capture Lu Yiping and offended the Tai Ching sword school, then he would have no choice but to lead the Guiyuan sword school. "We definitely don't have such thoughts," Li Xinbin said to Chu Tong, "Patriarch, please understand. Whether you have such thoughts or not, we'll know soon enough." Lu Yiping said calmly, and a dreamy light shone from his eyes. Li Xinbin's eyes glazed over. "Earlier, were you thinking of betraying the Guiyuan sword school?" Lu Yiping asked. "Yes, if Chu Tong continues to shield Lu Yiping and offends the Tai Ching sword school, I don't need to die with him," Li Xinbin said. "If there's a chance, I will apply to join the Tai Ching sword school." Kong Yifan and the others' faces changed. It was obvious that Li Xinbin's mind was under Lu Yiping's control, and the words he said earlier were Li Xinbin's true thoughts. After Lu Yiping asked this question, he no longer controlled Li Xinbin's mind and allowed him to regain his consciousness. When Li Xinbin regained his consciousness, he saw Kong Yifan and the others looking at him with strange expressions. Chu Tong and Feng Wen's eyes were cold and sharp, and he couldn't help but panic. "Punish him according to the sex traitor," Lu Yiping said to Chu Tong, "then notify the Guiyuan sword school." "Yes, Grandmaster," Chu Tong replied respectfully. He understood Lu Yiping's meaning. Punish Li Xinbin to intimidate the Guiyuan sword school's disloyal disciples. Hearing this, Li Xinbin knew he was going to die. Instead, he attacked Kong Yifan and the others in a frenzy. At the same time, he sneered at Lu Yiping and Chu Tong. "Lu Yiping, Chu Tong, don't be complacent. You killed O Jinguk first, and now you've killed Qin Huai and nearly 100 Tai Ching sword school's experts. Lord Zhang Sangchong will not let you off. At that time, your end will be worse than mine." Just as Li Xinbin was about to charge at Kong Yifan and the others, a silhouette flashed in front of him, blocking his path. It was none other than Chu Tong. Chu Tong's eyes were indifferent. Behind him, a giant divine dragon emerged, its roar shaking the heavens. Both of his fists punched out. The divine dragon flew out, piercing through Li Xinbin's body. Li Xinbin froze on the spot. His chest was completely pierced through by the divine dragon. He looked at Chu Tong in horror. Chu Tong hadn't fought for many years, and now, Chu Tong's strength had far exceeded his imagination. In the next moment, Chu Tong's figure flickered, and a sword light cut through the void. Li Xinbin's head tumbled to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Kong Yifan and the others watched as Li Xinbin's head tumbled to the ground. They were shocked by Chu Tong's strength, but at the same time, their emotions were complicated. Subsequently, Lu Yiping also performed mind control on Kong Yifan and the other ancestors. After a series of checks, Kong Yifan and the others were considered loyal to the Guiyuan Sword School. Outside the ancestral land, the Sword School assembly had been temporarily suspended. Qiu Yu, Sun Hongyuan, and the others stared in the direction of the ancestral land in bewilderment. I wonder what's going on in the ancestral land. Qiu Yu felt uneasy. Sun Hongyuan sneered, Lu Yiping will definitely be captured by the ancestral master. Later, Lord Qin Huai will bring him out. At this moment, the ancestral land's formation opened again. A figure flew out. It was Feng Wen. When Qiu Yu and the others saw Feng Wen, they hurriedly flew forward and bowed. Feng Wen scanned the crowd. Indifferent, he said, Guiyuan Sword School's Li Xinbin betrayed the sect and has been executed by the ancestral master. The Sword School assembly will continue. If there is anyone else in Guiyuan Sword School who dares to betray the sect, execute them. Feng Wen's voice was filled with murderous intent, and it spread throughout the entire Guiyuan Sword sect. Qiu Yu, Sun Hongyuan, and the others were stunned. Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral master Li Xinbin was killed by Lord Chu Tong? How could this be? Then, what about Lu Yiping? Was he captured? What about Lord Qin Huai of the Supreme Sword Sect? Just as Qiu Yu was feeling bewildered, Feng Wen said indifferent, Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu's heart trembled. He hurriedly said, Junior is here. The Sword School assembly will continue, Feng Wen said. Next time, if there is nothing important, do not suspend the Sword School assembly. Hearing Feng Wen's warning, Qiu Yu hurriedly complied. It was not until Feng Wen left and returned to the ancestral land that Qiu Yu realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. After Feng Wen's figure disappeared, Sun Hongyuan muttered, Where are Lord Qin Huai and the others from Taiqing Sword School? Qiu Yu was also confused. Not only were Sun Hongyuan and Qiu Yu confused, but everyone was also curious about the current situation of Qin Huai and the others. Lu Yiping is still alive. Just now, Lord Feng Wen didn't say how he was going to deal with Lu Yiping. Sun Hongyuan said again. Qiu Yu also couldn't understand. Just now, he thought that Feng Wen came out to announce that he had captured Lu Yiping and handed him over to the Taiqing Sword School as an apology. He didn't expect that he would come out to announce that Li Xinbin had betrayed the sect and was killed by the founder. Lord Qiu Yu, do you think that Lord Qin Huai and the others have already been killed by the founder? Sun Hongyuan said and made a killing gesture. Qiu Yu's expression changed, and he gulped, that shouldn't be the case, right? Just now, Lu Yiping killed O Jinguk, and Lord Zhang Sangchong was already so angry. If the founder killed Lord Qin Huai and the others, wouldn't that be terrible? At that time, wouldn't Lord Zhang Sangchong flip the Jiutian upside down? The founder probably wouldn't do something so impulsive. O Jinguk was a mid-stage heavenly god, and even Zhang Sangchong came out of seclusion in anger after being killed. If the master of this plane, Qin Huai, was killed, Qiu Yu couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be. The Sword School assembly continued. On the main stage, as the chief disciple, Sun Hongyuan sat beside Qiu Yu. He looked at the stage below, at the figures of Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, and his eyes were indifferent. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, the two siblings, had overcome all difficulties along the way and had now entered the top 10,000. Qiu Yu saw that Sun Hongyuan was staring at Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, and knew what Sun Hongyuan was thinking. He said, right now, we still don't know how the founder will deal with Lu Yiping, so it's better if you don't touch these two people for now. Sun Hongyuan nodded. Fan Yulan and Fan Xing came with Lu Yiping. Originally, he planned to capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to the people of the Taiqing Sword School, and then make a move on Fan Yulan and Fan Xing. However, he didn't expect that when Feng Wen came out, he didn't announce the news of Lu Yiping. He looked at Fan Yulan and Fan Xing, who were fighting on the stage, and smiled indifferent. Once the news of Lu Yiping being captured was confirmed, he would play the two of them to death, inside the ancestral land. After Chu Tong asked Kong Yifan and the others to clean up the scene, Lu Yiping summoned Chu Tong and said, "Go and investigate the whereabouts of the Phantom Demon King in the ancient times. Also, bring me all the information about the Phantom Demon King. Bring me all the books related to the Phantom Demon King." Chu Tong was stunned, not understanding why Lu Yiping suddenly wanted to find the Phantom Demon King from the ancient times. "Yes, master, don't worry. I will send people to investigate and collect information about the Phantom Demon King," Chu Tong hurriedly said. Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to ask. "Also, speed up the search for the heavenly demon tribes how by," Lu Yiping said. Chu Tong accepted the order and left. Lu Yiping wanted to find the Phantom Demon King because he wanted to know about the creation tree fragment from the Phantom Demon King. Before the ancient times, it was the ancient times, before the ancient times, it was the ancient times, and even further back was the desolate times. In the ancient times, the Heavenly Emperor had cut down the creation tree. If he knew where the Phantom Demon King found the creation tree fragment, he might be able to find other creation tree fragments nearby. Now, his creation tree fragment was alive. If he could find other creation tree fragments, he could devour them and fuse with them. When the time came, he would be able to grow quickly. Otherwise, he would have to water 2 bowls of star chaos water every day. Where would he find so much star chaos water? Although he had found a pool at the end of the Star River, it wouldn't last long. At most, it could be watered for 1 or 2 years before it would be used up. After Chu Tong and company left, Lu Yiping entered the divine sacred hall and sat cross-legged in his room. Then, he started cultivating the longevity art. Instantly, golden lotuses surged and auspicious light descended. The auspicious cloud above Lu Yiping's head had 2 pieces of good fortune jade plates circulating within it. Recently, he had persisted in comprehending the great Tao in the second creation jade disc every day. Around Lu Yiping, dark light appeared. It was daytime, but under the dark light around Lu Yiping, the entire divine sacred hall gradually turned dark. It was complete darkness. One couldn't even see their own fingers. Moreover, in this darkness, all divine senses were blocked and blocked. This darkness was the initial darkness of heaven and earth. Within this boundary, all light had completely disappeared. From afar, the entire divine sacred hall had become a terrifying dark abyss. Around the divine sacred hall, the sunlight was as warm as before. This darkness was the great Tao of darkness in the second creation jade disc that Lu Yiping had comprehended. There were 100 great Taos in the second creation jade disc. Among them were the great Tao of darkness, the great Tao of light, and the great Tao of stars. As long as he could completely comprehend the great Tao of darkness, the great Tao of light, and the great Tao of stars, he could transform into the king of darkness and the ruler of light with a single thought. He could become the astral ancestor with a single thought. Just as Lu Yiping was comprehending the second creation jade disc, Qin Huai and company had entered the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land and hadn't come out. Moreover, the Guiyuan Sword School hadn't captured Lu Yiping. This caused everyone to speculate. "I'm afraid Lord Qin Huai has already been killed by Ancestral Master Guiyuan." "That's impossible. Ancestral Master Guiyuan would kill Lord Qin Huai and 7 heavenly gods and nearly 100 true gods of the Taiqing Sword School just for Lu Yiping? Is Lord Chu Tong crazy? He's going to fight to the death with the Taiqing Sword School just for Lu Yiping. I really don't know what Chu Tong is thinking." For a time, rumors spread everywhere. The entire firmament divine region was shaken. The news quickly spread to the Jun family. The Jun family was the second family in the firmament divine region, just below the Chu family. Even Ancestral Master Jun of the Jun family, the number 1 array master in the firmament divine region, was stunned for a long time when he heard the news. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. This must be a rumor. Jun Tianjian, the head of the Jun family, said in a low voice, "Although we can't be sure, I'm afraid it's true. Many people saw Qin Huai enter the ancestral land of Guiyuan, but he hasn't come out yet. Have you found the divine extermination map?" Ancestral Master Jun suddenly asked. Jun Tianjian replied, there's already news. It's on someone called Haobai of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. We found out that he's hiding in the Wind Thunder Prefecture of the Firmament Divine region. Oh. Ancestral Master Jun said, then lock down the Wind Thunder Prefecture. Tear it down and find Haobai for me. Yes, Ancestral Master. Please rest assured. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Zither god Fu Chao, who was rushing over from the Qin and painting school, also heard the news about Qin Huai's death. Killing Qin Huai and more than 100 experts of the Tai Qing sword school just for Lu Yiping? Fu Chao sneered. He's really stupid and courting death. He continued to fly toward the Guiyuan sword school without stopping. Chu Tong wasn't weak, but Fu Chao was strong enough to suppress Chu Tong. He believed that Chu Tong wouldn't dare to not hand over Lu Yiping and Snowman of Heaven and Earth. The night passed. The sky gradually brightened. Lu Yiping stopped cultivating and put the creation jade disc back into his body. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Chu Tong walking over. Chu Tong saluted and said to Lu Yiping, Master, I found out the whereabouts of heavenly monster races Haobai. Oh, where is he? Lu Yiping was overjoyed. There was finally news of Haobai. Haobai is in the Firmament Divine territory. Chu Tong quickly answered, he's in Wind Thunder Prefecture's Lake City. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, according to the information we received, he's being hunted and robbed by many forces because he has the God Annihilation map. Lu Yiping was surprised. The God Annihilation sect was an extremely powerful force during the Middle Ages. I'm going to Wind Thunder Prefecture's Lake City now. Lu Yiping said immediately. Then I'll go with you, Master. Chu Tong said. No need. You stay at the Guiyuan Sword School. Xiao Jin and I will go. Lu Yiping shook his head. Then, he called the Taurus Longjiao over and flew away on the Taurus Longjiao. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Wind Thunder Prefecture. Lake City. Inside a small courtyard overgrown with weeds, Haobai was sitting cross-legged and circulating his cultivation technique. Green mist slowly seeped out from his body. Beside him, a young man was looking at him nervously. The young man was his disciple, Sui. Suddenly, Haobai opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. Master, are you all right? Sui hurried over and asked anxiously. Haobai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I'm fine. Then, he said coldly, Feng Mingda of the Blood Soul Hall is a despicable man. If I hadn't saved him back then, he would have been killed by the demon dragon. Now, he betrayed me and revealed my whereabouts to others. At this point, he took out an interspatial ring and said to his disciple, Sui, this interspatial ring contains what I have accumulated over the years. There are also some savings and the God Extermination map that I obtained from the God Extermination sect's ruins. Take it away from Jiutian and hide in the Hengyuan plain. Sui shook his head and said, I'm not leaving. Haobai looked at his disciple Sui and sighed, one person dying is better than the two of us dying together. Bring the God Extermination map to Hengyuan, they probably won't be able to find you. In the future, you can comprehend the God Extermination art and God Extermination array in the God Extermination map. When your cultivation has reached a certain level, you can avenge your master. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded. Then, several figures appeared in the sky. The Black Wind Sect. Haobai's expression changed when he saw what they were wearing. The newcomer was none other than the Black Wind Sect's ancestor, Qi Yifan, a peak early-stage heavenly god. The Black Wind Sect had a total of 2 heavenly deities. Other than Qi Yifan, another heavenly god expert from the Black Wind Sect had also arrived. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Seeing the newcomers, the Black Wind Sect's ancestor Qi Yifan frowned. The newcomers were none other than the Tao family's ancestor, Tao Haiba, and the Tao family's experts. Tao Haiba was also surprised to see Qi Yifan. He put on a fake smile and said, so it's Brother Qi Yifan. It seems like Brother Qi Yifan is well informed, you've arrived earlier than me. Qi Yifan chuckled, likewise. Earlier, the two of them had joined hands to exterminate the Fan family, but it was only a temporary alliance. In truth, there was no friendship between the two of them. Soon after, several groups of people arrived. These groups of people were all first-rate forces in the Firmament God region. Their strength was no weaker than the Black Wind sect and Tao family. Some of them were even stronger than the Black Wind sect and Tao family. When they arrived, they surrounded the courtyard. However, each of them had their own concerns, so no one made the first move. A moment later, Qi Yifan looked at Hao Bai and said indifferent, "Hand over the God extermination map." Hao Bai's face was gloomy as he looked at the 30-plus people in the courtyard. Among the 30-plus people, there were 9 Heavenly God Realm Masters, and the rest were either Heavenly God Realm Masters or peak late-stage True God Realm Masters. Despair rose in his heart. Recalling the years he had spent in the Jiutian, he couldn't help but feel sad. Hand over the God extermination map and you can still live. Tao family's ancestor Tao Haiba said coldly. Hao Bai looked at the crowd and smiled sadly. A map appeared in his hand, seemingly made from the skin of some kind of divine beast. He looked at the crowd and said, "This is the God extermination map." With that said, he tossed the map into the air. Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the others were overjoyed. They soared into the air and flew toward the God extermination map. Seeing Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the others fighting over the God extermination map, Hao Bai pulled his disciple Sui and flew toward one of the gaps. But just as the two of them flew out of the courtyard, a startling sword light cut through the void, reaching them in an instant. Hao Bai's face tightened, retreating in a hurry, but he was still a step too late. The sword light swept past. Hao Bai's left arm was cut off by the sword light. "Master!" Sui was alarmed. At this time, several more screams rang out. Both of them looked over and saw Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the others who had tried to snatch the God-exterminating painting earlier were also injured by another sword light, falling from the sky. Several white-robed experts appeared, and the God-extermination map fell into the hands of one of them. Seeing the June character embroidered on the chest of the white-robed experts, whether it was Hao Bai, Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, or the others, their faces paled. June family. These people were none other than the June family's experts. The one leading them was the June family's young lord, Jun Rue. Behind him were 6 June family's Heavenly God Realm ancestors, all of them peak late-stage Heavenly God Realm. The June family's young lord, Jun Rue, took the God extermination map and flipped it over. On the front side of the God extermination map, there were tiny characters and a human figure. On the back side of the map, there was a complicated array diagram. Jun Rue passed the map to one of the Jun family's experts behind him, saying, "Uncle Qing, take a look and see if this map is real." Jun family's ancestor Jun Xianxia took the map and studied it carefully. After looking at it carefully, Jun Xianxia nodded, "It's the real God extermination map." Qi Yifan stepped forward, cupping his fists, "Are you the Jun family's young lord? We have no intention of competing with the Jun family for the God extermination map, we will take our leave." Tao Haiba and the others also cupped their fists, planning to leave. "Take your leave?" Jun family's young lord, Jun Rue, sneered, "Did I say I would let you go?" Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the others felt the killing intent coming from Jun Rue, and their faces paled. The Jun family was planning to silence them, even Hao Bai and Suyi's faces paled. The Jun family's young lord, Jun Rue, took out a golden net. With a flick of his finger, the golden net shot up into the sky, shining brightly, turning into a golden world that merged with heaven and earth. "The heaven-imprisoning divine net!" Qi Yifan exclaimed. "That's right, the heaven-imprisoning divine net." Jun Rue said coldly, "Since you recognize the heaven-imprisoning divine net, you should know how powerful it is. Now that the heaven-imprisoning divine net has trapped the space around you, you won't be able to escape." Everyone's heart sank. The heaven-imprisoning divine net was one of the Jun family's supreme divine artifacts. They didn't expect the Jun family to bring the heaven-imprisoning divine net with them. It seemed like they had long planned to kill them. "Kill them all, kill them quickly, don't leave anyone alive." Indifferent, Jun Rue ordered. Behind him, the Jun family's 6 ancestors soared into the sky, pouncing on Qi Yifan, Hao Bai, and the others. Updated 12:04 a.m., 5 p.m. Although Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the rest were early and mid-stage heavenly gods, they had only condensed 10 to 20,000 heavenly god laws. How could they be a match for the Jun family's 6 peak late-stage heavenly god experts? Each of the Jun family's 6 ancestors had condensed more than 90,000 heavenly god laws. Each of them was comparable to the Yin Ghost Sect's brilliant ancestor and the Yellow Springs Devil Sect's by Wu Chang. Qi Yifan was sent flying by a palm strike from one of the Jun family's peak late-stage heavenly god experts. The sound of bones breaking resounded in the air as his chest caved in. Ancestor! The Black Wind Sect's sect chief and several other experts from the Black Wind Sect were shocked and enraged. Miserable screams filled the air. Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the other heavenly gods were fine, but the other true gods were killed with a single palm strike. Although the true gods had condensed their godheads, they were still too weak compared to the heavenly gods who had condensed their heavenly god laws, not to mention the Jun family's 6 peak late-stage heavenly gods. Those true gods were powerless in front of a peak late-stage heavenly god. The smell of blood filled the air. The Black Wind Sect and the Tao family's experts were all defeated. One of the Jun family's ancestors walked towards Hao Bai and Sui. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from Hao Bai's body, and a giant shadow emerged from his body. Shocking demonic aura swept out. This giant shadow was 100 zhang tall, shaped like a giant bear, but it had 4 giant arms. Oh, heavenly demon? The Jun family's ancestor was surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. In the ancient times, the heavenly demon tribe was indeed a demonic race, but since then, the heavenly demon tribe has declined. Although you have the heavenly demon bloodline, your bloodline is too thin. You might be able to deal with experts of the same level, but it's useless against me. Feeling the pressure from the giant shadow, the Jun family's ancestor remained indifferent. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Hao Bai and struck out with his palm. Palm force whistled and sword chi surged. It was the Jun family's secret art, the sword in palm. The palm was not an ordinary palm, but a palm technique passed down from the ancient times. The sword was created by the Jun family's ancestor. The Jun family's ancestor merged the 2 secret arts together, increasing its power. Hao Bai was shocked when he saw the ancestor's sword. In the end, he pushed his disciple Sui away, and met with the palm force. There was a loud explosion. The bones in Hao Bai's arm cracked, and he smashed into the courtyard's stone wall like a kite with its string cut. The stone wall crumbled to dust. Sand and dust flew everywhere. The great ancestor of the Jun family looked at Hao Bai, who was lying among the rubble, and said indifferently, "You think you can block my sword when you're only in the early divine realm? You're overestimating yourself." At this moment, the young master of the Jun family, Jun Rue, noticed that there was a blue-robed young man riding a golden bull in the sky above the courtyard. The other 6 ancestors of the Jun family, Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the others were also stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of the young man. Wasn't this area already trapped by the heaven-imprisoning divine net? How did this young man get in? Furthermore, he didn't even see the heaven-imprisoning divine net being broken. The young master of the Jun family, Jun Rue, couldn't help but feel the heaven-imprisoning divine net. He found that it was still intact. "Who are you?" Jun Rue asked in surprise. Lu Yiping ignored Jun Rue and scanned the crowd. In the end, his eyes fell on Hao Bai, who was lying on the rubble and exuding a strong demonic aura, and he asked, "Are you Hao Bai of the heavenly demon tribe?" Hao Bai hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I am." He looked at the blue-robed young man in front of him in confusion. He didn't seem to know this young man. It seemed that this young man had come here specifically to find him. Lu Yiping jumped down from the Taurus Longjiao and came to Hao Bai's front. Hao Bai's disciple, Sui, helped Hao Bai up and looked at Lu Yiping warily. A divine tree appeared in Lu Yiping's hand. The divine tree flew up and landed on Hao Bai's head. The divine tree emitted a green light, and a waterfall of life energy poured into Hao Bai's body. Hao Bai was surprised to find that the bones in his arm that had been shattered by the heaven-imprisoning divine net had reformed in the span of a few breaths. The injuries on his body were healed along with his arm. Even the injuries he suffered from the Blood Soul Temple's attack were healed. His blood essence was brimming, and the god force in his body was surging. His godhead shone brightly, and he was full of vigor. Watching this scene, whether it was the Jun family, Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, or the others, all looked at the divine tree above Hao Bai's head in shock. What kind of divine tree was that? How could it heal a heavenly god expert's injuries in the span of a few breaths? Even a true God realm expert wouldn't be able to recover from such injuries easily. At the very least, it would take several days for them to fully recover, not to mention a heavenly God expert. Everyone's eyes burned with excitement. How Bai cupped his fists at Lu Yiping, many thanks for young noble's help. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement and retrieved the divine tree. This divine tree wasn't the divine phoenix tree, but the divine tree of life. In his holy forest, there was the spring of life, a heaven-splitting treasure. The divine tree of life grew from the spring of life after countless years. Although the divine tree of life's life energy was inferior to the spring of life, it was more than enough to heal a heavenly god's injuries. Lu Yiping said to Hao Bai, "I'm from Hingyuan, and I have some matters to discuss with you." Everyone was surprised to hear that Lu Yiping came from Hingyuan Plain. Although Jiutian, Divine Earth, and Nether Prison were also in the Eternity Plane, most people would call them Jiutian, Divine Earth, Nether Prison, and Eternal Dimension separately. Hearing that Lu Yiping came from Hingyuan Plain, the Jun family's young lord Jun Rui, who was guessing Lu Yiping's origin, relaxed. "You have some matters to discuss with me?" Hao Bai was even more confused. At this time, the Jun family's young lord Jun Rui and 6 ancestors walked over. Hao Bai retreated in shock. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao turned around. When Lu Yiping saw the divine extermination map in their hands, a suction force came from his hand, and the divine extermination map fell into Lu Yiping's hand. The Jun family's 7 ancestors reacted, and all of them were enraged. Jun Rui glared at Lu Yiping and stretched out his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. "How dare you steal my Jun family's things, you're courting death. I advise you to return the divine extermination map to me." "Your Jun family's things?" Lu Yiping's expression was indifferent. "This divine extermination map belongs to your Jun family?" Jun Rui's face flushed red, and he suddenly punched at Lu Yiping. When he punched out, the heavenly god's law entwined around his fist, and the light from his fist shone brightly, as if it could collapse the sky. This Jun family's young lord Jun Rui was a mid-stage heavenly god, and he had already condensed 60,000 heavenly god's law. However, when he reached Lu Yiping, he found that the force of his punch seemed to have fallen into a vast abyss, completely disappearing, and he himself was stuck 10 meters away from Lu Yiping, unable to move. Everyone was shocked. The Jun family's 6 ancestors looked at each other with solemn expressions. One of them came to Jun Rui's side, and in shock, he put his hand on Jun Rui, only to find that a terrifying suction force was sucking him in. He was also stuck there, and even if he channeled all of his divine energy and activated all of his 90,000 heavenly god's law, he still couldn't shake it off. 4th update: seeking monthly votes. Seeking subscriptions. By the way, yesterday's initial subscriptions were more than 1,000, and Invincible World's initial subscriptions were more than 700. Now, Jidian's initial subscriptions are close to 1,300. Fortunately, QQ Reading's bestseller list is number 16, so the initial subscriptions should be higher than Jidian's. There's a 5th update in the afternoon. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. How could someone be stuck there, unable to move? The other 5 Jun family ancestors were even more shocked. "Who are you? Please let go of our young lord," one of the Jun family ancestors said solemnly, but his tone was still polite. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull looked at the Jun family's young master and young master Jun, and grinned. "Let go? Maybe they will let go after a few tens of thousands of years." Everyone was shocked. A few tens of thousands of years? Would the Jun family's young lord be stuck here for a few tens of thousands of years? Or would he just stand there and wait for death? A heavenly god's lifespan was limited. "What do you mean?" The Jun family ancestor's heart sank as he glared at Taurus Longjiao. "What do I mean? You can scram, but he can't." Taurus Longjiao laughed. The 5 ancestors were enraged, and their heavenly god energy surged. Just as they were about to attack, a cold voice sounded. "You've interfered in our Jun family's matters, and now you've trapped my grandson here. Are you looking down on our Jun family?" Everyone looked over and saw an old man and a middle-aged man flying over Hu City. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the small courtyard. Seeing the old man and the middle-aged man, the Jun family members were pleasantly surprised. "We greet Lord Great Ancestor. Lord Patriarch." The Jun family's 5 ancestors quickly stepped forward and saluted. How Bai, Qi Yifan, Tao Hai Ba, and the others felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this name. Great ancestor Jun? The newcomer was the Jun family's great ancestor Jun. The second strongest person in the firmament god region, he was second only to the origin returning ancestor, Chu Tong. The other person was the Jun family's patriarch, Jun Tianjian. Great ancestor Jun had the ancestors stand up. He glanced at Lu Yiping and said indifferently, I was worried, so I came with Tianjian to take a look. The god-slaying grand array recorded in the god-slaying map was very important to him. Great-grandfather, father, you came at the right time. This person stole the god-slaying map and trapped me here. Jun family's young lord Jun Rui was pleasantly surprised. He said to great ancestor and Jun Tianjian, he even told Uncle Cheng and them to scram. Jun Taizu interrupted Jun Rui and said, I understand. He looked at Lu Yiping with an expressionless face. Your Excellency's comprehension of the law of space and gravity is not bad. Great ancestor would like to learn a few moves from you. When Taurus Longjiao heard ancestor Jun say that Lu Yiping's comprehension of the law of gravity was good, he sneered. However, he couldn't blame ancestor Jun. After all, ancestor Jun's realm was limited and his eyesight was limited. Indifferent, the head of the Jun family, Jun Tianjian, looked at Taurus Longjiao. Is it very funny? Taurus Longjiao said to ancestor Jun, there's no need to fight with my master. I'll play with you. Jun Taizu was stunned and his expression turned ugly. Play a trick? Did the other party mean that he could decide the outcome of the battle with a single move? Jun Tianjian stepped forward and looked at Taurus Longjiao indifferent. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. After dealing with you, I'll deal with your master. After saying that, he released his aura as the master of this plane, and the sword light around his body surged. Under Jun Tianjian's powerful aura, Hao Bai, Qi Yifan, Tao Hai Ba, and the rest felt their bodies tighten, as if the world around them was about to collapse. Then, Hao Bai and the rest saw Jun Tianjian's sword light spread out like waves, surging continuously. In the end, there were more than 1,000,000 sword lights. These 1,000,000 sword lights continued to evolve, forming a huge sword array. Using sword chi to form a sword array, one could see how high Jun Tianjian's sword Dao was. As the number one array master in the firmament god region, ancestor Jun Tianjian's array skills were naturally high. He had already integrated array skills into his sword Dao. Endless sword chi, endless array skills. As the sword lights surged, it was as if the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers were rising and falling. Sun, moon, mountains and river sword array. Qi Yifan looked at the sword array around Jun Tianjian and exclaimed. Jun Tianjian's sun, moon, mountains and river sword array was famous in the firmament god region. Everyone in the firmament god region knew that once this sword array was used, the sun and moon would sink, mountains and rivers would shatter. Jun Tianjian waved his hands. Suddenly, the sun, moon, mountains and rivers sword array broke through the sky, and the 1,000,000 sword lights formed a sword array that attacked Taurus Longjiao. When the 1,000,000 sword lights attacked Taurus Longjiao, the sun and moon rose and fell as the sword lights flowed. Mountains collapsed and rivers were cut. Looking at the 1,000,000 sword lights of the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array, Taurus Longjiao smiled and said, it's still a bit powerful. Then, he did not make a move. He stood there and allowed the 1,000,000 sword lights of the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array to hit him. Clang, clang, clang. When the 1,000,000 sword lights of the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array hit him, there was a crisp sound. Taurus Longjiao stood there, like a chaotic divine mountain, emitting a faint golden light. When the 1,000,000 sword lights of the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array hit him, he did not move at all. The 1,000,000 strands of sword energy struck its body, but it was like a gentle breeze had blown through its body. No, it couldn't even be considered a gentle breeze because even the corner of its clothes hadn't been blown up at all. Hao Bai was stunned. The Jun family's young master, Jun Rui, and the others were stunned. Even Jun Tianjian, who was controlling the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array, trembled. He looked at Taurus Longjiao, who was standing there unharmed, in disbelief. Jun Taizu was also in disbelief. In the end, the sword lights of the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array dissipated. Taurus Longjiao looked at Jun Tianjian and said, your understanding of the sword array is not bad, but it's a pity that your strength is too weak. The Jun family's patriarchs had complicated expressions. One had to know that their patriarch was the Jun family's genius. His cultivation speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even higher than many of the older generation experts. He was an expert who had cultivated more than 1.3 million planar strength, and his strength was too weak. Taurus Longjiao said again, "You also take this move from Old Bull." With that, the million sword lights of his body flew out and hit Jun Tianjin. Similarly, the sun and moon sank and the mountains and rivers shattered, but it was stronger and faster than Jun Tianjin's. Sun, moon, mountains and river sword array? Jun Tianjin looked at the million sword lights in shock. Taurus Longjiao was also using the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array. Just as Taurus Longjiao was using the sun, moon, mountains and river sword array to attack Jun Tianjin, Zither god Fu Chao was flying rapidly toward the Guiyuan sword school. He was already close to the Guiyuan sword school. Su Qiaoyin, who was waiting for Zither god Fu Chao near the Guiyuan sword school, also received the news that Zither god Fu Chao was about to arrive. Zither god Old Ancestor is about to arrive. Let's go and welcome him. Su Qiaoyin brought "What do you mean" to the mountain near the Guiyuan sword school. The two had just arrived when they saw a figure flying through the air. It was Zither god Fu Chao. "Greetings to Zither god Old Ancestor." Su Qiaoyin hurried forward to greet him. Zither god Fu Chao nodded and let Su Qiaoyin and Su Qiaoyin rise. He brought the two of them into the air and soon arrived above the Guiyuan sword school. At this time, the sword school assembly was not over yet. The experts from all sides were still competing. Zither god Fu Chao's aura swept out, and the experts from all sides were shocked. In the Guiyuan ancestral land, Feng Wen, Chu Tong, and the others also felt Zither god Fu Chao's powerful aura. They were shocked and flew out of the ancestral land. And the monthly votes will not be moved today. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please vote for Xinjian. Thank you. Continue tomorrow. Zither god Fu Chao. Feng Wen, who had just come out of the ancestral land, was shocked to see the blue-haired old man beside Su Qiaoyin. Kong Yifan and the other ancestors were even more shocked. They couldn't be blamed for being shocked. Zither god Fu Chao was too famous. Before they had made a name for themselves, Zither god Fu Chao's name had already resounded throughout the Jiutian. Zither god Fu Chao was already an invincible existence before he went into seclusion. Since his debut, Zither god Fu Chao had never lost a battle. There were too many legends about Zither god Fu Chao. Although Feng Wen was the second strongest person in the Guiyuan sword school, he was only a junior in front of Zither god Fu Chao. In the distance, experts from various forces were in an uproar when they heard Feng Wen's surprised voice. "It's Ancestor Zither god Fu Chao. Lord Zither god Fu Chao. Lord Zither god Fu Chao has returned to the world." Experts from various sects and families were so excited that they knelt down in front of Fu Chao. Many of the disciples who were still competing also stopped. Tens of thousands of disciples, elders, grand elders, and even ancestors and patriarchs from the various families and sects cheered with fervor. For a moment, the Guiyuan sword school was filled with the words Zither god Fu Chao. It was as if the sword school assembly had turned into a Zither god assembly. This was the prestige of Zither god Fu Chao. Although Chu Tong was the ancestor of the Guiyuan sword school and the strongest person in the firmament god region, he didn't have such prestige. Even the disciples of the Guiyuan sword school were excited. Chu Tong led Feng Wen and the other ancestors of the Guiyuan sword school out to welcome Fu Chao. His heart sank when he saw Fu Chao arrive. He didn't expect Fu Chao to come out of seclusion for the snow of heaven and earth and come to the Guiyuan sword school in person. Chu Tong's face was solemn. "So it's Senior Zither God." Arriving in front of Zither God Fu Chao, Chu Tong took a step forward and cupped his fists. "We didn't know that Senior Zither God was coming, please forgive us." Looking at the neither servile nor overbearing Chu Tong, Fu Chao was expressionless. "There's no need for pleasantries. I believe you know why I'm here." He paused for a moment and then said, "Have Lu Yiping hand over the snowman universe. Also, the famous ancient Zither Black Dragon Qin is in his hands, right? Ask him to hand it over and give it to Su Qiaoyin, a disciple of our Qin and painting school, as an apology." Chu Tong and Feng Wen's faces turned ugly. Zither god Fu Chao was famous throughout the Jiutian during the Holy Devil era, but he was also famous for being protective. However, this protectiveness was a bit excessive. Not only did he want the snowman universe back, but he also wanted the black dragon Qin in Lu Yiping's hands. Feng Wen couldn't help but say, it was Su Qiaoyin who took the initiative to compete with Lord Lu. Before the competition, she was the one who proposed that if she lost, she would give the snowman universe to Lord Lu. Everyone heard and saw it. Since Su Qiaoyin lost, the snowman universe naturally belongs to Lord Lu. Now that Lord Fu Chao is here, not only does he want Lord Lu to return the snowman universe, but he also wants Lord Lu to hand over the black dragon Qin and apologize. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Feng Wen's voice resounded through the Guiyuan sword school. Fu Chao's eyes were cold. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your ancestral master. When did you have the right to interrupt? Finishing his words, he waved his sleeves. Countless zither sounds were born, releasing a brilliant light. These zither sounds carried a destructive power that blasted towards Feng Wen. They were so fast. Even Chu Tong couldn't stop them in time. Feng Wen was shocked. The power of the plane surged from his body, and a divine sword appeared in his hand. Thousands of sword rays shot out in an attempt to block the zither music. However, the zither music instantly pierced through the layers of sword rays. Feng Wen's body trembled, and he was forced back by the zither sounds. He retreated several hundred li before stopping. Feng Wen's throat heated up, and he spat out blood. Kong Yifan and the rest of the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral masters were shocked. Although Feng Wen was an early-stage lord of a plane, he was much stronger than Qin Huai of the Taiqing Sword School. Qin Huai only had 1 million units of plane power. Feng Wen was an early-stage lord of a plane who had cultivated 9 million units of plane power. However, Feng Wen, who had cultivated 9 million units of plane power, couldn't even block a wave of his sleeves. He was sent flying. Chu Tong was also surprised. Once one broke through 10 million units of plane power, they would be mid-stage lord of a plane. Feng Wen could be said to be at the peak of the early-stage lord of a plane. However, Fu Chao waved his sleeves and sent him flying. He looked at Fu Chao and said, Senior Fu Chao, I respect you as a senior. However, you came to my Guiyuan Sword School and unreasonably asked for Snow of the Universe, Black Dragon Qin, and Feng Wen were just stating the facts. However, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked him. This is a bit too much. Hearing this, Fu Chao suddenly laughed loudly. He looked at Chu Tong and said, Are you questioning me? Chu Tong said in a low voice, You can think of it that way. Fu Chao smiled brightly and said, So you're saying that you don't want Lu Yiping to hand over Snow of the Universe and Black Dragon Qin? Chu Tong looked at Fu Chao with a resolute gaze and said, That's right. I won't hand over Snow of the Universe, and I have even less reason to hand over the Black Dragon Qin. The various experts had already quieted down. Everyone looked nervously at the sky, at Fu Chao and Chu Tong. Fu Chao's smile was still the same. Chu Tong, you're already a fool to offend the Taiqing Sword School for Lu Yiping. Right now, I'm only asking Lu Yiping to hand over Snow of the Universe and Black Dragon Qin. I'm not asking Lu Yiping to take his life. Have you thought this through? Are you really not going to hand over Snow of the Universe and Black Dragon Qin? Are you really going to offend me and the Qin and Painting School? If you offend the Taiqing Sword School, perhaps your Guiyuan Sword School won't be destroyed. However, if you offend me, if you offend the Qin and Painting School, your Guiyuan Sword School will be destroyed. The Guiyuan Sword School will be destroyed. Fu Chao's voice was heavy. Each word hammered the hearts of the Guiyuan Sword School's disciples, elders, grand elders, and ancestors. The various experts could feel the chill from Fu Chao's body, and they all held their breaths. Qiu Yu, the host of the Sword School's assembly, was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Fu Chao was not the same as Qin Huai from the Taiqing Sword School. Sun Hongyuan stood behind Qiu Yu. His entire body was tense, and he muttered softly, Founder, you wouldn't really offend the Gu Qin god over 2 zither, right? Wouldn't it be fine if we just ask Lu Yiping to hand over Snow of the Universe and Black Dragon Qin? At the same time, his hatred for Lu Yiping grew. If it weren't for that Lu Yiping, our Guiyuan Sword School wouldn't have been in so much trouble recently. That Lu Yiping deserves to die. In the sky, Chu Tong looked at Fu Chao and said, I've already said that I won't hand over Snow of the Universe, and I won't hand over the Black Dragon Qin either. Fu Chao's realm power surged, and his aura swept out. The smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes gradually turned cold. It seems that you're quite confident in your strength. You think you can fight me? Chu Tong stared at Fu Chao, and two swords appeared in his hands. Please enlighten me, senior. Indifferent, Fu Chao looked at Chu Tong, who was covered in sword qi, and said, Good, I haven't fought for many years. Today, I will show the Zither gods Tao to the world. Let the world open their eyes. His robe fluttered despite the lack of wind, and a terrifying pressure enveloped heaven and earth like a mountain, causing turbulence in the air. Su Qiaoyin, what do you mean, had already retreated far away. Kong Yifan and the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestors had also retreated far away. Various sects and families' disciples had also retreated to a safe place. As Fu Chao's momentum was released, wind and thunder rumbled in the sky. Thunderclouds gathered, and a hurricane formed. Around Fu Chao, Zither runes appeared on their own, no Zither, but the Zither runes appeared on their own. This was no longer an ordinary Zither immortal's realm. Chu Tong's body was surrounded by sword qi. In the beginning, the sword qi was as soft as the wind, as fine as water, but as the sword qi increased, the sword qi became increasingly violent, like a monstrous wave, like an apocalyptic storm. The sword qi emitted all kinds of subtle sounds that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. Like 10,000 beasts galloping. Like a million thunder drums. Like a rushing waterfall between high mountains. In Chu Tong's hands, one on the left and one on the right, one on the black and one on the red, the two swords in his hands shone even brighter. The two of them faced each other in the sky. Balls of light spread out from their bodies, and invisible waves of energy collided, causing a series of explosions. Although the two of them had yet to make a move, the power exuding from their bodies was enough to make the surrounding experts tremble. Even early world lords like Feng Wen and Kong Yifan were shocked. Fu Chao's Zither Tao has surpassed the Zither immortals? Kong Yifan exclaimed. Feng Wen shook his head. The Zither immortals' realm is already the peak in modern times, how could it be so easy to surpass it? Then he added, but Fu Chao's Zither Tao has undoubtedly surpassed many Zither immortals. Suddenly, Fu Chao's 10 fingers plucked at the air in front of him. In an instant, the zither sounds that filled the sky rushed towards Chu Tong like a tidal wave. Some of these notes were as big as a seat, while others were as small as a needle. Some turned into ancient divine beasts. Some were divine blades and sharp blades. It was truly ever-changing. Every sound of the zither was a kind of power. Looking at the gigantic wave, the ever-changing Guqin music covered the sky and the earth, everyone was shocked. The Guqin deity's Guqin Tao has far surpassed mine. Su Qiaoyin exclaimed in admiration. That guy with the surname Lu said that above the Guqin immortal, there is the Qin emperor and Qin ancestor. What do you mean? The Guqin deity's Guqin Tao has probably reached the level of the Qin emperor or even the level of Qin ancestor? Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Chu Tong simultaneously slashed out with both swords. When Chu Tong slashed out with his two swords, one black and one red, two streaks of sword light, with an unparalleled momentum, instantly plowed away the earth-shattering waves of zither music. What a powerful sword energy! Lord Chu Tong's sword Tao has endless power. Has he reached the 10,000 laws realm? In the distance, a sect master exclaimed in admiration. Above the sword of creation was the sword of laws, and above the laws was the 10,000 laws realm. The 10,000 laws realm was something that even many of the Jiutian elders couldn't comprehend. It should be. A famous sword Tao ancestor in the firmament divine region said solemnly, and he hasn't just entered the 10,000 laws realm. Chu Tong's sword light plowed through the zither music, and the zither music continued to bombard him. The power of the collision between the sword light and the zither music sputtered in all directions. A streak of sword energy splashed on a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak was instantly pierced through, and a straight tunnel appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. The energy of the zither music splashed everywhere, and the surrounding ground was riddled with holes. Huge craters appeared one after another. In the end, the zither music and sword energy dissipated. Fu Chao stared at Chu Tong and said indifferently, the 10,000 law sword. Unfortunately, you haven't reached the late stage of the Lord of a Plane, so today, you will lose. When one's world energy exceeded 30 million units, one would reach the late stage of the Lord of a Plane. But Chu Tong's world energy was more than 29 million units. As Fu Chao said this, 40 million units of world energy gushed out crazily. With a wave of his hands, heaven and earth shook. The zither music that filled the sky set off thousands of waves that smashed towards Chu Tong. This time, the zither waves were even stronger, coming from all directions. Moreover, Fu Chao had infused 40 million units of world energy into them. The zither music filled heaven and earth. Everyone's mind was filled with Fu Chao's zither music. Chu Tong's entire body emitted sword light as he slashed out with both hands. When he slashed out with both swords, the crowd had an illusion that Chu Tong wasn't slashing out with sword energy. Chu Tong disappeared from the world. Only sword energy and zither music remained between heaven and earth. Bang, a series of loud bangs followed. This was the sound of sword and zither's destructive power colliding. Dazzling lights burst out continuously. After a long time, when the sword energy and zither music dissipated, Chu Tong, who had disappeared from the world, once again appeared in the same place. Chu Tong stood there, and suddenly, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His imposing figure that was originally standing between heaven and earth swayed. Feng Wen, Kong Yifan, and the others' expressions changed. It was obvious that Chu Tong was injured in the previous attack. The Guiyuan Sword School's disciples who were still holding on to hope felt their hearts sink. Although Chu Tong hadn't lost yet, if the battle dragged on, defeat was only a matter of time. Chu Tong stood there, smiling bitterly. Although he had comprehended the 10,000 sword technique, his cultivation realm was still a little lower than Fu Chao's. Fu Chao had already broken through to the late stage of the Lord of a Plane. Although Huang Xiaolong was a peak mid-stage Lord of a Plane, there was a difference of 10 million units between the two of them. Indifferent, Fu Chao looked at Chu Tong. Chu Tong, let me ask you again, are you going to hand over the snowy universe or not? Are you going to hand over the black dragon Qin or not? I'll give you 1 minute to think carefully before answering. His gaze swept over Feng Wen, Kong Yifan, and the dozen others. If you don't hand it over in 1 minute, they'll all die. Do you want the zither, or do you want to save their lives? Feng Wen, Kong Yifan, and the rest of the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestors were enraged. Just as Chu Tong was about to speak, an indifferent voice sounded from the void, you can't take their lives. Your life is mine. Everyone was stunned. At the same time, in the Wind Lightning Manor's Hu City courtyard, Lu Yiping's palm suddenly pressed into the void. The void shattered as his palm force penetrated through layers of space, breaking through layers upon layers of space obstacles. Following that, a giant palm imprint appeared above the Guiyuan sect. Then, like the Buddha's hand, the giant palm imprint emitted a resplendent Buddhist aura as it slammed down. Buddha's wrath. His voice reverberated through heaven and earth. Zither God Fu Chao was terrified. He wanted to flee, but he realized that he couldn't move under the pressure of the giant palm imprint. He couldn't even move. Before the Buddha's palm could land, the terrifying power had already ripped his robe apart. Even the supreme grade divine armor on his body exploded. It was as if the supreme grade divine armor was just a piece of paper. Boom, Fu Chao was pressed down by the giant palm. It slammed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak exploded. The palm force continued to press down. The mountain peak crumbled into dust. Everything within 1,000 li radius was reduced to dust, turning into a flat land. At the center of the flat land was a giant palm imprint of unknown depth. Third update at 12 noon, is there anyone who would like to tip me? Su Chaoyin covered her cherry mouth as she looked at the zither god, Fu Chao, who was blasted into the deep pit with her beautiful eyes. He, on the other hand, was completely stiff and motionless. It was unknown whether he was stunned or scared silly. The eyes of the experts attending the sword school assembly were filled with shock. This sudden turn of events left the crowd with nothing but astonishment and shock. Shock and awe. The famous Jiutian zither god Fu Chao from the Xingma era was smashed into the ground by the sudden appearance of the Buddha palm. There was no suspense, no power to resist, and no chance to escape. Just what kind of mighty power was this, to be able to suppress an old antique of the 9 heavens, who had already been sealed as a god, to the point of exploding with a single palm? Feng Wen, Kong Yifan, and the others were still in shock, but they recalled the voice just now. You can't take their lives, but I'll take yours. That voice was very familiar. They had spent all their time with the owner of that voice these past few days. But didn't the owner of that voice lead the Guiyuan sword school this morning? Could he be nearby? Not far away, Sun Hongyuan, who was standing beside Qiu Yu, also felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to be quite familiar with that voice as well. The people of the Guiyuan sword sect couldn't see Lu Yiping's attack because they were separated by layers of space. However, Ancestor Jun, the experts of the Jun family, Hao Bai, Qi Yifan, and Tao Haiba could see it clearly. They saw Lu Yiping shatter space with a single palm, the palm energy passing through layers of space and directly smashing the Zither god Fu Chao into the ground. Taurus Longjiao used the Sun Moon Mountain River sword formation to send Jun Tianjian flying. Ancestor Jun was about to make a move when he saw Lu Yiping smashing the Zither god Fu Chao into the ground through layers of space. His eyes were filled with shock. Although this was the Firmament Divine region, the Guiyuan Sword School was in the Azure Cloud Mansion, and Hu City was in the Wind Thunder Mansion. How many tens of thousands of li were the two places separated? How could a person's strength be so tyrannical? Although the master of the plane could control the power of the plane, there was a limit to how much power he could wield. After blasting out tens of thousands of miles, his power would be exhausted. However, Lu Yiping's palm force had passed through space for tens of thousands of miles. Not only was the force not exhausted, it even directly suppressed a Jiutian old man into the ground. At this time, Lu Yiping made a grabbing motion in the air. In the sky above Guiyuan Sword School, the giant handprint appeared again. Just when everyone thought that the giant palm was going to continue attacking Zither god Fu Chao, the giant palm suddenly pulled Fu Chao out from the deep pit in the ground. Then, it shattered the space above and carried Fu Chao into the depths of space, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Looking at the closed and shattered sky, everyone was stunned for a long time. The sun was still shining brightly above Guiyuan Sword School. Everything was fine and sunny. Was everything just a dream? However, there was still a huge Buddha palm imprint on the ground. The Buddhist light was still flowing out from the deep pit. The surrounding mountain peaks that had been flattened by the Buddha palm were still blowing sand and dust. Chu Tong's expression was the same as usual. He swallowed a healing pill and said to everyone in a clear voice, "Everyone, it's all right now. Please don't spread what happened today." However, he also knew that it wouldn't be long before this matter would shake the Jiutian. Just as Chu Tong was about to turn around and enter the Guiyuan ancestral land, Lu Yiping's voice sounded, "Su Qiaoying and Luo Yuan, kill them." Chu Tong was startled. He turned to look at the distant Su Qiaoying and Luo Yuan. "What do you mean?" Black and white swords appeared in their hands. "Su Qiaoying, and what do you mean?" Both of them felt Chu Tong's killing intent. Their expressions changed and they were about to flee. However, as soon as they turned around, they were submerged by the sword chi that filled the sky. After a while, the two of them completely dissipated along with the sword chi. Chu Tong sheathed his swords and turned around to enter the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land. Kong Yifan and the others gulped as they watched Chu Tong's figure. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. Earlier, they had even tried to persuade their founder to capture Lu Yiping and hand him over to the Taiqing Sword School as an apology. Now that they thought about it, their hearts were filled with shame, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Kong Yifan and the others followed Chu Tong into the ancestral land. Everyone was stunned for a long time as they watched Chu Tong kill Su Qiaoying and Luo Yuan. After Chu Tong and the others entered the ancestral land, Qiu Yu, Sun Hongyuan, and the others stood up. "Lord Qiu Yu, do you think that voice just now was?" Sun Hongyuan asked, his voice trembling. Qiu Yu stared at the Buddha's palm on the ground and remained silent for a long time. In a small courtyard in Lake City, Fu Chao was thrown to the ground by Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping had held back, so Fu Chao didn't die. Seeing Fu Chao thrown to the ground like a dead dog and on the verge of death, Ancestor Jun and the others felt an indescribable feeling. Fu Chao's body was covered in cracks and bloody wounds. He looked at Lu Yiping, his heart filled with fear. "Who are you? Before you came, you didn't ask Su Qiaoying what I looked like?" Lu Yiping said indifferently. "You're Lu Yiping." Fu Chao's long blue hair shook, shaking off some of the dust on it. He was from the same generation as the holy demon. Before he went into seclusion, he was titled as the Zither god and had experienced countless battles. But now, facing Lu Yiping, he only felt deep fear. This was because the strength that Lu Yiping had displayed was simply too shocking. It had completely exceeded his understanding. Hearing Fu Chao say that the blue-robed young man in front of them was Lu Yiping, Ancestor Jun Tianjian, and the others were shocked and surprised. Chu Tong had protected Lu Yiping and clashed with the Taiqing sword school. This matter had caused a stir in the Firmament Divine region recently. This person was actually Lu Yiping. At this moment, a snow-white zither appeared in front of Lu Yiping. It was Snow Fills the Universe. Lu Yiping glanced at Fu Chao and said indifferently, "The zither is here. Come and get it." Fu Chao waved his hand in shock. "Sir, please spare my life on account of my ignorance. I won't dare to offend the Guiyuan Sword School and sir again next time." Lu Yiping said coldly, "You think there will be a next time? If I hadn't acted in time, the Guiyuan Sword School would have flowed with rivers of blood." While Fu Chao was still in shock, Lu Yiping waved his hand and Snow Fills the Universe rumbled. Countless zither notes flew out and blasted into Fu Chao's body. Then, Fu Chao exploded, a mist of blood flying. Zither god Fu Chao was dead. Seeing the famous Jiutian zither god Fu Chao die in front of them like this in the Holy Demon era, Ancestor Jun Tianjian, and the others felt their hands and feet turn cold. Lu Yiping turned his head and his gaze fell on Ancestor Jun. "I'll give you two choices. The first is that the Jun family and the Guiyuan Sword School form an alliance. In the future, you will follow the Guiyuan Sword School's lead. The second is that you will die like Fu Chao." Ancestor Jun's expression changed. After a while, he took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Lu Yiping. "The Jun family is willing to form an alliance with the Guiyuan Sword School. Please rest assured, Lord. In the future, I will follow the Guiyuan Sword School's lead." Qi Yifan also stepped forward. "The Black Wind sect is willing to form an alliance with the Guiyuan Sword School. In the future, we will follow the Guiyuan Sword School's lead." Tao Haiba added, "The Tao family is willing to form an alliance with the Guiyuan Sword School. We will follow the Guiyuan Sword School's lead." The other patriarchs also chimed in. "Oh, you're the Black Wind sect's ancestor and the Tao family's ancestor?" Lu Yiping looked at Qi Yifan and Tao Haiba in surprise. Qi Yifan and Tao Haiba's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Lu Yiping's strange expression. "Fan family, do you still remember?" Lu Yiping asked. Originally, he didn't want to interfere with the Fan family's matters, but since he ran into them, he might as well solve it. Fourth update, 5 p.m., hearing Lu Yiping mention the Fan family, Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the other two ancestors from the Black Wind sect and Tao family panicked. "Lord, the Fan family's ancestor betrayed us." Qi Yifan tried to defend himself. Taurus Longjiao interrupted, "As far as we know, the Fan family's ancestor saved your Black Wind sect, but you joined forces with the Tao family to annihilate the Fan family. It's you who betrayed us, isn't it?" Qi Yifan and Tao Haiba groaned. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Yiping shattered Qi Yifan, Tao Haiba, and the others' godheads and meridians. However, he didn't kill them, only sparing their lives. Subsequently, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao left the courtyard with Hao Bai and his disciples, heading back to the Guiyuan Sword School. Of course, Ancestor Jun Tianjian, and the others followed behind them. While Lu Yiping was on his way back to the Guiyuan Sword School, the news of the Zither God's appearance and his defeat at the Guiyuan Sword School spread like wildfire. Jiutian was shaken. Zither Domain. The Qin and Painting School's sect chief Hua Rushing was in the main hall, looking at the Grand Elder reporting to him with disbelief. What did you say? The Zither God's ancestor was defeated by a Buddha's palm?" "Yes, Lord Sect Chief." The Qin and Painting School's Grand Elder was kneeling on the ground, sobbing as he said, "According to one of the sect chiefs present, the Zither God's ancestor defeated Chu Tong's Sword of 10,000 Laws. Chu Tong was supposed to lose, but a Buddha's palm suddenly appeared, pressing the Zither God's ancestor into the ground. The Zither God didn't even have a chance to escape. That Buddha's palm was too strong." The sovereign of the Qin and Painting School, Hua Rushing, who was originally standing, fell back onto his throne. Hua Rushing muttered to himself in a daze. Even the Zither God, a late-stage lord of a plane, was suppressed into the ground with a single palm strike. What happened after that? Suddenly, he asked the Grand Elder with hope in his eyes. The Grand Elder didn't dare to conceal the truth. He answered, "Later, old ancestor Zither God was taken away by the other party and disappeared. However, before he disappeared, there were people who said that old ancestor Zither God's godhead and meridians were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. Hua Rusheng, who had been filled with hope, opened his mouth and sat there in a daze. The Grand Elder stammered, also, after the Zither deity old ancestor was captured, Chu Tong killed goddess Su Qiaoyin and Lord, what do you mean? Hua Rusheng, who had suffered a huge blow, couldn't help but be enraged. Chu Tong, you dare to kill my disciple? However, not only did Chu Tong dare to do so, he even killed 2 people in a row. Guiyuan Sword School, my Qin and painting school will not rest until you're dead. Hua Rusheng roared. The Grand Elder was speechless when he saw the usually refined Hua Rusheng's ferocious expression. However, the Qin and painting school sect master was afraid that the Zither god was suppressed and 2 of his disciples were killed. No matter who it was, the Qin and painting school sect master would go crazy. A while later, when Hua Rusheng calmed down, the Grand Elder said, Sect Master, the Guiyuan Sword School has such an expert. In my opinion, our Qin and painting school should make further plans. At this time, a voice drifted out from the Qin and painting school's ancestral land. Don't touch the Guiyuan Sword School for the time being. There wasn't a trace of emotion in the voice, and it made one's hair stand on end. This feeling was akin to being targeted by a terrifying devil. Hearing this voice, Hua Rusheng hurriedly knelt down in front of the ancestral land and bowed. Hua Rusheng obeys old ancestor Mo Ju's divine decree. Old ancestor Mo Ju, when the Grand Elder heard Hua Rusheng's name, he suddenly thought of a person and felt his body turn cold. He crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Qin Mo Ju was the same as Qin god Fu Chao. They were both experts of the Qin and painting school's generation. Moreover, the 2 of them were fellow disciples under Tian Song Shengren. However, Qin Mo Ju kept a low profile and rarely took action. His fame wasn't as high as Qin god Fu Chao's, but the experts of the Qin and painting school knew that Qin Mo Ju's strength was above Qin god Fu Chao's. In the past, Qin Mo Ju suddenly disappeared, and the Qin and painting school announced to the public that Qin Mo Ju had fallen. But now, he was actually still alive. Could it be that Qin Mo Ju had been hiding in the ancestral land to cultivate a secret art? Investigate clearly who used the Buddha's palm and what relationship he has with the Guiyuan Sword School. Hua Rusheng's voice sounded, investigate clearly and report to me immediately. Yes, please rest assured, old ancestor Mo Ju. Hua Rusheng respectfully replied. The voice disappeared. At this time, in the Taiqing Sword School's main hall, Zhang Sangchong looked at the Taiqing Sword School sect master Bu Yun and asked indifferent, have you investigated clearly? Did Chu Tong really kill Qin Huai, 7 heavenly deities, and close to 100 true deities? Taiqing Sword School sect master Bu Yun respectfully replied, reporting to old ancestor Shangqing, the investigation has been completed. Qin Huai and the others have indeed died in the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land. Zhang Sangchong suddenly raised his head and laughed angrily. His voice was filled with a strong killing intent. What a great Guiyuan Sword School. First, they killed my Taiqing Sword School's old ancestor O Jinguk. I sent people over to question them, and now, they've even killed all the people I sent. Chu Tong, if I don't destroy your Guiyuan Sword School and kill that Lu Yiping, then I, Zhang Sangchong, am not Zhang Sangchong. Zhang Sangchong's voice resounded in the main hall. Then, he said to the Taiqing Sword School sect master, I'm making a trip to the Guiyuan Sword School right now. Just as Zhang Sangchong was about to leave, a Taiqing Sword School's Grand Elder ran in anxiously and reported to Zhang Sangchong and Bu Yun, reporting to old ancestor Shangqing and Lord Sect Master, news has just come from the Guiyuan Sword School. The Zither god, Lord Fu Chao, arrived at the Guiyuan Sword School. However, he was suppressed underground by a mysterious person using a Supreme Buddha's palm. Zhang Sangchong and Chu Yun were stunned. What did you say? The Zither god has appeared? Bu Yun didn't dare to believe it. He was suppressed by a mysterious expert from the Guiyuan Sword School? Yes. That Grand Elder hurriedly recounted the news he received. When Zhang Sangchong and Chu Yun heard that the Zither god, Fu Chao, had defeated Chu Tong, but was suddenly suppressed underground by a Buddha's palm, the 2 of them were filled with shock. Suppressing and suppressing with a single move were 2 different things. There are also people who say that this mysterious expert is Lu Yiping. That Grand Elder added. What, Lu Yiping? Zhang Sangchong and Chu Yun trembled. Zhang Sangchong swallowed his saliva, his throat dry and itchy. Are you sure? Chu Yun asked, feeling his heart tighten. Not yet. There are people who say that the mysterious expert's voice sounded like Lu Yiping's, but no one saw Lu Yiping's attack. That Grand Elder continued, however, there are also people who say that it wasn't Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping left the Guiyuan Sword School a long time ago. Use all your resources to investigate, as fast as possible. Find out if Lu Yiping wasn't in the Guiyuan Sword School at that time. Zhang Sangchong said with a solemn expression. That Grand Elder acknowledged the order and left. Watching that Grand Elder leave, Zhang Sangchong's expression changed. Just a moment ago, he had said that he would make a trip to the Guiyuan Sword School to destroy the Guiyuan Sword School and Lu Yiping. What about now? He was strong, but he was only on par with the Zither god, Fu Chao. 5 p.m., looking for monthly votes, looking for subscriptions. The Taiching Sword School sect master, Chu Yun, glanced at Zhang Sangchong. Just a moment ago, Zhang Sangchong had said that he wouldn't be Zhang Sangchong if he didn't destroy the Guiyuan Sword School and kill Lu Yiping. Zhang Sangchong's face turned red when he felt the strange gaze of the Taiching Sword School sect master Chu Yun. While everyone was still in shock over Zither god Fu Chao's matter, within the ancestral grounds of the Kuan-Pung divine sect in the demon god domain, the Kuan-Pung divine sect's sect head Fei Jia was currently reporting to the old ancestor of the Kuan-Pung divine sect, Lei Yu, about Zither god Fu Chao. Oh? Suppressing Fu Chao with one palm? Lei Yu was surprised. Yes. Rumors have it that Lu Yiping did it, but it hasn't been confirmed yet, Fei Jia said respectfully. I also found out that Lu Yiping killed Jiang Yu in the Hengyuan plain. Lei Yu nodded and said, if it was really Lu Yiping, then he isn't weak. However, he didn't put it to heart. To him, suppressing Fu Chao was just not weak. The heavenly steel is about to appear, right? Lei Yu suddenly asked. Fei Jia was stunned, then he said respectfully, yes, it's about to appear. Lei Yu said, when the heavenly steel appears, I will comprehend the heavenly steel's supreme art. I will definitely be able to break through. An aura stronger than Fu Chao's filled the Kuan-Ping divine sect's ancestral grounds. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao returned to the Guiyuan Sword School. When Kong Yifan and the others faced Lu Yiping, their expressions didn't change. Now that they faced Lu Yiping again, they were submissive. When they passed by the divine sacred hall, they even held their breaths and were extremely careful. It was as if they were afraid of stepping on lightning. When Feng Wen and the others learned that Ancestor Jun and the other sect's ancestors had come to form an alliance with the Guiyuan Sword School, they were naturally delighted. Lu Yiping didn't care about the alliance. He brought Hao Bai into the divine sacred hall and took out the fortune jade disc. Hao Bai was surprised when he saw the jade. He said, Lord, is the jade in your hand is the one I left in the heavenly demon tribe's ancestral shrine? That's right. Lu Yiping asked, I want to know, where did you get this jade? Hao Bai finally understood why Lu Yu was look at him. Could it be that this piece of jade had a secret that he didn't know? Hao Bai recalled for a moment and said, I bought this jade in the ancient city of the Great Void region. You bought it? Lu Yiping was surprised. Originally, he had guessed that Hao Bai had found the good fortune jade disc in some dangerous or precious place. Yes. Hao Bai nodded. Although many years have passed, I still remember that I bought it from an old shop in the ancient mystic city. The shop owner said that the jade disc was his family's heirloom, so the price was a little high. I was a peak late-stage true god at the time, so I spent 100 million divine-grade spirit stones to buy it. Hao Bai had traveled far and wide, so he didn't have much savings. 100 million divine-grade spirit stones wasn't cheap for a true god who didn't have much wealth. Hao Bai said, at the time, I felt that this jade disc was extraordinary, so I spent a lot of money to buy it. After I bought it, I returned to the heavenly demon tribe, but I couldn't figure out its secret. I only know that it can calm the mind and repel evil spirits. After I became a heavenly god, this jade disc wasn't very useful to me, so I left it in the heavenly demon tribe's ancestral shrine. Lu Yiping flicked his finger and a huge heaven-grade origin stone flew out. A heaven-grade origin stone. Hao Bai was shocked. A heaven-grade spirit stone was priceless in the Jiutian. It was many times more valuable than a divine-grade spirit stone. Needless to say, an uncut heaven-grade origin stone was even more valuable. This heaven-grade origin stone can be cut into 10 million pieces, Liu Yiping said. Please take me to the old shop in the ancient mystic city. Hao Bai was a little scared when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand and said, Lord, you saved me earlier. I can't accept this heaven-grade origin stone. Whenever Lord wants, I can take you to the old shop. How could he dare to take Liu Yiping's money? Take it. Liu Yiping said, this is another matter. Hao Bai hesitated for a moment, then put away the heaven-grade origin stone. Hao Bai thanks Lord. Then he said, actually, this lowly one has a favor to ask of Lord. Liu Yiping said, speak. My disciple Sui, whether it is talent or nature, this child is not bad. He has been following me around all these years, roaming the world and has suffered a lot. Therefore, I want him to stay in the Guiyuan sword school. I sincerely hope Lord can take him in. Hao Bai pleaded. So that's how it is. Liu Yiping smiled and said, looking at your serious face, I thought it was something important. Alright, I'll talk to Chu Tong later. When the time comes, he will stay in the Guiyuan sword school and let Feng Wen give him some pointers. When Hao Bai heard this, he happily thanked Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping told Hao Bai to get up and called Chu Tong over. He told him about Hao Bai's disciple Sui and asked him to arrange Hao Bai's residence. I'm going to the Great Void region in 2 days. After Chu Tong arranged Hao Bai's residence, Liu Yiping said to Chu Tong, I'll help you strengthen the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestral land grant formation in the next 2 days. Although the origin returning sword formation was not weak, it was barely enough to deal with a late-stage lord of a plane. Master wants to go to the Great Void region? Chu Tong was surprised. Master, you've only been here for a few days, you should stay a little longer. Liu Yiping shook his head. I have some matters to attend to in the Great Void region's ancient mystic city. I came here this time to see you. He then asked, that unparalleled restaurant's unparalleled wine sage is Holy Devil's disciple in name? Chu Tong was stunned, then nodded. Gu Wushuang is indeed senior brother Holy Devil's disciple in name, but outsiders don't know my relationship with Master, so Gu Wushuang doesn't know my relationship with senior brother Holy Devil. Gu Wushuang was unparalleled wine sage's real name. He then said, Gu Wushuang has a good head for business. His unparalleled restaurant is doing well, and it's already the Jiutian's #1 restaurant. With the restaurant's financial resources, his subordinates are very strong, at least not weaker than the Taiqing Sword School and Black Heaven sect. However, Gu Wushuang rarely manages the restaurant anymore. Some of his juniors are very close to the Black Heaven sect and Taiqing Sword School, and some of them are a little arrogant. As for how arrogant they were, Chu Tong did not say. Obviously, Gu Wushuang's juniors did not give him a good impression. Liu Yiping then asked about the Taiqing Sword School, Black Heaven sect, Qin and Painting School, and Kuanping Divine sect. Chu Tong reported everything he knew to Liu Yiping. Master, you have to be careful when you go to the Great Void region. The Great Void region has always been chaotic. Chu Tong said, I heard that it's been even more chaotic recently. Someone killed the Saber God's disciple, and the Saber God and the Yen family have been searching for the murderer. However, he also knew that with Liu Yiping's strength, there was nothing to worry about. For the next 2 days, Liu Yiping comprehended the good fortune jade disc at night, and took time during the day to teach Chu Tong how to cultivate and strengthen the Guiyuan ancestral land sword formation. Of course, he did not forget to water Jianshu every day. On the 3rd day, Chu Tong, Sui, and the others respectfully sent off Liu Yiping, Taurus Lonjiao, and Hao Bai out of the Guiyuan sword school. End of 5th update. Please subscribe. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please vote for me. I don't have any more chapters left, and I'm tired from writing, so I'll upload as I write tomorrow. I'll write as many chapters as I can. However, before heading to the Great Void region, Liu Yiping stopped by a small shop in the Azure Sun Plain Market. The shop owner was dozing off in a corner just like before, but when he saw Liu Yiping, he was startled and quickly got up to greet him. Recently, Liu Yiping's matter had spread like wildfire in the Firmament Divine region, and he had heard about it. The shop owner was surprised when he learned that Liu Yiping was going to the Great Void region. Where is your master now? Liu Yiping asked. The store owner hurriedly said, Young Master Liu, I've already reported the matter of the Black Dragon King to my master, However, my master has some matters to attend to in the void region, so he can't make it back in time. Oh, then where is your master in the great void region? Lu Yiping asked. The shop owner named a place. Lu Yiping noted it down, then left the Azure Sun Plain Market with Taurus Longjiao and the others, heading to the great void region. The shop owner respectfully sent Lu Yiping off, watching Lu Yiping's group disappearing under the setting sun, and muttered, "The great void region's heavenly steel is about to appear. Are they going to the great void region for the heavenly steel?" In front of the heavenly steel, there will be another mountain of corpses. According to legend, the heavenly steel was left behind by the heavenly court's heavenly emperor in the ancient times. Jiutian had a total of 29 domains. The Great Void region and the Demon God domain were the two largest domains in Jiutian. Other than the Demon God domain, the Great Void region was the largest. However, although the Great Void region was big, many forces were gathered here, thus, the Great Void region was chaotic. Among the top 10 Jiutian super forces, the Black Heaven sect, ranked third, had its headquarters in the Great Void region. Other than the Black Heaven sect, the 5th-ranked Yen clan, the 7th-ranked Heavenly Beast Gate, and the 8th-ranked Shumi Buddhist sect had their headquarters in the Great Void region. After Lu Yiping left the Firmament God region, he traveled through several regions and finally arrived at the Great Void region. While Lu Yiping was rushing towards the ancient mystic city, the news of the birth of the heavenly steel had also spread. Along the way, Lu Yiping and the others heard the most discussions about the birth of the heavenly steel. When the heavenly monument appears this time, small sects like us can only watch from afar. I'm afraid we won't even be able to see anything, let alone the word heaven on the heavenly monument. Every time the heavenly steel appears, the main steel and the other 9 steels around it would definitely belong to the Kuanping divine sect. The other heavenly steels have been divided among the Profound Heaven sect, the Yen clan, the Heavenly Beast Gate, and the Shumi Buddhist sect. When they passed by an ancient city, many disciples were talking about it. "Zither God Fu Chao, you have been famous all your life. Who would have thought that you would not be able to protect yourself in your later years?" That's right, he couldn't even take a single palm from that mysterious expert. Now, the Zither God Fu Chao and the Qin and Painting School have become a joke. Aside from the birth of the heavenly steel, the most talked about topic was the Zither God Fu Chao being suppressed by the mysterious expert. After the Zither God Fu Chao was captured by the mysterious expert, he disappeared for many days. Some people say that he's already dead. The Qin and Painting School can't possibly take this lying down. I heard that Fu Chao's senior brother, the Zither Devil, actually didn't die back then and has already appeared in the world. Not only did he not die, the Zither Devil actually comprehended the Heavenly Steel's supreme secret technique back then and has been hiding in the depths of the Qin and Painting School's ancestral land to cultivate. Recently, he has already achieved some success in his cultivation. This time, he came out not only for Fu Chao, but also for the birth of the Heavenly Steel. Hearing the discussions, Huang Jiao and Hao Bai were both surprised. The Zither Devil actually didn't die. Huang Jiao said, although this person's fame isn't comparable to the Zither God Fu Chao, his strength is definitely more terrifying than Fu Chao. Lu Yiping didn't take the Zither Devil's matter to heart. When is the birth of the Heavenly Steel? Lu Yiping suddenly asked. Hao Bai quickly said, it's in the middle of next month. Lu Yiping nodded. If that was the case, they would still have time to rush to the Heavenly Steel town after going to the ancient mystic city. The Heavenly Steels were left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. There were a total of 100 Heavenly Steels. Apart from recording supreme techniques, some of the Heavenly Steels also recorded ancient secrets and some other things. Therefore, Lu Yiping wanted to go and take a look. Back then, the Jianshu was cut off by the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps, they could find some records of the Jianshu from these Heavenly Steels. If they knew where the Jianshu grew back then, they might be able to find the main root of the Jianshu. Night fell. After passing through a barren mountain, Lu Yiping's group stopped at the foot of a mountain. They roasted meat and drank wine over a bonfire. Lu Yiping took out a book and flipped through it. This book was obtained from Zither God Fu Chao's spatial divine tool. It was quite interesting. It recorded some ancient races matters and some ancient techniques. It was just that these cultivation techniques were incomplete, so it was extremely difficult to comprehend them. Before the ancient era, there was the primordial era, the immemorial era, the desolate era, and the creation of the heavens. Items from the immemorial era and the desolate era were very rare nowadays. Because too much time had passed, even transcendent-grade divine tools would be corroded by time. They would break down and turn back into fine iron ore. However, items from the ancient era and the primordial era could still be seen occasionally. This book was an item from the ancient era. It was unknown what material it was made of. Although it had been through the ancient era, the middle era, and the recent era, it didn't decay at all. He had been reading this book for the past few days. He deduced that this book was left behind by the ancient era's spirit monkey tribe. In the ancient era, the spirit monkey tribe was extremely powerful. Among them, the wise stone monkey, red-bone horse monkey, long-armed ape monkey, and six-eared macaque were the four great spirit monkeys of the spirit monkey tribe. While Liu Yiping was flipping through this ancient book, Haobai was carefully drinking the Age of Eternity wine that Liu Yiping gave him. Although he didn't know what medicinal herbs were used to brew this Age of Eternity wine, he knew that it was extremely precious. It was just like how Zhou was reluctant to drink the wisdom beggar back then. Taurus Longjiao saw Haobai's cautious manner and smiled. Master still has more of this Age of Eternity wine. It's boring for you to drink it like this. Haobai smiled embarrassedly. He carefully asked Taurus Longjiao, Lord Xiaojin, does this Age of Eternity wine have ice-fire fruits? When the medicine king Halsey Xiao tasted ice-fire fruits, Haobai also tasted them. The dragon-horn golden bull smiled and said, there is an ice-flame fruit, but it is the most common of all the ingredients. Master added star chaos water to it a few days ago. Star chaos water. Haobai's hand trembled, almost dropping the wine jug. Taurus Longjiao smiled, it's just star chaos water. There are ingredients more precious than star chaos water in this Age of Eternity wine. Haobai was dumbfounded. Don't listen to Xiaojin's nonsense. Liu Yiping laughed casually. While Liu Yiping's group was chatting, a group of people approached from afar. The person in the lead was a young man with an imposing appearance. Liu Yiping was surprised to see this young man. This was the same young man from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country that he had met at the Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce's auction. At that time, this young man had competed with him for the Myriad Gods Order and even used the Heavenly Dragon Sword to attack him. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's Aobai flew over from afar with his subordinates. When he saw the light, he was startled to see that it was Liu Yiping. At the Big Dipper Empire's Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce's auction, Liu Yiping had left a deep impression on him. Second update at 1 p.m, fourth update today, it's him. Aobai blurted out when he saw Liu Yiping from afar. The experts behind Aobai weren't with him at the auction, so they didn't recognize Liu Yiping. They were astonished to see Aobai pale with fright. They all knew their young master's identity. Given his status, even a Jiutian powerhouse wouldn't make their young master's expression change like this. Young master, who is this person? One of the experts couldn't help but ask. Aobai's voice was heavy. Liu Yiping. He's Liu Yiping. They were all shocked. Although they had followed Aobai from the Divine Land to the Jiutian continent for only a few days, they had heard many Jiutian experts talking about the murder of Zither god Fu Chao. Some people said that the killer was a young man called Liu Yiping. Zither god Fu Chao was killed by him? One of them stared at Liu Yiping in the distance. Under the illumination of the bonfire, Liu Yiping gave off a quiet and mysterious feeling. It should be him, Aobai said. After returning to the Divine Land from the Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce's auction, he thought about it again and told his father and grandfather about his encounter with Liu Yiping at the auction. When his father and grandfather learned that Liu Yiping might know their old ancestor, they were also shocked. However, their old ancestor had not come out of the primordial dragon tomb for many years. Even his grandfather didn't know whether he was still alive or not. Therefore, they couldn't find out Liu Yiping's identity from their old ancestor. Later, his grandfather specially investigated Liu Yiping's identity. However, he couldn't find out Liu Yiping's background. Aobai hesitated for a moment, then finally flew over to Liu Yiping's group. Arriving in front of the bonfire, he cupped his fists and respectfully said to Liu Yiping, "Greetings, Lord Liu." Liu Yiping glanced at them and asked, "You guys are also here for the Heavenly Monolith?" The heavenly steel was about to appear, but Ao Bai appeared in the Jyotian. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Ao Bai did not hide anything and replied respectfully, yes, the heavenly steel is about to appear. We are also here to try our luck. Have a seat. Lu Yiping pointed to an empty seat beside the bonfire. Ao Bai sat on the empty seat. The 4 experts behind him looked at each other and sat down behind Ao Bai. After the auction, did you go back and talk to your ancestors? Lu Yiping asked casually. Ao Bai shook his head. My family's old ancestor entered the primordial dragon tomb and did not come out for many years. My grandfather also hasn't seen him for many years. Oh, you entered the immemorial dragon tomb. Lu Yiping was surprised. When the 4 experts behind Ao Bai heard Lu Yiping mention their divine nation's old ancestor, they looked at Lu Yiping in surprise. Yes, our old ancestor entered the deepest part of the immemorial dragon tomb. Even my grandfather couldn't enter that place, so we haven't seen our old ancestor for many years. Ao Bai said. Speaking of this, he looked at the myriad ages wine in Hao Bai's, Huang Jiu's, and the others' hands. The myriad ages wine's fragrance was strong, and he had smelled it from afar. Lu Yiping threw a jug of wine to Ao Bai. Ao Bai quickly caught it, thank you, Lord. However, he didn't put it to heart. With his status, what kind of wine hadn't he tasted before? Thus, after opening the jug, he casually took a sip. Just as he took a sip, Ao Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the myriad ages wine in his hand. This wine is... Ao Bai was shocked. Could there be a golden dragon fruit inside? The 4 experts behind Ao Bai were stunned. Golden dragon fruit. The golden dragon fruit was a kind of divine dragon fruit found in the divine earth's forbidden land. In the past, their divine country had lost countless experts just to obtain a single golden dragon fruit. Taurus Longjiao chuckled mischievously. Ao Bai immediately stood up, bowing to Lu Yiping in gratitude, thank you, Lord Lu, for the wine. At the auction, Ao Bai was young and frivolous, offending Lord Lu, but Lord Lu did not blame me. Instead, you gave me such a precious wine, Ao Bai is ashamed. Lu Yiping said, it's just a jug of wine, have a seat. Then, he added, there should be more than just these few people coming, right? Ao Bai sat down, answering respectfully, yes, there are 100 of us, my father is also here, but I parted ways with my father yesterday. We'll meet again later. Then, he looked at Lu Yiping, asking cautiously, is Lord Lu also going to the Heavenly Steel Stronghold? If Lu Yiping went to the Heavenly Steel Stronghold, there would be even more casualties. We will go. Lu Yiping put down the book in his hand, saying, however, we have some matters to attend to, so we need to make a trip to the ancient mystic city first. The few of them continued to chat. The sky gradually brightened. Ao Bai bowed respectfully, then took his leave. That brat Ao Mingting entered the immemorial dragon tomb. It seems like he wants to use the dragon essence marrow inside to break through. After Ao Bai left, Taurus Longjiao frowned, he hasn't come out from the immemorial dragon tomb for so many years, did something happen? Lu Yiping also fell into deep thought. Ao Mingting was a little snake he adopted in the past. Later, under his guidance, Ao Mingting began to revert to his ancestral form, transforming into a dragon. A while later, Lu Yiping collected his thoughts, got up, and continued on his journey with Taurus Longjiao and the others. Half a day later. Inside a mansion in a certain city, Ao Bai met with his father, Ao Yishuan. Ao Bai told his father about his encounter with Lu Yiping last night, as well as the golden dragon fruit in Lu Yiping's myriad ages wine. Golden dragon fruit? Ao Yishuan was surprised. He received the myriad ages wine, poured a small cup, and took a sip, exclaiming, it really is the golden dragon fruit. Then, he added, and it seems like there's also star chaos water? Star chaos water. Ao Bai was shocked, that's impossible, right? Ao Yishuan pondered, maybe my judgment was wrong, it should be something similar to star chaos water. He then added, what is this Lu Yiping's background? This Lu Yiping, if he really knows our old ancestor, could he be a terrifying existence from the heaven battling era? Ao Bai wondered. Before the Holy Devil race, it was Qi Zhantian's era. Like the Holy Devil race, Qi Zhantian dominated an era, invincible in his generation, hence it was called the heaven battling era. And their old ancestor, Ao Mingting, was a Heaven Battling Era expert. Heaven Battling Era? Ao Yixuan was bewildered. That's impossible. The Heaven Battling Era's old antiques, even if they are still alive, their blood essence is almost exhausted, they can't move around like this. Father, I heard that those old monsters from the Lifeless sect have also come to the Jiutian. It seems like they are also here for the Sky Steel. Ao Bai said. Ao Yixuan snorted, if it weren't for the Lifeless sect, I would have already obtained the 8th-section stupa. When the time comes for the Sky Steel, I will definitely take revenge. Hee hee. At this time, a sinister sneer sounded. Following that, the dark energy surged, and one figure after another appeared in the sky above the mansion. The entire mansion was completely surrounded. The leader of the group was a skinny old man, devilish aura surging in his eyes as he laughed cruelly. Want to take revenge? I don't think we need to wait for the Sky Steel. 5:03 p.m. Ao Yixuan and Ao Bai paled seeing the newcomer. Sun Hain. Ao Yixuan's voice was solemn. This skinny old man was one of the Lifeless sect's overlords, Sun Hain. Like Zither god Fu Chao, Sun Hain was an expert from the Holy Devil era. In the Netherworld prison, the devil race's name was known to the heavens. Just hearing it made people pale. At this time, a series of miserable screams sounded. Ao Yixuan was enraged. These screams belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's experts he brought here. I'll protect you, kill our way out. Ao Yixuan roared, transforming into his true dragon form. 1,000 Zhonglong Divine Dragon appeared above the mansion, its 4 claws slammed into a corner, sending the Lifeless sect's expert flying. Go. Ao Yixuan roared. Ao Bai knew this was not the time to hesitate, so he transformed into his true dragon form, flying out from the corner. Sun Hain looked at Ao Yixuan and Ao Bai in their true dragon forms, sneering, it's been a long time since I've eaten true dragon meat. Everyone, kill. We'll eat true dragon meat later. Drink true dragon's blood. With that said, he leaped into the air, arriving in front of Ao Yixuan in the blink of an eye, striking out with his palm. A giant black palm, accompanied by rolling black waves, slammed into Ao Yixuan's lower abdomen. The moment the black dragon palm struck out, the surroundings felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, covering the surrounding buildings in layers of black ice. Ao Yixuan turned around, his dragon claw slamming out, true dragon force roared. Boom, Ao Yixuan was sent flying, crashing to the ground, crushing numerous buildings. Father. Ao Bai was furious. I told you to leave. Ao Yixuan roared. Leave? Sun Hain laughed loudly, you think you can still escape? All of you from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country will die here today. Ao Yixuan, if your old man was here, I might have some scruples, but since your old man isn't here today, he can only collect your and your father's corpses. No, I didn't even get to collect your corpses. I'll kill you all later and eat your flesh and blood. After saying that, he slapped Ao Yixuan again. In other places, the Tianlong Divine Country's experts were also fighting with the Lifeless sect's experts. However, the Lifeless sect's experts were several times more than the Tianlong Divine Country's experts. Moreover, they had already arranged layers of devil arrays in the surroundings. Therefore, the Tianlong Divine Country's experts were completely one-sided. Ao Yixuan was a mid-level lord of the dimension, but compared to an overlord like Sun Hain, there was still a big gap. Instantly, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The destructive power swept through the world, and the buildings in the city were reduced to dust. Within the city, all the experts fled in panic. However, overlords like Ao Yixuan and Sun Hain were so strong that even peak late-stage heavenly gods couldn't withstand their attacks, not to mention the true God Realm, and even disciples who weren't even God Realm. Those who were too slow to escape were instantly blasted to smithereens by Ao Yixuan and Sun Hain's attacks. Even the families and sex experts in the distant cities fled in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Lu Yiping and the others were unaware of the Tianlong Divine Country's matters. At this time, they had arrived at the ancient Mystic City. The ancient Mystic City was one of the oldest cities in the Great Void region. It was also one of the oldest cities in the Jiutian continent. The ancient Mystic City had already existed since the ancient times. On the ancient Mystic City's mottled walls, fist-sized runes could be seen from time to time. These runes shone brightly under the sunlight. After a short pause, the group entered the ancient mystic city. Although the ancient mystic city was one of the oldest cities in the Great Void region, it was bustling with activity. Inside the city was the Great Void region's largest trading market. After entering the ancient mystic city, Haobai led Lu Yiping and the others to the old shop. Inside the city, Yan family and Black Heaven sect's disciples could be seen everywhere. Many of the Black Heaven sect's ancestors came from the Yan family. Haobai said, the Saber God's disciple was killed, and the Yan family and Black Heaven sect are still searching for the murderer. Some say that the murderer is still in the Great Void region. Taurus Longjiao chuckled mischievously, with just the Yan family and Black Heaven sect's people, they want to find the murderer? Haobai didn't know how to respond. Lord, that old shop is right in front. When they reached the intersection of the market, Haobai pointed to the front and led Lu Yiping to the old shop that used to be there. However, when they got closer, Haobai was stunned. In the place where the old shop used to be, a large tavern had been built. The tavern's name was Wushuang Tavern. Lu Yiping looked at the Wushuang Tavern in front of him and asked Haobai, that old shop was here? Yes, I remember it clearly, it was here. Haobai said with certainty. The old shop used to be here, but now the Wushuang Tavern was built here. It seemed like the old shop was bought by the Wushuang Tavern? Let's go in and ask, Lu Yiping said and walked in with Taurus Longjiao and the others. They came to the front desk of the tavern. Are you the person in charge of the Wushuang Tavern? Lu Yiping's gaze fell on a pot-bellied middle-aged man. The other party was very fat, had small eyes, and wore a hat. In the middle of the hat was a very bright piece of jade. It was a rare divine jade. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Yiping and the others and said with a smile, I am. What business do you have with me, young master? At this time, Haobai stepped forward and said, I remember that this was an old shop a few thousand years ago. We're here to look for the old shop's owner. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, then smiled and said, I don't know about that. I'm only the person in charge here. I was transferred here 1,000 years ago to be in charge of this tavern. Lu Yiping said indifferently, you're a disciple of the Gu family? Who was responsible for building this Wushuang Tavern back then? The middle-aged man shook his head, I don't know about that. As I said, I was only transferred here 1,000 years ago to be in charge of this tavern. At this time, a young man wearing the brocade robe of the Gu family's core disciple walked in with 2 female disciples. Sister Yun, Sister Ting, please come in. Not only this Wushuang Tavern, but all the other Wushuang Taverns in the Great Void region are under my father's control. The young man smiled at the 2 girls, I'll get 2 VIP cards for you too. In the future, if you want to drink, you can come to my Wushuang Tavern. Not only will you be able to enter the VIP rooms, but you'll also be able to drink. Also, all the drinks and dishes will be 20% off. The 2 girls smiled and said, thank you, young master Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng smiled and said, you're too polite, sisters. After the young man came in, he saw Lu Yiping and the others at the front desk. The Taurus Longjiao was 2 meters tall and had a thick body. Therefore, it was blocking the walkway. Gu Linfeng frowned and asked the pot-bellied middle-aged man, who are they? Seeing that it was Gu Linfeng, the pot-bellied middle-aged man quickly walked out and came to Gu Linfeng, respectfully saying, young master Linfeng, these people came over and said that this was an old shop a few thousand years ago, and they want to find the old shop's owner. Gu Linfeng said, since they're not here to drink or eat, let them go. Don't block my way. Yes. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. 9 p.m. 4th update, the middle-aged man turned to Lu Yiping and said, you all heard it, please leave. Lu Yiping looked at the young man, Gu Linfeng, you said that not only the Wushuang Tavern in the ancient mystic city, but all the Wushuang Taverns in the Great Void region are under your father's control, right? Gu Linfeng confirmed, that's right, my father is the Gu family's ancestor, Gu Gaoyuan. Gu family's ancestor, Gu Gaoyuan, was the Gu family's leader in the Great Void region. Even some big shots had to be courteous in front of his father. Then, do you know what happened to that old shop? Lu Yiping asked nonchalantly. At this time, one of the girls beside Gu Linfeng spoke, young master Linfeng, can we go in now? Standing at the door made her impatient. Gu Linfeng hurriedly said, of course, of course. Then he waved his hand at Lu Yiping. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Yiping stood there, asking nonchalantly, where did you move the old shop to after you bought it? Gu Lingfeng's face sank when he saw Lu Yiping standing there unmoving, asking about the old shop. Do you not understand what I mean? I told you to leave. He then introduced the two girls. This is the Black Sky Sect's Grand Elder Jiang Ting. This is the Yan family's young Miss Yan Ruyun. You're blocking Grand Elder Jiang Ting and young Miss Yan Ruyun's path, do you know that? Taurus Longjiao stood there, looking at the two girls from head to toe, chuckling mischievously. These two girls are quite pretty, so you're from the Black Sky Sect and Yan family, sorry for the disrespect. Jiang Ting and Yan Ruyun's brows furrowed. Gu Lingfeng's face sank when he saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's nonchalant attitude. Indifferent, he said, are you here to cause trouble? If you're here to cause trouble at the Wushuang Tavern, then you've come to the wrong place. Taurus Longjiao glanced at the tavern and said, this place is located in a bustling area with good business. Most people wouldn't sell their shops. You guys didn't rob them, did you? Gu Linfeng slapped the middle-aged man's face and said angrily, why aren't you calling for help? The middle-aged man hurriedly summoned all the experts and disciples in the tavern. At this time, there were quite a number of customers in the tavern. They were surprised to see Lu Yiping's group causing trouble at the Wushuang Tavern. Who are these people? How dare they cause trouble at the Wushuang bar? You're courting death, aren't you? Although the Matchless Tavern isn't one of the top 10 Jiutian superpowers, its strength isn't any weaker than the Taiching Sword School and the Black Heaven Sect. Moreover, it has a very good relationship with the Taiching Sword School, the Black Heaven Sect, and the Yan family. Everyone shook their heads. Soon, all the experts and guards of the Wushuang Tavern rushed out. Among these experts, some were direct disciples of the Gu clan, while others were collateral disciples. Some were recruited by the Wushuang Tavern. In the Jiutian, as long as one had money, one could recruit a peak late-stage heavenly god expert, or even a plain lord. Of course, it was extremely difficult to recruit a plain lord, and the price was too high. There were very few things that could tempt a plain lord. Taurus Longjiao glanced at the several hundred experts and guards of the Wushuang Tavern and laughed, just this? Although there were several hundred people, the strongest among them was only an early-stage heavenly god. Moreover, there was only one early-stage heavenly god. In fact, heavenly god experts were considered ancestor-level characters even in some superpowers. Many superpowers only had one heavenly god overseeing their branches. For example, the Guiyuan Sword School's ancestor, Qiu Yu, was only a mid-stage heavenly god. Of course, a mid-stage heavenly god was nothing compared to Taurus Longjiao's group. Hearing this, Gu Lingfeng's face darkened, break their legs and throw them out. The early-stage heavenly god from the Wushuang Tavern walked out and stopped in front of Taurus Longjiao, saying coldly, please enlighten me. Then, he bent 4 fingers and pointed at Taurus Longjiao. Tian K finger. Honorable Tian K's supreme finger technique, Honorable Tian K's ultimate technique to intimidate the Jiutian. Someone exclaimed. Honorable Tian K was also a big shot. This expert from the Wushuang Tavern was his disciple. Jiang Ting and Yan Ruyun were also surprised to see Honorable Tian K's disciple submit to the Wushuang Tavern. Honorable Tian K's reputation in the Jiutian was still very big. However, just as Honorable Tian K's disciple's attack reached Taurus Longjiao, it was blocked by a punch from someone. The person who blocked the attack was none other than Huang Jiu. Honorable Tian K's disciple was pushed back by Huang Jiu's punch, almost falling on the street outside the Wushuang Tavern. Although Honorable Tian K's disciple wasn't weak and his Tian K finger was powerful, Huang Jiu had the immortal golden phoenix physique. His battle strength was comparable to a mid-stage heavenly god or even a peak mid-stage heavenly god. How could Honorable Tian K's disciple withstand his attack? Huang Jiu looked at the other party expressionlessly. You're not qualified to fight with Lord Shaojin. Beat me first. Everyone was stunned. This young man is also an early-stage heavenly god. His physique is so strong. Is he a super divine beast? Inside the Wushuang Tavern, a young man holding a jade fan exclaimed. Indifferent, Gu Linfeng said, activate the firmament divine array. As soon as Gu Linfeng finished speaking, a giant array diagram appeared above the Wushuang Tavern. Layers upon layers of array energy roared out. Firmament Divine Array. When this Wushuang Tavern was first built, Lord Gu Gaoyuan joined hands with more than a dozen peak late-stage Heavenly God Realm experts to set up the Firmament Divine Array. Once this array is activated, even peak late-stage Heavenly God Realm experts won't be able to resist. However, just as the Firmament Divine Array's power was about to reach Lu Yiping's group, Lu Yiping suddenly glanced at the Firmament Divine Array's core above the Wushuang Tavern. With just a glance, the Firmament Divine Array's core above the Wushuang Tavern exploded. Light bloomed high up in the sky like fireworks, lighting up the ancient mystic city. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Linfeng was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the Firmament Divine Array's core explode on its own? Everyone was bewildered. Although Lu Yiping had glanced at the Firmament Divine Array's core, no one connected it to Lu Yiping. Taurus Longjiao suddenly raised his hand, pressing Gu Linfeng to the ground. The tavern's floor squeaked from the friction. Break our legs? Taurus Longjiao said this, picking up Gu Linfeng's head and swinging it to the ground. With a loud boom, Gu Linfeng's legs smashed into the tavern's floor, broken. Everything happened too quickly. Jiang Ting, Yan Ruyun, and the rest were dumbfounded. Only Gu Linfeng's screams echoed in the tavern. Young Master Linfeng. Venerable Tian Kei's disciple was enraged, rushing toward Taurus Longjiao. The tavern's other experts and guards also regained their senses and attacked. Huang Jiu blocked Venerable Tian Kei's disciple, whereas Hao Bai blocked the tavern's other experts and guards. The strongest among the tavern's experts and guards were merely true God Realm experts. All of them were sent flying by Hao Bai's slap. Lu Yiping pulled Gu Linfeng in front of him and searched his soul. From Gu Linfeng's memories, Huang Jiu knew that the old shop owner was indeed forced to buy and sell by Gu Linfeng, and the old shop owner was killed by Gu Linfeng. End of fourth update. End of fourth update. First update at 9 a.m., the soul-searching ended. Lu Yiping looked at Gu Linfeng with indifferent eyes. In Gu Linfeng's memory, Huang Xiaolong was a scum who had committed many atrocities. Killing an old shop owner, robbing an old shop owner, these kinds of things were considered normal. Many young girls had been ruined by him. Lu Yiping clenched his fist and crushed Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Wushuang Tavern's experts and guards were even more dumbfounded. All of you have committed a heinous crime, punishable by death. Venerable Tian Kei's disciple roared in anger, none of you can escape. Not only you, your families, your sects, and everyone related to you will not be able to escape. Taurus Longjiao slapped Venerable Tian Kei's disciple in the face, disappearing from sight. The Wushuang Tavern's experts retreated in fear. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Lu Yiping's group left the tavern. Jiang Ting and Yan Ruyun also retreated to a safe distance, looking at Lu Yiping with fear in their eyes. Tear down this tavern. Lu Yiping ordered. Lu Yiping's words sent the tavern's customers fleeing in panic. Taurus Longjiao's giant golden retriever swept across the tavern. In an instant, the tavern crumbled to the ground. Lu Yiping's group left the tavern. Looking at the ruined tavern, not only were the Wushuang Tavern's experts dumbfounded, but the other customers were also dumbfounded. This seems to be the first time someone dared to tear down the Wushuang Tavern, right? The Wushuang Tavern had been established for many years, and it flourished all over the Jiutian cities. Although there were people causing trouble in the Wushuang Tavern, no one had ever dared to tear it down. Disregarding the Wushuang Tavern's relationship with the Taiqing Sword School, Black Heaven Sect, and Yen family, just the Wushuang Tavern's strength was terrifying. Moreover, the Wushuang Tavern sage Gu Wushuang was the Lord Holy Devil's disciple in name, who was the Lord Holy Devil, that was an invincible expert who had suppressed 3 eras. Even though he had left Jiutian, his supreme holy and demonic aura was still there. Countless experts had followed him back then, and some of them were still alive. These were all antiques comparable to Zither God Fu Chao. Some of the old antiques were now sitting in the Wushuang Tavern's headquarters. I wonder which sect these people are from. A few days ago, someone killed the Knife God's disciple. Now, someone has torn down the Wushuang Tavern and killed a core disciple of the Gu family. Gu Linfeng's father, Gu Gaoyuan, was in charge of the Wushuang Tavern's forces in the Great Void region. One could imagine how high Gu Gaoyuan's status in the Gu family was. Now, his son was dead. This was definitely a heaven-piercing matter. Troubled times in the Great Void Domain, the young man with the jade fan said. Some people recognized the identity of the young man with the jade fan. Their faces were filled with fear as they distanced themselves from him. After a while, the young man with the jade fan floated away. The jade fan sect has appeared again? One of the family heads asked as he looked at the departing figure of the young man with the jade fan. Jade fan door? Could it be the jade fan sect from the ancient times? Hasn't the jade fan sect disappeared for nearly 100,000 years? Disappearance doesn't mean that they're gone forever. These ancient sects will appear every once in a while. It seems like the appearance of the sky steel this time has attracted these ancient sects to appear. Jade-faced Wolf Lord, could he still be alive? One of the ancestors suddenly asked. Some ancestors who had heard of Jade-faced Wolf Lord kept quiet out of fear. Jade-faced Wolf Lord was the strongest person in the Jade Fan sect. He was both good and evil, and his methods were cruel. Great Void Region, inside the Wushuang Tavern's main hall. Gu Gaoyuan was sipping tea and discussing Dao with the Black Heaven sect's ancestor, Wu Yi. The lunar steel will appear next time. When Brother Wu Yi comprehends the sky steel's secret technique, his strength will definitely improve. Gu Gaoyuan smiled. Wu Yi smiled and said, same to you. Your Wushuang Tavern will definitely obtain several greater sky steels. Brother Gaoyuan might even comprehend the sky steel's secret technique, and his strength will improve faster than mine. The sky steel contained countless secret techniques of the Archean Heavenly Court. However, these secret techniques were divided into strong and weak ones. The higher the grade, the better the technique, and the stronger the power. Secret techniques were ranked from high to low: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Yellow was the lowest, while heaven was the highest. It was extremely difficult to comprehend heaven-rank secret techniques. From the Archean era until now, only one person had managed to comprehend a heaven-rank secret technique from the sky steel, and it was only one part. Gu Gaoyuan sighed, it's a pity that our Wushuang old ancestor doesn't care about the secular world. I'm afraid he'll be indifferent to the appearance of the sky steel. Just as Gu Gaoyuan was sighing, his communication talisman vibrated. He took it out and his face turned uglier. In the end, his killing intent soared. Feng. Gu Gaoyuan screamed, his voice filled with sorrow. Wu Yi was surprised when he saw Gu Gaoyuan's killing intent soaring to the sky after reading the communication talisman. He took the communication talisman from Gu Gaoyuan's hand and his face turned cold. This person is courting death. Wu Yi said coldly. Indifferent, Gu Gaoyuan went on, tearing down my Wushuang Tavern, killing my son. I don't care who you are, I want you to die without a burial place. Also, everyone related to you will be buried with my son. Wu Yi asked, Brother Gaoyuan, do you need our Black Sky sect's help? Gu Gaoyuan shook his head, many thanks, Brother Wu Yi, but there's no need for now. Wu Yi nodded. He also knew that with the Wushuang Tavern's strength, they didn't need his help. After Lu Yiping left the Wushuang Tavern, he didn't linger in the ancient mystic city. He left the city and headed to the Great Void Region's Blue Sea. Although the old shop owner was killed, his son and grandson were still alive, living in a fishing village in the Blue Sea. Perhaps his son knew about the Fortune Jade Disc. The Blue Sea wasn't far from the ancient mystic city. With Lu Yiping's group speed, it didn't take long for them to reach the Blue Sea. She came to the shore of Qinghai. She listened to the sound of the waves and felt the sea breeze. She looked at the surface of the sea and the smiling fishermen. She said, this kind of life is peaceful and good. Lu Yiping said, there's no such thing as peace in this world. Where there are people, there are contradictions and conflicts. The group walked to the fishing village. Lu Yiping asked around and headed to the old shop owner's son's residence. The old shop owner Huang Cheng's ancestor was a super sect's ancestor. Later, his sect was annihilated, and the Huang family gradually declined. This place was his ancestral home, and it was quite big. The eaves of the house stretched endlessly, covering an area of more than 100 mu. Huang Cheng's son was the Huang family's current patriarch, Huang Jianji. When the Huang family's experts learned that Lu Yiping's group was here to look for their patriarch, they reported to the Huang family's experts and led Lu Yiping's group into the Huang family's ancestral home. Huang Jianji's strength wasn't weak. He was a mid-stage true God realm expert. When he saw Lu Yiping's group, there was obvious suspicion and vigilance in his eyes. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Yiping took out the fortune jade disc. When Huang Jianji saw the fortune jade disc in Lu Yiping's hand, he was surprised. World-cleansing jade. World-cleansing jade? Lu Yiping noticed that Huang Jianji recognized the jade in his hand and asked, "I heard that this jade is your family's heirloom. Do you know the origin of this jade?" Second update at 1 p.m. I hope that friends who like this book can choose to subscribe to this book automatically, so that divine vision can fill everyone's existence. Thank you. When Huang Jianji heard Lu Yiping asking about the origin of the jade, he hesitated. Haobai stepped forward and said, "I bought this jade from your father, Huang Qing, several thousand years ago. This is Lord Lu. We came here with no malice, we just want to know the origin of this jade. If you're willing to tell us, we will be grateful." Haobai said. Huang Jiao stepped forward and handed Huang Jianji a spatial ring. Inside, there were piles of divine-grade spirit stones, probably several hundred million. The Huang family had declined, but they wouldn't have sold this jade several thousand years ago. When had Huang Jianji ever seen so many divine-grade spirit stones? Therefore, he was shocked when he saw the mountain of divine-grade spirit stones in Huang Jiao's spatial ring. This. Huang Jianji swallowed hard. Frankly speaking, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted in the face of several hundred million divine-grade spirit stones. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Lu Yiping, "In fact, I'm not very clear about the origin of this jade. I only know that it's called the world-cleansing jade, passed down from our ancestor, Huang Yuandong." "Huang Yuandong?" Lu Yiping asked, "Do you know the identity and deeds of your ancestor Huang Yuandong?" Huang Jianji answered, "Our ancestor Huang Yuandong was one of the Purple Lightning Temple's ancestors more than 100,000 years ago." Purple Lightning Temple. Huang Jiao frowned. The Purple Lightning Temple seemed to have been destroyed more than 100,000 years ago? Huang Jianji nodded. Back then, when the Purple Lightning Palace was destroyed, the outer sect forces of the Purple Lightning Palace were implicated as well. Our Huang clan declined as a result. Originally, our Huang clan still had some properties left behind by old ancestor Huang Yuandong. However, over the years, these properties have been swallowed up by other sections. Speaking of this, Huang Jianji's face turned bitter, his voice filled with hatred. Our old shop in the ancient mystic city was swallowed up by the Wushuang Tavern. My father also died because of it. Gu Linfeng is dead. Lu Yiping said. Huang Jianji was stunned. We just came from the ancient mystic city. My master killed Gu Linfeng. Huang Jiao said. Huang Jianji looked at Lu Yiping in shock. Gu Linfeng was Gu Gaiyuan's son and had many experts around him. Moreover, Gu Linfeng himself was very strong. Lu Yiping said, "I believe there will be news from the Great Void region soon." Huang Jianji bowed deeply to Lu Yiping. "Thank you, my lord, for avenging my father's death. All these years, how could he not want to kill Gu Linfeng? But with his strength, it was no different from striking a rock with an egg. No need." Lu Yiping shook his head. "This kind of scum deserves to die. Even if your father didn't exist, I would still kill him." Afterwards, Lu Yiping asked about Huang Yuandong and the destruction of the Purple Lightning Palace. Huang Jianji told Lu Yiping everything he knew. However, Huang Jianji didn't know much about it, so Lu Yiping didn't know how Huang Yuandong obtained the jade. After staying for a while, Lu Yiping and the others took their leave. Huang Jianji wanted to return the divine grade spirit stone to Lu Yiping, but Lu Yiping asked him to keep it. After leaving, Lu Yiping frowned. According to Huang Jianji, when the Purple Lightning Palace was destroyed back then, from the Patriarch to the Palace Master, everyone in the Purple Lightning Palace was killed. Huang Yuandong had most likely died in that great battle. However, Huang Jianji couldn't be sure if Huang Yuandong had really died. "Do you know who destroyed the Purple Lightning Palace?" Lu Yiping asked Huang Jiao. "I think it was the Jade Fangate." Huang Jiao recalled, it was the Jade Fangate's Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. Lu Yiping repeated. If they could find Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, they might be able to confirm whether Huang Yuandong was dead or not. "I've heard of Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. He's neither good nor evil, and his methods are cruel. If you offend him, not only will you die, but those related to him will also be implicated." He was one of the top 10 experts of the heaven battling era. His sect, the Jade Fan Gate, rarely appears, but every time it does, something big will happen. However, with the appearance of the heavenly steel this time, the Jade Fan Gate might appear as well. Lu Yiping took out his communication talisman and contacted Chu Tong, asking him to use the Guiyuan Sword School's influence to investigate the Purple Lightning Palace's Huang Yuandong and Jade-faced Wolf Lord. Soon after, the group headed towards the Heavenly Steel. The Great Void region was one of the two largest regions in the Jiotian continent. Although the Heavenly Steel was located in the Great Void region, it was located in the extreme north. Therefore, it was quite far from the Blue Sea. However, there were still many days before the Heavenly Moon Steel's appearance. There was ample time, so Lu Yiping's group was in no hurry, taking their time. When they passed by a town, everyone was talking about the destruction of the Unparalleled Tavern and Gu Linfeng's death. Recently, the Great Void region's various forces have gathered, it's becoming more chaotic. Have you heard? The Divine Lands Heavenly Dragon Divine Country and Nether Prison's Lifeless Sect also came to the Jiotian. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country was besieged by the Lifeless Sect's experts. The Lifeless Sect's old ancestor, Lord Sun Haiyin, made a move. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's 100 experts were wiped out. Even the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler, Aoi Xuan, failed to escape. Impossible, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler is dead? The Heavenly Dragon Divine Country is one of the Divine Land's top 10 superforces. So what if it's one of the top 10 superforces? How could the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler be Sun Haiyin's opponent? I heard that Lord Sun Haiyin slaughtered the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler, even his dragon flesh was eaten clean. This is too ruthless. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's ruler was a giant, I didn't expect him to meet such a tragic end. Everyone shook their heads. In the Divine Land, Jiotian, and Netherworld Prison, early and mid-stage Lords of Plains were considered giants. Only late-stage and peak late-stage Lords of Plains could be considered as overlords. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were stunned. Is what you said true? Lu Yiping asked. The person who spoke glanced at Lu Yiping and said, many people saw it. At this time a figure fell from the sky, crashing onto the street in the distance. The person was covered in blood. Judging from his appearance, it was a young man. After falling to the ground, the young man struggled to get up and staggered towards the crowd. The crowd was alarmed and quickly moved aside. It's that Ao Bai brat. Taurus Longjiao recognized the young man and stood up. Together with Huang Jiao and Hao Bai, he stepped forward to support Ao Bai who was about to fall. The young man was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's Divine Prince Ao Bai who was being chased by the Lifeless Sect's experts. Ao Bai had been chased all the way here, using the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country's divine talismans to escape. He was already at the end of his rope when he heard Taurus Longjiao's voice. When he saw that it was really Taurus Longjiao and Lu Yiping, he cried, Lord Xiaojin, Lord Lu, save my father. Tears flowed down his face. He held Taurus Longjiao's arm tightly, crying and begging, Senior Xiaojin, quickly save my father, save my father. Save your father? A sinister laughter sounded. Several figures whistled through the air, hovering above the town. Black waves rolled around their bodies, darkening the clear sky. 5:03 p.m., it's the Lifeless Sect's people. Run. When the experts around Lu Yiping saw the person in the sky, they all fled in fright, running as far away as they could. The Lifeless Sect, ranked second among the Nether Purgatory's top 10 superforces. In an instant, Lu Yiping's surroundings were emptied out. Ao Bai was both shocked and angered when he saw the newcomers. Along the way, if he hadn't used the Sky Dragon Divine Country's Invisible Dragon Talisman, he would have been dead. Even so, the other party was still hot on his heels. The 4 Lifeless Sect's people landed in front of Lu Yiping. The 4 people looked at Ao Bai. The old man in the lead looked at Ao Bai and licked his lips. Although your true dragon body is tender, not as thick as your father's skin, the texture should be better. He then turned to the other 3 people beside him. What do you guys say, should we roast it or tear it raw and eat it piece by piece? Or should we get a super big pot and cook it slowly? The other 3 people laughed heartily. At this time, Taurus Longjiao suddenly reached out. His palm enlarged and slapped at the old man in the lead. Seeing Taurus Longjiao actually dared to attack him, the old man couldn't help laughing. Brat, it's fine if you meddle in other people's business, but you dare to attack me? Do you know how the word death is written? Then, the old man's world force surged and his palm met Taurus Longjiao's attack. The old man in the lead was a master of a plane. Moreover, he was a master of a plane who had cultivated the power of 3,600,000 fighting planes. Because of this, even though Aobai had used the invisible dragon talisman all the way, the old man was still hot on his heels. Black waves rolled on his palm, whimpering like the cries of evil spirits. Black ghost poisonous heart palm. Lord Xiaojin, don't touch it. Aobai was alarmed. The black ghost poisonous heart palm was the Nether Purgatory's famous supreme devil palm. To cultivate this palm, one needed to enter a land of evil spirits and absorb the evil spirits' souls and cold corpse poison's aura all year round. The poison contained in this palm was extremely terrifying. If touched, the poison would spread to the whole body in an instant, evil spirits would plague the body and corpse poison would attack the heart. However, just as Aobai finished his words, Taurus Longjiao's palm collided with his opponent's. Bang! There was a loud explosion. In an instant, the old man from the Death Door sect felt a terrifying force colliding with him. His arm shook violently, and his entire arm shattered inch by inch. As for him, he flew out like a floating leaf. By the time he landed, the Death Door sect's elder's right arm had already turned into a bloody mist, splattering all over his body and face. The other three from the Death Door sect were dumbfounded. Aobai was also stunned. Taurus Longjiao pulled the man in front of him and said with a smile, I really don't know how to write the word death. Does that mean you know? The old man looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. This muscular man from the Golden Retriever was actually a mid-level planar master. Even if he wasn't in the mid-level, he was at the peak of the early level. Then, he sneered, so what if you're stronger than me? When you exchanged blows with me just now, the corpse poison of my black ghost poisonous heart palm has already seeped into your palm. Soon, the corpse poison will attack your heart. Do you know what it feels like to have a corpse poison attack your heart? Heart attack? Taurus Longjiao said with a smile. Is that so? Then he looked down at his right palm. Taurus Longjiao's right hand was smooth and clean. You're fine, the old man said in disbelief. The most terrifying blood poison god transforming palm in the hell of Mahanata, Taurus Longjiao said coolly. I've already taken on the blood poison god transforming palm. Your black ghost venom heart palm's corpse poison isn't even a billionth of the blood poison god transforming palm's power. However, the four experts from the Death Door sect didn't believe Taurus Longjiao's bullshit. One of the experts from the Death Door sect stepped forward and looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Your Excellency, may I ask who you are? Please let Sir Miao go. This is a private matter between the Death Door sect and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom. Please, Your Excellency, don't interfere. Taurus Longjiao clenched his fist, and the old man from the Death Door sect felt a terrifying pressure weighing down on him. His body began to crack open, and blood sprayed out of him. In the end, the old man was crushed to death. Aobai gulped. The other three experts from the Death Door sect were both shocked and enraged. Kill them all, Lu Yiping said. Taurus Longjiao flicked his finger, and 3 beams of light shot out, killing the 3 experts from the Death Door sect. Lu Yiping's palm glowed with a green light, which he sent into Aobai's body. Instantly, Aobai felt his life force surge, and his injuries began to heal. Where's your father? Lu Yiping asked. Take me to him. Aobai gave him a location. Lu Yiping had Taurus Longjiao and the others wait for him there. Then, he took Aobai and tore through space, disappearing into the void in the blink of an eye. Together with Aobai, Lu Yiping strode through the chaos turbulence. Aobai looked at the chaotic space turbulence in front of him, feeling the terrifying power, and was dumbfounded. Lord, is this chaotic space turbulence? Aobai asked weakly. Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement, then walked out from the chaotic space turbulence. Aobai looked around and saw that they had arrived above the city where the Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom was besieged. Lu Yiping looked at the destroyed city, a frown creasing his brows. The entire city was in ruins, and occasionally, there were bloodstains. These bloodstains contained the dragon chi of the dragon clan's experts, and some were the blood of the Death Door sect's experts. However, there were no Death Door sect or Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom's experts. Aobai regained his senses, looking at the ruined city and the empty city, he cried out in sorrow, "Father." Although he did not see his father's body, he was afraid that his father's fate was grim. Lu Yiping and Aobai walked around the city for a long time, but they still didn't see any traces of the lifeless sect and Tianlong Divine Country's people. The eye of lightning punishment appeared on his forehead, surging with lightning as it scanned through the layers of space, but there was still nothing. Although his strength was invincible, he was not omnipotent. Therefore, he could not deduce the whereabouts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom's experts. If he was omnipotent, he could deduce it from the Fortune Jade Disc's fragments. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Lu Yiping stopped. Aobai's face was filled with grief and despair, as if all his strength had been sucked out. Lu Yiping said, "Don't worry, as long as your father is still alive, I will save him." Aobai knelt before Lu Yiping, thanking him profusely. "Come on, let's go back first." Lu Yiping brought Aobai back, tearing through the void, following the original path. Taurus Longjiao saw Lu Yiping and Aobai returning, but did not see any other Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom's experts. He couldn't help asking Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping shook his head. Lu Yiping took out his communication talisman, contacting Chu Tong, asking him to inquire about the Death Door sect and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom's emperor. Then, the group left for the Jiutian's largest information-gathering organization, the Misty Pavilion's branch. Lu Yiping asked the Misty Pavilion's help to inquire about the Death Door sect and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Kingdom's emperor, as well as Huan Yuandong and Jade-Faced Wolf Lord. 10 p.m. Fourth update. Of course, the price for information about the lifeless sect, Heavenly Dragon Divine Nation's ruler, Huan Yuandong, and Jade-Faced Wolf Lord was exorbitant. However, this small amount of money was nothing to Lu Yiping. Moreover, Lu Yiping increased the price by 10 times, ordering the Floating Mist Pavilion to mobilize all of their forces in the next 2 days to look for the information he entrusted them with. After leaving the contact information, Lu Yiping and the others left the Floating Mist Pavilion's branch. "Master, since the lifeless sect came to the Jiutian for the Heavenly Steel, they will definitely go to the Heavenly Steel when it appears next month," Taurus Longjiao said. Lu Yiping nodded his head. The group continued to head towards the Heavenly Steel town. While Lu Yiping and the others were heading towards the Heavenly Steel town, in the Taiching Sword School's main hall, Zhang Sengchong was listening to a report from the Taiching Sword School's sect master, Xiyun. Previously, when Zither God Fu Chao was suppressed by a mysterious person, Zhang Sengchong ordered Xiyun and the others to investigate if it was really Lu Yiping who did it. Now, Xiyun was reporting the results of his investigation to him. "Oh, you're saying that when Zither God Fu Chao was suppressed by the Buddha Palm, Lu Yiping was in the Azure God region's Wind Thunder Manor's Lake City, and not at the Guiyuan Sword School?" Zhang Sengchong asked. "Yes," Xiyun said respectfully. "Now, we can be certain that the mysterious expert was not Lu Yiping." Zhang Sengchong relaxed inwardly. Previously, he had thought that it was Lu Yiping, but now that he was certain that Lu Yiping was in the Azure God region's Wind Thunder Manor, the person who did it was definitely not Lu Yiping. The Guiyuan Sword School was in the Azure Cloud Manor, while Lu Yiping was in the Wind Thunder Manor. The distance between the two places was countless miles. However, we still haven't found out who did it, Xiyun said. "Continue investigating," Zhang Sengchong said. Xiyun nodded and said, "We found out that Lu Yiping is currently in the Supreme Void region. He just killed the son of the Supreme Void region's Gugaoyuan and destroyed the Matchless Tavern in the ancient Mystic City." Zhang Sengchong was surprised and muttered, "This Lu Yiping has appeared in the Great Void region for the Heavenly Steel. Is Chu Tong with him?" Xiyun shook his head. "That's not true. The Divine Monument is about to appear. Let's get ready. It's time for us to go to the Divine Monument town," Zhang Sengchong said. "What if we run into Lu Yiping?" Xiyun asked. Zhang Sengchong narrowed his eyes. "Let the Qin and Painting School and Wushuang Tavern deal with him first, then we'll act according to the situation. No matter what, we can't let Lu Yiping leave Sky Monument Town alive." Several days passed. Lu Yiping and the others arrived at a small town. There was a huge stone tablet erected at the entrance of the town. Divine Monument Town. There were 3 words written on the tablet. The words were carved by someone with finger force. They were vigorous and powerful, containing supreme power as if they could tear the sky apart. Liu Yiping looked at the quiet town in front of him. This was the Divine Monument Town. The Divine Monument Town wasn't big, but it was famous in the Jyotian. There was a mysterious power in this town. It was this mysterious power that protected this town. Even if the Plain Lord attacked, this town wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. Huang Jiao said, everyone says that this tablet was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. These 3 words were carved by the Heavenly Emperor. People often stand in front of this tablet to comprehend the supreme power in these 3 words. Liu Yiping said, the supreme power in these 3 words isn't that easy to comprehend. Because the difference between the 2 realms was too great. Too great to be measured. But this tablet wasn't left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. Liu Yiping said while looking at the tablet. Not left behind by the Heavenly Emperor? Huang Jiao, Hao Bai, and Ao Bai were surprised. Taurus Longjiao said, these 3 words are indeed very powerful, but they were definitely not carved by the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's power is far greater than this. Huang Jiao, Hao Bai, and Ao Bai were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Taurus Longjiao was so sure that the Heavenly Emperor's power was far greater than this. After stopping for a while, Liu Yiping and the others entered the Divine Monument Town. The stones on the ground of the sky steel suppressing ground were uneven. Every stone had a strange pattern on it, and between these patterns, there were characters that were faintly formed. But upon closer inspection, they couldn't tell what kind of characters they were. The town was exceptionally quiet, as if the whole town was in a deep slumber, and had yet to awaken. Since the Divine Monument Town was about to appear, many Jyotian experts from various regions had arrived. In some corners, experts were chatting, but the strange thing was, no matter how loud their voices were, the town remained quiet. There was a kind of energy that seemed to filter out the experts' voices. After Liu Yiping's group entered the town, many of the town's experts looked at Liu Yiping and whispered in each other's ears. He's Liu Yiping? That's right, I saw him during the Guiyuan Sword School's General Assembly. At that time, he was competing with Goddess Su Qiaoyin on the zither. What a pity, Goddess Su Qiaoyin and the people from the Qin and Painting School should be arriving soon. Voices of discussion sounded. Liu Yiping's expression was calm. Inside the town, there were scattered buildings and houses. There were natives in the Divine Monument Town. But there weren't many, only a few dozen households. Some people said that the natives of the Divine Monument Town were descendants of the immemorial Celestial Emperor. Of course, not many people believed this. Liu Yiping's group arrived at the center of the Divine Monument Town. In the center of the Divine Monument Town was a large square. When the Divine Monument appeared, it would rise from the ground of the square. At this time, the empty space near the Divine Monument had been occupied by many experts. Only a few empty spaces were still empty. Liu Yiping led the group to one of the empty spaces. When the surrounding experts saw this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Because that empty space used to be occupied by the Qin and Painting School. In the past, when the Divine Monument appeared, the experts from the Qin and Painting School would occupy that empty space. This time, the experts from the Qin and Painting School hadn't arrived yet. If that empty space didn't belong to the Qin and Painting School, the other experts would have already occupied it. That empty space belongs to the Qin and Painting School. Now that Liu Yiping has occupied it, there will be a good show to watch. Someone whispered. Hearing the whispers, Huang Jiao said, so this empty space was reserved for the Qin and Painting School. Liu Yiping's expression was normal as he followed the group to the empty space. Then, he took out a few Chaos Divine stones and condensed them into a stone table and a few stone stools. He sat down with Taurus Longjiao, then took out the Age of Eternity wine and drank it. Is that a Chaos Divine stone? The surrounding crowd was shocked when they saw Liu Yiping condensing the stone table and stools. It's fake, right? Someone didn't believe it. Amidst the crowd's chatter, a large group of experts walked into the Divine Monument Town from afar. When the crowd saw the newcomers, their faces were filled with fear and they immediately quieted down. The newcomers were experts from the Kunping Divine Sect. Someone recognized the Kunping Divine Sect's sect master, Fei Jia. But this time, Fei Jia was unusually respectful as he followed behind a tall and sturdy old man. "It's Lord Leiyu," a super sect's founder said with a trembling voice. Those who didn't recognize the old man were so frightened that their legs went soft. Leiyu, in the Holy Devil era, there was another name for him, Lightning Ancestor. Although Zither god Fu Chao had ascended to godhood in the Tao of Zither, and his name resounded throughout the Jiutian, he wasn't one of the top 10 experts in the Holy Devil era. On the other hand, Lightning Ancestor Leiyu was one of the top 10 experts in the Holy Devil era. According to the records, when the Lightning Ancestor was enraged, lightning would flood the entire Jiutian. This meant that if the Lightning Ancestor was enraged, the entire Jiutian would be drowned in lightning. One could see the Lightning Ancestor's might. "Greetings, Lord Lightning Ancestor, Lord Fei Jia." The group of Super Forces ancestors paled as they hurried forward, lowering their heads in greeting. These were all Jiutian's powerhouses. Some of them were early world lords, while others were mid-stage world lords, but in front of the Lightning Ancestor Leiyu, all of them had to lower their heads. Some Heavenly God Realm and True God Realm experts even knelt down. Those who came to the Heavenly Steel were all True God Realm experts and above. The appearance of the Heavenly Steel brought with it boundless heavenly might. Those below the True God Realm, emperors, and ancient emperors were unable to withstand this heavenly might. Thus, none of them dared to come. Looking at the group of experts kneeling and bowing, Leiyu smiled warmly. "I haven't come out for many years, there's no need to be so restrained. Rise." The group of ancestors, patriarchs, and True God Realm experts rose to their feet. Leiyu, Fei Jia, and the rest led the Kunping Divine Sect's experts to an empty space at the side of the central plaza. There were several empty spaces at the side of the plaza, and the largest one belonged to the Kunping Divine Sect. The Kunping Divine Sect's experts marched towards the largest empty space. This time, the Kunping Divine Sect had brought 30 world lords, 1,000 heavenly gods. Ordinary super forces would only have 1 or 2 world lords, but the Kunping Divine Sect had brought 30 of them. This was the strength of the Jiutian's #1 sect. But everyone present knew that this was only a small portion of the Kunping Divine Sect's strength. Some said that even if the Qin and Painting School, Black Heaven Sect, Tai Ching Sword School, Yen Tribe, Stone Golem Tribe, Heavenly Beast Sect, Shumi Buddhist Sect, Hundred Change Sect, and Guiyuan Sword School combined, they couldn't even compare to the Kunping Divine Sect. Leiyu, Fei Jia, and the rest walked towards the empty space of the Kunping Divine Sect. When they passed by the empty space of the Qin and Painting School, they saw a blue-robed young man sitting there, drinking by himself. One of the Kunping Divine Sect's heavenly divinity stepped forward, greeting Leiyu and Fei Jia respectfully. "Old Ancestor, Sect Chief, he is Lu Yiping." "Oh." Leiyu was surprised. He looked at Lu Yiping again, and when he saw Lu Yiping's stone table and stool, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Chaos Divine Stone?" Fei Jia was also surprised. "Ancestor, you've come in person, but this Lu brat is still sitting there drinking. He's incomparably arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson?" A mid-stage planar lord stepped forward and asked Leiyu respectfully. Leiyu replied indifferently, "There's no need for that. He's just a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone will teach him a lesson." He then led Kunping Zhongzhong's group to the empty space of the Kunping Divine Sect. Kunping Zhongzhong's group hurriedly took out a stone table and a stone stool made from golden dawn stone for Leiyu and Fei Jia to sit down. Then, they poured wine for Leiyu and Fei Jia. This Lu Yiping only dares to occupy the empty space of the Qin and Painting School. He doesn't dare to take even half a step into our Kunping Divine Sect's territory. It seems like he's quite tactful. One of the Kunping Divine Sect's ancestors laughed. "Our Kunping Divine Sect is not something he dares to provoke." At this time, a small commotion broke out in the crowd as another group of experts walked into Stone Steel Town. The newcomers were from the Qin and Painting School. The experts from the Qin and Painting School were all dressed in white, exuding a scholarly aura. However, the middle-aged man leading the group was dressed differently from the other experts from the Qin and Painting School. He wore a black armor with a demon god engraved on it. The Qin and Painting School sect master, Hua Rusheng, followed behind him respectfully. Demonic zither. The older generation's ancestors were shocked when they saw the middle-aged man in black armor. Who is the demonic zither? Some of the patriarchs were puzzled. He's the senior brother of the zither god, Fu Chao. His strength is above Fu Chao's. One of the ancestors said with a solemn expression. Those who had never heard of the demonic zither were shocked. Doesn't that mean that the demonic zither is comparable to the 10 great experts of the Holy Devil era? Someone asked. Amidst the crowd's shock, the demonic zither led the experts from the Qin and painting school to the square in the middle of Stone Steel Town. Just as the experts from the Qin and painting school entered Stone Steel Town, another group of experts arrived. It was the Black Heaven sect, the Matchless Tavern, the Yan family, and the Tai Ching Sword School. Ji Tian, Qing Shuanglong, Yan Meng, Zhang Sengchong. Many of the ancestors exclaimed when they saw the 4 people at the front. Ji Tian was the legendary figure of the Black Heaven sect. Qing Shuanglong was from the Matchless Tavern. Yan Meng was the grandfather of the Yan family's current patriarch. Zhang Sengchong was needless to say. The Black Heaven sect and the Tai Ching Sword School were the 3rd and 4th superpowers in Jiutian. The Matchless Tavern was the #1 tavern in Jiutian, and the Yan family was the #1 family in the Great Void region. No matter who it was, they would be shocked to see the 4 superforces joining forces. Even the demonic zither, who had just entered the Qin and painting school, stopped. Who is Qing Shuanglong? Someone asked. Many of them had heard of Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong, but they had never heard of the name Qing Shuanglong. One of the ancestors said with a solemn expression, he was one of the Lord Holy Demon's generals in the past. Speaking of the Lord Holy Demon, the ancestor couldn't hide his excitement and admiration. The Holy Demon had been invincible for 3 eras. With a stomp of his foot, the Jiutian trembled. No matter who it was, they couldn't hide their excitement and admiration when the Holy Demon was mentioned. During the Holy Demon's era, even the powerful Kunpeng divine sect had to retreat. This was the Holy Demon's might. What, a general under the Lord Holy Demon? The patriarchs and ancestors were shocked. The Holy Demon was invincible in the Jiutian, the Divine Land, and the Netherworld prison. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Naturally, not just anyone could serve under him. To be able to become a general under him, one had to be extremely powerful. In an instant, the way everyone looked at Qing Shuanglong changed. In their eyes, even Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong couldn't compare to Qing Shuanglong. This was because Qing Shuanglong was a general under the Lord Holy Demon. Just based on this, it was enough for him to be above Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong. Gu Gaoyuan and other Wushuang Tavern's experts followed behind Qing Shuanglong. So many strong characters came for the Heavenly Steel's appearance this time. When the Heavenly Steel appears, I think it's better for us to hide further away. These big shots, even if it was just the aftermath of their attacks, it wasn't something an ordinary plain lord could withstand. After the Zither Devil stopped, Ji Tian, Yan Meng, Qing Shuanglong, and Zhang Sengchong caught up to him. He took a step forward and cupped his fists at Qing Shuanglong, brother Wushuang. He only addressed Qing Shuanglong, not Ji Tian, Yan Meng, or Zhang Sengchong. Perhaps, in his heart, only Qing Shuanglong was worthy enough for him to stop and greet him. Author's note, as I write, it seems like there's going to be a big battle soon. Second update at 4 p.m, looking for monthly votes and subscriptions. I hope everyone can subscribe to this book automatically. Thank you. Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong were displeased when they saw Absolute Zither Devil greeting Qing Wushuang, but they did not show it on their faces. Qing Shuanglong did not act arrogantly, cupping his fists at Absolute Zither Devil, so it's Brother Emoju. After so many years, Brother Emoju's style is even better than before. Absolute Zither Devil revealed a smile. Brother Wushuang is overpraising me. He then made an inviting gesture. Brother Wushuang, please. Please. Qing Shuanglong smiled, then said to Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong, 3 brothers, please. Please. Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong hurriedly said. While the several big shots were talking, Gu Gaoyuan, Hua Rushing, Chu Yun, and Chen Shiming did not dare to interrupt. Subsequently, the Wushuang Bar, Qin and Painting School, Black Heaven Sect, Taiching Sword School, and Yen family, these 5 super forces headed towards the square in the center of Stone Tablet Town. Moments later, Absolute Zither Devil, Qing Xuanlong, Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and Zhang Sengchong arrived at the square. However, when they arrived, they saw a blue-robed young man sitting on the empty ground of the Qin and Painting School, drinking by himself. They were stunned. What was going on? Did this young man not know that was the empty ground of the Qin and Painting School? When Qing Xuanlong saw Lu Yiping's figure, he felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he shuddered as a figure appeared in his mind from a distant memory. His eyes widened. That year, he was lucky enough to follow the Holy Devil and sneak a peek at that forbidden existence. He only saw the forbidden existence's back and did not see his face. Thus, when he looked at Lu Yiping, he was bewildered. Was it that lord? However, he was not certain. Throw him away. Absolute Zither Devil ordered. At this time, one of the Qin and Painting School's patriarchs stepped forward and said, Lord Mo Ju, this person is Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping. Whether it was demonic Zither, Zhang Sengchong, Ji Tian, Yan Meng, or the other experts, they were all surprised. So it's him. Demonic Zither's face darkened. During these past few days, they had already investigated clearly. When Zither god Fu Chao was suppressed by the Buddha's palm, Lu Yiping was in Wind Thunder Manor in the Firmament Divine region. So, they were certain that it wasn't Lu Yiping who did it. When Gu Gaoyuan heard that the young man in front of him was Lu Yiping, his eyes burned with anger and killing intent. He had already found out that the young man who had killed his son was Lu Yiping. Gu Gaoyuan stepped forward and spoke respectfully to Qing Xuanlong, Lord, this person killed my son, destroyed my ancient mystic city's Wushuang Tavern, and treated my Wushuang Tavern as nothing. Lord, please allow us to take action and kill this person. Qing Xuanlong hesitated. At this time, the Taiching Sword School's Zhang Sengchong stepped forward and looked at Lu Yiping with an indifferent gaze. Lu Yiping, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the Heavenly Steel Town. Lu Yiping didn't even look at Zhang Sengchong as he asked indifferently, why wouldn't I dare to come? Zhang Sengchong sneered, more than 100 experts from my Taiching Sword School, Qin Huai, were killed by the Guiyuan Sword School's Chu Tong, and all of them died because of you. You're wrong, Taurus Longjiao suddenly interrupted, your Taiching Sword School's more than 100 experts were killed by me. Zhang Sengchong and the others were surprised. All this time, they had thought that Qin Huai's 100 experts were killed by Chu Tong, Fengwen, and the others. It's you? Zhang Sengchong and the others from the Taiching Sword School looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Taurus Longjiao teased, that's right, do you want to make a move? His gaze then swept over Gu Gaoyuan, Master Qin Mo, Hua Rushing, and the others, if you want to make a move, all of you should make a move together, lest I have to deal with you one by one. Gu Gaoyuan, Hua Rushing, and the others' faces sank. Master Qin Mo's gaze was indifferent. Right at this time, the Heavenly Steel Town's central square shook violently. Rays of light shot up to the sky. These rays of light exuded the power of heaven's might. Layers of heaven's might gushed out like a waterfall, spreading out in all directions. The entire Heavenly Steel Town was enveloped by these rays of heaven's might. Everyone's attention was on the central square. What's going on? Is the Heavenly Steel coming out? Why did it come out in advance? Everyone was in disbelief. From the primordial era until now, the Heavenly Steel had come out many times, but no one had ever heard of it coming out in advance. What was the reason for the Heavenly Steel to come out in advance? What no one noticed was that when Lu Yiping was sitting there, an invisible force was seeping into the space beneath his feet. Lei Yu, who was drinking the lightning luster wine, saw the Heavenly Steel coming out. Although he was surprised, he was also overjoyed. He laughed heartily, good, the Heavenly Steel is finally coming out. To him, it was a good thing that the Heavenly Steel was coming out in advance. This way, he wouldn't have to waste time waiting here. In an instant, everyone in the Heavenly Steel Town became excited. Everyone, whether sitting or standing, moved closer to the central square. Lei Yu also stood up impatiently, walking to the edge of the square. His gaze swept over the crowd. When the Heavenly Steel comes out, the main steel and the surrounding 9 steels will belong to my Kuan-Pung divine sect. Don't blame me for not reminding you, if anyone wants to snatch the main steel and the surrounding 9 steels, don't blame my Kunpeng divine sect for turning hostile. His voice reverberated through the heavenly steel town. Streaks of lightning radiated from his body. No one made a sound. Cheng Shuanglong frowned. When the Holy Demon Lord was still around, the Kunpeng divine sect had obediently given up the main stele and the surrounding 9 steles. Now that the Holy Demon Lord had left the Jiutian, the Kunpeng divine sect had regained their arrogance. However, although Lei Yu's tone was arrogant, Huang Xiaolong didn't say anything. Without the Holy Demon Lord, the Kunpeng divine sect indeed had the strength to be so arrogant. The light in the square grew stronger. The tremors became more intense. It was as if terrifying beasts were about to break out from the ground. As the light grew stronger, the heavenly might grew stronger as well. In the sky above the heavenly steel town, wind and lightning crackled. Even true God realm experts couldn't withstand the heavenly might, and their faces turned pale. Boom boom boom, strange sounds came from the ground. Everyone looked over and saw a stone stele slowly rising from the ground in the center of the square. The stone stele shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Even ordinary plain lords were no exception. This was the heavenly stele's main stele. Lei Yu, the Zither Demon Lord, Zhang Sangchong, and the rest looked at the main stele with burning eyes. Lei Yu laughed loudly. My main stele has finally appeared. The main stele continued to rise. The light grew stronger. In the end, it finally stopped when it reached a height of nearly 4.9 meters. Everyone looked at the main stele and saw words flowing on it. However, they couldn't see it clearly. There was a mysterious energy that enveloped the heavenly stele. One could only see it when they were 1 meter away. The further away they were, the less clear it was. Lei Yu excitedly walked towards the main stele. However, just as he was about to walk towards the main stele, someone beat him to it and stood in front of it. Everyone looked at the blue-robed figure standing in front of the main stele with a strange expression on their faces. 9 p.m., third watch. Parents coming over from their hometown. Third watch today. Fourth watch tomorrow. Before Lei Yu, Lu Yiping stood in front of the main monument. Zhu Mo, Zhang Sangchong, Gu Gaoyuan, and the rest sneered when they saw Lu Yiping standing in front of the main monument before Lei Yu. This Lu Yiping actually dared to snatch the main monument from the Kunpeng divine sect. He was simply courting death. Lei Yu's face was extremely cold. When the heavenly monument appeared, the main monument and the 9 monuments around it always belonged to the Kunpeng divine sect. This was common knowledge in the Jiutian world. Moreover, he had just declared that whoever dared to snatch the main monument and the 9 monuments around it shouldn't blame the Kunpeng divine sect for turning hostile. Now, this Lu Yiping actually dared to snatch the main monument from him. What was this? Did he treat his words like a fart? Just as Lei Yu's face was filled with killing intent, the Kunpeng divine sect chief Fei Jia suddenly exploded, punching towards Lu Yiping's back. Surnamed Lu, scram. Someone like you dares to covet my Kunpeng divine sect's things? When his fist punched out, the world energy roared. 50 million units. Jumo's face turned solemn when he felt the Kunpeng divine sect chief Fei Jia's strength. Zhang Sangchong, Ji Tian, Yan Meng, and the rest of the Jiutian divine sect's forces were shocked. When one's world energy broke through 30 million units, they would reach the late stage of the Lord of a World, and they would be considered one of the Jiutian's overlords. During the Holy Devil era, the Zither god Fu Chao only had 40 million units of world energy. And this Kunpeng divine sect chief Fei Jia actually had 50 million units of world energy. It was 10 million units higher than Fu Chao's. The further one cultivated, the harder it was to raise one's world energy. Moreover, the further one cultivated, the greater the disparity in battle power. Even if it was only 41 million units of world energy, it was still much stronger than 40 million units, not to mention 50 million units. Thus, the Kunpeng divine sect chief Fei Jia's strength was not something Fu Chao could compare to. Fei Jia was hailed as the Jiutian's #1 expert of this generation. This was the absolute strength of the #1 person in Jiutian. Just as Fei Jia's fist was about to hit Lu Yiping, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Fei Jia. Everyone was stunned. The person standing between Fei Jia and Lu Yiping was none other than Taurus Longjiao. Zhang Sangchong sneered, a mere slave dares to stand in the way of a Jiutian overlord? You overestimate yourself. Taurus Longjiao had killed Qin Huai from the Taiching sword school. He might have some strength, but Qin Huai only had 1 million units of planar energy. Now, Taurus Longjiao's attempt to block Fei Jia's ultimate attack was no different from a snail trying to stop a chariot. It would be crushed into pieces in an instant. Indifferent smiles appeared on Fei Jia's face when he saw that it was Taurus Longjiao who was standing in front of him. He increased his strength by a notch. He was the number one person in Jiutian. How could a mere slave challenge him? Taurus Longjiao chuckled when he sensed that Fei Jia's strength had increased again. He punched out. When he smashed his fist forward, everyone noticed that numerous cracks had actually appeared in the space before him. It was as if an incomparably thick wall had begun to crack. Immediately, Taurus Longjiao's fist began to spin at an astonishing speed like a vortex. First revolution, the space in the square began to spin. Everyone felt as if they were being twisted. Second revolution, the space was twisted into a lump like a piece of clothing. Everyone felt the terrifying twisting of the space around them. It was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone turned pale with fright. They hurriedly activated their planar energy to resist the twisting of space. Qing Shuanglong watched Taurus Longjiao's twisting fist. Amidst his shock, his face was filled with excitement. This is? However, he was still unsure. His eyes widened. At this moment, Taurus Longjiao's fist force changed again. Third revolution, the space was twisted again. It actually made a creaking sound. It was as if it was something that was about to be broken. Fourth revolution, fifth revolution, sixth revolution, seventh revolution, and eighth revolution. Finally, the ninth revolution. When it was the ninth revolution, the space creaked loudly. Everyone seemed to have an illusion that the space had been twisted apart. The surrounding people already had to endure such a terrifying twisting force, let alone Fei Jia. Fei Jia's eyes widened as he felt the terrifying force. His expression changed completely. Especially Taurus Longjiao's fist. It reminded him of one of the Holy Demon Lord's ultimate techniques. Taurus Longjiao's fist force instantly shattered Fei Jia's fist force without any hesitation. The terrifying force surged towards Fei Jia. Fei Jia panicked. A huge shield flew out from his body. This was the Kuanping Divine Sect's Heavenly Wall Shield. It meant that it was indestructible. This Heavenly Wall Shield wasn't a supreme divine artifact. It was an acquired spiritual treasure that surpassed supreme divine artifacts. At the same time, a divine armor covered Fei Jia's body. This divine armor was the Kuanping Divine Sect's inherited divine artifact. It was also an acquired spiritual treasure that surpassed supreme divine artifacts. Finally, a thick layer of scales grew on Fei Jia's body. This was the power of the Kuanping bloodline. Boom, the heavenly wall shield was hit by Taurus Longjiao's fist force. It paused for a moment and shattered into countless pieces. Then, the fist force landed on Fei Jia's body. The acquired spiritual treasure divine armor was also pierced through. The terrifying force blasted into Fei Jia's body. It was a force that could destroy heaven and earth. It crazily destroyed his internal organs. When Fei Jia landed outside the square and smashed into the ground, his chest was completely pierced through, and his internal organs were completely gone. Fei Jia lay there, motionless. There was blood everywhere. It was the blood of the strongest person in the Jiutian generation. Looking at Fei Jia's body on the ground, everyone turned to look at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Fei Jia, who had 50 million battle planes worth of energy and 2 acquired spiritual treasures, was still unable to withstand a single punch from Liu Yiping's subordinate. Even after using the power of the Kuanping bloodline, Fei Jia was still half dead. 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist. Lei Yu and Demonic Zither looked at Taurus Longjiao in shock. Both of them were shocked by Taurus Longjiao's strength, but they were even more shocked by Taurus Longjiao's fist technique. 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist? Some of the patriarchs exclaimed, could it be Lord Holy Devil's 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist? The Holy Devil had 10 ultimate techniques that deterred the Jiutian, and the 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist was one of them. Those who didn't recognize Taurus Longjiao's fist technique were shocked when they heard that Taurus Longjiao had executed the 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist. Qing Shuanglong was even more excited. It really is Lord Holy Devil's 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist. Earlier, when he saw Taurus Longjiao executing the 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist, he had already suspected it, but he wasn't sure. Now that Taurus Longjiao had executed the 9 revolutions emptiness fist, he was certain. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the blue-robed figure standing in front of the stone tablet. 9 revolutions emptiness fist, was this a coincidence? Taurus Longjiao looked at Fei Jia, who was lying motionless on the ground, and said, "You dare to attack my master with this little bit of strength?" Everyone choked. 50 million battle planes worth of energy, and this little bit of strength? Who are you? How are you related to Lord Holy Devil? Lei Yu regained his senses, and he looked gloomily at Taurus Longjiao as he asked. Tomorrow at 4 a.m., first update at 9 a.m., hee. Taurus Longjiao did not answer, retreating to Lu Yiping's side. Lu Yiping was still staring at the Heavenly Steel's main steel. Initially, he came here to look for records related to the Heavenly Emperor's destruction of the Jianshu. But when the main steel appeared, he suddenly saw the words Fortune Jade Disc. That was why he was so excited. Just now, he was fully focused on the main steel. Suddenly, the ground beside the main steel rumbled, and the other 9 steels around the main steel slowly rose from the ground. Lu Yiping retracted his gaze from the main steel and said to the experts present, "The Heavenly Steel's appearance this time, whether it's the main steel or the other steels, they are all mine. Everyone can leave now." Lu Yiping's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of the experts present. Everyone was shocked and enraged. Lei Yu was even more amused. Just a moment ago, he had said that the main steel and the other 9 steels around it belonged to their Kunping divine sect. Now, this Lu Yiping was even more ruthless, wanting all 100 heavenly steels. 100 heavenly steels, you want all of them? Surnamed Lu, are you trying to go against the entire Jyotian? The Zither devil glared at Lu Yiping, his eyes brimming with anger. Lu Yiping suddenly punched out. When Lu Yiping punched out, a giant elephant appeared behind him. The giant elephant's 4 hooves were like heavenly pillars, exuding the aura of a king of divine beasts. Heavenly Elephant's Fist. Chung Shuanglong, who had been paying attention to Lu Yiping, exclaimed when he saw the giant elephant behind Lu Yiping. The Zither devil's face tightened when he felt the boundless power from Lu Yiping's fist. Earlier, when Lu Yiping's group of 4 had executed the Heavenly Mammoth Divine Prison Fist, the 4 of them had only comprehended the surface of the Heavenly Mammoth Divine Prison Fist. But now, Lu Yiping's fist contained the faint whistling of heavenly phenomena, as if the sound came from the boundless underworld. A gigantic zither appeared in front of demonic zither. This gigantic zither was several meters long, but it only had 2 strings. Zither of life and death. Many patriarchs recognized the huge zither. The zither of life and death was a famous zither of the ancient times. It was also the most evil zither of the ancient times. It was said that this zither possessed the power of life and death. One of the strings contained the power of life. The other string contained the power of death. Qin Moju crazily circulated the power of the planes in his body. The power of the planes in his body was even stronger than the Kunping Divine Sect's sect master Fei Jia. Shockingly, it had reached 54 million units of demonic zither's plane power surged out. His hands made a strange gesture. Like a soul-capturing emissary from hell, he suddenly plucked the string that contained the power of death. Dong, the zither strings vibrated. Heaven and earth instantly darkened. It was miserable, as if they had fallen into the depths of hell. Terrifying death energy surged endlessly as it clashed with Lu Yiping's astronomical divine prison fist. Bang, the astronomical divine prison fist clashed with the power of death from the zither of life and death. In an instant, the power of death was destroyed. The power of the astronomical divine prison fist slammed into demonic zither's body. Demonic zither was sent flying, crashing into the Heavenly Steel Town's house. The Heavenly Steel Town's house that had stood tall for tens of thousands of years collapsed from the impact. After demonic zither smashed through the house, the power of the astronomical divine prison fist in his body exploded. Demonic zither's body was torn into pieces, and even the divine armor on his body shattered into countless pieces. Everyone looked at the demonic zither master's body that had been torn into pieces and were overwhelmed with shock. Even Lei Yu was shocked. He, who was originally close to the Heavenly Steel, involuntarily retreated. As for Zhang Sangchong, he was trembling in fear. His strength wasn't much different from Fu Chao's. Even if he was stronger than Fu Chao, there was a limit to it. But now, demonic Zither, who possessed 54 million units of demonic Zither's plane power, was killed by Liu Yiping with a single punch. Could it be that Liu Yiping was the one who suppressed Fu Chao with his Buddha palm? However, they were certain that Liu Yiping was in the Wind Thunder Matter in the Firmament God region, not the Guiyuan Sword School. Also, what was up with Liu Yiping's astronomical divine prison fist? Was Liu Yiping the Holy Devil Lord's disciple? Zhang Sengchong wasn't the only one who thought so. Many experts present, including Lei Yu, were guessing if Liu Yiping was the Holy Devil Lord's disciple. Earlier, Taurus Longjiao had executed the 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist. Now, it was Liu Yiping's astronomical divine prison fist. Both of them were the Holy Devil Lord's ultimate techniques. Does anyone have any objections? Liu Yiping swept his gaze across the experts in the Heavenly Steel Town. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Even a big shot from the Holy Devil era like demonic Zither was killed with a single punch. Who would dare to object? We have no intention of offending Lord. We will leave immediately. A super sex ancestor said respectfully to Liu Yiping. He then led his sex experts away, disappearing from the Heavenly Steel Town in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the other super sex ancestors and ancestors also led their experts away. In an instant, the Heavenly Steel Town became sparse. Zhang Sengchong's face was gloomy. At this time, the other Heavenly Steels also broke out from the ground. He looked at the group of Heavenly Steels, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. But in the end, he still said to the Taiqing Sword School sect chief Hu Yun and the others, "Return to the Taiqing Sword School." He knew that it was useless even if he was unwilling. Liu Yiping's strength was too terrifying. They couldn't obtain the Heavenly Steel. Just as Zhang Sengchong was about to lead the Taiqing Sword School's group away, Liu Yiping said indifferently, "The others can leave, but the Taiqing Sword School, Qin and Painting School, and the Kuanping Divine Sect's people cannot leave." The Black Heaven Sect, Wushuang Tavern, Yen Family, and Heavenly Beast Gates experts who had yet to leave were dumbfounded when they heard Huang Xiaolong's words. Lei Yu, Hua Rusheng, Zhang Sengchong, the Kuanping Divine Sect, Qin and Painting School, and Taiqing Sword School's experts were also stunned. The lightning ancestor Lei Yu's face was gloomy. Lightning crackled around his body as he glared at Liu Yiping, surnamed Liu. "Do you really think you're invincible?" Boundless lightning crackled around his body, drowning out the Heavenly Steel Town in an instant. Everyone was shocked, and they hurriedly circulated their god force to resist the lightning. Is this 70 million planes of existence energy? The Black Heaven Sect's Jition's body tensed up. The limit of a Lord of Existence in the early stage was 10 million, the mid-stage was 30 million, and the late stage was 70 million. Once a Lord of Existence broke through 70 million planes of existence energy, they would enter the peak late stage. However, from the ancient times until now, there were only a handful of experts who had broken through to the peak late stage Lord of Existence. Breaking through from the late stage to the peak late stage was harder than ascending to the heavens. No, it hasn't broken through 70 million yet. It's only close to 70 million. Cheng Shuanglong shook his head. Close to 70 million, that was more than 69 million planes of existence energy. Even so, everyone paled. 69 million planes of existence energy was more than 15 million planes of existence energy compared to the Zither Devils. Lightning tribulation, annihilate. Lei Yu's voice was filled with killing intent, and a sky full of lightning bolts rained down on Liu Yiping. Heaven and earth were filled with boundless lightning bolts. The destructive power wreaked havoc on the earth, and everyone retreated in fear. Second update, 1 p.m., everyone only dared to stop when they were outside the Sky Steel Fortress. Then, everyone's gaze was fixed on the blue-robed figure at the center of the square. The blue-robed figure was completely engulfed by the lightning. Due to the lightning, no one could see what was happening inside the square. What a terrifying lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation contains the will of heaven. I didn't expect Honorable Lei Yu to have comprehended the power of lightning tribulation. The Taiqing Sword School's sect master Hu Yun exclaimed. Zhang Sengchong nodded and said, with such lightning tribulation power, even a mid-stage Lord of Existential Plane would be blasted to death. Even a late-stage Lord of Existential Plane wouldn't be able to withstand it. He added, even if that Lu guy is a peak late-stage lord of existential plane, he would still be injured. Gu Gaoyuan was overjoyed hearing this. Chung Shuanglong looked at the center of the square, and his heart tensed up. Lei Yu looked at Lu Yiping, who was engulfed by his lightning tribulation power, and an indifferent smile appeared on his face. This Lu Yiping would be seriously injured even if he didn't die from the lightning tribulation power. Then, he summoned the lightning hammer. Heavenly Lightning Hammer. The Heavenly Lightning Hammer was an acquired spiritual artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive-type acquired spiritual artifact that was stronger than Fei Jie's Heavenly Wall Divine Shield and Divine Armor. Lei Yu circulated the lightning tribulation power and swung the hammer at the center of the square again. Just as Lei Yu's hammer was about to hit the center of the square, the Heavenly Lightning Hammer seemed to have hit an invisible barrier. It couldn't reach the square. Lei Yu was dumbfounded. The lightning tribulation power that engulfed the square suddenly exploded. A figure reappeared in front of everyone. Lu Yiping's expression was the same as usual, and he didn't move at all. Looking at the unharmed Lu Yiping, Zhang Sangchong, Gu Gaoyuan, Hua Rusheng, and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping was fine after taking a lightning tribulation attack. Moreover, this lightning tribulation attack was executed by the lightning ancestor, Lei Yu. Impossible. Lei Yu stared at Lu Yiping in disbelief. Lu Yiping was fine after taking a lightning tribulation attack. How could this be? When did such a terrifying existence appear in Jiutian? Who the hell are you? Lei Yu looked at Lu Yiping, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. His voice couldn't help but tremble. Although he hadn't broken through to the peak of the late stage, he was confident that he could put up a fight against an ordinary peak of the late stage. However, facing Lu Yiping, who was like a terrifying abyss, he felt a chill in his heart. Lu Yiping looked at the Heavenly Thunder Hammer hovering in the air. Suddenly, the Heavenly Thunder Hammer exploded. It crumbled inch by inch. With just a glance, an acquired spiritual treasure was destroyed. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Lu Yiping used the Eye of Heaven just now? The Yan clan's ancestor, Yan Meng, felt his mouth go dry. The Eye of Heaven was an ancient technique. In ancient times, this was the ultimate technique of the Azure race. With a single glance, all living things would collapse. Of course, executing this innate ultimate skill required the consumption of an extremely terrifying amount of soul energy. At most, it could only be executed once or twice, and it couldn't be executed repeatedly. Even so, it was heaven-defying enough. Eye of Heaven? Lei Yu was alarmed and started to retreat. The lightning punishment you used just now wasn't lightning punishment at all. You haven't even grasped the surface of lightning punishment. Lu Yiping looked at the retreating Lei Yu and said, I'll let you experience the true power of lightning punishment. Then, he pointed his right index finger at the sky. In an instant, a giant hole was blasted open in the sky. Terrifying lightning energy poured out from the giant hole like raging waves. The sky was filled with divine lightning, and there were all kinds of divine lightning. 5 elements divine lightning. Purple gold divine lightning. Yin yang divine lightning. 10,000 divine lightning. Zhang Sangchong, Yan Meng, and the others recognized 60 to 70 types of divine lightning. As for the rest, they couldn't recognize them. Suddenly, an ancestor exclaimed in a trembling voice, It's chaos divine lightning. Everyone followed the gaze of the patriarch and saw that in the void, there was a divine thunder that was like a heavenly pillar that came crashing down. It illuminated the world, and its light made the surrounding divine thunder pale in comparison. This pillar of divine lightning was filled with chaos energy. There's still someone in this world who can control chaos divine lightning? Everyone looked at the descending chaos divine lightning, and there was only chaos divine lightning in their eyes. Divine Kuan Peng Zhongzhong's experts looked at the descending chaos divine lightning and fled with the injured Fei Jia. Lei Yu turned into a streak of lightning and flew away in a frenzy, trying to escape from the sky steel fortress. However, as soon as he flew up, countless streaks of divine lightning crashed down on him. Everyone saw that Lei Yu was struck to the ground by the chaos divine lightning. Then, countless streaks of divine lightning exploded on his body. Divine Kuan Peng Zhongzhong's experts were no exception. All of them were sent flying by the divine lightning, and none of them managed to escape. Even after a long time, the divine lightning was still raging, filling the air. The hole in the sky was slowly closing up. The experts from the Tai Ching sword school, Qin and painting school looked at Lei Yu and divine Kuan Peng Zhongzhong's corpses, and their hands and feet turned cold. Those were the lords of 30 planes. And 1,000 heavenly gods. Such a force was enough to shake the entire Jiotian continent. But now, all of them were killed. Is this the true power of the lightning punishment? Black Heaven Sect's ancestor, Ji Tian, muttered to himself. This was indeed the power of the lightning punishment. However, they didn't know that this wasn't the ultimate power of the lightning punishment. This was only the initial power of the lightning punishment. Lu Yiping's gaze fell on Tai Ching sword school's Zhang Sangchong, Qin and painting school's Hua Rusheng, and the others. Zhang Sangchong's body stiffened. As for Hua Rusheng, Chu Yun, and the others, there was no need to even mention them. They didn't even have the thought of running away. They clearly saw how terrifying the lightning punishment was. Even a big shot from the holy demon era like Lei Yu couldn't escape. What could they do? Kill them all. Lu Yiping ordered. Suddenly, rays of golden light flew out from Taurus Longjiao's body. When everyone looked carefully, they saw that they were golden retriever. The golden retriever turned into golden blades, flying towards the experts from the Tai Ching sword school, Qin and painting school. Before Zhang Sangchong, Hua Rusheng, and the others could react, the golden retriever cut them into countless pieces. Lu Yiping turned around, and his gaze fell on the main monument again. He studied it carefully. The experts from the Black Heaven sect, Yan family, and Wushuang Tavern stood there, not daring to move. All of you leave first. Qing Shuanglong suddenly said to the Wushuang Tavern's experts. The Wushuang Tavern's experts were stunned. Go. Qing Shuanglong's eyes were sharp. The Wushuang Tavern's experts didn't dare to disobey. They saluted and left uneasily. The Black Heaven sect, Yan family, and other forces experts also left. In the end, only Qing Shuanglong was left. Qing Shuanglong took a deep breath and stepped forward nervously. He said to Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, "This one is Qing Shuanglong, a subordinate of Lord Holy Demon. Greetings to both lords." He then knelt down respectfully. Third update, 5 p.m., while Qing Shuanglong was kneeling in front of Lu Yiping, Huangjiao, Hao Bai, and Ao Bai stood in a daze in the distance. Their souls had long left their bodies. Previously, the three of them did not have a deep understanding of Lu Yiping's strength. But now, seeing that even the lightning ancestor Lei Yu was blasted clean by Lu Yiping's lightning punishment, other than shock, there was only shock. Who was the lightning ancestor Lei Yu? He was one of the Holy Devil era's top 10 experts. Even the lightning ancestor Lei Yu, one of the Holy Devil era's top 10 experts, could not block a single blow from Lu Yiping. In this world, who could be Lord Lu's opponent? Lu Yiping glanced at the kneeling Qing Shuanglong and asked, "You're Zhang Yifeng's follower?" Zhang Yifeng was the Holy Devil Emperor's real name. However, not many people knew this name. Qing Shuanglong trembled hearing Huang Xiaolong's question. His head was close to the ground as he respectfully and emotionally answered, "Yes, Lord." Then, he added, "That year, I followed Lord Holy Devil to the Holy Forest and was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Lord. However, I only saw Lord's back at that time, so I wasn't sure." Lu Yiping grunted in acknowledgement, allowing Qing Shuanglong to stand up. Qing Shuanglong saluted respectfully, then stood up in excitement. Although he stood up, he lowered his head, not daring to straighten his back. Lu Yiping said, "I heard that Gu Wushuang is Zhang Yifeng's disciple in name." Qing Shuanglong quickly answered, "Yes, Lord. That's why we're guarding the Wushuang Tavern. When you go back, tell Gu Wushuang to discipline the younger generation. In recent years, the Wushuang Tavern's reputation has not been good." Lu Yiping's voice was indifferent. "If he doesn't care, then tear down the entire Wushuang Tavern." Qing Shuanglong knew that Lu Yiping was referring to the incident at the Wushuang Tavern in the ancient mystic city. He quickly knelt down in fear. This lowly one obeys Lord Holy Ancestor's decree. When I return, I will have Gu Wushuang discipline the Gu family's disciples. At this time, Taurus Longjiao, who was staring at the heavenly steel's words, suddenly spoke, "These things, it's dazzling me, how can I finish reading it in a day's time?" Every time the heavenly steel appeared, it would only last for one day. A day later, it would return to the underground world and wait for its next appearance. Lu Yiping said, if we can't finish it in one day, then we'll take them all away. Lift them all up? Qing Shuanglong was stunned when he heard that. Recovering from their shock, Huang Jiao, Hao Bai, and Ao Bai were also stunned by Huang Xiaolong's words. The heavenly steel was something left behind by the celestial emperor of the supreme ancient era. The heavenly steel itself contained a supreme amount of strength. In this world, there was basically no one who could move it. They had never heard of anyone being able to move it. When Taurus Longjiao heard this, he laughed and slapped his head. Look at me, how could I forget about this? Then, he grabbed one of the heavenly steels with both hands and began to pull it up. The ground rumbled and trembled. Light burst out from the heavenly steel, and a terrifying energy swept out, crashing onto Taurus Longjiao. The heavenly might inside the heavenly steel rose sharply, as if Taurus Longjiao's action had angered the celestial emperor. However, Taurus Longjiao allowed the heavenly steel's terrifying energy to crash into it. Under the overwhelming heavenly might, the heavenly steel continued to be pulled up. The heavenly steel slowly rose up amidst loud rumbling noises. Qing Shuanglong, Huang Jiao, Hao Bai, and Ao Bai were dumbfounded by this scene. This was possible? The four people's hearts were filled with shock. Other than shock, there was still more shock. This was even more shocking than when Lu Yiping killed Lei Yu. This was a heavenly steel that contained the celestial emperor's power, yet it was actually pulled up. Even if it was just a trace of the celestial emperor's power, it was not something they could imagine. In this world, who was the most awesome? In terms of being awesome, only I, Taurus Longjiao, this Lord Xiao Jin. What's so great about pulling up mountains and rivers? I, this Lord Xiao Jin, pulled up the heavenly steel. The heavenly steel continued to rise. Its energy became more violent, and the heavenly might grew stronger. Taurus Longjiao suddenly let out a loud bellow. Heaven and earth shook as the heavenly steel was finally pulled up. Buzz, everyone in every corner of the Jiutian continent felt the space around them shake violently. Qing Shuanglong and the others were dumbfounded. It really was pulled out. From the primordial era until now, the heavenly steel that countless people could not move was directly pulled out. Taurus Longjiao looked at the heavenly steel in his hand and grinned, good fellow, it's quite heavy. Then, he waved the heavenly steel in his hand, stirring up countless hurricanes. The heavenly steel was made from the hardest and heaviest ores in the primordial era, but now, it was being waved around by our Lord Xiao Jin. Lu Yiping said, it's just a heavenly steel. You don't have to work so hard. At this point, Lu Yiping hooked 2 fingers, and the heavenly steel flew up from the ground. Taurus Longjiao, who had just pulled out the heavenly steel with all his might, was stunned. Qing Shuanglong and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Yiping then hooked the other 9 heavenly steels around the heavenly steel one by one. Seeing that Taurus Longjiao was still standing there, Lu Yiping said, why aren't you doing it? Taurus Longjiao came back to his senses and continued to pull out the heavenly steel. This time, Xiao Jin used the power of 9 bulls, and the speed of pulling out the heavenly steels was much faster. In the end, all 100 heavenly steels were pulled out by Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. Lu Yiping kept the heavenly steels into the heaven and earth cauldron, planning to study them in the future. After keeping the heavenly steels, there was no need to stay in the heavenly steel town any longer. Lu Yiping led the group out of the town. After leaving the heavenly steel town, Lu Yiping said to Qing Shuanglong, help me investigate the lifeless sects Sun Haiyin and Jade Fan School's jade-faced wolf lord's whereabouts. This time, the heavenly steels had appeared early, and the lifeless sect, Jade Fan School, and many other sects had yet to arrive. Previously, Lu Yiping had asked the Misty Pavilion to inquire about the lifeless sect, Huang Yuandong, and jade-faced wolf lord's whereabouts. However, several days had passed, and there was still no news. Qing Shuanglong was flattered by Lu Yiping's order, and quickly answered, yes, Lord. Please rest assured, I will use all my strength to investigate. Thus, he took out his communication talisman and contacted the Wushuang Tavern's people in charge, ordering them to use all their strength to investigate Sun Haiyin and jade-faced wolf lord's whereabouts. A short while later, Qing Shuanglong saluted and left. Taurus Longjiao grumbled, his mother, it's been several days, but there's still no news from the Misty Pavilion. Could it be that they took the money and didn't do anything? Lu Yiping also frowned. Logically speaking, the lifeless sect had sent a large number of people, and with the Misty Pavilion's strength, it was impossible for them to not have any results after several days. Let's make a trip to the Misty Pavilion and ask. Lu Yiping ordered. The group sped away. Not long after Lu Yiping's group left the Heavenly Steel Town, the Jiutian town was shaken by the events that happened. The Heavenly Steel has appeared, the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's lightning ancestor, Lei Yu, Fei Jia, and the rest of the 30 world surfaces overlords and 1,000 heavenly gods were annihilated. Qin and Painting School's Qin Mo Ju, Hua Rushing, and the other 10 world surfaces overlords and 300 heavenly gods were annihilated. Taiqing Sword School's Zhang Sangchong, Chu Yun, and the other 6 world surfaces overlords and 100 heavenly gods were annihilated. As the news spread, the Jiutian town was in an uproar. The appearance of the Heavenly Steel made everyone in the Jiutian remember Lu Yiping's name. The news shook the entire Jiutian town. In the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's ancestral land, several hundred shocking auras awakened in the depths of the ancient hall. 9 p.m. 4th update, Yuer is dead? From the depths of the Kuan-Pung ancestral land, a voice sounded like a giant bell, shaking the ancestral land. Sensing the anger and killing intent in the voice, the ancestor kneeling in front of the ancient hall trembled. Yes, ancestor vast sky thunder. Although this kneeling ancestor was a late-stage world lord, a Jiutian overlord, his entire body was tense, not daring to breathe too loudly. Who killed Yuer? Another voice sounded from the depths of the hall. This voice was very sharp, but the kneeling ancestor's heart tightened when he heard it. He quickly answered, replying to ancestor Qin Yuqian, it was a person called Lu Yiping. This person only appeared in the Jiutian a month ago, no one knows his background. We only know that he has a close relationship with the Firmament God Region's Guiyuan Sword School's Chu Tong. Lei Wu snorted coldly, Guiyuan Sword School's Chu Tong. Then, he added, tell me everything that happened at the Heavenly Steel Fortress, don't leave out a single detail. The old ancestor hurriedly agreed, and then recounted the battle between Lu Yiping and Lei Yu in the Heavenly Steel Town. This ancestor's inquiry was very detailed, and he reconstructed the battle between Lu Yiping and Lei Yu to 100%. Oh, 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist, Heavenly Elephant's Fist? Tang Wu, Qin Yuqian, and the other ancestors in the hall were surprised when they heard that Taurus Longjiao and Lu Yiping knew the 9 Revolutions Emptiness Fist and Heavenly Elephant's Fist. When they heard that Lu Yiping had used the Lightning Tribulation to annihilate Lei Yu and more than 1,000 Kuan-Pung Divine Sex experts, the hall fell into silence. This Lu Yiping can actually control Chaos Divine Lightning? Qin Yuqian asked solemnly. Yes, ancestor, all the experts present saw it, it was Chaos Divine Lightning. The ancestor answered respectfully. Tang Wu and Qin Yuqian asked a lot of questions. Alright, you can take your leave first. You'll be in charge of the affairs of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect for the time being. Tang Wu said. Yes, ancestor. After the ancestor left, Tang Wu asked, Chaos Divine Lightning? Looks like there's another monster in Jiutian that's comparable to a sacred devil? Qin Yuqian sneered, just because he can control Chaos Divine Lightning doesn't mean that he's comparable to the Holy Devil from back then. When the Holy Devil was mentioned, both of their voices were filled with dread. Lord Yuqian is right. The Jiutian only has one sacred devil. It's impossible for another one to appear, another ancestor said. How can this surnamed Lu be compared to the sacred devil? I don't think he's even fit to carry the shoes of the Saint Demon. The hall fell silent again. I haven't come out for so many years. I wonder how the outside world is doing. Tang Wu's voice drifted out. It's time for you to come out. When the time comes, I'll challenge this Lu guy to a duel and warm up my old bones. I wonder if the world still remembers us. When Lu Yiping and the others arrived at the Misty Pavilion's branch, Pavilion Master Kong Ning was welcoming Sun Haiyin and the lifeless sex experts warmly and respectfully. Kong Ning filled Sun Haiyin's cup with wine and smiled, Lord Sun Haiyin, this wine is brewed with the ice spirit liquid from the deepest part of the sea. What do you think of the taste? Sun Haiyin drank the wine in one gulp and nodded, not bad. He then asked, you said that someone paid 10 billion divine-grade spirit stones to find out about Aoi Xuan and me? Yes. Kong Ming's expression turned serious, this person is extremely generous. Did you find out his background? Sun Haiyin asked. Kong Ming shook his head, no, he didn't leave his name, but he should be someone from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Nation. If he wasn't from the heavenly dragon divine nation, no one would pay 10 billion divine-grade spirit stones to find out about Aoi Xuan's whereabouts. Oh right, other than asking about Aoi Xuan and you, he also asked about Jade-Faced Wolf Lord and Violet Lightning Temple's Huang Yuandong. Jade-Faced Wolf Lord? Sun Haiyin was bewildered. Although he was one of the overlords of the Holy Devil era, he was still a far cry from the Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, one of the top 10 experts of the Heaven Battling era. All of a sudden, a Misty Pavilion expert walked in and reported to Kong Ning, Pavilion Master, "There's news that the Kuan-Pung Divine Sects Lord Vast Thunder and Lord Xianxia have come out." What? Lord Vast Thunder and Lord Xianxia came out together? Kong Ning and Sun Haiyin exclaimed in shock. These were two of the Heaven Battling era's overlords, and like the Jade-Faced Wolf Lord, they were one of the top 10 experts of the Heaven Battling era. These two old monsters are actually still alive. Sun Haiyin couldn't help exclaiming. Xianxia had lived before the Holy Devil era, and it had been 100,000 years since then. Even the overlord of a plane had a limited lifespan, and it was impossible for them to live for so long. And, not only Vast Thunder and Xianxia have come out, many other old monsters of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect have also come out. I've heard that the lightning ancestor Lei Yu was killed by Lu Yiping, and more than 400 overlord-level old monsters of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect have come out from their ancestral land. The Misty Pavilion expert said. More than 400 overlords. Sun Haiyin, Kong Ning, and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. Now, some super sects have already heard about the news of Vast Thunder and Xianxia coming out. The Jiutian continent is shaken, and Vast Thunder has even issued a challenge to Lu Yiping. The Misty Pavilion expert added, the location is the Guiyuan Sword School. Everyone looked at each other. Vast Thunder had come out, challenging Lu Yiping. Moreover, the location was the Guiyuan Sword School. Sun Haiyin and the rest had also heard about the Heavenly Steel Town. Everyone was talking about the Guiyuan Sword School's Chu Tong and Lu Yiping's relationship. Vast Thunder had challenged Lu Yiping to a battle at the Guiyuan Sword School. From the looks of it, Vast Thunder was planning to destroy the Guiyuan Sword School after killing Lu Yiping. When? Sun Haiyin asked. 2 months later. The Misty Pavilion expert replied. While Sun Haiyin and the rest were talking about Vast Thunder's challenge to Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the rest arrived at the Misty Pavilion's branch. Immediately, the Misty Pavilion expert rushed in to report to Kong Ning. Oh, the person who spent 10 billion divine-grade spirit stones to find out Lord Sun's whereabouts is outside? Kong Ning was surprised. Sun Haiyin sneered, come, let's go out and take a look. Thus, Sun Haiyin, Kong Ning, and the Lifeless Sect and Misty Pavilion's experts walked out from the inner hall. When Sun Haiyin and the rest of the Lifeless Sect's experts arrived at the outer hall, they were stunned when they saw Ao Bai standing beside Lu Yiping. Hee hee, brat, so you're here. Sun Haiyin snickered as his gaze fell on Lu Yiping. You're the brat who spent 10 billion divine-grade spirit stones to find me? You're really from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country. Ao Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sun Haiyin. It's you guys. Sun Haiyin, where's my father? Seeing the killing intent in Ao Bai's eyes, Sun Haiyin laughed heartily. Your father has been killed by us. His true dragon meat tasted good, quite chewy. We've been drinking your father's dragon blood to quench our thirst these past few days. The Lifeless Sect's experts laughed. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., first update at 9 a.m. Please subscribe to this book automatically and vote for it. Ao Bai's eyes reddened when he heard that Sun Haiyin had killed Aoi Xuan. Father. Then he charged at Sun Haiyin, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Ao Bai charging at him, Sun Haiyin laughed, even your father is no match for me. And you want to kill me? Without even looking at Ao Bai, Sun Haiin's palm struck out. At the same time, he ordered the Lifeless Sect's experts, kill these people as well. Several people walked out from the Lifeless Sect, attacking Lu Yiping. However, when the Lifeless Sect's experts' attacks reached Lu Yiping, the space around them suddenly stagnated. Their speed slowed to a crawl, and in the end they stopped. Even Sun Haiyin was no exception, he was as slow as an ant. Sun Haiin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is... Time and space stagnated. Who did this? Even he, the World Lord, was affected. While Sun Hien was still in disbelief, Aobai's fist landed on Sun Hien's chest. Sun Hien was sent flying through the misty pavilion's wall. Kong Ning and the others were dumbfounded. At this time, Huang Jiao stepped forward, phoenix flames slashed out, slashing at the lifeless sex experts. The lifeless sex experts were sent flying. When they landed on the ground, phoenix flames spread all over their bodies. Miserable screams filled the air. Sun Hien crawled up from the street, feeling the sharp pain in his chest. He was both shocked and angered. His gaze swept over Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. "It's you guys?" Aobai rushed out in anger, punching out again. Sun Hien did not dare to be careless. His world energy surged madly, forming layers of defenses around his body as he punched out. However, just as he was about to attack, the space around him stagnated again. Just like before, his speed slowed down, and in the end, he stopped. This time, Aobai's fist landed on Sun Hien's head. Bang! Sun Hien felt a loud boom in his head as his body slammed into the ground. Kong Ning and the others were dumbfounded. Sun Hien was a master of a plane with a strength of 40 million fighting planes. He was on par with Zither god Fu Chao, but now, he was being crushed by Aobai, a mere heavenly god. Sun Hien crawled up from the ground. Everyone looked at him and saw that his left eye had been blasted open. The entire left side of his face was swollen and black. "It's you. Who are you?" Sun Hien looked at Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao in shock and anger. The spacetime around him had changed twice in a row. It was undoubtedly the doing of Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. He had been careless the first time. But the second time, he had already gone all out. His movements were still stagnant. There was no doubt that one of Lu Yiping's group was stronger than him. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to suppress the power of the plane in his body and change the spacetime around him. Lu Yiping did not answer. Instead, he looked at Kong Ning and said indifferently, "I gave you 1,000,000 divine-grade spirit stones to ask the Misty Pavilion about Sun Hien's whereabouts. You knew about Sun Hien's whereabouts, but you didn't tell me. You even colluded with Sun Hien. It looks like there's no need for this Misty Pavilion to exist anymore." Kong Ning roared with laughter at Huang Xiaolong's words. "Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Misty Pavilion just because you have some control over spacetime law. If you know what's good for you, leave now. The Misty Pavilion is not something your heavenly dragon divine country can afford to provoke." As the Jiotian's #1 intelligence organization, the Misty Pavilion's influence spread to every corner of the Jiotian continent. Although it was not one of the top 10 Jiotian superpowers, like the Matchless Tavern, it was a supreme existence that deterred the Jiotian continent. In the Jiotian continent, there was a saying that one would rather provoke the top 10 superpowers than provoke the Misty Pavilion. Although it was an exaggeration, there was some truth in it. Lu Yiping laughed at Kong Ning's words. Taurus Longjiao also laughed at Huang Xiaolong's words. At this time, the experts passing by the city saw that someone was causing trouble in the Misty Pavilion and stopped to watch from afar. This year, anything can happen. Someone actually dares to cause trouble in the Misty Pavilion. If you offend the Misty Pavilion will dig out all the scandals of your 8 generations of ancestors and make them public. You'll lose all standing and reputation, be despised by everyone, and become a rat on the street. You'll suffer a fate worse than death. Someone chuckled. Kong Ning sneered at Huang Xiaolong's words. At this time, Sun Hien's body was shrouded in a dark light as he sent a palm strike at Aobai. Black waves rolled, corpse chi surged, and the wails of evil spirits could be heard. It was the black ghost poisonous heart palm of the lifeless sex expert that had chased after Aobai. However, that lifeless sex expert only had a little over 3 million units of plane energy, while Sun Hien had more than 40 million units. Under Sun Hien's power, the black ghost poisonous heart palm's power was more than 10 times that of the lifeless sex expert. Seeing Sun Hien's black ghost poisonous heart palm, Aobai was shocked. But just as Sun Hien's black ghost poisonous heart palm was about to reach Aobai, time and space stagnated again. In the next second, the black ghost poisonous heart palm's black waves dissipated with the wind, as if the black ghost poisonous heart palm's power had disappeared. Sun Hien was dumbfounded. Even if time and space stagnated, it could only stop his black ghost poisonous heart palm's force. It couldn't possibly dissipate it, right? Could it be that time and space didn't stagnate? Were there other laws involved in it? But what kind of laws were those? While he was still in doubt, Aobai's fist landed on his face again, sending him flying. This time, Aobai's fist landed on the right side of his face, splitting his right eye, black and swollen. Inside the city, many experts rushed over after hearing the news. When one of the experts arrived and saw Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, his limbs trembled in fear. "Friend, what's wrong?" One of the experts that came with him couldn't help asking after seeing his reaction. That expert's teeth chattered. "It's the ancestor of lightning punishment." "What?" "The ancestor of lightning punishment, Lu Yiping." The moment this expert's words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yiping, and their faces paled. During the battle at the Heavenly Steel Fortress, Lu Yiping had killed Lei Yu with the power of lightning punishment. Therefore, many Jiutian experts had given Lu Yiping the title Ancestor of Lightning Punishment. When Kong Ning, Sun Haiyin, and the Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex experts heard that the blue-robed young man in front of them was the Ancestor of Lightning Punishment, their faces paled. "You're Lu Yiping?" Kong Ning couldn't conceal the fear in his voice. After the battle at the Heavenly Steel Fortress, Jiutian experts' faces paled at the mere mention of Lu Yiping. At this time, Kong Ning wanted to cry. If he had known that the person looking for Sun Haiyin was Lu Yiping, he would have told Lu Yiping about Sun Haiyin's whereabouts, even if it meant offending Sun Haiyin. Recalling Lu Yiping's method of killing Lei Yu, Kong Ning felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. It was said that Lu Yiping could shake the heavens with a single finger, and countless divine lightning bolts rained down endlessly. Even Lei Yu couldn't escape. "Attack!" Lu Yiping ordered. Taurus Longjiao, who was sharpening his spear, took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Kong Ning. Seeing Taurus Longjiao, Kong Ning retreated in fear. During the battle at the Heavenly Steel Fortress, Taurus Longjiao used the 99 Emptiness Fist to send Fei Jie flying. Therefore, Taurus Longjiao's fame resounded throughout the Jiutian region. Second update, 1 p.m., Kong Ning had just retreated in fear when Taurus Longjiao's palm struck him. Kong Ning's head flew out from his neck. Taurus Longjiao's palm had severed Kong Ning's head. Kong Ning's lower body was still standing there. Blood spurted out from Kong Ning's neck. Seeing this, the Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex experts felt their limbs go weak. Taurus Longjiao chuckled as he looked at the Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex experts with bloodthirsty eyes. Taking a step forward, he sent out another palm strike. Hao Bai and Huangzhou followed suit. In an instant, blood-curdling screams filled the air as flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Wherever Taurus Longjiao passed, the Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex experts were sent flying. Some were slapped into the ground, and some had their heads sent flying just like Kong Ning. In the end, when Taurus Longjiao was tired of killing, 2 pairs of golden ox horns appeared on Taurus Longjiao's forehead. Taurus Longjiao directly plucked out the 2 pairs of ox horns and waved his hands. The 2 pairs of ox horns turned into 2 golden blades, flying back and forth between the Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex experts, slicing them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 pairs of ox horns returned to Taurus Longjiao's hands. Only then did the several hundred Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex experts collapse to the ground. Hao Bai and Huangzhou were dumbfounded watching this scene. So, ox horns could be used like this. Taurus Longjiao inserted the 2 pairs of ox horns back into his forehead. Then, the 2 pairs of ox horns returned to his body. The other sex experts were dumbfounded. Taurus Longjiao looked at the other sex experts with malicious intent. "You guys aren't the Misty Pavilion and Lifeless Sex helpers, are you?" The other sex experts who were watching the show from afar scattered like birds and beasts, as if they had 4 legs, running away as fast as they could. In the blink of an eye, the crowd became empty. Taurus Longjiao shook his head. "It's just a joke, why are you so serious?" Huangzhou and Hao Bai smiled wryly. Now, who in Jiutian would dare to take Xiao Jin's words as a joke? In the end, only Sun Haiyin was left. Although Aobai was in the heavenly deity realm, and could not kill Sun Haiyin each time, but with each punch, Sun Haiyin was soon beaten beyond recognition. Every time Sun Haiyin made a move, Lu Yiping would change the spacetime around him. His movements would be slowed down by hundreds or even thousands of times. It was so slow that Sun Hien had nowhere to use his strength. This feeling made Sun Hien extremely uncomfortable. In the end, Sun Hien was tortured until he was on the verge of death. Although it was difficult for a heavenly god to kill a late-stage planar lord, it didn't mean that they couldn't kill a planar lord who couldn't fight back. Under Aobai's crazy bombardment, Sun Hien's meridians shattered, his internal organs ruptured, and even his heart was pierced through. Of course, once one reached the level of the master of a plane, their vitality would be extremely vigorous. No matter how severe their injuries were, as long as their divine sense wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't die. Sun Hien looked at the enraged Aobai in front of him and smiled sadly. Who would have thought that I, Sun Hien, would die in the hands of an ant? To a late-stage planar lord, a heavenly god was nothing more than an ant. Sun Hien was unwilling to die in the hands of an ant like a heavenly god. Surnamed Lu, kill me if you have the guts, Sun Hien said to Lu Yiping. Knowing that he was going to die, Aobai was no longer afraid of Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping pulled Sun Hien in front of him and searched his soul. After the soul search, Lu Yiping said to Aobai, "Your father isn't dead yet." Aobai was stunned, then he cried tears of joy, "Lord, really?" Lu Yiping nodded. Sun Hien laughed, "Your father isn't completely dead yet. I've already cut up his true dragon body and eaten it. I've also drunk all of his dragon blood. Now, only his dragon soul is left. Even if he's not dead, it's no different from being dead. In the future, he can only live in this world as a dragon soul." "Not necessarily," Lu Yiping said. He searched Sun Hien's body and found a divine cauldron. He then opened the array formation inside the cauldron. Aoishuan's dragon soul flew out from the cauldron. Seeing Aoishuan's dragon soul, Aobai was overjoyed. "Father." At this time, Lu Yiping took out a Chaos 5-colored immortal stone from the cauldron of heaven and earth. A ball of flame emerged from his palm, turning the Chaos 5-colored immortal stone into liquid. Then, Lu Yiping flicked his finger, and the liquid immortal stone revolved around Aoishuan's dragon soul. Aoishuan, who was only left with his dragon soul, started to grow a dragon head, dragon body, dragon claws, and dragon tail. Then, dragon scales started to grow out. Sun Hien was dumbfounded. "This is impossible." He couldn't believe it. Even an existence that surpassed the planar lord level couldn't help a planar lord recover his physical body. "Nothing is impossible," Lu Yiping said nonchalantly. He had already comprehended the life and death Grand Tao and reincarnation Grand Tao from the first Fortune Jade Disc. Helping someone reconstruct their physical body was a piece of cake. Previously, when the ancient fiend god Chang Liang was only left with his eternal devil heart, Huang Xiaolong could also help him reconstruct his physical body. "This is the Chaos True Dragon's body?" Aoishuan exclaimed as he felt the strength of his newly grown physical body. Sun Hien choked. Not only did Lu Yiping help Aoishuan reconstruct his physical body, but it was also the Chaos True Dragon's body. Aobai was also pleasantly surprised. He stepped forward and introduced Lu Yiping to Aoishuan. Aoishuan came to a stop in front of Lu Yiping, bowing respectfully in thanks. "I'll leave him to you." Lu Yiping did not kill Sun Hien. He sealed Sun Hien's strength and threw him to Aoishuan and Aobai. In the end, Sun Hien was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood by Aoishuan and Aobai. Even his soul and godhead exploded. The news of Kong Ning's group being killed by Lu Yiping soon reached the Misty Pavilion's chief pavilion master's ears. Lu Yiping killed the Rock Sect, Qin and Painting School, and Tai Ching Sword School. Now, he killed my Misty Pavilion's people. He's a bloodthirsty maniac. Does he really think he can do as he pleases in the Jiutian? One of the Misty Pavilion's ancestors was enraged. The Misty Pavilion's chief pavilion master was equally enraged. He asked the person reporting to him, "Why did Lu Yiping kill my Misty Pavilion branch's pavilion master Kong Ning?" That expert hesitated for a moment before answering. "According to our investigation, Lu Yiping came to the Misty Pavilion's branch and offered 10 billion divine-grade spirit stones as a reward for finding Sun Hien's whereabouts. However, Sun Hien was Kong Ning's old friend and had saved his life before. Therefore, Kong Ning accepted the reward but did not tell Lu Yiping about Sun Hien's whereabouts." Not only that, Kong Ning colluded with Sun Haiyin. At this point, the expert didn't continue. Everyone should have guessed what happened next. The ancestor who had reprimanded Lu Yiping earlier muttered, "Even so, Kong Ning is my Misty Pavilion's people. If someone wants to punish Kong Ning, it should be my Misty Pavilion's responsibility." His tone was no longer as unyielding as before. Half a day later, several figures appeared near the Great Void Region's Six-Eye Mountain. They were none other than Lu Yiping's group. Lu Yiping's group was here to take a look at the ancient evil Buddha's tomb. However, just as Lu Yiping's group arrived at the Six-Eye Mountain's peak, several youngsters frowned as they looked at the huge tomb in front of them. The Six-Eye Mountain is a scenic spot. Who built such a huge tomb here? Blow it up for me. What a killjoy. Third update, 5 p.m., one of the young men suddenly punched the tomb of the Buddha of the World Venerable. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. The tombstone steel emitted a bright light, forcing the young man back. The several young men were dumbfounded. Grand formation? The golden-robed Zhang Chang'an looked at the stone steel in astonishment. What a powerful grand formation. I wonder who set up this grand formation, said Feng Xian, the other young man who was traveling with Yi Futian. Zhang Chang'an stepped forward, reading the words on the stone steel, "Ancient Evil Buddha's Tomb, Friend, Chang Liang." Everyone was dumbfounded. A tomb from the ancient times? But this tomb looks like it was built recently. Feng Xian was doubtful. Have any of you heard of this ancient evil Buddha? And who is this Chang Liang? What ancient evil Buddha? I'm the ancient venerable. Jin Tianhong, who was pushed back after attacking the tomb, harumphed with an ugly expression. The ancient evil Buddha was not one of the myriad God era's top 10 experts, and it had been many eras since then. Therefore, not many people in the Jiutian knew about the ancient evil Buddha. Not to mention Zhang Chang'an, Feng Xian, Jin Tianhong, and the other juniors, even the Holy Devil era and Heaven Battling era's old monsters didn't know about the ancient evil Buddha. Hearing Jin Tianhong mention the ancient venerable's name, Zhang Chang'an, Feng Xian, and the other Zhang Guangxin's faces tightened. Tianhong, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Chang'an warned. Jin Tianhong didn't mind, who knows if that ancient venerable is dead or not. It's just a name, is there a need to be so afraid? He then stepped forward, staring at the stone steel. I don't believe I can't tear this tomb apart. He punched out again. His fist whistled through the air, emitting a bright golden light. Boundless heavenly god energy. The stone steel's grand formation shook, forcing Jin Tianhong to stagger back again. Jin Tianhong's blood and chi roiled, his arm aching. The three of them were surprised. All three of them knew Jin Tianhong's strength, which was similar to theirs. Although he was only an early heavenly god, he had cultivated close to 20,000 strands of heavenly god's law. Just now, Jin Tianhong's full force punch failed to break the stone steel's grand formation. Jin Tianhong's face flushed red, a giant golden hammer in his hand. Golden light hammer. Zhang Chang'an was surprised. Feng Xian said, the golden light hammer is a transcendent grade divine artifact. I didn't expect venerable golden light to pass it down to brother Tianhong. Jin Tianhong smiled proudly, it's just a golden radiance hammer. My father said that if I can cultivate the golden radiance grand art to the 14th level, he will give me an acquired spiritual treasure. With that said, he walked over to the great tomb and infused his right hand with heavenly god's power. The golden hammer shone brightly as it spun, emitting a whistling sound as a shocking power burst forth from it. Break for me! Jin Tianhong leaped up and smashed down with the golden hammer in his hand. An astonishing power surged. It suddenly smashed into the great tomb. However, just as Jin Tianhong's golden light hammer was about to land, a golden flame suddenly pierced through the air and struck the golden light hammer. Jin Tianhong was struck by the force and fell from the sky. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground. His throat heated up and he spurted out blood. Zhang Chang'an, Feng Xian, and Zhang Guangxin were shocked. Looking over, they saw three figures whistling through the air. These three people were none other than Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Huang Jiao. Not long after leaving the Misty Pavilion, Ao Yishuan and Ao Bai left the Jiutian, returning to the Holy Land. Since the matter at the ancient mystic city's old shop had been settled, Lu Yiping sent Hao Bai back to the Guiyuan Sword School. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yiping, Aoishuan, and Aoishuan arrived at the Six-Eye Mountain's peak and descended. Seeing that the Buddha's tomb was intact, Taurus Longjiao breathed out in relief. Turning around, he looked at Jin Tianhong with an indifferent gaze. Jin Tianhong got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at them. "Who are you?" Since he was a child, he had lived like a prince. No matter where he went, he was always flattered. No one dared to make a move against him. Even when he was tearing down a tomb, he actually ran into nosy people. Indifferent, Taurus Longjiao looked at Jin Tianhong. "Break your own arms and scram." Jin Tianhong, Zhang Chang'an, Feng Xian, and Zhang Guangxin were stunned. "What did you just say?" Jin Tianhong roared with laughter. "You want me to break my own arms and scram?" Then he asked, "Do you know who I am?" Taurus Longjiao snorted, "I don't care who your mother is. Even if your ancestor or great-grandfather is a Jiutian overlord, it's still the same. I don't want to repeat my words a second time." Jin Tianhong was enraged. The golden hammer in his hand slammed down on Taurus Longjiao, pushing his heavenly god force to the limit. The golden hammer whistled in the air. Golden halos shot out from the golden hammer. Seeing this, Huangjiao sent out 2 golden phoenix flame slashes, shattering the golden halos. In a flicker, he was already in front of Jin Tianhong. With a wave of the golden phoenix flame slash, Jin Tianhong's arms fell to the ground. Jin Tianhong screamed in pain. Especially around his severed arms, the true phoenix fire burned in agony, making him wish he was dead. Everything happened so suddenly that Zhang Chang'an, Feng Xian, and Zhang Guangxin were stupefied. They could see that Huangjiao was also an early heavenly god, but his battle prowess was so strong that Jin Tianhong couldn't even retaliate. Indifferent, Taurus Longjiao looked at the screaming Jin Tianhong. "You should be thankful that the Buddha's tomb is not damaged. If the tombstone and tomb were damaged, I would crush you into pieces right now." Scram! His voice was like thunder. Jin Tianhong vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhang Chang'an, Feng Xian, and Zhang Guangxin felt their minds go blank. The 3 of them helped Jin Tianhong up. "Tianhong, let's go," Zhang Chang'an urged. Jin Tianhong also knew that he wasn't Huangjiao's opponent with his current strength, thus, he sped away with Zhang Chang'an and the rest. After Jin Tianhong's group left, Lu Yiping waved his hands, sending countless runes into the tombstone, strengthening the tombstone's formation. After Jin Tianhong's group left, they flew toward a nearby city. Inside a luxurious residence in the city, Venerable Golden Light was comforting a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was Venerable Golden Light's elder sister, Jin Meiwan, and also the Kuanping Divine Sect Chief's wife. "Sister, don't be too sad. Lord Vast Thunder has already challenged Lu Yiping to a battle. Lu Yiping won't live for long," Venerable Golden Light said. Jin Meijuan's voice was filled with hatred. "I only hate that I can't kill this Lu Yiping with my own hands." While the 2 of them were talking in the main hall, Jin Tianhong, Feng Xian, Zhang Chang'an, and Zhang Guangxin walked in. "Tianhong, what happened to your arms?" Seeing Jin Tianhong's arms were severed, the 2 of them stood up in shock. "Father, Aunt." Jin Tianhong's voice was filled with hatred when he saw the 2 of them. "We ran into 3 people at the Six-Eye Mountain. My arms were severed by one of them." "Oh, the Six-Eye Mountain." Venerable Golden Light was surprised. The Six-Eye Mountain was not far from the city. "Father, they should still be at the Six-Eye Mountain," Jin Tianhong said. 9 p.m. 4th update, Venerable Master Jingguang asked, "Can you tell who they are?" Zhang Chang'an answered solemnly, "The young man who attacked should be a phoenix divine beast, an early heavenly god realm expert. He used the phoenix true fire. As for the other golden-haired man and young man, I couldn't tell their strength." "Oh, early heavenly god realm disciples of the Phoenix clan?" Venerable Master Jingguang pondered, could it be that the Phoenix clan has reappeared? Jin Meiwan, who was standing at the side, said, "Jingguang, why are you so timid these days? So what if the other party is from the Phoenix clan?" She then turned to Jin Tianhong and said, "Come, Aunt will go with you to the Six-Eye Mountain and help you seek justice." "Aunt, my arm," Jin Tianhong said awkwardly. Jin Meiwan immediately reattached Jin Tianhong's severed arm and led him to the Six-Eye Mountain. Venerable Master Jingguang had no choice but to follow. However, when Venerable Master Jingguang, Jin Meiwan, and the others arrived, there was no one at the peak of the Six-Eye Mountain. They left? Jin Meiwan frowned. Although the Six-Eye Mountain wasn't far, Jin Tianhong and the others had returned and Jin Meiwan had reattached his arm. Thus, it took them more than an hour to return. They ran away really fast. Jin Tianhong said coldly. Venerable Master Jingguang arrived in front of the tomb and looked at the words on the tombstone, Tomb of the Ancient Evil Buddha, Buddha of the World, Friend, Chong Liang. He was puzzled, Buddha of the World? Chong Liang? He then asked Jin Meiwan, have you heard of this Buddha of the World? Jin Meiwan shook her head, never heard of him. He was probably a small character in the ancient times. After leaving the Six-Eye Mountain, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Huang Jiao headed to the Great Void Region's Heavenly Mountain Prefecture. When he left the Guiyuan Sword School, he asked the shop owner, who told him that his master was in the Heavenly Mountain Prefecture's Ziwei city. The shop owner's master was surnamed Che, named Dongyang. The only disciple of the Big Dipper Divine Palace's goddess Luo Shui was surnamed Che Peng. If Lu Yiping's guess was right, this Che Dongyang should be Che Peng's descendant. The Big Dipper Divine Palace was involved in the war. The palace master of the Big Dipper Divine Palace had fallen in battle. Due to the fall of the Big Dipper Divine Palace's palace master, after the war, the various palace masters of the Big Dipper Divine Palace fought for the position of palace master. In the end, many palace masters established their own sections. Therefore, not long after the Great War of the Gods, the Big Dipper Divine Palace completely declined. As for the whereabouts of the Big Dipper Divine Palace's goddess Luo Shui, no one knew. Some people said that the Big Dipper Divine Maiden was disheartened and left Hingyuan. Night fell. The stars were shining brightly. Beside the bonfire, Lu Yiping held the broken sword of the Misty Sword and sank into some distant memories. Taurus Longjiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. Back then, something had happened. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the Big Dipper goddess, Luo Shui, became disheartened and left Hingyuan. Taurus Longjiao thought to himself. Lu Yiping collected his thoughts and kept the broken Misty Sword into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Then, he took out the Heavenly Steel's main steel. For the past 2 days, he had been studying the Sky Steel's main steel. Among the 100 steels, the main steel was undoubtedly the most important. Although the main steel was only a few meters tall, the words on it were as vast as the sea, recording countless contents. While studying the main steel, Lu Yiping also took out the 9 steels around the main steel for Taurus Longjiao and Huang Jiao to study. In the night, the main steel and the 9 steels around it emitted a faint golden glow. One night passed. Lu Yiping kept the 10 steels in the cauldron of heaven and earth and fell into deep thought. From the main steel, he learned that in the past, the foundation tree stood tall in the great wilderness. It was an indomitable spirit that connected humans, immortals, and Buddhas. This meant that if the foundation tree's main root still existed, it would be in the great wilderness. But where was the great wilderness, which world was it in? The main steel did not mention it. The bull stretched and said, the heavenly monarch's heavenly monarch left behind a heavenly monarch is not bad. I enjoyed reading it last night. I can kill some time in the future. Otherwise, the days will be too boring. Then, he lamented, living for too long is troublesome. Huang Jiao was speechless. Many Jiaotian overlords couldn't live for too long even if they wanted to. Not many people would find it troublesome and boring to live too long. Actually, Huang Jiao didn't know much about Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. He only knew that Lu Yiping was Xingmo's master. As for how long Lu Yiping had lived, he didn't know. After so many years, the identity of Xingmo's master had always been a mystery. Huang Jiao couldn't help but think of Xingmo's general, Qing Shuanglong. From Qing Shuanglong's attitude towards Lu Yiping at the Sky Steel suppression, perhaps Qing Shuanglong knew something. However, he didn't dare to reveal it to the outside world. Taurus Longjiao said again, the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's vast thunder challenged master. If it were up to me, we should directly rush to the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect and crush him to death. There's no need to wait 2 months. Huang Jiao almost choked. Directly rush to the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect and crush vast thunder. He was one of the top 10 experts of the heaven battling era. Taurus Longjiao said it as if it was as easy as crushing a cockroach. Moreover, the Kuan-Pung divine sect didn't only have vast thunder. There was still Qin Yu Qian, and there might be even more terrifying existences. The Kuan-Pung divine sect had existed since the ancient times, going through the ancient era, middle era, and recent era. Who knew how many old immortals there were? At this time, Lu Yiping said indifferently, let him jump around for a few days first. We'll go to the Kuan-Pung divine sect after a few days. Huang Jiao was dumbfounded. Did Master mean that they would really go to the Kuan-Pung divine sect after a few days? Ziwei City, like the ancient mystic city, was one of the oldest cities in the Great Void region. However, compared to the bustling ancient mystic city, Ziwei City was a little cold and cheerless. On the wide streets, people walked in twos and threes. The shops on the streets were also very quiet. When Lu Yiping and the other two arrived at Ziwei City, they were surprised to see how quiet it was. Why is Ziwei City so quiet and cheerless? Taurus Longjiao asked. Huang Jiao was also puzzled. Tens of thousands of years ago, Ziwei City was bustling with life. I wonder how it became so quiet and cheerless. The three of them found the residence that the shop owner mentioned. You want to see our master? In front of the residence, a guard was alerted when he heard the purpose of Lu Yiping and the other two's visit. Lu Yiping said, go in and report that the person who stirred the black dragon Qin is here to visit. Please wait a moment. A guard went in to report. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out in large strides. The other party looked very surprised and excited. So it's Lord Lu. This lowly one, Che Dongyang, greets Lord Lu. After the middle-aged man came out, he hurried forward and bowed respectfully. The shop owner had already told him that the person who stirred the black dragon Qin was called Lu Yiping. Che Dongyang naturally heard about the battle at Heavenly Steel Town. Currently, all the streets and alleys of Jiutian cities were talking about the battle at Heavenly Steel Town and the ancestor of lightning punishment, Lu Yiping. When the guards saw their master coming out, he actually bowed respectfully to Lu Yiping. He was shocked because he knew that their master was a big shot. Subsequently, Lu Yiping and the other two entered the residence under Che Dongyang's invitation. When they arrived at the main hall of the residence, Che Dongyang invited Lu Yiping to take the seat of honor. Lu Yiping did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He then took out the broken misty sword and asked, I heard from the shop owner that this broken misty sword is your family's heirloom? Tomorrow at 4 p.m., first update at 10 a.m., Misty Aqua Sword? Che Dongyang was puzzled. This sword is indeed my family's heirloom, but I didn't know it was called Misty Aqua Sword. Lu Yiping frowned. He originally wanted to learn more about Luo River from Che Dongyang, but now, Che Dongyang didn't even know that the sword was Misty Aqua Sword, much less about Luo River. Is your ancestor Che Peng? Lu Yiping asked. Che Peng? Che Dongyang shook his head. My grandfather is called Che Guohua, an ancestor of the Purple Lightning Temple from more than 100,000 years ago. Purple Lightning Temple. Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised. Che Dongyang noticed Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's expressions and found it strange. Is your grandfather still alive? Lu Yiping asked. Do you know Huang Yuandong? He was also one of the Purple Lightning Temple's ancestors. Che Dongyang shook his head, never heard of him. He then asked, may I know why Lord Lu is looking for him? I have something to ask him. Lu Yiping continued, is your grandfather still alive? Che Dongyang hesitated for a moment, then said, back then, when the Purple Lightning Temple was destroyed, my grandfather was lucky enough to escape. However, I haven't seen him for many years, so I'm not sure if he's still alive. Lu Yiping's heart was filled with hope, but after hearing Che Dongyang's answer, his heart sank and he said in disappointment, if you have any news about your grandfather in the future, please inform me. Che Dongyang was flattered, please rest assured, Lord Lu. If I have any news about my grandfather, I will inform Lord Lu at the first possible moment. Lu Yiping did not continue on this topic and changed the topic. The store owner said that you're looking for someone who can move the black dragon Qin. Che Dongyang nodded, yes. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I won't hide it from Lord Lu, I obtained a treasure map to the Palace of the Holy Zither. The Palace of the Holy Zither, Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao were surprised. Su Qiaoin's snow-filling heaven and earth was the zither of the Palace of the Holy Zither. He did not expect Che Dongyang to have obtained the treasure map to the Palace of the Holy Zither. I've had this Palace of the Holy Zither's treasure map for many years. I've been studying it, but to no avail. Che Dongyang said helplessly, to solve the mystery of the treasure map of the Palace of the Holy Zither, only a supreme master of the Zither can do it. I have no other choice, so I came up with a plan to seek help from others. I have some grudges with the Qin and painting school, so I can't invite the experts from the Qin and painting school. Liu Yiping grunted and said, "Where's the treasure map to the Palace of the Holy Zither? Let me have a look." Che Dongyang was about to take out the treasure map when suddenly, a guard rushed in with a panicked expression and said to Che Dongyang, "Master, the people from the Heavenly Beast sect are here." Che Dongyang's expression changed. Liu Yiping was surprised. Heavenly Beast sect? Earlier, the shop owner said that his master was in trouble and could not rush back. Was it because of the Heavenly Beast sect? Among the top 10 forces in Jiutian, the Heavenly Beast sect was ranked 7th. The Heavenly Beast sect used their beasts to intimidate the Jiutian. Many of the Heavenly Beast sect's ancestors could even control a beast with a single glance and use it to kill their enemies. It was rumored that a certain sect master of the Heavenly Beast sect had a powerful soul and could control tens of thousands of powerful beasts at once. Let them in. Che Dongyang calmed down and said to his guards. No need. At this time, a slightly arrogant and insolent voice sounded. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance and a full beard walked in. He was clad in animal hide. Behind him was a group of Heavenly Beast sex experts, more than a dozen of them. This person was none other than the Heavenly Beast sex ancestor, Pan Hongping. He was an early-stage world lord with 7 million battle planes worth of surface energy. Oh, it's brother Pan Hongping. Che Dongyang quickly stood up seeing Pan Hongping come in person. Although Che Dongyang was also an early-stage world lord, he only had 2 million battle planes worth of surface energy. I heard from your subordinates that you have important guests in your residence. Are these the people? Pan Hongping looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, then said to Che Dongyang, "Are they the helpers you invited?" Che Dongyang, you'd better hand over the treasure map, otherwise, no one will be leaving this residence today. Che Dongyang looked at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, then said to Pan Hongping, "Brother Pan Hongping, let me introduce these two lords to you." Pan Hongping waved his hand dismissively, barking, "No need for introductions, I don't have time to chat with you. I'll ask again, where's the treasure map?" Right at this time, Liu Yiping said nonchalantly, "The treasure map, I want it, you can leave." Pan Hongping turned around, looking at Liu Yiping. One of the Heavenly Beast sex experts behind Pan Hongping stepped forward, snickering, "You want it? Punk, say another word, we can't hear you clearly." But just as he finished speaking, Taurus Longjiao slapped him across the face, sending him spinning in circles on the spot. The Heavenly Beast sex experts were stunned. Taurus Longjiao snickered, "Can't hear clearly? Did you hear me clearly this time?" Pan Hongping's face darkened, looking at Liu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao, indifferent. People who meddle in other people's business often die a horrible death. You'll die without an intact corpse. The void behind Huang Xiaolong split open, and a giant divine beast walked out from the void. This giant divine beast was covered in flames, with a single horn on its head. It was the size of a small hill, exuding a powerful aura. Flaming Unicorn Lion! Che Dongyang exclaimed in shock. Flaming unicorn lions walked out from the void one after another, their roars shaking the heavens. There were actually 5,000 to 6,000 of them. The mansion had long since collapsed from these flaming unicorn lions' roars. Go, tear the 3 of them to shreds and eat them raw, piece by piece. In an instant, these several thousand flaming unicorn lions charged towards Liu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Huang Jiao. However, before these several thousand flaming unicorn lions could reach Liu Yiping and the others, suddenly, a hole opened in the void, and countless divine lightning bolts fell from the sky. 5 elements divine lightning. Yin-yang divine lightning. Annihilation divine lightning. Chaos divine lightning. Dazzling streaks of divine lightning illuminated the Jiutian. The surrounding heaven and earth were drowned in endless divine lightning. The several thousand flaming unicorn lions didn't even have the chance to scream before they were annihilated by the endless divine lightning. The endless divine lightning was still rolling, and the chaos lightning aura was still swirling in the air. Pan Hongping was aghast, lightning tribulation. He stared at Lu Yiping. "You're the ancestor of lightning tribulation, Lu Yiping." Just as Pan Hongping finished speaking, the chaos lightning aura swept over him, and his body was torn to pieces. The other Heavenly Beast sect experts suffered the same fate, their bodies were torn apart. In the end, there was only one person left. The endless divine lightning stopped in front of him. That Heavenly Beast sect expert stared at the endless divine lightning in front of him, and he felt his breath leaving his body. Lu Yiping looked at him and said, "Go back and tell your Heavenly Beast sect's people that I killed them, and the treasure map is also mine." With a flick of his wrist, that Heavenly Beast sect expert was sent flying into the void, disappearing into the horizon. As for where he was sent to, Che Dongyang and his guards couldn't see. It's been a week since it was released, and the high-order subscriptions have doubled from around 1,300 to over 2,600. However, the average subscription still can't exceed 1,500. I hope that friends who read the pirated version can subscribe to the original version. Recently, the recommendation votes have decreased, so please vote for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Recently, I've been waking up at 6 in the morning to write. Other than taking a break in the afternoon, I've been writing until 9 in the evening. The recommendation votes are decreasing, and the monthly votes haven't increased. This will make the author disappointed. Che Dongyang and his guards stared at the sky for a long time, unable to recover from their shock. After a long time, Che Dongyang regained his senses and bowed to Lu Yiping. "Dongyang thanks Lord Lu for saving us." The reverence in his eyes deepened. Although he had heard about the heavenly steel suppression, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Now that he saw Lu Yiping kill Pan Hongping and the others with a single strike, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. "It was nothing," Lu Yiping said. "Where's the treasure map?" "Let me see." Che Dongyang hurriedly took out the treasure map of the Palace of the Holy Zither and handed it to Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping took the treasure map and looked at it. The treasure map was made from the skin of an unknown divine beast. It wasn't big, only the size of 2 palms. And there was only a zither drawn on the map, there was nothing else. And the zither had no strings. Taurus Longjiao was stunned, and Huang Jiao was even more dumbfounded. There was only a zither drawn, and a stringless one at that. What was this? Could it be that we have to connect the missing strings? Taurus Longjiao shook his head. Che Dongyang said, "I've sought out countless zither experts, but none of them could connect the strings." "You can't connect the strings?" Taurus Longjiao frowned. Lu Yiping's expression was normal. He said, "Naturally, this string doesn't need a brush to connect it." "Can't use a brush?" Huang Jiao shook his head. "I don't understand." At this time, Lu Yiping made a grabbing motion in the air. One after another, musical notes appeared in the air and gathered, finally forming 5 strings. These 5 strings were divided into 5 different colors: water, fire, wood, metal, and earth. 5 types of energy flowed continuously within the 5 strings, multiplying and multiplying endlessly, reinforcing and restraining each other. When the 5 strings were formed, Lu Yiping pointed at the treasure map, and the 5 strings fell onto the stringless zither in the treasure map. When the 5 strings were integrated into the stringless zither, the treasure map shone brightly. The aura of a primordial beast spread out. Che Dongyang, Huang Jiao, and the others were shocked. Evidently, the skin of the treasure map was made from the skin of an enormous great desolate beast. But soon, the aura was retracted, and the zither glowed with light. The 5 strings were filled with red, yellow, white, blue, and green lights. As the light grew brighter, the zither began to play on its own. 5 different notes sounded from the 5 strings. These notes condensed in midair and finally condensed into a picture. This miraculous scene made everyone click their tongues in wonder. "This is Jiutian," Che Dongyang said as he looked at the picture formed by the 5 elemental notes. Everyone's eyes fell on the core point in the middle of the diagram, where the 5 elements gathered. "It's the Zither domain. The location of the Palace of the Holy Zither's treasure is in the Zither domain, Hidden God Valley?" Che Dongyang deduced. After a while, the image disappeared. The 5 zither strings on the treasure map also slowly dissipated. Che Dongyang said to Lu Yiping, "My lord Zither Dao has reached the point of turning something rotten into something magical. Dongyang is truly fortunate to be able to see such supreme Zither Dao today." Just now, Lu Yiping condensed the 5 strings and integrated them into the zither in the treasure map. It seemed easy, but in reality, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Without Supreme Zither Dao, it was impossible. Taurus Longjiao smiled. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, beast taming, my lord learned all of these in his spare time. My lord's true expertise is in alchemy and array formations. Che Dongyang and the others were shocked. These were not his expertise. Could it be that Lu Yiping's alchemy and array formations were better than his Zither Dao? Since we know the location of the treasure, let's make some preparations and head to the Zither domain. Lu Yiping said. In fact, there was nothing much to prepare. After a while, Lu Yiping and the others set off for the Zither domain. Che Dongyang did not bring many people, only 2 personal guards. These 2 were absolutely loyal to him and were not weak. They were both peak late-stage heavenly gods. Although the Zither domain was not as big as the Great Void domain, it was still one of the Jiutian domains. The Zither domain was relatively special among the Jiutian domains. That was because the Qin and Painting School sect was located in the Zither domain. Due to the influence of the Qin and Painting School, there were countless large and small sects in the Zither domain that cultivated the Zither Dao. Therefore, the moment they entered the Zither domain, they passed by countless cities. There were Zither almost everywhere. In the cities, there were disciples playing the zither everywhere. Along the way, the sound of the zither lingered. On the 3rd day, Che Dongyang pointed ahead and said, "We'll reach the Hidden God Valley." Right at this time, Che Dongyang's footsteps stopped abruptly. Astonishment was written all over his face. Not far from them, a figure had appeared. This person was wearing the Qin and Painting School's zither robe. His hands were behind his back, and his back was facing Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and the others. Judging from this person's back, he should be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. It was obvious that this person had been waiting for them. The middle-aged man turned around. His skin was fair like a scholar's, and his gaze fell on Lu Yiping. "This one is Lu Rushing from the Qin and Painting School. I've been waiting for Master Lu for a long time." Che Dongyang was shocked hearing this. "You're the Painting Saint Lu Rushing." Painting Saint Lu Rushing, Zither God Fu Chao and the demonic Zither Master, he was also the supreme overlord of the heaven battling era. Before Zither God Fu Chao went into seclusion, he was crowned as the Zither God by the Jiutian people. As Fu Chao's master, Lu Rushing's Zither Dao was much higher than Fu Chao's. However, Lu Rushing's forte was not in Zither Dao, but in Painting Dao. Lu Rushing was revered as the Painting Saint. His Painting Dao had reached a level that was incomprehensible to the common people. Huangjiu was even more shocked when he heard Che Dongyang say that the person in front of him was the Painting Saint Lu Rushing. Back when he was still in the Phoenix God School, he had heard many of the Phoenix God School's ancestors talk about this Painting Saint Lu Rushing's legendary deeds. Lu Rushing looked at Che Dongyang and Huangjiu, then said to Lu Yiping, "That's right, I am the Painting Saint Lu Rushing, Fu Chao and the demonic Zither Master." Lu Yiping remained calm. "You're here to avenge Fu Chao and the demonic Zither Master?" However, Lu Rushing shook his head, "Yes, and no." His eyes shone. "I heard from the disciples of the Qin and Painting School that you once said that there are 10 levels of the Zither deity. Above the Zither deity are the Qin Emperor and the Qin Ancestor. I would like to compare notes with Master Lu on the Tao of the Zither." Lu Yiping said, "There's no need for that." Just when Lu Rushing thought that Lu Yiping was going to refuse, Lu Yiping said, "Since you're called the Painting Saint, your Painting Dao must be even higher. Let's compare in Painting Dao." "Compare in Painting Dao? Are you sure?" Lu Rushing looked at Lu Yiping and said, "Ever since I entered the Qin and Painting School, I have never been defeated in Painting Dao." He said it calmly, but it was full of confidence. He had never been defeated. This meant that no one in the 9 heavens could surpass him in terms of painting. Taurus Longjiao smiled, "You haven't been defeated because the people you've met are all crooked. Make your move," Lu Yiping said calmly. Lu Rushing stared at Lu Yiping and said with a smile, "Since Master Lu is so confident, then I'll ask Master Lu for advice on Painting Dao." As he said this, he took out a brush. The tip of the brush was as thick as an arm, and the body of the brush was smooth and clean, glowing like warm jade. It was the treasure of the Qin and Painting School, the ancient divine artifact, the Yin Yang brush, third update, 5 p.m., Lu Rushing held the brush in his hand, explaining seriously, "This brush is an ancient acquired spiritual treasure, the Yin Yang brush." "I know," Lu Yiping said nonchalantly. Of course he knew about the Yin Yang brush. He had even met the owner of the Yin Yang brush in the ancient times. Lu Rushing didn't think too much when he heard that Lu Yiping knew about the Yin Yang brush in his hand. After all, there were quite a number of Jiutian people who knew about the Yin Yang brush. "Please enlighten me." Lu Rushing held the Yin Yang brush in his hand. He didn't need a piece of paper, merely drawing in the air in front of him. The force of the Yin Yang brush penetrated deep into space, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it was being stirred up. Lu Rushing's right hand drew at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, a giant golden god of war was drawn. This giant golden god of war was actually imprinted in the air. Not only did it not dissipate, but it emitted a bright light as it walked out from the void, alive. Huangjiu, Che Dongyang, and the two guards behind him couldn't believe their eyes. Was this an illusion? The thing he drew actually came to life. Just as Huangjiu and Che Dongyang were wondering if this golden god of war was an illusion, the golden god of war soared into the air, the halberd in his hand stabbing at Lu Yiping. When the halberd stabbed out, countless halberd lights pierced through the air like falling meteors, aiming at Lu Yiping. Destructive power swept across the land. Sand and pebbles were blown away, and the earth quaked. The terrifying power made Che Dongyang, Huangjiu, and the others pale with fright. So strong, is this the strength of a peak late-stage world lord? Che Dongyang couldn't believe his eyes. A character drawn out actually had the strength of a peak late-stage world lord. A peak late-stage world lord's strength was at least 70 million units of world energy. During the heavenly steel suppression, the lightning ancestor Lei Yu's strength was only close to 70 million units, not exceeding 70 million units. However, when the golden god of war's halberd lights were 10 meters away from Lu Yiping, they were blocked by an invisible force, unable to break through 10 meters in front of Lu Yiping. As for the golden battle god's halberd, it struck the invisible barrier when it was 10 meters in front of Lu Yiping. Beams of light shot out. However, the golden battle god also stopped there. Seeing this, Lu Rushing frowned, and then his right hand moved continuously. There were techniques for playing the zither, and of course, there were also techniques for drawing. The technique that Lu Rushing used was a lost technique from ancient times, called the ever-changing hands. As the Yin Yang brush continued to move, huge golden battle gods walked out of the void one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 golden war gods walked out. The aura of each of these 4 golden war gods was actually stronger than the previous one. The 4 golden war gods attacked at the same time and stabbed out. The halberd light shot out explosively, piercing through the heavens. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were about to be pierced through by the 4 divine halberds. Boom! The 4 divine halberds struck the invisible air wall at the same time. The light of the invisible chi wall was even more intense. However, just like before, no matter how strong the attack was, the invisible barrier did not budge at all. It was as if the wall in front of Lu Yiping was the wall of the primal chaos divine realm that could not be shaken at all. Lu Rushing's relaxed expression gradually turned serious. With the infusion of his power of plane, the Yin Yang brush in his hand flickered with light, especially the tip of the brush. It was as if a terrifying existence was about to be born from the tip of the brush. Under the nervous gazes of Che Dongyang and the others, Lu Rushing's brush drew across the void, and a huge ferocious beast walked out of the void. This huge ferocious beast was even bigger than a mountain. When it walked out of the void, the surrounding sunlight was blocked, and the world darkened. When the huge beast walked, boundless black waves rolled on its body. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Che Dongyang felt the terrifying aura of the huge beast, and he felt as if his breathing was about to stop. Taurus Longjia was also surprised. He said, "Prehistoric ferocious beast, sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale." Lu Rushing saw that Taurus Longjia actually recognized the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale. After a moment of surprise, he nodded and said, "That's right, this beast is the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale." As he said this, he waved the Yin Yang brush, bringing with it layers of light. The sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale roared towards the sky. Its roar was like a whale's roar, and it spread out for miles. The surrounding mountain peaks trembled, and rocks rolled down. The mysterious dragon whale spread its wings and arrived above Lu Yiping's head. Its two huge claws slammed down on Lu Yiping. The terrifying power caused the ground around Lu Yiping to sink. But it was useless. When the huge claws slammed down, they met with an invisible wall and were blocked by it, unable to move forward even half an inch. Lu Russian was shocked. This mystic dragon whale could split open the sea, and with a single claw, it could smash a massive city into smithereens. It could crush multiple planar lords, yet it still couldn't break through Lu Yiping's invisible barrier. Don't be fooled by the ease with which he drew just now. He had already given it his all. Lu Yiping, on the other hand, had yet to make a move. At this moment, a brush appeared in Lu Yiping's hand. This brush was very small. At first glance, it looked light green, but then it looked blue, and then it didn't look blue anymore. The brush emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Lu Russian looked at the brush in Lu Yiping's hand and was shocked. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't recognize the brush in Lu Yiping's hand. Lu Yiping held the brush and drew in the air. When Lu Yiping's brush drew in the air, heaven and earth were cut open, the sky was still the same sky, and the earth was still the same earth. But everyone saw heaven and earth being cut open. Was this an illusion? Heaven and earth were cut open, and endless chaotic turbulence gushed out. A surge of power broke through the air towards Lu Russian. This surge of power came from the beginning of heaven and earth, and it was above all power in the world. Heaven and earth lit up. It was as if nothing in the world could block this power. The power pierced through the sea-cracking mysterious dragon whale. Then, the 5 golden war gods all collapsed in a breath. The power arrived in front of Lu Russian in the blink of an eye. Lu Russian was shocked, and the yin-yang brush in his hand drew in the air. 2 rays of light pierced through the air, meeting Lu Yiping's power head-on. However, the 2 rays of light were blasted apart in the blink of an eye. Lu Yiping's power entered Lu Russian's chest. Lu Russian held the yin-yang brush in his hand, standing there motionless. What kind of power is this? He opened his mouth and spoke with difficulty. Your painting Tao, has it reached the realm of recreating heaven and earth? Lu Yiping put away the brush in his hand and said, what you paint is a painting, what I paint is the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Lu Ruxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. In the end, he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, his breath gone. The yin-yang brush in his hand was still emitting a faint luster. Lu Yiping was expressionless. Although Lu Russian wanted to exchange pointers with him, he also wanted to kill him. Therefore, the moment Lu Russian made his move, his fate was sealed. Che Dongyang and Huang Jiao looked at Lu Ruxiang's lifeless body in shock, and they still found it hard to accept. The art saint died just like that. Lu Yiping looked at the distant horizon and said indifferently, you people from the Qin and painting school can come and collect the corpse. 9 p.m. Fourth update, Huang Jiao and Che Dongyang stared blankly at the sky. Could the Qin and painting school's experts be hiding somewhere? However, no one dared to make a sound. Master, do you need me to make a move? Taurus Long Jiao asked. Lu Yiping said, no need, let's go. Then, he turned around and left. Taurus Long Jiao and the others followed behind him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the scene. Next time, if anyone from the Qin and painting school wants to spar with me, I will annihilate the entire Qin and painting school. Lu Yiping's voice sounded from the void. A long time later, more than a dozen figures walked out from the horizon. They stopped in front of the art saint Lu Russian, and one of them fell to his knees, crying loudly, Master, I shouldn't have invited you out, I deserve to die. His voice was filled with grief and sorrow. The other people also fell to their knees. Their faces were filled with grief, and their cries filled the air. Half a day later. Inside the Kuanping divine sect's ancestral land. Vast Skythunder and Xianxia sat across from each other, chatting. In my opinion, there's no need to wait for 2 months to challenge that brat. Xianxia said, we can go over now and kill him directly. Vast Skythunder's eyes were brimming with killing intent. Killing this brat just like that is too easy for him. When the time comes, I will slowly torture him to death to vent the hatred in my heart. Isn't Chu Tong and the Guiyuan sword school related to him? Before I kill him, I will crush Chu Tong and the Guiyuan sword school's ancestors and disciples to death. I will let him see with his own eyes what it's like to lose a loved one. Lei Yu was his nephew, as well as his only surviving relative in this world. Xianxia suddenly said, "It has been years since I last saw Lu Rusheng. I wonder if he's still alive." "If Lu Rusheng is still alive, I'm afraid that his painting Dao has already reached an unimaginable level," Vast Skythunder said. As the two of them were talking, a patriarch came over in a panic. After bowing to them, he said, "Sirs, we just received news that the painting saint, Lord Lu Yiping, went to challenge Lu Yiping to a painting duel. He was killed by Lu Yiping." Vast Skythunder and Chen Yuqian were dumbfounded. "Are you talking about Lu Rusheng from the Qin and painting school?" Vast Thunder asked in disbelief. The patriarch was stunned. Could it be that there were two more art saints? "Yes, my lord." The patriarch quickly replied, "It's Lord Lu Rusheng from the Qin and painting school." Vast Skythunder and Chen Yuqian were dumbfounded for a long time, neither of them spoke again. The art sage, Lu Rusheng, whom they had just been talking about, was dead. He had died at the hands of Lu Yiping. "Do you know what happened during the duel?" Chen Yuqian asked after a long pause. "Is Lu Yiping's painting Dao higher than Lu Rusheng's?" Lu Rusheng had been bestowed the title of painting saint during the heaven battling era. Now, he actually lost to Lu Yiping in a painting duel. Lu Yiping's painting Dao was higher than Lu Rusheng's. Both of them found it hard to believe. The patriarch hesitated for a moment before answering. "It is said that Lord Lu Rusheng used the yin-yang brush to draw 5 golden war gods. Each golden war god's strength was comparable to a peak late-stage world lord. Even the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale, which was a more powerful ancient beast, failed to break through Lu Yiping's defense. But Lu Yiping only needed to draw one stroke after another to disperse the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale, the 5 golden war gods, and even broke through Lord Lu Rusheng's yin-yang energy barrier. Lord Lu Rusheng couldn't dodge and was killed. Therefore, Lu Rusheng was killed by Lu Yiping's brush stroke." Vast Thunder God and Chen Yuqian felt their mouths go dry. Even though Lu Rusheng's strength was lower than theirs, the difference was not much. Since Lu Yiping could kill Lu Rusheng with one stroke, didn't that mean he could also kill them with one stroke? Both of them picked up the wine cups beside them, wanting to quench their thirst, but they realized that the wine cups were shaking. Was it an earthquake? No, it wasn't. The patriarch called out to them several times, but neither of them responded. A long time later, both of them regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Lu Yiping has surpassed the World Lord realm? Vast Thunder God felt his tongue turn stiff. Chen Yuqian didn't speak because he didn't know what to say. Should we continue to challenge Lu Yiping?" Chen Yuqian stammered after a long time. Vast Thunder God opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Continue to challenge, but, if he didn't challenge Huang Xiaolong, then how was he going to take back the Jiutian that he had released earlier? Vast Thunder God's face turned uglier the more he thought about it. Hidden God Valley was a relatively famous valley in the Qin domain. There was a legend about Hidden God Valley. It was said that a powerful expert from the era of war lived in seclusion in the valley. Of course, whether the legend was true or not was impossible because no one had seen this so-called expert from the era of war in Hidden God Valley. However, there were layers of restrictions in Hidden God Valley. No one could truly reach the deepest part of Hidden God Valley. When Lu Yiping and the others arrived at Hidden God Valley, the sky was already dark. A faint whimpering sound came from the entrance of the valley. It was the sound of wind blowing back and forth at the entrance of the valley. Lu Yiping stepped forward and walked into the valley. Che Dongyang activated the array on his divine armor. Light shone, illuminating everything within a few miles. The deeper they went, the narrower the entrance of the valley became. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The wind is so strong. I'm afraid that even an ordinary great emperor would find it difficult to withstand it, Huang Jiao said. This isn't the wind of nature. Lu Yiping said, someone set up a wind-gathering array here, and it's not an ordinary one. As they walked in, they could feel the cold wind blowing. The ground around them was covered with layers of black ice. What kind of cold air is this? Even the ice on the ground is black? A guard behind Che Dongyang was surprised. Black tortoise cold air. Taurus Longjiao said, it comes from underground. This kind of black tortoise cold air is very rare. I didn't expect it to be here. Lu Yiping led the group around the layers of restrictions and walked for about half an hour. The cold wind disappeared and the scenery changed. A plain full of flowers and plants appeared in front of him. The flowers and plants were fragrant. The plain stretched as far as the eye could see. Just as Che Dongyang was about to enter the plain, Lu Yiping said, "Wait, this is an illusion." Illusion? Che Dongyang couldn't believe it. He reached out and touched the flowers and plants at the edge of the plain. These flowers and plants were clearly real, but they were actually illusions? This is the Wuji illusion, Lu Yiping said. Once inside, even the master of this plane will find it hard to escape. Che Dongyang was shocked. This is one of the top 10 ancient array formations, the Wuji illusion? Lu Yiping nodded. This Wuji illusion turns the fake into the real. Whether it's the touch or the vision, it's incomparably real. It's hard to tell if it's real or fake. Could it be set up by Venerable Wuji? Taurus Longjiao was puzzled. In ancient times, not many people knew how to set up the Wuji illusion. According to Taurus Longjiao's knowledge, other than his master, only Venerable Wuji knew how to set up the Wuji illusion. Lu Yiping didn't say anything. He pressed his palm forward and light rays spread out. The plain full of flowers and plants turned into a barren mountainous area. "Everyone, be careful," Lu Yiping reminded them as he flew into the air. Tomorrow at 4 a.m., first update at 10 a.m., the group followed closely behind Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao. After flying over the barren mountainous terrain, a large river appeared in front of them. Rich spiritual energy permeated the river, and the surface of the river shimmered with a variety of brilliant lights. Everyone saw golden whales swimming in the river. Golden whales were a type of whale, but they were extremely rare. There was a large group of them here, at least 400 to 500 of them. Other than the golden whales, there were many other rare species. This river has already given birth to life, Lu Yiping said. He was talking about the river, not the golden whales and other species in the river. Taurus Longjiao clicked his tongue. In a few 100 million years, this river will grow into a human river. A few 100 million years, Che Dongyang, Huangjiao, and the others were dumbfounded. Although none of them had heard of a human river, a few 100 million years was too long. Only 1,000,000 years had passed since the ancient times. Lu Yiping shook his head. How can a human river grow so easily? A few 100 million years is full of unknowns and variables. The group crossed the river and continued to fly forward. A short while later, they saw a large mountain. The mountain was 10,000 zhang tall, covering an area of 10,000 li. However, other than some trees and flowers, there was nothing else on the mountain. At this time, Lu Yiping took out the treasure map, then condensed 5 zither strings and merged them back into the zither in the treasure map. In an instant, the sound of the zither rang again. Strings of zither runes flew out from the zither, entering the mountain in front of them. The mountain suddenly shook. Rays of light emerged from the mountain's body. They saw palaces appear one after another on the surface of the originally empty mountain. Inside the palaces, there was the light of the divine tree and the color of spiritual herbs. It was like a paradise on earth. In the end, tens of thousands of palaces appeared. Only then did the light rays on the mountain dissipate, and the zither music from the treasure map stopped. "This is the palace of the holy zither?" Che Dongyang exclaimed. "But how did someone move the palace of the holy zither here? Who has the power to move it here?" Huangjiao exclaimed. "That's right." Huangjiao and the others found it inconceivable that such a large mountain had been moved here in one piece from another place. This kind of power was too vast. At the very least, a peak late-stage planar lord would not be able to do so. Not even 100 peak late-stage planar lords could do that. Lu Yiping looked at Deshan and said, "The power of the gods in the ancient times is not something people like you can imagine. Compared to the gods of the ancient era, the current 9 heavens, the 10 great experts, the overlords, they were simply too weak." However, this palace of the holy zither was transported here by someone using a supreme spacetime formation, Lu Yiping said. Teleportation through a spacetime array? Che Dongyang and Huangjiao couldn't imagine it. Although a spacetime array was powerful, it wasn't difficult to move one or several people. However, moving such a large mountain was hard to imagine. How high was this person's array skill? Was it Venerable Wuji? Taurus Longjiao guessed. Lu Yiping grunted in affirmation. Who is Venerable Wuji? Huang Jiu asked. One of the Pantheon era's 10 great masters, also known as the 10 great array masters. Lu Yiping answered. There were many eras in the ancient times, but the era of the Lord of Pantheon was the most prosperous era. There were countless experts, sects, and geniuses contended for hegemony. That was a glorious era. Compared to the Pantheon era, the current Jiutian was a little petty. Subsequently, Lu Yiping led the group down the mountain, stopping in front of the Palace of the Holy Zither's entrance. Beside the Palace of the Holy Zither's entrance was a large stone zither. Similar to the treasure map, the zither had no strings. Lu Yiping formed a stone string with one hand, then merged it into the stone zither. The stone zither began to play. Zither sounds resounded from one palace after another, illuminating the entire palace. Lu Yiping said, these palaces are enveloped by a supreme zither array's power. If we can't break through this array's power, we won't be able to enter even if we have the treasure map. Hearing this, Che Dongyang rejoiced inwardly that he had Lu Yiping's help. Otherwise, he would never be able to break through the Palace of the Holy Zither's treasure. After breaking through the zither array, Lu Yiping's group stepped into the Palace of the Holy Zither. First, Lu Yiping arrived at the front hall of the Palace of the Holy Zither. There was nothing in the front hall of the Palace of the Holy Zither. It was completely empty. The four walls of the hall were carved with various paintings of zither. Standing in the hall, one could feel the zither music lingering in the air for tens of thousands of years. Even the powerful palace of the Holy Zither was destroyed in the long river of time. Huang Jiu thought of the Phoenix God School and sighed. Lu Yiping said, in this world, there are no sects or forces that will last forever. In ancient times, the heavenly court was so powerful that it unified all the worlds. Countless planes had to submit to it, but it was still destroyed in the end. Taurus Longjiao said, I wonder if the old Sky Sovereign is dead. Lu Yiping said, it's hard to say. It was very difficult to kill an existence like the Sky Sovereign. His divine soul and will were probably one with all the worlds. They passed through the front hall and walked to the back. When they passed by a garden, Che Dongyang saw a flower in the middle of the garden that was blooming with golden flames. Che Dongyang was surprised. Could it be a golden flame flower? According to the divine canon, the golden flame flower was a rare flower. It's a golden flame flower, Lu Yiping said. Che Dongyang stared at the golden flame flower and swallowed. You can pick the flowers, spiritual herbs, and divine fruits here, Lu Yiping said. He didn't need these things. After all, the treasure map belonged to Che Dongyang. Thank you, Lord. Che Dongyang was pleasantly surprised and bowed. They walked to the back and finally came to a door made of titanium divine iron. This should be the palace of the Holy Zither's treasure vault. On the door, there were zither carved. Some had strings, some had no strings, and some were missing strings. These zither were of different sizes and there were a total of 9 of them. 9 palace zither formation? Taurus Longjiao guessed. Although his zither playing was unbearable to the ear, he had followed Lu Yiping for so many years, his eyesight wasn't bad. Lu Yiping nodded, it's the 9 palace zither formation, but some changes have been made. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Lu Yiping. Lu Yiping added strings to the zither that lacked strings and the zither that had no strings. Finally, he tapped a string on one of the ancient zither. The sound of zither music resounded and the treasure vault's door slowly opened. When the treasure vault's door opened, auspicious lights burst out. Colorful lights and chaos spiritual energy filled the air. Clearly, there were chaos-grade treasures inside the treasure vault. The group stepped into the treasure vault. At a glance, the space inside the treasure vault resembled a giant city. Above the treasure vault were spiraling spiritual veins, and the largest one was a chaos-grade spiritual vein. On the ground, rare materials were piled high. Huang Jiu, Che Dongyang, and the 2 guards stared at the scene in awe. Lu Yiping's expression remained unchanged as he walked deeper into the treasure vault. Finally, when he reached the deepest part of the treasure vault, he saw a piece of tree as tall as several people and was astonished. Isn't this the tree piece of Xianxia? Second update, 1 p.m., Taurus Longjiao followed behind Lu Yiping. He was stunned when he saw the tree block that was as tall as a few people. Is this the tree block of the Xianxia? It can't be. Is this really the Jianshu tree block? He still didn't believe it. He went forward to touch it and then knocked on it. With Taurus Longjiao's strength, there was no sound at all when he knocked on the tree block. Taurus Longjiao was astonished. He knew his strength very well. Not only was there no sound when he knocked on the tree block, but the bark of the tree block didn't even move. Taurus Longjiao knocked on it again. There was still no sound from the tree block. You don't have to knock anymore. Lu Yiping said, the trunk of the Jianshu tree is comparable to the hardest divine iron in the chaos. It can automatically absorb the power of attacks. Therefore, there won't be any echo if you knock on it like this. Taurus Longjiao said, a tree block has such a defense. The defense of the Jianshu tree back then is too terrifying. Lu Yiping nodded. The Jianshu tree is so hard. What did the Sky Emperor use to cut it? Taurus Longjiao was puzzled. With the hardness of the Jianshu tree, even ordinary supreme treasures couldn't hurt it at all. Lu Yiping guessed, it might be the heaven-splitting divine axe or the earth-splitting chisel. In the world, only the heaven-splitting divine axe and the earth-splitting chisel could cut the Jianshu tree. The heaven-splitting divine axe and the earth-splitting chisel were like the creation jade disc. They were supreme treasures of the chaos. The heaven-splitting divine axe and the earth-splitting chisel. Taurus Longjiao's eyes were blazing. If I have one of them, I can walk sideways in this world. Lu Yiping said unhappily, then try walking sideways. Taurus Longjiao's face didn't turn red. He smiled and said, when I get the heaven-splitting divine axe and the earth-splitting chisel, I will walk sideways. Lu Yiping used his hands to lift the builder tree's block. It was actually extremely heavy, perhaps even heavier than an ancient mountain. A piece of tree that was a few meters tall was already so heavy. Back then, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of feet the tree of creation stood between heaven and earth. One could imagine how heavy it was. When the celestial emperor chopped down the tree of creation, it would probably smash through many planes. Lu Yiping stored the tree piece into the cauldron of heaven and earth. When he returned, he wanted to see if his creation tree, which had already grown, could absorb and fuse with the tree piece. If he could, then he wouldn't have to spend so much effort to find all kinds of chaotic water in the future. These days, he had insisted on watering 2 bowls of star chaos water every day. He had probably used up a large bucket of star chaos water. After that, Lu Yiping found a lot of good stuff in the depths of the palace of the Holy Zither's treasury. Taurus Longjiao didn't stay idle either. He took all the good stuff he saw. They harvested for an entire day. After emptying the palace of the Holy Zither's treasury, they left the treasury and went to the other palaces of the palace of the Holy Zither to take a look. Finally, they arrived at the palace of the Holy Zither's spiritual herb garden. The palace of the Holy Zither was as famous as the Big Dipper Divine Palace in the past, so its spiritual herb garden was naturally not small. Moreover, the spiritual herbs planted there were all rare spiritual herbs. After the ancient era, the middle era, and the recent era, these spiritual herbs were at least 1,000,000 years old. They also took all of them. When they came out of the palace of the Holy Zither, Che Dongyang's face bloomed with smiles. The treasure map was his, so Lu Yiping didn't treat him unfairly. After coming out, Lu Yiping didn't stay any longer. He left Hidden God Valley with Taurus Longjiao and the others. After the palace of the Holy Zither's matter, Lu Yiping and Che Dongyang separated after leaving Hidden God Valley. Nighttime. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On a mountain peak not far from Hidden God Valley, Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Huang Jiao were sitting by a bonfire. Taurus Longjiao was gnawing on a jade-like spiritual fruit that he found in the palace of the Holy Zither today. This purple jade fruit tastes pretty good, Taurus Longjiao said while gnawing. Huang Jiao smiled bitterly. This was 1,000,000-year purple jade fruit, so of course it tasted pretty good. He also took one and took a small bite out of it. He felt that his mouth was full of fragrance, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as bejeweled nectar. Lu Yiping drank wine and flipped through the books that he found in the palace of the Holy Zither's treasury today. One of them was the Guqin manual of the palace of the Holy Zither, and the other was the notes of the palace of the Holy Zither's palace master. In this note, the palace of the Holy Zither's palace master not only recorded his own Guqin Dao experience, but also recorded many things from ancient times. Of course, these things were mainly from the palace of the Holy Zither. When he flipped to the last few pages, Liu Yiping suddenly stopped. The Imba race? In the last few pages, the palace of the Holy Zither's palace master mentioned the Imba race. When Liu Yiping finished reading, his eyes turned cold. According to the palace of the Holy Zither's palace master, after the fall of the Big Dipper Divine Palace's palace master, the incessant internal strife in the Big Dipper Divine Palace was actually a scheme and manipulation by the Imba race. At the same time, the Imba race knew that he had obtained the Jianshu tree block. The destruction of the palace of the Holy Zither was also related to the Imba race. When Taurus Longjiao saw Liu Yiping's expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Yiping showed the last few pages of the notes to Taurus Longjiao. After reading it, Taurus Longjiao's eyes were also indifferent. "It's those Imba race bastards again." Liu Yiping was deep in thought. According to the palace of the Holy Zither's palace master, the Imba race was also looking for the Jianshu tree block. What did the Imba race want to do? Could it be that they wanted to revive the Jianshu tree? If the Imba race had the Jianshu tree, they would be able to freely travel to and from the myriad worlds. At that time, it would be extremely convenient for them to do things. The Imba race was extremely ambitious. After the immemorial celestial court was destroyed, the Imba race had always wanted to control the myriad worlds and suppress the heavens. Liu Yiping took out the Jianshu tree sapling and the Jianshu tree block. Then, he used the Azure Thearka's divine wood technique to wrap the Jianshu tree block and landed on top of the sapling. When the Jianshu tree block came near the sapling, suddenly, the sapling produced a strong suction force and sucked the Jianshu tree block down. The sapling and the Jianshu tree block were like two magnets that attracted each other. Then, the sapling and the Jianshu tree block glowed with a green light, and the Jianshu tree block began to merge into the sapling. As the Jianshu tree block merged, the palm-sized sapling began to grow rapidly. Soon, it grew to 1/2 meter tall, then, it grew to 1 meter. 2 meters. Originally, the sapling was only the size of a finger and looked as if it would break at any time. Now, as it grew taller, the sapling gradually thickened. Soon, it was as thick as an adult's arm. Finally, when the Jianshu tree completely merged with the Jianshu tree block, it grew to 3 meters tall and was as thick as 2 arms. The aura of chaos swirled around it endlessly. F***CK. Taurus Longjiao exclaimed when he saw the changes in the Jianshu tree. Liu Yiping was overjoyed. The growing sapling could indeed absorb and merge with the Jianshu tree block from before. In the past few days, he had watered the Jianshu tree with 2 bowls of stark chaos water every day, but the Jianshu tree block had already grown to 3 meters tall. After keeping the Jianshu tree block, Liu Yiping took out the sky steel's main steel and the 9 steels around it and continued to comprehend. The sky brightened. Liu Yiping and the others set off for the demon divine domain. It was time to deal with the Kuanping divine sect. The demon divine domain was the number 1 domain in the Jiutian domain, and it was also where the Kuanping divine sect was located. The Zither domain was close to the demon divine domain. On the second day, Liu Yiping and the others stepped into the demon divine domain. Das Thunder issued the divine order of the Kuanping, gathering all the Jiutian super forces. Is he trying to mobilize the entire Jiutian force to kill Liu Yiping? After Liu Yiping and the others stepped into the demon divine domain, the experts they met along the way were all discussing Vast Thunder's gathering of the Jiutian super forces. Third update at 5 p.m. Not just the Jiutian, I heard that even the Nether Prison's lifeless sex barefoot monsters are here. What? The barefoot monsters? That's the Heavenly War Era Supreme Devil. Even they are here. Not just that. I heard that the lifeless sect has sent someone even more terrifying than the barefoot monsters, but I don't know who that person is. On the mountain path in front of them, several experts chatted as they walked, their saliva flying everywhere. The overlords of the Holy Devil era were rare, and it was rare to see one. But recently, many old monsters from the Heavenly War era had appeared. They were old monsters from the Heaven Battling era. If they plucked a single hair from their body, they would be able to crush a large number of heavenly gods. Therefore, when they talked, their faces were filled with excitement, as if they were the nephew or disciple of those old monsters. Why is the lifeless sect trying to kill Liu Yiping? Someone asked. You don't know, right? I heard that Lu Yiping intervened in the matter between the Heavenly Dragon Divine Country and the Lifeless Sect, and killed Lord Sun Hien. What? Even Lord Sun Hien was killed by Lu Yiping? The others were shocked. This matter was deliberately suppressed by the Misty Pavilion, so not many people knew about it. Lu Yiping is simply a killing god. First, it was the Zither god Fu Chao, then the lightning ancestor Lei Yu, the Zither devil Ju, Zhang Sangchong, and now even Sun Hien is dead. And the painting sage, Lord Lu Rusheng. Everyone mentioned one name after another. Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard these names. These names were all recorded in the Nine Heavens and the Netherworld Prison Gods canon. Recently, they had all died, especially the painting sage, Lu Rusheng, who was a supreme expert of the Heavenly War era. After everyone finished, silence filled the air. At this time, a voice sounded, "You're saying that the barefoot monsters from the Lifeless Sect have come to the Jiutian?" The few of them looked over and saw that 3 more people had appeared behind them. The one who spoke was a young man in blue robes. One of the true God Realm experts stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head. "That's right. I heard that he has already arrived at the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect and is currently in the main hall." The newcomers were none other than Lu Yiping and the other 2. "Oh, how many experts did the Lifeless Sect send this time?" Lu Yiping asked. "I don't know about that. I heard that close to 100 people came, and all of them are realm masters," that true God expert said. After which, he glanced at Lu Yiping and the other 2 and asked, "Are the 3 of you also going to participate in the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's gathering?" Lu Yiping smiled, "We are going to the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect." He didn't say that he was going to attend a grand event. "Since we are traveling together, why don't we travel together?" That true God Realm expert smiled and said, "The more people there are, the livelier it will be." Lu Yiping hesitated for a moment. "Brother, do you have other matters to attend to?" the other party asked. Lu Yiping shook his head. "No." "That's good then." That true God Realm expert smiled. In the end, Lu Yiping nodded his head in agreement. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to reach the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect. Thus, he decided to travel with them. Through the introductions, Lu Yiping found out that these people came from 2 different sections. The first true God Realm expert was from the Great Void Region's Tao-seeking sect, and his name was Linzai. The other 3 were from the Firmament God region, and they were all true God Realm experts. Along the way, Lu Yiping noticed that many Divine Spirit Realm experts were also rushing towards the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect. He asked, "Could it be that everyone can participate in the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's gathering this time?" Linzai said, "Something like that." The Kuan-Pung Divine Sect said that as long as one is a Divine Spirit Realm expert, regardless of which sect or sect they are from, they can participate. He then added, "I heard that the Tai Ching Sword School's esteemed Yuqing, the Heavenly Beast Sect's Beast Ancestor, and the 100 Changing Gates Illusion Demon Ancestor are also here." Lu Yiping wasn't surprised that the Tai Ching Sword School wanted to kill him. However, he didn't expect that the Heavenly Beast Sect and 100 Changing Gate would also participate. Previously, he killed the Heavenly Beast Sect's ancestor, Pan Hongping. Could it be that the Heavenly Beast Sect wanted to kill him because of that? There was also the 100 Changing Gate. He didn't offend them, right? After asking, Lu Yiping found out that the Heavenly Beast Sect and 100 Changing Gate had always followed the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's lead. The few of them continued to walk and stop. 2 days later, the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's entrance was finally in sight. "Brother Lu, the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect is right in front." Linzai pointed at the endless mountain range in front of them. On top of the mountain range, there were many palaces, and an endless stream of experts. Although they were far away, they could still feel the might of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect, the #1 sect in Jiutian. In this Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's gathering, there were experts from all over the Jiutian. However, at a glance, the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's disciples made up the majority. The number of experts from all the sects added together couldn't even be compared to the number of Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's disciples. In the distant crowd, Venerable Golden Light's son, Jin Tianhong, was strolling leisurely with a few elders of the Kuan-Pung Divine Sect. The Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's original sect master, Fei Jia, was his uncle. He had accompanied his aunt, Jin Meiwan, and his father, Venerable Golden Light, to participate in this Kuan-Pung Divine Sect's gathering. They had already arrived 2 days ago. As Jin Tianhong was walking, he suddenly saw a blue-robed figure. It's this brat. When he saw that it was Lu Yiping, Jin Tianhong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Tianhong, what's wrong? Elder Shui of the Kunpeng Divine Sect asked. Jin Tianhong pointed at Lu Yiping angrily. A few days ago on the Sixai Mountain, my arms were chopped off by this person's slave. His gaze landed on Huang Jiao, who was standing beside Lu Yiping. It was that dog of a slave who chopped off my arms. Although his arms had already been reattached by his aunt, Jin Meiwan, they were still not as smooth as before. Every time he circulated his god force through his arms, it would be somewhat obstructed. It was no longer as smooth as before. Oh. Hearing that, the elders of the Kunpeng Divine Sect looked at Lu Yiping, Huang Jiao, and the others with unfriendly gazes. Shui sneered, I didn't expect them to dare to come to the Kunpeng Divine Sect. Jin Tianhong said, I did not reveal my identity at that time, so they didn't know who I was. If they knew, they wouldn't have dared to make a move even if they had 100 guts. Shui smiled, Brother Tianhong, how do you want to execute them? I'll go and bring them over now. Jin Tianhong raised his hand to stop Shui, saying, they are not weak. That slave of his is an early heavenly god like me, but his battle prowess is very strong. Let's go and call for the experts first. The elders of the Kunpeng Divine Sect laughed. This is the Kunpeng Divine Sect's territory, I don't think they would dare to retaliate. Shui smiled, unless they want to be annihilated. Even in the other regions, there weren't many who dared to make a move on the elders of the Kunpeng Divine Sect. Not to mention that they were in the Kunpeng Divine Sect's territory. The elders of the Kunpeng Divine Sect walked towards Lu Yiping. Jin Tianhong hesitated for a moment before following them. Lin Zhe saw a familiar face in the crowd. Just as he was about to greet them, he saw the elders of the Kunpeng Divine Sect walking over and blocking his path. He couldn't help but be shocked. Jin Tianhong came to Lu Yiping's side and said indifferent, you didn't expect to meet me here, right? The last time at the Sixai Mountain, you severed my arms. I've always remembered it in my heart. 8 p.m. Fourth update. Hearing that, Lu Yiping glanced at Jin Tianhong's arms, saying nonchalantly, your arms are reattached pretty well. Why, do you want to take revenge? Seeing Lu Yiping's nonchalant attitude, the Kunpeng Divine Sect elders' faces turned cold. Brat, do you know who he is? One of the Kunpeng Divine Sect's elder Shui spoke, he is Venerable Golden Light's son, Jin Tianhong. Lin Zhe and the rest who were with Lu Yiping turned ashen. Venerable Golden Light, this Master Lu chopped off Venerable Golden Light's son's arms, one of them hurriedly said, several Kunpeng Divine Sect elders, young Master Jin, we only met this person by chance, we are not familiar with him. With that said, he hurriedly left Lu Yiping's side. The others quickly explained to Shui, Jin Tianhong, and the rest before leaving. Even Lin Zhe was no exception. The few of them hid as far away as possible. After hiding far away, Lin Zhe was filled with regret. If he knew that this Lu brat had offended Venerable Golden Light's son, he wouldn't have invited him to travel with them. Lin Zhe, it's all your fault. If you didn't invite this Lu brat, we wouldn't have to travel with him. Another person reprimanded Lin Zhe, I wonder if the Kunpeng Divine Sect will vent their anger on us. The few of them were filled with unease. Lu Yiping was surprised when he heard Shui say that the Sixai Mountain's young man was Venerable Golden Light's son. He looked at Jin Tianhong again, I really didn't expect you to be Venerable Golden Light's son. Shui asked Jin Tianhong, Big Brother Tianhong, how do you want to deal with them? Do you want to chop off their arms or their legs as well? Or do you want to pull out their tendons and refine their souls? Indifferent, Jin Tianhong continued, breaking their arms is letting them off too easily. But there's no need to pull out their tendons and refine their souls. Just chop off their arms and legs, shatter their meridians, and throw them out. Shui looked at Lu Yiping, did you hear that? Quickly kneel down and thank Big Brother Tianhong for sparing your life. When Lu Yiping heard this, he found it funny. The Dragonhorn Golden Bull also laughed. Thank you for sparing my life? Taurus Longjiao looked at Jin Tianhong from head to toe. Brat, I didn't expect you to be Monk Jingguang's son. If we had known, we would have broken more than just your arms last time. If I had known that you were Venerable Master Jingguang's son, I would have broken your butt. Jin Tianhong, Shi Wei, and the others were stunned. At this moment, all the experts who were passing by stopped in their tracks. They all had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. Who is this person? Knowing that the other party is Venerable Master Golden Light's son, why are you still so arrogant? The faces of Shi Wei and the others from the Kunping divine sect sank. It seems like breaking your arms and legs is nothing to you. Do you want to die? Indifferent, Shi Wei abruptly slapped at Taurus Longjiao, kneel down. When his right hand reached Taurus Longjiao's face, Taurus Longjiao grabbed Shi Wei's right hand and squeezed. The sound of bones breaking resounded. Shi Wei screamed in pain. Everyone was stunned. Taurus Longjiao snorted, "You like kneeling that much, right? Kneel down." Then, his palm slapped down on Shi Wei's head. In an instant, Shi Wei was slapped into the ground by Taurus Longjiao. Bang, the ground shook, causing sand and stones to splatter everywhere. Shi Wei knelt on the ground. Due to Taurus Longjiao's strength, his legs were broken. Even so, he was still pinned to the ground by Taurus Longjiao's strength. A large chunk of his head was flattened. Blood splattered all over his head and face. However, he wasn't dead yet. Taurus Longjiao purposely held back his strength, so he wouldn't die immediately. Everyone was stunned. Even Jin Tianhong and the other elders of the Kunpeng divine sect were stunned. In the distance, Lin Zhe and the rest felt their hearts trembling violently. He killed that elder of the Kunpeng divine sect? Beside Lin Zhe, the expert who blamed Lin Zhe for inviting Lu Yiping and the rest to travel with him stuttered. Everyone could tell that even though Shi Wei wasn't dead yet, he wasn't far from death. Is he crazy? Lin Zhe looked at Taurus Longjiao in disbelief. Killing an elder of the Kunpeng divine sect, and the location was at the Kunpeng divine sect's mountain gate, and now, it was the Kunpeng divine sect's grand meeting. At this moment, Taurus Longjiao looked at the other elders of the Kunpeng divine sect. He grinned and slapped down. All of you, kneel down. The other elders of the Kunpeng divine sect felt their heads darken, and a loud boom sounded. It was as if their heads were smashed by the chaos mountain. Their minds buzzed, and they lost all consciousness. The other elders of the Kunpeng divine sect were also slapped to the ground, causing them to kneel. Just like Shi Wei, their heads were flattened, and their bodies were covered in blood. Their legs were broken. Lin Zhe and the surrounding experts were dumbfounded. As for Jin Tianhong, he looked at the elders of the Kunpeng divine sect whose heads were flattened. He felt as if his breathing had stopped, and his heart had stopped. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he looked at Long Jiaojin with fear in his eyes. You guys. Us? Taurus Longjiao laughed, what are you trying to say? Jin Tianhong's voice trembled, and he didn't know what to say. Taurus Longjiao also slapped Jin Tianhong into the ground, causing him to kneel there. Jin Tianhong and the other elders of the Kunpeng divine sect also knelt there. At this time, Venerable Master Jingguang and Jin Meiwan were accompanying Vast Thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the twin barefoot monsters in the Kunpeng divine sect's main hall. Although Venerable Master Jingguang and Jin Meijuan's status wasn't low, in front of Vast Thunder, Qin Yuqian, and the twin barefoot monsters, they were only juniors among juniors. Thus, they were arranged to sit at the back of the main hall. Vast Thunder said to the twin barefoot monsters, this Lu Yiping is very strong, and I'm afraid he has already surpassed the Realm Lord. Thus, to kill him, we need to plan carefully. The twin barefoot monsters were two people, and one of them spoke, didn't Brother Vast Thunder challenge him to a battle? Why don't we change the location to the Kunpeng divine sect? At that time, we can use the Kunpeng divine formation to trap him, and killing him will be easy. Taiching Sword School's Venerable Master Yuqing spoke, the Kunpeng divine sect is the Jiotian's #1 divine formation. If we can lure him to the Kunpeng divine sect, we can definitely kill him. Venerable Master Jingguang and Jin Meiwan sat there, not daring to interrupt. At this time, a Kunpeng divine sect's ancestor rushed into the main hall in a fluster. When he passed by Venerable Master Jingguang and Jin Meiwan, he couldn't help but glance at them. What's the matter? Seeing the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestor rushing in, Vast Thunder frowned in displeasure. That Kunpeng divine sect's ancestor hurriedly said, Ancestor, there are 3 people outside the mountain gate. They killed 5 of our elders and Venerable Master Jingguang's son. What? Everyone in the main hall was dumbfounded. Venerable Master Jingguang's mouth hung agape in disbelief. The other party seems to be Lu Yiping. That Kunpeng divine sect's ancestor exclaimed. What? Lu Yiping? Vast thunder, Chen Yuqian, and the rest exclaimed in unison. First update, 7:30 a.m. In the main hall, everyone's expression changed drastically. Including the twin barefoot monsters and Yuqing Shengren, who were talking to Vast Lei about killing Lu Yiping with the Kunpeng divine formation. Are you sure it's Lu Yiping? Vast Lei asked, unable to maintain his calm. Yes, old ancestor, it should be Lu Yiping. The old ancestor said, Lu Yiping's subordinate, the 9th Revolution War God, slapped our Kunpeng divine sect's elders and Jin Tianhong into the ground, forcing them to kneel there. Our Kunpeng divine sect's grand elders rushed out after hearing the news. Someone recognized Lu Yiping. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. The main hall quieted down in an instant. A terrifying silence. It was as if the name Lu Yiping carried an unparalleled charm. Venerable Golden Light's face was filled with grief. He stepped forward and bowed to Vast Lei, old ancestor, please kill Lu Yiping and take revenge for the Kunpeng divine sect's elders and Tianhong. Vast Lei said solemnly, get up. This Lu Yiping won't be able to escape. He then instructed the old ancestor who came to report, pass down my order, the old ancestor in charge of the Kunpeng divine formation is to stand guard. Wait for my order to activate the Kunpeng divine formation. Lords of other planes and heavenly gods, follow me out to meet Lu Yiping. Vast Lei's stern voice reverberated in the main hall. We obey old ancestors' decree. The Kunpeng divine sect's ancestors and grand elders responded respectfully. Then, Vast Lei, Chen Yuqian, the twin barefoot monsters, Yuqing Shengren, beast ancestor, and illusion demon grand ancestor led the experts of the Kunpeng divine sect, lifeless sect, Tai Ching sword school, heavenly beast gate, and 100 changing gate out of the Kunpeng divine sect's main hall. The other super sect's ancestors, old ancestors, and sect masters also followed behind them. It was a majestic sight. At the same spot, after slapping the Kunpeng divine sect's elders and Jin Tianhong into the ground, Taurus Longjiao did not make another move. He stood with Lu Yiping, waiting for the Kunpeng divine sect's experts to arrive. The Kunpeng divine sect's vast sky thunder would soon know of their arrival. When the surrounding experts saw the Kunpeng divine sect's elders and Jin Tianhong being smashed into the ground, they couldn't help whispering to each other. Because the Kunpeng divine sect's grand elder did not announce Lu Yiping's identity, the experts present were still unaware of Lu Yiping's identity. At this moment, someone exclaimed, the Black Heaven sect. It's old ancestor Ji Tian of the Black Heaven sect. The crowd stirred. Experts from Shantian Zhongzhong flew over from afar. This time, the Mystic Sky sect had also received the Kunpeng divine sect's invitation. The one who led the profound Sky Zhongzhong experts over was precisely Ji Tian. Very quickly, experts from Shantian Zhongzhong arrived at the scene. At the scene, all the experts retreated in reverence, opening up a path. Lu Yiping, Taurus Longjiao, and Jin Tianhong happened to be standing in the middle of the path. Ji Tian frowned when he saw someone blocking his path. When he saw that it was Lu Yiping and Taurus Longjiao's back figures, he was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks. While the surrounding crowd was baffled, Ji Tian walked up to Lu Yiping and bowed. Ji Tian greets Lord Lu Yiping. Lin Zhe and the rest were shocked. Lu Yiping? The ancestor of lightning punishment, Lu Yiping. Many of the surrounding experts retreated, their faces filled with fear. Lu Yiping turned around and glanced at Ji Tian indifferently. This glance sent chills down Ji Tian's spine. He hurriedly explained, Lord Lu, our Black Heaven sect came to participate in the grand meeting. We have absolutely no intention of attacking Lord Lu. Is that so? Lu Yiping asked indifferently. Ji Tian hurriedly added, Heaven and earth can testify, we're just here to join in the fun. At this time, a shocking aura came from the Kunpeng divine sect's main hall. Everyone looked over and saw a black mass on the horizon. The Kunpeng divine sect, lifeless sect, Tai Ching sword school, heavenly beast gate, 100 changing gate, and other super sects armies were marching over. Seeing the Kunpeng divine sect and lifeless sect's armies marching over, Ji Tian's expression changed. In the end, he distanced himself from Liu Yiping, afraid that the Kunpeng divine sect and lifeless sect would misunderstand. Liu Yiping didn't mind Ji Tian's actions. In the blink of an eye, the Kunpeng divine sect, lifeless sect, Tai Ching sword school, heavenly beast gate, and 100 changing gates armies arrived at the scene. When Monk Golden Light and Jin Meiwan arrived and saw Jin Tianhong kneeling on the ground, their eyes turned bloodshot. Jin Tianhong had already stopped breathing. Tianhong! Venerable Golden Light screamed in anger and rushed to Jin Tianhong's side. He hugged Jin Tianhong tightly and bawled, "Hong Er!" The Kunpeng divine sect, Zhongzhong, and the others were speechless. Jin Meiwan glared at Liu Yiping, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. "Liu Yiping, you killed my husband, and now you've killed my nephew. You will die a horrible death, and none of you will have a complete corpse." Jin Meiwan roared like a madwoman. However, before she could finish her sentence, Taurus Longjiao slapped her into the ground. She was kneeling on the ground like Jin Tianhong and the other Kunpeng divine sect's elders. Meiwan. One of the Kunpeng divine sect's ancestors was enraged, and he punched out at Taurus Longjiao. This ancestor was Fei Jia and Jin Meijuan's master. The force behind his punch was boundless. He was a supreme overlord with strength of 80 million battle planes. Seeing this, Taurus Longjiao countered with a palm. Bang! Fei Jia, Jin Meijuan's master, was struck by Taurus Longjiao, and his divine armor shattered. His body tumbled in the air, and when he fell to the ground, his flesh was mangled. He was dead. What? Whether it was vast sky thunder, Chen Yuqian, the twin barefoot monsters, Yuqing Shengren, the beast ancestor, or the illusion demon great ancestor, all of them turned pale with fright. No one had expected that a supreme overlord with strength of 80 million battle planes would be killed by Taurus Longjiao with a single palm strike. During the heavenly steel suppression, Taurus Longjiao defeated Fei Jia with the 9 Revolutions Void Fist, and the Jiutian bestowed him the title of 9 Revolutions War God. Many people guessed that Taurus Longjiao's battle power was around 70 million battle planes. But now, even a supreme overlord with strength of 80 million battle planes was killed with a single palm strike. Could it be that Taurus Longjiao's strength was similar to Liu Yiping's, surpassing the realm of the Dimension Lord? Vast Sky Thunder, Chen Yuqian, and the others looked at Taurus Longjiao, and their faces changed. They couldn't conceal the shock in their hearts. Even Venerable Golden Light was scared out of his wits. Liu Yiping swept his gaze across Vast Sky Thunder, Chen Yuqian, the twin barefoot monsters, and the others, and said indifferently, "Kill them all." His cold voice resounded in the sky above the Kunpeng divine sect, entering the ears of all the experts present. Vast Sky Thunder, Chen Yuqian, and the twin barefoot monsters were shocked. "Activate the Kunpeng divine formation. Quick!" Vast Sky Thunder screamed in fear. As he screamed, the ground shook violently. Layers of light from the formation shot out from the ground, and a terrifying aura from the ancient times swept across the land. Before this terrifying aura, everyone felt a suffocating feeling. Even the supreme overlords were no exception. Kunpeng divine formation, the number 1 divine formation in the Jiutian. Once the formation is fully activated, everyone within the formation will die. Run! Everyone retreated in fear, trying to escape from the Kunpeng divine sect. As everyone fled, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above the Kunpeng divine sect. 10:30 p.m. Second update, end of chapter 157. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.